Chapter 30. After Harry had a good night's sleep, he woke up and slowly stretched, causing the helicarrier to wobble around a bit, and after saying hi to the many agents around him and grinning at an out-of-breath Natasha who had been trying non-stop to get one of his scales, he took off into the morning sky with a mighty flap of his wings. Though he had to dodge a few rockets shot by a very irate Nick Fury, and having done so easily, he disappeared high above the clouds, cackling all the way while a very pissed off Nick Fury was cursing him out and promising pain. Soon enough, after flying all the way to Tony's condo, he arrived and landed on Tony's lawn where Ereshkigal was already waiting for him. Ereshkigal, who immediately waved and smiled at him the moment she saw him land, jumped onto his head, and then Harry took off flying towards their next destination. Of course, this was noticed by everyone going about their mornings whenever they passed by. No one could miss the big-ass dragon lazily flying through New York sky. However, to the many citizens of New York City this was already a common sight. Footage and photos were already often taken of Harry's giant dragon form as he cruised through the sky on an almost daily basis. The people living in New York were already used to weird shit happening all the time, so they got used to a dragon flying around rather fast. For Harry though, he couldn't care less about people's reactions nor the fact that aforementioned footage and pictures were already circulating around social media. Flying was an all-time favorite pastime of Harry, and every time he had free time he would always go for a flight. It was so often that in mundane Kyoto there were rumors of a protector dragon god sightings, and some humans had even taken pictures of him flying around too. He had become a legend in the hearts of Japan as a whole, not only on the supernatural side but the mundane side also. Some humans even began to pray to him, and he would often answer those prayers as long that they were genuine and not selfish. This made him very popular in Japan, even though no one knew his name or what he was in reality, and now it seems that the same thing is happening in the New York of this world, and since everyone now knew that he was involved in the Battle of New York, it inevitably made everyone aware of who exactly was flying around New York at times. So it was no surprise when he and Ereshkigal arrived at the X-Men mansion. All of the kids stopped what they were doing and rushed towards the windows to catch sight of one of New York's newest heroes landing in their backyard in his dragon form. All of the teachers just heavily sighed and gave up. It seemed that classes for today will be suspended, since there was no way that the students will pay attention to them with the giant dragon in the backyard. As Harry landed, he noticed the kids staring at him through the windows, and he grinned at them. Deciding to give them a cool show, he reared his head back, spread his wings, and let out a majestic roar while breathing out a plume of blue and white flames towards the open sky. The kids' eyes shined and sparkled as they cheered loudly. They intently watched the cool-looking dragon breathe fire toward the sky in awe. The boys wanted to ride him or play with him, while the girls were gushing at how pretty his feathers were or how shiny and beautiful his scales looked. After breathing fire for a while, Harry stopped and grinned as the kids cheered even more loudly. Suddenly he saw Hope fly out of a window and hug his snout. She had a big bright smile on her face. She looked very happy and excited to see him again. Soon after, Jean flew out of the same window and joined her daughter, but just floated in front of Harry with a smile on her face. "Did you have to make such a racket? Now the kids won't be able to do any studies done today." Harry chuckled, which made Hope shake a bit since she was still hugging his snout. "Of course. How else would everyone know that I have arrived?" Jean rolled her eyes at him, but he could tell that she was amused. "You could use the doorbell, you know." Harry gasped and grasped his chest dramatically, which made the kids watching through the windows laugh at the sight of a big dragon being so dramatic. In their minds it looked rather silly for a big dragon to act like he was mortality wounded by the words of a lady. "How could you expect me, a dragon god, to ring a doorbell? TCH. That's for nerds." Jean giggled and shook her head while Hope floated up and sat on Ereshkigal's lap. Jean noticed her and waved at her. "Morning, Ereshkigal." Ereshkigal waved back, but giggled when Harry complained and whined about not getting a good morning himself, but was expertly ignored by Jean, who floated up and sat on Harry's giant dragon head right beside a giggling Ereshkigal. This is surprisingly comfy." Ereshkigal giggled once again and nodded. "I know, right? The other girls and I love flying on top of Harry. It is surprisingly very relaxing and comfortable ride." Harry was about to whine about being used as public transportation when he noticed the rest of the X-Men come out. He waved at them and lower himself to the ground so his snout was facing them. "Good morning, guys. How's the morning treating you?" The X-Men rolled their eyes at him, causing him to chuckle. However, he noticed the girls staring at his scales in a completely uncomfortable way. Girls? Kitty, Storm, and Rogue looked up and smiled at Harry. "Hey Harry, those scales look mighty shiny and pretty. Do you shed?" This came from a very serious Kitty, which made Harry's sweat drop. Harry, however, honestly answered her question every 200 years or so. The girls looked devastated, causing the men of the group to chuckle nervously. Logan, however, tried to poke Harry's scales with his claws, but all he got was sparks. Not even a single scratch appeared on the scales. Harry raised an eyebrow in curiosity, while the professor and Hank McCoy aka Beast gaped at what they had just watched happened. However, Logan grinned. Well, isn't this interesting? My adamantium claws didn't do shit to your scales. Harry looked intrigued, so he decided to ask adamantium. What is that? Logan looked up at Harry and was about to answer his question, but Hank coughed. Allow me to explain. Adamantium is a virtually indestructible man-made steel alloy that does not occur in nature and whose exact chemical composition is a United States government classified secret. Adamantium is not an element, its properties do not qualify it for any known space on the periodic table of elements. It is an extremely rigid steel-based alloy that the density of is virtually indestructible, and Logan's body was laced by this metal. The exact procedure is unknown, nor do we know why they did this to him, and since he has no memories of that time of his life, there's no way to find out. As a matter of fact, he doesn't remember anything about his past prior to some decades ago. Harry moved his gaze towards Logan, who was looking down in thought and frowning. I see. Well, I am a true supernatural being. Most human or natural resources are unable to harm us unless someone is or has a weapon with dragon-slaying or god-slaying capabilities. Then it's impossible to harm me, and even then I'm powerful enough to ignore such weaknesses that in the fact that I have a healing factor, or I can just heal myself with magic. But Logan looked up towards Harry, who grinned. If you want, I can help you regain your memories, however it might be painful, so you have to make sure that this is what you want. Logan stared into Harry's eyes for a long while, but eventually nodded when he saw the sincerity in those dragon-like eyes of his. Let me think about it. I have a family now and I don't really need my memories back. He turned towards the X-Men and grinned at them. The past is the past and I decided to move on a long time ago, but it's nice to have the option. Harry nodded and noticed the kids begin to rush out of the mansion and gather around him excitedly. Harry chuckled and let them do so. He might as well play around with Hope and the kids for a while. After spending a few hours playing with the kids in his dragon form and then turning back to his human form, he proceeded to connect Jean's closet door to Tony's condo and turn it into a password-controlled automatic portal that only Jean and Hope could use. Harry, Ereshkigal, Hope, and the X-Men then gathered after that in Professor Xavier's office. The professor himself had been very quiet and accepting of everything happening, which was a bit weird. It seemed like the old professor learned his lesson, or at least he didn't want to die and be brought back to life again. It could be any of those two. As Harry sat, Hope claimed his lap and sat there happily. Harry smiled and turned towards Jean. How was she? Did you have any problems? Jean shook her head. No. Surprisingly, she was immediately accepted by the rest of the kids and everyone here, but I wished they wouldn't spoil her so much. Everyone keeps giving her candy. Jean playfully glared at the X-Men, but most of them look unrepentant about it. Logan even had the gall to grin proudly at her. Harry raised an eyebrow and poked Hope in the head, which caused her to turn her head slightly back and gazed at her father with one eye. You have candy and you haven't given some yet? That's mean, Hope. Jean sighed as she watched Hope take out a whole chocolate bar and give it to her father with a big smile on her face. Harry smiled. Nice. Everyone but Scott chuckled at the sight. Jean just rolled her eyes. Sigh. I see that I'm going to have to be the responsible parent here, right, Ereshkigal? Everyone turned towards Ereshkigal, who froze mid-bite from her own chocolate bar given to her by Hope when everyone was distracted. Everyone's sweat dropped except Hope and Harry, who were enjoying their snack. Jean just rubbed her head right. Harry grinned at her, which was mimicked by Hope, and Jean couldn't help but just giggle at the craziness that is her life now. After having finished his snack, Harry turned towards the blue-haired man. Oh yet. We haven't introduced ourselves, right? Sorry about that. I am Harry Potter and this beautiful lady beside me is Ereshkigal. It's nice to meet you. Hank smiled and nodded. My name is Hank McCoy, but I am known better as Beast. It's very nice to meet you, especially since I've never thought that I would ever meet real gods and supernatural beings. Harry chuckled. Aren't you a supernatural being yourself? You look like a werbeast, just blue. Hank raised a blue eyebrow. No, I'm a mutant. It's my mutation that causes me to always look like this. I believe werbeasts are able to turn back into their human form, right? Or at least that's what I have read. Harry nodded. That's right. Well, there's some who were turned and lose the ability to turn back human or are forced into transforming. One of my uncles is a werewolf himself, and up until he was taught to accept his inner wolf by a pack of wolf yokai, he had no control over his werewolf transformation. Every full moon he was forced to painfully morph into a deformed Lupin form. Everyone frowned and thought. They all practically had the same thought running through their mind, and that was that it must have been horrible to live like that. Hank looked up and thought, do you think the same method could help me? Harry scratches his chin. Honestly, I don't know. This is a mutation we're talking about, not a supernatural affliction, but I might be able to help in some way since it seems like mutations count as individual skills or abilities. Rogue is proof that one of my skills actually aids her in controlling her mutation, so the same skill might work with yours too. Want to give it a try? Hank thought about it for a minute. He had heard from everyone what had happened yesterday, and honestly he was intrigued by these supernatural beings, but was even more than happy to find out that they seemed to be good people since they helped both Jean and Rogue with their problems. So deciding to trust the god in his presence, he nodded. Harry smiled, and picked Hope up and set her on Ereshkigal's lap, where the goddess hugged the tiny physical form of the Phoenix Force tightly. After that Harry approached Hank, and once he was in front of him he lay a hand on his head and transferred the skill perfect control to him. He stepped back and looked intently toward Hank, who seemed to be lost in thought. Hank immediately knew that something had changed in him, and as he raised his hands and looked at them his eyes widened in surprise when he saw his ever-present blue fur slowly recede and vanished, leaving only pink pale skin. He touched his face and smiled when he didn't feel any fur and looked up to Harry, who was grinning. Suddenly Hank picked him up and hugged him tightly while celebrating his new control over his mutation. He then let Harry down and tried shifting back and forth between both of his forms and noticed how fast and easy is the shift. Harry smiled and sat back down on his seat. Hank turned towards him. "Thank you. I honestly had given up on finding a solution to the lack of control of my mutation. I don't know how to repay you." Harry shook his head. "Don't worry about that. I'm just glad I could help." Hank nodded and the X-Men joined in his celebration. After a while everyone calms down and began to talk about all kinds of things, which surprisingly lead to the X-Men lamenting the fact that their mansion gets destroyed at least 2 times a year. Harry tilted his head in curiosity. "The mansion gets destroyed that often? How?" All of the X-Men began to whine and complain about crazy government agents, giant robots, some juggernaut guy. Logan said something about a metal-bending asshole, and last but not least they mentioned the many enemies that just love to come to the mansion to start trouble. Harry and Ereshkigal's sweat drop. The X-Men were practically in tears with the amount of destruction that goes around the mansion daily. It must be super expensive and a pain to deal with your home getting destroyed by this level of craziness this often. Harry coughed and the X-Men turned their tear-filled faces towards him. "If you guys are okay with it, I can raise a couple of wards around the mansion, not as deadly or as powerful as the ones in Tony's condo, but they would have auto-repair and it won't let anyone not registered to enter into the mansion." The X-Men stared at Harry in silence, and as the professor regained his composure he asked, "Would you?" "I admit that it would take a big weight off our shoulders." Harry nodded. "Of course, plus there are children living here, so I think some extra set of protections is necessary." Everyone nodded in agreement. Having to send the kids to their homes or hotels while the mansion gets rebuilt is quite the hassle to deal with, especially since this seems to happen too often. Jean spoke up. "What would you need to do this, Harry?" Harry smiled. "Nothing, I can do it from here." Harry waved his hand and everyone could see a translucent orb take form and begin to spread and grow until eventually the entire area surrounding the mansion was covered. Harry then closed his eyes and focused on everyone present in the mansion and began to connect everyone into the wards, registering them. After that he began to enchant the wards with self-repairing, anti-teleportation, healing, protection, and an alarm system which he connected the X-Men to. After all of that was finished, Harry then connected the wards to one of the small ley lines going through New York after empowering them with senjutsu first and then left it to keep the war number as charged all the time. With a good job done, Harry opened his eyes and stared at the X-Men who were feeling out what they were connected to now. The professor was impressed. He could feel the wards and everyone moving about the mansion, and the same was going on with the rest of the X-Men. Hank looked up at Harry. "Amazing, it's like I'm aware of everything around the mansion. I can feel all of the kids and where they are, and if I focus enough I can even see what they're doing." Harry grinned. "That's right, but just don't abuse this, it's meant for emergencies, not to spy on your students' private time." The younger members of the X-Men nodded in agreement. Meanwhile Hope pulled on Harry's shirt, causing him to look at her. "You connected it to their souls." Everyone except Ereshkigal widens their eyes at that. Harry grinned at his daughter. "Yes, since no one here has magic I had to find something to anchor the wards to them, so I used their souls." Hank was once again intrigued. As a scientist he has always been curious about whether the soul really exists, and so he decided to ask Harry about it. "Harry, how is it possible for you to be able to do that?" Harry turned towards Hank. "Well, since I am the master of death, that gives me a certain talent towards anything soul related. I can rip souls out, destroy them and even consume them. Yesterday I showed everyone here that I can even bring the dead back to life." Hank nodded in understanding. "Yes, Xavier did tell me what had happened. To think that the soul exists and that it can be manipulated, it is a terrifying thought." Harry nodded. "I agree, which is a good thing that only I and the death deities can do that, and that I'm the only one with no restrictions to do so." The X-Men nodded, glad that Harry was a good person, and Xavier was even more glad that Harry didn't automatically decide to end him. After that Harry spent the day talking with the X-Men and Hope, but eventually it was time to leave, though he did promise the X-Men to help in their training, something that everyone except Scott excitedly agreed to. And so Harry and Ereshkigal left, promising to visit again soon. Time passed by and Harry and the girls spent a lot of time training and visiting their new friends. The girls were getting all kinds of training from Harry, something that they were glad for since they didn't want to be left behind by everyone back in Kyoto. Jessica spent most of her time in the zombie instant dungeon, training and improving her white mage magic since it was very effective against this type of undead, plus she received a lot of hand-to-hand and more sword practice with Harry so she wouldn't rely solely on her whip. Fu got further shinobi training and had already managed to master the toad-style senjutsu with the help of Harry, who decided that she was ready. Harry asked her to pick a new element to master and she chose wind, which was Harry's primary element, and having had experienced in teaching this element since he trained and taught his friend Naruto many kinds of this type of elemental jutsu during their trip with Jiraiya. Harry himself had even helped Naruto along with Kakashi and Yamato master the wind element further so he could complete the Raise Nan, making him the perfect teacher to teach Fu this element. Milim was on a completely different level than the rest of the girls, so Harry instead let her fight as she pleased in the instant dungeons, but did teach her all kinds of supportive skills and spells along with teaching her a martial art. Surprisingly, she seemed to take the Mizoku Ryu, Demon Clan style, rather easily. This style belonged to Piccolo and was a very aggressive style, so Harry wasn't surprised that Milim had a knack for it. Ereshkigal had the same situation as Milim. She was a goddess and so she was already quite powerful herself, so Harry asked her what she wanted to learn. Ereshkigal just smiled and said everything, which caused Harry to sweat drop but agree nonetheless, and thus he began to teach her everything he knew. Harry himself continued to train. He had a couple of skills and techniques that he wanted to master still, and that included his new skill Chaos Eater, so it could evolve in his secret project which he had been working on since he witnessed it on the Dragon Ball world. Though Harry and the girls always made sure to make time to train with the X-Men and the Avengers, they even introduced both of the groups to each other, which resulted in them helping each other once in a while during their missions. However, it was during one of Harry's days off that he finally met the notorious Magneto and his group of allies known as the Brotherhood. Too bad that this would be the last time they would meet since they made the mistake of annoying Harry. Harry had chosen to spend his day off with Hope and Jean on a small trip around New York. He had decided to spend the entire day with his new daughter, who dragged Jean with her, something Jean herself didn't mind since she liked spending time with Harry. But their day was ruined when they were suddenly attacked by the Brotherhood, who Harry later found out was a group of supervillains. Avalanche and Sabretooth attacked Harry, ignoring the fact of who he was, while Mystique, Toad, and the Blob attacked Jean. Apparently, they saw them walking around the city and decided to ruin their day. However, it was their day that was ruined when Harry and Hope proceeded to beat the ever-loving shit out of the Brotherhood. It was a downright massacre. There were limbs broken, skulls cracked, teeth flying, and the Toad had his tongue used to tie them all up after the beatdown was done. Jean was sure that Harry and Hope had more than likely crippled a couple of them. Did she care though? No, not really. These guys have been annoying the X-Men for a long time, and besides, it was their fault for attacking beings like Harry and Hope. It seems that now that Jean had all her emotions unlocked, her sadist side was coming out, and she didn't seem to care if it did. Though she did have to stop Harry from killing them, so instead Harry took their powers away, which turned into skill orbs, and put them away into his inventory, thinking that maybe someday he'll find a use for them. After that, he handed them to the police, who were glad to finally had such dangerous and notorious criminals behind bars where they can pay for the many crimes and innocent lives they have taken. This would later shock the world. After this day, and the news that someone was capable of taking powers away would terrify the many supervillains that already exist. Many would find out that it was a bad idea to mess with Harry Potter and his friends in the future. Of course, Magneto, being the arrogant prick that he is, appeared later on that day and attacked Harry, Hope, and Jean in revenge for having taken away his minions, while they were playing in a park. He intently tried to kill Harry with all the metal he could find. This as a result injured many innocent bystanders and caused a lot of destruction. He didn't even say anything or announced his presence. Magneto immediately attacked, but Harry was able to sense him, allowing him to protect and save many bystanders who were also enjoying the day in the park. He dodged everything that Magneto threw at him while keeping the crazed master of magnetism distracted. Jean and Hope helped anyone injured or protected anyone close by, and at this point, the local news crew had appeared and began filming the attack, showing Harry and the girls protecting everyone while keeping the well-known villain Magneto occupied. Eventually, Magneto got tired of failing to hit Harry and tried to raise the buildings around the park to throw them at Harry, who noticed that a lot of people were inside watching what was going on in the park in said buildings, and he couldn't let them die or get hurt, so he made a decision. Without any hesitation, Harry blurred and disappeared. Suddenly he reappeared right in front of the crazed mutant and swiftly ripped Magneto's still beating heart out and crushed it. This resulted in Magneto's instant death, to the shock of everyone watching. After that, Harry ripped his power off and placed the resulting skill orb in his inventory. Harry then cremated Magneto's body to make sure that no crazy scientist would get their hands on it, even though they wouldn't get anything from it. The many innocent bystanders thanked and cheered for Harry, Jean, and Hope, and after Harry fixed everything and then healed anyone injured during the attack, the trio left and went back to the mansion, where all the X-Men had watched what happened during the news broadcast. Magneto's death caused a bit of an argument between Harry and the Professor. Professor Xavier argued that they shouldn't have relied on aggression and that it was best to give people a chance to change, to which Harry just responded with, "If you want to be naive and believe that anyone can change, that's fine. Just don't expect me to agree. If I see a bad and evil person causing harm and destruction, then I'm putting a stop to it." Harry then turned around and left, being followed by Hope and Jean. Though inwardly Harry was thinking back on his friends Naruto and Goku. "I'm not like you, my friends. I don't have your charisma nor the forgiveness that you both possess. Even to this day I still don't know how you both could forgive Sasuke, Obito, or Vegeta and Buu after everything they did. I certainly wouldn't have, and not only did you forgive them but you also got them to side with you. Both of you have always been very unpredictable." Many of the X-Men had agreed with Harry, having witnessed the destruction and the deaths that the Brotherhood and Magneto had caused during all their confrontations, so they could understand why Harry decided to just deal with them permanently. He didn't have a long history with Brotherhood as they did, nor was Magneto an old friend like he was to the Professor, which they knew was the main reason the Professor let Magneto continue on with his insanity in hopes that his old friend would change. Things were tense between the Professor and Harry, but as always Harry didn't care and just continued to visit and train the X-Men. Hope began to visit and stay over with Harry more often because she didn't want to kill the Professor again for being an ignorant fool and get yelled by Jean again. This endeared her to the Avengers, who liked to spoil her. Even the Hulk would let her ride on one of his shoulders often enough that it would be common to see her perched in one of his shoulders. Jean had a big fight with Scott about what Harry had done, and when she defended Harry's actions, it caused them to break up. Surprisingly, Jean found herself not caring and instead started to spend more time with Harry, the girls, and the Avengers, who eventually, to Jean's happiness, made her a member of the team. With the Brotherhood out of commission and Magneto dead, the X-Men had a lot of free time now, and so they began to work and join the Avengers in their mission, which resulted in the team growing in strength and fame. Eventually Harry began to travel around the world with the girls to see if there were any big differences in this world compared to his. It was during one such trip through Asia that he got a phone call from Tony. Apparently Happy was heavily injured during what the news were calling a terrorist attack, and Tony had found out who did it and had called them out. Harry, getting worried about his friends, he called his girlfriends, Jean and Hope, to let them know that he was going back to the United States to help Tony with something that came up and that they shouldn't worry, and continued visiting and touring wherever they were. The girls trusted Harry to be able to handle anything that could come up. They told him to say hi to Tony, Pepper, and Happy for them. With that done, Harry waved his hand and materialized a dark corridor back to Tony's condo, where he watched Tony and Pepper arguing about something and an unknown lady watching. He narrowed his eyes at the lady when he sensed darkness in her heart, when suddenly the condo was hit by multiple missiles, causing everyone except Harry to crouch in surprise and shock. However, the wards prevented the condo from receiving any damage, but Harry raised an eyebrow. "Okay, who do I have to very aggressively kill?" Tony and Pepper smiled at Harry since they now felt at ease with his presence here. However, the unknown lady gulped and became very nervous about his presence, knowing full well who just showed up. Harry turned towards the unknown woman and glared, causing her to step back. "Tony, don't let her leave. Her heart is full of hate and lies. I bet she has something to do with all of this." Tony nodded, trusting Harry, and summoned his armor. Was ready. He pointed his repulsors at who he knew as Maya Hansen, who raised her hand in surrender. Harry smiled and nodded and turned towards Pepper. "Hey Pepper. Has Tony proposed yet?" Pepper grinned. "No, not yet." Tony groaned. "I was in the process of it, but all of this happened." Harry grinned. "Well, there you have it. Do give the idiot a chance, okay?" Pepper giggled while Tony complained, "I'll think about it. He's going to have to propose properly first." Harry nodded. "You heard her, Tony. Better hurry." Tony just rolled his eyes, but inwardly he was thankful that Harry was able to make Pepper forget why she was mad. To begin with, a few moments ago, Harry was a bro for sure. Just go out there and take care of the asshole who just tried to just blow up our home. Harry nodded and saluted, which made Pepper giggle. After that, Harry waved a hand and disappeared into the dark corridor that materialized. He appeared high above the mansion and watched a helicopter fly around the condo. He glared at it and was already planning on making whoever is inside suffer. It seems that both Harry Potter and Iron Man will be having a small adventure where the poor bastards that dared hurt a friend of both of these powerful men will soon regret doing so. Chapter 31. As Harry flew way above Tony's condo, he watched a helicopter fly around the condo. He glared at it and was already planning on making whoever is inside suffer when he noticed two other helicopters arrive, while the first one continued going around the condo from the other side. The three helicopters began to shoot rockets and their machine guns at the condo with the full intent of destroying their home, but the wards prevented the condo from taking any damage. Inside the helicopter, the men flying and shooting the helicopter's weapons were perplexed about their inability to destroy the building with their heavy weaponry, but a co-pilot looked up and noticed Harry lazily floating high above the condo, his glowing green eyes visible and glaring at them even from all the way up there. The co-pilot began to sweat when he noticed Harry up there. Like everyone else in the country, he knew who he was and what he did to the alien invasion that attacked New York, so he reacted like anyone else in his position. Shit. It's Harry Potter. We have to leave. Abort. Abort. One of the pilots began to swear and panicked. Fuck. What is he doing here? We were informed that he was visiting Asia. The helicopters began to scramble to get away from the highly dangerous being glaring at them. Harry just narrowed his eyes and raised a hand. He pointed a finger at the now fleeing helicopters, and deep green with black energy began to gather on the tip of his finger. Bala. The energy twirled around itself and then fired a small ball of energy at high speeds. No one in the helicopters even noticed the projectile until it exploded violently upon contact, completely destroying one of the trio of helicopters. The shockwave of the explosion was so strong that it threw the other two helicopters to the side where the pilots fought to regain control of their aircraft. They were barely able to do so when another helicopter blew up, creating another violent shockwave that made the last helicopter lose control once again. The last helicopter didn't even have time to even try to recover when a third projectile hit it, completely destroying it in another massive explosion. Harry just shook his head and disappeared into a dark corridor back to the condo. However, he didn't notice the regenerating co-pilot known as Eric Savan inside the helicopter's debris falling into the ocean. Once back inside the condo, Harry stared at the unknown woman but spoke up to Tony, who was holding Maya at repulsor point. Tony, we were gone for a week, couldn't you just stay out of trouble until we came back? Tony nervously laughed. In my defense, they hurt Happy. And okay. I was pissed and it probably wasn't my best idea, but no one hurts my friends. Tony turned towards Pepper. I'm sorry Pepper, I put you at risk and I shouldn't have done that. I promise it won't happen again. Pepper smiled and nodded happily. Meanwhile Harry grinned at the couple. Harry nodded. All right, I get that, I'll heal Happy once we're done with this. Now he turned towards the unknown lady. Tony spoke up, noticing that Harry wanted to know who this woman was. This is Maya Henson, a botanist I met some years ago. She didn't get to tell us what she was doing here yet, but now that you put her in a suspicious light, it is rather strange for her to show up and a few minutes later we get attacked. Maya was shaking in fear. In front of her, she not only had Iron Man but also Harry Potter, who already had the fame of being very ruthless to his enemies. Honestly, she was terrified and now she was regretting ever agreeing to this plan and her idea to get help to get away. Harry glared the moment he noticed Maya look so afraid and nervous. Okay, we can do this the easy way. Harry's eyes began to glow menacingly while blue flames began to lick and flick from his mouth, causing Maya to pale. Or we can do this the hard way, Harry literally growled. So Maya, in a fear-induced state, spilled the beans and told both Tony and Harry about Extremis, about how the Mandarin was a decoy and that the mastermind of all of this was actually a man named Aldrich Killian, who Tony apparently met before and who he had ignored for a one-night stand. Maya confirmed that that was one of the reasons Aldrich was going after him. Harry called Tony an asshole for treating people like that in the past, and Tony accepted the insult because back then, he really was one. After that, Maya continued to explain how she and Aldrich used an unstable Extremis formula which has the flaw that if the afflicted person is unable to regulate their body temperature, they would constantly heat up and eventually explode, making the perfect human bombs out of their soldiers, which they used for the terrorist attacks. Then the fake Mandarin would claim those bombings as his terrorist attacks. Maya continued to explain how they were planning to kidnap Pepper and use her as leverage against Tony, something that made Pepper very concerned, while Harry and Tony were angry at the fact that someone would try to hurt Pepper just to get to Tony. Maya even explained further how Aldrich was using Mandarin to cover up the flaws of Extremis and instead make everyone believe that the afflicted soldiers were victims of terrorist attacks, since quite a few soldiers fell to the flaw during deployment. She herself wanted to convince Tony to help her fix the flaw in Extremis to stop the madness. She just didn't know that she was being monitored and followed. Lastly, she told them how they were planning to lure James Rhodes by attacking and kidnapping the president in order to take the War Machine armor, now renamed the Iron Patriot. They also planned to kill the president under the veil of another one of the Mandarin's terrorist attacks, leaving Vice President Rodriguez as the new president of the United States, and being that Rodriguez is in Aldrich's pocket, he would be able to manipulate major global events for his profit. After her explanation, Harry closed his eyes in annoyance and rubbed his brow tiredly. Wow. This Aldrich guy seems a bit unhinged and very extreme. Harry shook his head in disbelief at someone going to such lengths just for a cover-up. Harry looks up at Tony. We have to let Rhodes know, we can't let them execute the president. Try and find as much evidence as you can and let Rhodes have everything you find, then we take care of Aldrich and his parade of human bombs. Tony nodded but spoke up in concern. What about Pepper? We can't leave her by herself, Aldrich might still want to get to her to get to me. Harry nodded and waved a hand. Realized. From behind Harry two beings began to take form, eventually they finished materializing, leaving a small fairy-like being and a beautiful tall woman in yellow fox-like armor. She was holding a staff. Harry turned around and smiled at his friends. It's nice to see you again, Marinangeman, Sakyaman. Both Digimon smiled and nodded at Harry, and Marinangeman launched herself right into Harry's face and hugged it tightly, causing him to chuckle. Pepper and Maya gushed about how cute the small fairy-like being was. Jarvis decided to speak up. Sir, I'm detecting a digital disturbance. Tony raised an eyebrow, but Harry spoke up after peeling Marinangeman off his face, who then began to float around in curiosity. Sorry about that, Jarvis, that's my friends you're detecting, they're a race of digital beings known as Digimon. Tony's eyes sparkled and began to scan and ask questions about the Digimon, but Harry bonked him on his helmeted head. Tony, focus. You can ask and scan my friends later, for now we have things to do. You inform Rhodes of what's going on. Sakyaman and Marinangeman will protect Pepper. He turned around only to sweat drop when he notices Pepper holding Marinangeman in her hands and tickling her on the belly with the other hand, causing the small Digimon to start giggling. Pepper must have felt Harry's stare, since she stops mid-tickle and looked up only to nervously laugh when she noticed both Tony and Harry deadpan at her. Harry decided to just ignore that and continue on air. Mile, you stay here and behave, you don't want to piss off Sakyaman. Sakyaman turned towards Mile, who nervously nodded, agreeing to behave. Meanwhile, Tony let Rhodes know about everything going on. Mile here will let me know where the fake Mandarin is. Harry glared at Mile, who frantically nodded. Tony took care of letting Rhodes know about what Aldrich was planning and who else was involved after having investigated everything he could find about the bombings and every little secret Aldrich had. Rhodes, with that information, had everyone involved arrested and had the president under heavy watch until both Harry and Tony confirmed that everything was clear. Meanwhile, Maya was informing Harry about the location where Aldrich was hiding, along where the fake Mandarin and a small force of mercenaries were located. Harry didn't want to waste his time with the fake Mandarin, so he called Jean and Hope, hoping that they could take care of it, which they agreed to. It was a massacre. Hope incinerated many of the mercenaries while Jean herself just threw them high up into the sky with her telekinesis and let them drop to their death. They finally found the Mandarin and beat him up a bit. After that, they dumped him right into Nick Fury's desk, with a sticky note letting him know that it was a gift from Harry. When Nick Fury returned to his office after making his rounds around the helicarrier and saw the unconscious famous terrorist on top of his desk, he could only gape. However, that changed when he read the sticky note. He immediately got pissed off and began to let off an impressive string of swear words that everyone in the helicarrier heard. Maria Hill just shook her head and giggled to herself, knowing that Harry must have done something to piss off her boss again. With Jean and Hope having taken care of the fake Mandarin, Tony and Harry were free to take care of Aldrich and his group of enhanced soldiers, but it seemed that they were expected. When they arrived at the old container terminal which Mile had told them was where they were hiding, they saw all of the soldiers and Aldrich himself already standing outside looking up at them, since Harry decided to be in his dragon form to go there and Tony was using his latest armor to fly alongside him. It seems that the surviving pilot from the trio of helicopters that tried to destroy Tony's home was able to somehow quickly go back to Aldrich and informed him of what happened. Not that it would do them any good, their fates were sealed the moment Tony called Harry. Tony landed in front of Aldrich, while Harry stayed up above the container terminal keeping an eye on the enhanced soldiers who were staring at the enormous dragon in fear. However, Aldrich only grinned. If isn't the famous Tony Stark, what do you think of my creations? Aldrich arrogantly spread his arms showing off the enhanced soldiers. Tony, however, wasn't in the mood to talk or boast. This man had hurt his friend Happy and was planning to kidnap and do something to Pepper just to hurt him. Of course, he knew that he might have deserved some karma, since even he himself can agree that he was quite the arrogant asshole back in the day, but that doesn't mean he was going to allow anyone to hurt those he cares about. But that was the past, and now he had friends and a family to protect, so without hesitation and without letting Aldrich finish his spiel of well-deserved revenge, Tony blasted a hole through Aldrich's chest with one of his arm repulsors. To his surprise, however, Aldrich began to glow orange and regenerate at a high speed. See? I'm immortal now. Indestructible. Not even that stupid dragon friend of yours could harm me. Ha ha ha. Tony raised an eyebrow at the sheer arrogance of this guy. Of course. You enhanced yourself too, Sai. This is going to be one of those days. Meanwhile, in the sky, one of Harry's eyes twitched in annoyance as he heard Aldrich's proclamation and decided to show this dipshit not to mess with a dragon. Tony was about to unload all of his suit's weapons on Aldrich when suddenly Harry landed harshly on the container terminal and stepped on Aldrich, causing everyone to gape and Tony to sweat drop. The sweat drop on Tony's head grew even bigger when he watched Harry aggressively try to smear Aldrich all over the floor by dragging the sole of his giant dragon foot back and forth on the ground. The result? Well, it wasn't pretty. Tony could now see what happens when you do the same thing to a mosquito or a spider. There were smeared pieces of Aldrich all over the ground now, and Tony could only chuckle when all Harry did after was huff in annoyance after having treated Aldrich like a literal annoying cockroach. The mercenaries, having witnessed the horrendous death of their boss, tried to run away, but they didn't get to go too far away with a giant dragon breathing super hot blue fire on all of them, causing them to explode, and the Iron Man blasting to pieces everyone he could. They simply didn't stand a chance whatsoever of escaping. In the end, Harry and Tony got rid of all the extremis afflicted mercenaries and went back home after stopping on the way to get some pizzas for dinner. Once back home, Harry and Tony were surprised to see Pepper playing with Marine Angeman and Sakyam and having a friendly conversation with Maya like nothing was going on, but eventually they just shrugged and walked toward them with the pizzas in hand. After having dinner and having a talk with Maya about what she was going to do now, but she herself didn't know what to do with herself now, so in the end Tony decided to give her a second chance by offering to help him with his ongoing medical research. Liking the idea, Maya decided to join Tony's investigation of the healing gels along with Bruce, since she was intrigued with their healing capabilities and her experience in botany would certainly help with the research. The next morning, Harry, Tony, and Pepper went to heal and pick up Happy, and once Harry healed all of his wounds, instantly everyone left, leaving an entire set of doctors in shock at how fast Harry was able to heal Happy. The fake Mandarin ended up becoming a scapegoat for all of Aldrich's crimes and was sentenced to spend the remaining years of his life in prison, something he didn't seem to mind since he was getting famous because of everything that had happened. A few days after everything went down, Tony surprised everyone when he announced that he was getting an operation to finally get rid of the shrapnel stuck in him. However, Harry just grinned and summoned the King of Hell with his Rin Egan and said, "TCH. Surgeries are for cowards and nerds." Everyone widened their eyes in shock, and a terrified Tony tried to run, but Harry caught him easily, ripped out the reactor in his chest, and then chucked him into the King of Hell's mouth, where he was immediately chewed and then spit out unceremoniously onto the ground, where he groaned, "I hate you, Harry." Harry just chuckled and began to walk away. "No you don't." After Tony recovered from being the chewing gum for the King of Hell, he then proposed to Pepper, who quickly agreed, and together they started to plan their wedding, which will happen in secret, even though you have to be extra stupid to try something when that Avengers, most of the X-Men and Harry Potter plus the girls will be present on their friend's wedding. Eventually, things calmed down and the days passed by fast. Tony was often seen narrating what had happened to a bored Bruce, who would struggle to keep himself awake, but Tony was stubborn and wanted to make Bruce his therapist for some unknown reason, while Maya would just roll her eyes at her new boss and continued with their research. Harry continued to tour the world alongside the girls while training with them and visiting both Jean and Hope often. Eventually, Harry decided to invite them on their trip, something that made Hope and Jean happy and excited, so they joined Harry and the girls on their trip around the world. It was during their trip to Italy that Harry got an unexpected visit. The Ancient One was nervous and, if she was honest with herself, a bit afraid as she observed Harry and the girls that came with him, plus Jean Grey and the goddamn Phoenix Force, who to her surprise, now had the physical form of a 5-year-old girl. She has been debating whether she should show herself or not. She wanted to ask these obscenely powerful beings what they were doing in this world, and she was praying to every deity, demon, and high spirit that their answer wasn't to conquer or destroy this world, because she was sure they could flicker out of existence if she tried to stop them. Meanwhile, Harry and the girls were enjoying their walk on the streets of Italy when Hope suddenly pulled on Harry's shirt, causing him to look at his daughter. "Yes, Hope." Hope pointed at the Ancient One, who was busy downing a bottle of some kind of liquor across the street before she confronted these terrifying beings. "That creepy bald lady has been staring at us hard for some time, Daddy." Harry, the girls, and Jean turned to look at the Ancient One, who had just finished downing her liquor, only to jump in surprise when she took a look at the group, only to see them staring at her intently. The Ancient One stood there across the street, frozen. Harry and the girls just stared at her. Hope tilted her head in confusion. Inwardly she was wondering why this strange woman was bald and what she was drinking. Harry narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers, raising a ward around the area. Slowly the many people walking around began to subconsciously walk away and leave the area. The Ancient One began to nervously sweat as she noticed the ward and knew that she couldn't escape anymore. Harry spoke up hard enough for the Ancient One to hear. "All right, who are you and why were you following us?" The Ancient One took a big breath and calmed herself. She walked across the street and stood in front of Harry. "I am the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme and protector of this realm from any supernatural and magical threat." Harry and company raised an eyebrow. "A magic user, hey? I was wondering when we would see some in this world." Jessica looked at the Ancient One and intrigued. She was already curious about the types of magic available to magic users in this world. The Ancient One frowned. Well, I'm not surprised you haven't met any supernatural being yet. Since you're not suppressing your power, you probably scared every supernatural being in the area the moment you showed up anywhere. Everyone tilted their head in confusion, including Hope, who was just mimicking everyone. What are you talking about? We are suppressing our power, we're not even letting 10% out. The Ancient One gaped in shock. 10%? This is only 10% of their power. It was too much for the poor woman. The Ancient One leaned her head back, and slowly her soul began to fly out her mouth. Harry just stared at her tiny soul. Its face looked so tired and done with everything that he couldn't help but sweat drop. He reached a hand out and flicked the small soul, causing it to fall back into her. As a result, she jumped up in shock. The Ancient One just stood there completely out of it after having her soul flicked back into her and stared at Harry and his group in fear. Harry just stared back, confused at her reaction. Milim just rubbed her chin in thought and spoke up. Maybe the supernatural beings in this world are weaker than the ones in ours. That would also explain why we haven't sensed any other supernatural beings so far. They must have run away the moment they sensed us. Everyone nodded at Milim's reasoning, and Ereshkigal stared at the shocked Ancient One. We should take her to our hotel room, that way we can talk in peace. I'm sure she had a very important reason for approaching us. Everyone nodded, and Harry was about to grab the Ancient One when he got a notification from the game. Ding! Ding! A wild Ancient One appears. This ancient and powerful magic user wants to know what you and your companions are doing in this world. However, she's holding a very powerful and dangerous object. Take it from her so it won't be abused any longer. Objective: steal the Infinity Stone in the possession of the Ancient One, which is in the amulet around her neck. Rewards: another Infinity Stone. Harry raised an eyebrow at the new quest he received but nodded to himself. He was surprised this woman had an Infinity Stone in her possession, but that's not something that she should be playing with. So as he picked the still shocked woman up and lifted her onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, he discreetly took the green gem inside her amulet and put the Infinity Stone in his inventory. Unknowingly, he completely and easily went through the many protections of the amulet, and feeling a bit bad about taking something like this from her, he decided to give her something, so he took a green gem to replace the one he took. This emerald was magically charged and was in the same form of the gem. It was lucky that so many enemies in the instant dungeons tend to drop gems of different shapes and sizes often enough, and that he can shape them however he wants. He often uses these types of gems for his enchanting and always has some magically charged in case he needs to make something for someone, so it helps that he learned how to shape them as if they were clay with magic, making all of this very easy to pull off. With that done, he opened a dark corridor while ignoring the notification of completion of his new quest, deciding to check it out later, once everyone else stepped through first. He then walked into it with a still catatonic Ancient One on his shoulder. The group and a still catatonic Ancient One arrived at their hotel room, where Jessica raises all kinds of wards. They weren't sure what this magic user can do, but might as well be prepared for any outcome. Harry sat the poor Ancient One down on one of the couches and turned around to speak with everyone. It looks like we have to suppress our power even more. If 10% is enough to terrorize this much, then we have to go down to 1%. Everyone nodded to his request. Few spoke up. We should do it when we are about to leave Italy, that way we might even meet a supernatural being on the way. Harry nodded and turned around to the Ancient One. He chuckled when he noticed Hope touch the woman's head in curiosity. She even rubs her hand on her head. Hope dear, let's leave the poor woman alone, okay? Hope turned towards her father and nodded. She floated towards her mother's and sat between them. Both Ereshkigal and Jean smiled at her. Meanwhile, Harry, noticing that the Ancient One was still catatonic, he pointed a finger at her and fired a small bolt of lightning that crackled loudly as it traveled through the air and hit the Ancient One straight on her chest. The poor woman suddenly stood up in pain. Son of a bitch! Everyone, much to the Ancient One's embarrassment, chuckled or giggled at her for her abrupt reaction. So giving up, she just slumped on the couch below her and groaned. These people aren't taking me seriously. Sigh. Well, why should they? To them I must seem too weak to bother. Hey? What a strange feeling. I haven't felt this inadequate since my training days. After Harry and company finished laughing, he decided to ask the Ancient One, so why were you following us? I take it you must have wanted or needed something from us, otherwise, you wouldn't have approached us after Hope pointed you out. The Ancient One looked up to Harry straight in the eyes. As protector of this realm, I must ask what you, a dragon god, and company are doing in this universe. The Ancient One was praying to every god. She knew that they weren't planning world domination or the destruction of humanity, because she wouldn't be able to stop them. Now that the time stone wasn't showing the future anymore, she didn't know what to do. I guess I have been relying too much on the stone. I should be happy that the future is free and blank. That means everyone can now choose their fate, but to think that the beings before me are the cause of such a powerful effect on time itself. Harry looked at the Ancient One with a raised eyebrow. I don't know what you were thinking about, but the girls and I are only here for vacation and training. Once we had our fun we will leave this world and go back to ours. We have dear friends and family waiting for us after all." For some reason the thought of Harry and the girls leaving someday was really upsetting to Jean. She had been enjoying their company and the many different and amazing things that Harry has been showing her, so a sad frown appeared on her face. The girls and Hope noticed that Jean was upset and they knew why. They were already planning to speak with Harry about her. Hopefully, Harry will be willing to take another harem member so they could take Jean and Hope with them. All the girls liked Jean quite a lot and they didn't want to leave her and Hope behind. Meanwhile, the Ancient One was having another existential crisis. Suddenly she burst out laughing, causing everyone in the room to jump. Milim laughed nervously. Hee. "I think you broke her, Harry." Harry scratched his cheek awkwardly. "Well, that wasn't my intention. We really are here just for vacation though." Jean tilted her head. She must have been stressing non-stop since all of you arrived, wondering what such powerful beings wanted in this world. You have to admit that everything that all of you guys did during the New York attack must have made a lot of people weary of you. Everyone nodded in understanding. They showed a small part of their strength during the alien invasion and they knew that many would be very nervous about them. Few spoke up in our defense. We weren't expecting to arrive in the middle of an alien invasion. We saw that people needed help and we did so. Everyone nodded. Of course, Jean knew this already and it was the reason she knew they were good people, but a lot of other individuals must have the same question that the Ancient One just asked. Eventually, the Ancient One calmed down. "I've been living in constant fear thinking that all of these powerful beings might try to conquer the world or attempt to destroy it and there was nothing I could have possibly done to stop it if you did. Sigh. I need a drink." Harry felt a little bad about causing such distress to this woman. She seemed to be one of the good guys and she was genuinely concerned about the world, so he decided to apologize. "Look, I'm sorry that you have been stressed about our presence, but we didn't know we were causing it in the first place. Up until now we started to believe that this world didn't have a supernatural side." The Ancient One looked up towards Harry and stared for a bit. "Sigh, no, don't apologize, it was partially my fault. I should have approached you immediately, but honestly, I was scared, so some of the fault lies with me, but thank you for your concern." She stood up and Jessica waved a hand, turning off the wards, knowing that the Ancient One wanted to leave now. The Ancient One nodded with a smile towards Jessica and then turned to look at Harry again. "Thank you for your honesty, even if it was a bit jarring at times." Everyone nervously chuckled. "Well, I hope you enjoy your vacation and please continue to protect this realm while you're here." The Ancient One bowed and slightly swung one of her arms in a circle and created a portal of sorts and stepped through. Hope spoke up. "She was nice, but I still wanted to know why she was bald. Maybe next time I should ask her." Harry chuckled and gave his daughter a pat on her head while the girls giggled. Harry then grinned and took out the Time Infinity Stone and showed it to everyone in the room. "Look at what she had on her." The girls except Jean widened their eyes at the fact that the Ancient One had an Infinity Stone. Hope narrowed her eyes and spoke. "Daddy, how could a mortal be capable of carrying an Infinity Stone and not explode? It should be impossible." Harry nodded to his daughter's question. "Normally that would be the case, but she had this on that amulet around her neck. If I had to make a guess, the amulet must have been enchanted to hell and back in order to allow her to use some of its power." Hope nodded in understanding. While Harry and Hope spoke, the girls explained to Jean what an Infinity Stone is, so after that explanation she nodded and asked, "And what are you going to do with it?" Jean did not like the grin that appeared on Harry's face and could only gape when he threw it into his mouth and with a loud crunch eat what was supposed to be an all-powerful conceptual piece of the universe. Harry chewed the time stone for a bit and swallowed him. "Apple? Hey? Time tastes like an apple, who knew?" Jean's left eye twitched at Harry's comment, but in the end, she sighed and accepted the fact that Harry was just chaotic by nature. Meanwhile, Harry was reading the notification he just got after swiping the time stone and the one after he ate it. Ding! Ding! A wild Ancient One appears. This ancient and powerful magic user wants to know what you and your companions are doing in this world. However, she's holding a very powerful and dangerous object. Take it from her so it won't be abused any longer. Complete. Objective: steal the Infinity Stone in the possession of the Ancient One, which is in the amulet around her neck. Complete. Rewards: you have received the Soul Stone. You can find it in your inventory. Note: please keep up the good work. Harry moved on to the next one. Ding! Ding! You have consumed the Infinity Stone of Time. Now you have total and full control of the concept of time itself, allowing you to bend it to your will. Note: all techniques, skills, and abilities with an affinity with the element of time now are 20 times more effective and are granted a piercing effect, allowing for full damage of the target regardless of resistances or immunities. Harry smiled. Looks like I now have complete and total conceptual control of both space and time. Neat. Everyone's sweat dropped at Harry's reaction to having even more godlike powers, but then again Harry has always been very nonchalant about his abilities and just wishes to enjoy his time with his loved ones. In introspect they were lucky that this was Harry's attitude to his own abilities, any other person would have grown too arrogant or greedy. Everyone felt a chill thinking about the possibility that their Harry could be like that. Everyone turned to look at him only to gape when he took out another infinity stone, an orange one at that, and ate it without a care in the world. The crunch echoed as he chewed the soul stone and after a while, he finally swallowed it cool. This one tasted like mango. Jean couldn't help but react. You had another one of those things. Harry grinned. Yup. It was a reward for swiping the time stone from the ancient one. Girls, can you explain about the gamer to Jean and Hope while I check my notification? The girls nodded and began to fully explain the gamer to Jean, who only had knowledge of the instant dungeons Harry had been using to train everyone. Meanwhile Harry read his new notification. Ding! Ding! You have consumed the Infinity Stone of the Soul. Now you have total and full control of the concept of the soul itself, allowing you to bend it to your will. Note, your title of Master of Death and connection to the conceptual entity known as Death has granted you the godly domain of the soul. This changes your title of Dragon God of Chaos to Dread Dragon God of Chaos. Note, all techniques, skills, and abilities with an affinity with the element of the soul now are 20 times more effective and are granted a piercing effect allowing for full damage of the target regardless of resistances or immunities. Harry widens his eyes. I gained another godly domain, Chaos and the Soul. The dread part of my title must represent my domain over the soul and death. My soul elemental abilities and spells were already overpowered, especially my Shinigami and Hollow abilities, but now I can freely manipulate the soul, with no restrictions either. I'm going to have to experiment a bit to find out exactly what I can do. Harry turned towards the girls who were telling Jean about all of his adventures as the gamer, and he couldn't help but smile. Well, it doesn't matter what powers I gain, as long as they allow me to protect them. I couldn't care less what they did. Harry and the group stayed in Italy for a few weeks enjoying the sights and the delicious food, but after a while, they decided to go to London and check it to see if there was any difference from the one in their world. After a couple of days, they had already checked most of London. They were disappointed to find out that the magical British community didn't exist in this world. Since wizards didn't exist, Diagon Alley didn't exist either, not even the Ministry or the Leaky Cauldron existed here. In its place was a very posh beer bar. But that discovery didn't stop them from enjoying their time in Harry's native country. They went sightseeing all over London. However, one day Harry felt an anomaly, a very powerful one, so letting the girls know that he was going to check it out and for them to keep having fun, Harry took off toward where he could pinpoint the anomaly. When he arrived, he was surprised to see Thor come out of a building carrying an unconscious female and looking very grim. He knew then that this was going to be a long day. Chapter 32. Thor's day was going like any other day, going into battle with comrades, appeasing the realms, and slaying enormous creatures, the usual everyday thing. So when Heimdall told him that he had lost sight of Jane, his loved one or girlfriend as the man of Earth called their intended one, so he panicked and rushed to the location she was last seen by Heimdall. This was on an abandoned building in the city of London, where Thor to his surprise found Jane's friend Darcy, who explained that Jane and she were investing a strange anomaly that seemed to originate from this abandoned building. So when Jane tried to take a closer look to what seems like a peculiar event where things suddenly vanished, to their surprise as Jane got closer she herself suddenly vanished. This concerned Thor, so he approached the area where Jane was last seen and was suddenly transported to another planet, but to him, that wasn't important at the moment. No, right now he was concerned about Jane being lost in this strange unknown world, so he immediately began to search around for Jane, and luckily he found her close by but unconscious. He gently picked her up in his arms and went back to where he came from. As he arrived, he prayed that they wouldn't be transported to some other world and then jumped into the anomaly that brought him here. Turns out that luck was on their side because they arrived back on Earth, but to his growing concern Jane wasn't responding yet and had this weird red energy around her that would suddenly flare for a few seconds before disappearing. Taking a rash decision, he decided to take her to Asgard where he was sure that she can get help, so he let Darcy know what he was doing and told her to steer clear of the anomaly. She responded that she was going back home and that to let her know when Jane was better. With that dealt with, he stepped outside where to his surprise, his powerful friend Harry Potter was apparently waiting for them. Curious about what he was doing here, Thor approached his friend. Harry watched Thor begin to approach him as soon as he noticed him standing just outside the abandoned building. However, Harry couldn't help to notice the frown on his friend's face and the unconscious lady in his arms whose energy felt weird. Thor reached his friend and tried to smile, but Harry knew that it was forced. My friend, what are you doing here? Harry noticed the worry in Thor's voice and turned to look at the woman in his arms. Realization hit him, and instantly knew that this woman was Jane Foster, otherwise Thor wouldn't be this worried. Harry turned to look at Thor. The girls and I were touring around London when I felt something wrong around the area, so I came to investigate, but I see I was too late. Is she okay? Thor genuinely smiled at his friend's concern. A lot of people feared and even hated Harry. He knew that well, since his own father wasn't really keen on Harry, but to the Avengers, friends, and the women who travel with him he was the kindest and most loyal friend you could ask for. Thor slightly nodded. To be honest, I don't know my friend. I found her like this a while ago, but she hasn't responded yet. Harry looked down at who he now was sure was Jane, only to raise an eyebrow when she suddenly opened her eyes. She would like it if you didn't speak like she wasn't here. Ugh. Thor's eyes widened as soon as he heard Jane's voice and gently lets her down. Jane. I'm glad you're okay. Jane grimaced a bit. Ow. Okay, I'm not at 100%, okay, but just enough. Thor, what are you doing here? You said that you would visit next weekend. Harry grinned when heard Thor call her Jane. He wiggled his eyebrows at Thor after he heard her mention that Thor was visiting often, which caused the mighty god of thunder to blush. Thor coughed to try and regain his composure. We don't know what happened, Jane. Heimdall just told me he lost sight of you, so I got worried and came to look for you and found Darcy here. She told me that you were investigating some anomaly but that you suddenly vanished. I checked the area where you were last seen and I ended up in some unknown world. I found you there unconscious. Harry raised an eyebrow when he heard that Jane was able to detect the anomaly he himself sensed, and to be honest he was impressed. Jane looked down and thought for a minute. I believe that there's some kind of cosmic convergence happening right now. And it's connecting Earth to all kinds of worlds at random. Darcy and I came to document and research the anomaly, but I was unexpectedly caught in one and was transported somewhere strange. I walked around for a bit until I found this weird red energy mass floating around. Jane scratched the back of her head in what Thor and Harry can only guess was embarrassment. My curiosity got the best of me and I touched it. I don't remember what happened next. She looked up to Thor and is that freaking Harry Potter, only to sweat drop when she noticed the quite impressive deadpan they were giving her. Thor continued to deadpan while Harry sighed while asking himself why were some people so crazy, and this was him saying that. Thor just shook his head. Well, alright, let's take you to Asgard and find out what's wrong. Jane's eyes sparkled in excitement at the prospect of visiting Asgard while Thor turned to look at Harry. You're invited to come as well. My friend, mother, or father might know more of what's going on. Harry grinned and nodded. Despite not getting along with Odin, he did quite like Asgard and couldn't say no to once again being able to see it. Do you want me to take you? Or are you asking Heimdall for a ride? Thor looked up in thought while Jane looked intrigued. She decided to ask something. You're Harry Potter, right? Harry turned towards Jane and grinned. That's right. It's nice to finally meet you, Jane Foster. Thor speaks highly of you to me and the other Avengers. Jane raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Thor, who was blushing a bit and looked away. Thor just glared a bit towards Harry, who just grinned at him. Just take us to Asgard already. Jane giggled at Thor while Harry chuckled and waved a hand. A dark corridor materialized behind him and Jane looked at it in curiosity. Harry just smiled and signaled them to go first, which they did, and once Harry himself stepped through, the dark corridor vanished, leaving a gaping Darcy who had watched everything happen from far away cool. After that, Darcy packed up and left with her boyfriend. She knew that Jane would be safe as long as she was around Thor and Harry Potter. The trio arrived at the Bifrost where Heimdall watched the dark corridor materialize and the trio stepped through. Jane was gushing at the seemingly easy teleportation and was already theorizing how it worked, while Harry waved at Heimdall, who just nodded at him. Thor, however, moved everyone along, which Harry understood since his friend must still be extremely worried for Jane, and even though she seemed fine at the moment as she gaped at everything she could see in Asgard, that mysterious red energy continued to flare occasionally. After a while, since Thor and Harry couldn't stop Jane from touring a bit, they finally arrived at the palace where Freya was already waiting for them with a soft smile on her face. Harry excitedly waved at her, which caused Freya to giggle at his silliness. While she stared at her son, he walked towards her while holding the hand of his intended loved one. Freya couldn't help but grin at how happy Thor seemed right now and at how nervous the mortal who she knew was named Jane seemed to be. The trio finally reached her and the first thing Freya said was, well, don't you two look happy and adorable holding hands? Harry grinned while Thor sputtered and Jane blushed bright red. Freya was having fun with this, but she knew something serious had happened, so she moved on. Heimdall, let me know what happened. Come, let's take Jane to the healing chambers and find out what's wrong. The trio nodded and followed Freya through the palace to the healing chambers, where as soon as they arrived, the healer there immediately began to scan Jane with everything they had to find out what exactly was wrong. After a while, the healers approached their queen, prince, and company to let them know what they found. My lady, we have the results. Freya nodded and the healer took that as a go on to continue. To be honest, we can't find anything wrong with Miss Jane, it is this energy that has bonded to her that is the issue. We don't know what it is, only that it has a cosmic energy signature and we can't seem to be able to remove it from her. Thor and Freya frowned while Harry narrowed his brows and thought, this sounds familiar, could it be? Suddenly Odin appeared, completely missing the fact that Harry was in the room because he immediately glared at Jane, causing her to shrink. Odin spoke up, what's a mortal doing in Asgard? Freya frowned, not liking the way Odin was acting right now. Thor spoke up, father, this is Jane Foster. I spoke about her to you before. She has some sort of red energy bonded to her when she accidentally got transported to some other world. For some reason I brought her here to get help. Odin frowned when he heard about the red energy and stared at Jane. The convergence. I see, so you got in contact with the ether. Thor, take her back to Earth and leave her there, she's going to die anyways, and if you try to take the ether from her she'll die even quicker. You shouldn't have brought her here, she'll bring nothing but destruction. Freya gasped and Thor narrowed his eyes at Odin, who looked like he didn't care, and turned around to leave, only to receive a backhand to the face which had him crashed harshly against the wall of the healing chambers. The healers gasped and ran away running. Odin coughed and suddenly spat out some teeth and blood. He shakily looked up at who dared attack him, only to flinch when he saw Harry's dragonic glowing eyes glaring at him. Thor and Freya stared at Odin and knew he deserved that backhand. Meanwhile, poor Jane was having a panic attack, but can anyone blame her? She just watched Odin, the All-Father, get backhanded so hard she felt the vibration of the impact in her bones. Harry was very angry at this moment. Odin must know that Thor loved Jane, so he can't believe what he just heard coming out of Odin's mouth. How could a father so callously say something like that to their son, knowing full well that it would be hurting them? Odin stared in fear at Harry. Those glowing eyes were staring at him with such anger that he was genuinely surprised that he didn't burst into flames. He tried to get up, but his body didn't respond. What one hit did this much damage? The All-Father gulped. Harry approached Odin and grabbed him by the hair and lifted him up, causing Odin to grunt in pain and Freya to gasp in worry. Even though she didn't like what Odin said, he was still her husband and she didn't like seeing him get hurt like this. But Thor gently grasped her shoulder to give her some comfort. Harry looked right into Odin's eyes. The way Odin spoke sounded like he knew what was going, so he decided to interrogate Odin. You will tell me everything you know about all of this right now, or I'll break each and every bone in your body one by one. Odin gulped and frantically nodded. Harry just threw him against the wall again and stepped back, his glare still pointed at Odin. Then speak. And Odin did so. Eons ago, my father clashed with an alien race of dark beings. They were aptly named the Dark Elves, but a dark elf named Malekith used the ether as a weapon and unleashed destruction upon the 9 realms. I don't know where the ether came from or how the Dark Elves were able to harness its power. I suspect they used their dark magic or technology to do so. I can't tell you much because after my father believed to have defeated them all, he had sealed the ether on a stone pillar, but this woman now has it and it's bonded to her. If the ether was released, then that might mean that there were surviving dark elves and they somehow were able to locate and release the ether. Harry continued to glare at Odin for a while. I see, so these dark elves might already be on the way here to get it back. I'm sure they already sensed the ether. Harry turned his gaze towards Thor, who nodded in understanding and rushed out to let Heimdall and the rest of the guards about a possible attack. Freya rushed to Odin and helped him sit up. Oh Odin, you really should watch your mouth. Odin just looked down, not wanting to look at the disappointment on the face of his wife. Jane meanwhile was scared. She understood what Odin was talking about, and from all that she got that she might die, so she spoke up. I should leave. If those dark elves are coming because of me, then I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me. Harry turned towards Jane. There's no need for that. I think I know what the ether really is. I have felt similar types of energy 3 other times, but don't worry, I can help you. Odin widened his eyes in shock. He didn't mention anything about the ether's true form, but it seems that Harry already knew, and he just said that he had felt this type of energy before, which would mean that Harry Potter had contact with some of the Infinity Stones, and that concerned Odin immensely. Meanwhile, Harry approached Jane, and as soon as he was close to her, he pointed a finger toward her chest a few inches away from her, and his eyes began to glow even brighter. Suddenly the ether flared out and began to gather in front of Harry's finger at a high speed. The red energy twisted itself in and began to glow. Soon enough the energy finished gathering on Harry's finger, and with a big shockwave that made everyone in the room but Harry flinch and cover their face for a few minutes until everything calmed down. Freya, Odin, and Jane took a look after everything had calmed down and stared at the small red gem lazily floating in front of Harry. Both Odin and Freya gaped, recognizing what the gem was. Harry grinned and took the gem into his hand, causing Odin and Freya to gasp in shock and fear, only to gape once again when nothing happened to Harry. Inwardly Odin was terrified. This boy is powerful enough to hold an infinity stone with his bare hand and not explode. By the realms. What kind of monster is he? Jane stared at Harry and was going to ask what that gem was, but suddenly Thor arrived. Thor just finished letting Heimdall and the palace guards about an imminent attack and rushed back to Jane only to be surprised to see his parents gaping at Harry and Jane about to ask a question. Thor approached Harry. Harry? What happened? Harry turned towards Thor and grinned. I just took the ether out of Jane. You're never going to guess what it really is. Thor raised an eyebrow. What is it? I must admit that I am curious as to what this strange energy could be. Harry opened his hand and Thor immediately recognized the small red gem on his hand. Harry, that's an infinity stone. Harry nodded. Yes, I wasn't sure at first, but while your father was being an asshole for no reason, I was able to sense the ether and I noticed that it had a similar signature as the other infinity stones I've found. Thor, who has already gotten used to the craziness that is Harry Potter, especially since he has been spending time with him and the Avengers in those fun instant dungeons of his, didn't even blink when Harry mentioned that he had found other infinity stones. I see. How many have you gotten? Harry looked up and thought for a second. Besides the space stone inside the Tesseract? 2 more. Thor nodded and both Freya and Jane looked confused and lost. Odin, though, didn't have any mental immunity to this level of craziness and couldn't help but to ask others. You have found other infinity stones? What did you do with them? Are they safe? Needless to say that Odin was having a panic attack. 1 infinity stone was bad enough. But 3 in total. And this boy just got another one right now. Harry glared at Odin, making him flinch back. Suddenly Harry grinned, and it was then that Thor knew that his friend was about to do something crazy, but he only sighed amusingly. He knew what his friend was going to do. Suddenly Harry chucked the red infinity stone into his mouth and with a loud crunch ate it. This one tastes like cherry. Cool. Odin held his chest in shock and he swore he was having a heart attack when he saw Harry eat a realms be damned infinity stone like it was a cheap piece of candy. Freya gaped but then noticed her husband's expression and couldn't help but giggle a bit, though she was a bit worried that he would really get a heart attack. Thor just shook his head and felt a bit bad for his father right now. He was in that position before after all. Jane just stared. She was confused as to what was going on and why Odin looked like he was a step away from a heart attack, but watching Harry eat that gem, say it tasted like a cherry-flavored candy, she began to crave for some cherry. Hey, that's my favorite flavor of candy, kinda want some right now too. Thor smiled at the woman he loves and made a mental note to get her some of this candy. She mentioned, perhaps Harry knows where I can get some. As all of this was going on, Harry decided to check the notification he received when he ate the infinity stone. Ding! Ding! You have consumed the infinity stone of reality, and now you have total and full control of the concept of reality itself, allowing you to bend it to your will. Note, you have obtained the element of reality. This element is special in the aspect that you don't get skills or spells from it, but rather, it acts as a support element, increasing power, speed, and effects of all obtained skills, spells, and abilities. Note, all special and extra effects of all spells, skills, and abilities now have a 100% success rate. Note, all transfigurations and configurations no longer need materials or energy to create, all you need is to will it into existence. Note, all illusions become real. Note, reality is now under your control. Whatever you wish can become reality. This grants the gamer the ability to create any skills, spells, and abilities the gamer wishes. Harry grinned as he read what he just obtained from the reality stone. This would help him a lot in the future. He has seen all kinds of interesting and useful spells, skills, and abilities during his journey, and now he can obtain them. He let out a chuckle. Take that, Suzuki. I have something better than the Sharingan. Ha ha ha. Suddenly the palace shook and Heimdall let everyone know through telepathy that Asgard was being invaded. Harry and Thor looked at each other. Thor spoke. Jane, stay here with Mother. Harry and I will take care of the Dark Elves. Jane nodded, but Harry spoke up. Hold on. Let me summon a friend to make sure you're all safe. Realize. Behind him Lilithman materialized. Harry turned around and smiled at his old friend Lilithman. It's nice to see you. Do me a favor and make sure Jane and Freya are safe. Lilithman nodded and smiled. Of course, Master, they'll be safe with me. I nodded while everyone gaped at the beautiful tall demonic lady that had appeared out of nowhere. Thor shook his head and recovered enough to run out of the room with Harry following close behind to face the Dark Elves. Odin was very afraid. He can sense the immense and dark power hiding beneath the beauty of this being before him and decided to not provoke her. Jane and Freya were just gushing and gossiping with the Demon Lord Digimon. They wanted to know who and what she was, something that Lilithman didn't mind talking about. She was very prideful of who she was and the power she holds. Thor and Harry reached outside and were welcome to the sight and sounds of battle. the palace guards and Thor's friends were fighting hard against the dark elves, but they were slowly being pushed back. Thankfully the palace guards had time to prepare thanks to the warning that their prince spread through the palace, otherwise they would have been caught with their pants down. Thor, who had been training with Harry and the Avengers in the instant dungeons, had become even more powerful and had learned better control over his electrokinesis. So shrouding himself in lightning, he jumped and landed right in the middle of the legion of dark elves with an explosion of lightning and thunder. Some of the closer dark elves were instantly turned into ash, the rest had suffered severe burns and were blasted off in all directions, where some of the palace guards finished them off with their spears. Thor, who was still shrouded in lightning, rose up and swung Mjolnir at a charging group of dark elves, and a blast of lightning flew from the hammer with a hum and crackle. The blast hit the dark elves, who didn't even have a chance to yell in pain before they were also turned into ash. Harry grinned watching his friend show off everything he had learned during their training, so he decided to show off a little too, and called upon his Keyblades. Both Oathkeeper and Oblivion answered their wielder's call, and as they appeared in flashes of light and darkness, they seemed to be vibrating and glowing in happiness at being called upon. Harry smiled at his partners and took off in a flash of darkness and light and appeared in front of the palace guards, who awed and gaped at the beautiful weapons that Harry was holding. Harry grinned and took off at full speed towards the dark elves. It didn't even take a second before he was in front of a dark elf who was suddenly hit side by Oblivion 5 times before Harry twirled on his toe and upper slashed the poor dark elf into the air. Thor saw the airborne dark elf and threw Mjolnir and hit the elf in the chest, killing him. As Thor called his hammer back, he was punching and kicking dark elves left and right. This was unfortunate for them since they were immediately electrocuted to death with each strike. Thor then caught his hammer and began to blast any dark elf unluckily enough to be on his way with electric enhance's hammer blow. As that was going on, Harry was dancing around the dark elves while striking them with his Keyblades. Suddenly he jumped up and charged energy into one of his Keyblade and suddenly swung Oathkeeper down. Meteor crash. The charged energy disperses and multiple meteors materialized from the energy and began to rain down on the dark elves. The meteors crushed them and then exploded upon contact, killing quite a few of the dark elves surrounding Harry. The dark elves saw that they were quickly being overwhelmed, and in an attempt to regain ground they all shot their weapons and magic at both Harry and Thor. However, their attacks failed to even hit Thor, his electric shroud protecting him. Meanwhile, as soon as Harry landed on the ground, he quickly swung his Keyblades, blocking and redirecting any attacks coming his way. Suddenly Harry dashes forward and disappeared in a blur. He began to appear and disappeared as he began to attack any elf close by with high-speed thrusts with Oblivion Sonic Blade. Thor, not wanting to be left behind by his friend, slammed Mjolnir onto the ground, causing a shockwave to be released upon impact. The dark elves were caught off guard and tried to regain their balance when suddenly lightning began to fall upon the still recovering elves, instantly turning them into ash and adding even more to Thor's kill count. Harry's attack ended and he was left standing in the middle of many dead dark elves. Suddenly he looked up and saw the ships they used to arrive in Asgard and decided to do something about them. He raised Oblivion up and pointed it at the ships as a blackish-purple energy began to gather at the tip. Lightless tempest from distant regions, stretch out thy tenebrous arms and lead my enemies to their eternal slumber. Black hole. An enormous black hole materialized right on top of the ships and began to draw them in. The black hole was so black that it seemed to be even eating the light. The ships didn't stand a chance and were eaten and destroyed by the dark elemental spell. Suddenly the black hole collapsed and exploded, sending dark energy raining down on the dark elves, who were instantly consumed by the dark energy. The palace guards, Thor's friends, Odin, who was watching from a tower, and the dark elf king Malekith gaped in awe and horror at the devastation brought about by Harry and Thor in a span of a few minutes. Malekith, who was standing behind the dark elves and watching everything going on, knew that there was no way to escape since his ships were destroyed, and with his army in shambles, he had no other choice but to keep fighting. But he didn't even get to take a step when Thor appeared above him out of nowhere and slammed Mjolnir right on top of his head with all of his strength. Malekith's head exploded like a watermelon. His body stood still for a few seconds before Thor Spartan kicked his headless body onto the ground with a frown. This was how Malekith's plot for revenge was stopped before it could even begin, eons of planning and plotting gone in a few minutes. Who knew that two extremely powerful beings existed in this era? Well, not the Dark Elves, that's for sure. Harry grinned when the Asgardians roared in victory and Thor raised Mjolnir into the air. As he roared in victory, he unleashed a thunderstorm into the sky, causing everyone to cheer even more in victory. After the battle, if it can even be called that, Thor called for a banquet which everyone was excited about. Apparently it was a tradition in Asgard to celebrate a victory with food. While the banquet was being prepared, Thor took Harry to meet with Loki. Harry wanted to be sure he was being punished, and so he was taken to his cell where Loki, who still had some bruises, was silently sitting on the floor. However, the moment he saw Harry, he stood up and pushed himself against the back wall in an effort to get away as far as he could from Harry. Harry grinned as he enjoyed Loki's reaction to him. Well, how's the god of mischief doing? Loki glared at the mocking coming from Harry, but he didn't dare to say anything. Harry just raised an eyebrow. Really? The silent treatment? Well, too bad. I need some answers from you. I want to know who gave you that staff and told you about the Tesseract. Harry had some suspicions that got worse when he found the time stone inside the Ancient One's amulet. He was already expecting to find another stone inside the staff, but that also meant that someone put an infinity stone inside the staff and willing gave it to Loki for some unknown reason, and that to Harry seemed very suspicious. Loki glared, but he knew he had no choice but to answer or he might get another beating again, and he didn't want to go through that ever again. His name is Thanos, the Mad Titan. I don't know much about him other than he's looking for something all over the universe and that he's extremely powerful. Of course there are rumors and hearsay about him. He's feared throughout the galaxy as a calamity and has a habit of eradicating half the population of any planet he sets foot on. Harry frowned. This was definitely bad news. Someone out there knew and was looking for the Infinity Stones, and it seems like Loki was unaware of what he was holding during the attack on New York. This Thanos will eventually show on Earth. Harry was sure that he had to have sensed the stones' power on Earth before he ate them, so it was a matter of time before he came for them. Harry turned towards Thor. We have to let everyone know. This Thanos sounds like bad news, plus I'm sure that he won't be coming alone either. Thor nodded. We're going to have up our training too. Harry nodded, but Loki spoke up. It won't matter. He can't be stopped. He can't be talked to. He is death. Harry stared at Loki for a bit until he created a portal in front of him and trusted his fist inside. Suddenly another portal appeared inside Loki's cell, right in front of his crotch, where suddenly Harry's fist came through, smashing Loki in the dick. Loki let out a scream of pain and then crumbled onto the ground with foam coming out his mouth. Thor winced and felt bad for his brother while Harry pulled his fist back from the portal, which vanished instantly afterward. Harry chuckled. He's death, hey? We shall see. Harry turned around and started to leave. Thor just stared at his brother as he twitched and groaned in pain, until he shook his head and left, following Harry out of the dungeons. The banquet started that night and it was amazing. Warriors of all sorts sat together to drink, eat, and exchange stories of their adventures. It was here that Thor introduced Harry to the Warriors 3 and Lady Sif. They were old friends of Thor and had gone with him on many adventures. Harry liked them and got along with them pretty well, though at first they were afraid of him since they had heard of what he had done to Odin, but they soon learned that Harry really was an easygoing guy. Many of the Asgardians wanted a closer look at his keyblades, something that Harry was always ready to show off, so he summoned them. Everyone present was in awe at the majestic and mystical look of both Oblivion and Oathkeeper. Those with magical senses like Odin and Freya could tell how powerful these weapons are. Thor smiled at how Harry was able to get along with the rowdy warriors of Asgard, and even though many of them thought that magic was for weaklings and nerds, he was glad to see that everyone was smart enough not to say anything like that in the presence of Harry. In reality, everyone had watched Harry summon a goddamn black hole with magic, so there was no way that they were going to antagonize him after that. Odin left soon after a while. It seems that he was still quite disturbed about everything he heard and saw, that he didn't want to deal with anything anymore. Freya took advantage of the banquet in order to interrogate Harry about his magic spells, which Harry was glad to do with a grin on his face. Odin suddenly felt a cold shiver down his spine, and for some reason he felt like not pissing his wife off. The banquet lasted until the next morning, and Harry left to go back to you girls with a smile on his face, having had a lot of fun in Asgard, but did take advantage of everyone being passed out drunk and drew all kinds of things on everyone's faces with a marker before leaving. Even Freya got some very detailed drawings of dragons on her face, but everyone took it as a funny prank and were showing off the drawings on their faces. Thor chuckled and shook his head, knowing that Harry liked to mess with people, but soon focused on Jane, who had also partied during the banquet and was now barely waking up. Lilithman had drank and flirted around with the warriors of Asgard, but she would always grin and then ignore them afterward, breaking a lot of hearts. Last night, she had left somewhere before 2 in the morning since she got bored after playing around for a while. Harry arrived back to his hotel room and was immediately tackled by the girls, with Hope standing at the top of the pile proudly. Harry of course just chuckled and went about telling them what happened and the fact that he eat another Infinity Stone. The girls were happy to hear that he had some fun and were already planning the next destination of their worldwide tour. Harry smiled and was already waiting for his next adventure coming his way. Chapter 33. Time continued to pass by as Harry and the girls continued their tour around the world, and after a lot of begging from Tony, Harry left Marinangement and Sakyaman back in the condo to take care of their home and protect Pepper. Tony wanted to scan and research these amazing life forms. Harry at first refused, but in the end, allowed this to happen, but made Tony promise not to abuse them in any way. Tony understood that to Harry, Marinangement and Sakyaman were more than friends. To him they were his family, so he agreed to respect them. Tony was just intrigued about them and only wanted to have some information about how Data could become a life form. Maybe with that information he could improve the quality of Ace or the robotic field, and so both Marine Angeman and Sakyaman began to live with Tony and Pepper. Marine Angeman took a liking to Pepper and began to go anywhere she went by digitizing inside Pepper's smartphone. Of course, Pepper loved this since this way she can spend more time with the cutie that is Marine Angeman. Sakyaman decided to become a maid for the condo and make sure everything was clean and in order, so to everyone's surprise, even Harry's she digivolve into Sakyaman maid mode. It was quite the sight watching a fox lady in a Japanese maid outfit that looked closer to a priestess robe cleaning and doing the laundry around the condo. Meanwhile, Tony, Bruce, and Maya made a breakthrough with the gel research and were able to finally replicate both the apple gels and orange gels. Soon it became standard for the Avengers and the X-Men to carry these gels on any mission they went on, just in case of emergencies, and Harry was so happy and proud of his friends that as a reward he gave something else to Tony, Bruce, and Maya to research. Harry gave them a life bottle and explained that it can both heal wounds and bring someone back to life with a limit of that. The body had to be somewhat intact and that it also had a time limit of an hour before the bottle wouldn't be able to bring someone back to life that had been dead longer than an hour. The trio of scientists were flabbergasted at this miracle concoction and immediately got to work on trying to replicate it. This could very well save the lives of many if they were able to make it available for any hospital to have. This once again could change the way the field of medicine works, and so they focused on the life bottle and gel research. Of course, Tony made sure he had time to upgrade his armor and spent time with Pepper as much as possible, something that made her extremely happy. After that, months passed by, and eventually, the day of the wedding between Pepper and Tony arrived and everyone that was friends with them was present. The Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D., the X-Men, and Harry plus the girls who had taken a break from their trip to be with their friends were happy to celebrate this day with Tony and Pepper. The wedding was amazing and the party even more spectacular. Everyone forgot about their jobs and responsibilities for this day and just went about having fun. During the festivities, Steve made mention that he wished someone he called Peggy Carter would be here to celebrate with him. Everyone just stared sadly at Steve, knowing how much he misses his sweetheart. Harry asked why wasn't she present since he was unaware of who she was, and Steve told him what had happened in the past and how he ended up in modern years. Harry closed his eyes and thought for a second, but he quickly decided to help his friend, so he told Steve to tell him where she was. Steve thought about releasing that information, but he knew he could trust Harry and decided to tell him. Harry nodded and disappeared from the party for an hour until he came back with a rejuvenated and excited Peggy Carter, who at the moment that she saw Steve and to his shock, jumped into his arms and kissed him deeply. Everyone whistled and cheered from them except Nick Fury, who was groaning and complaining about how much paperwork this was going to take and how the hell was he going to explain how one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. was de-aged. This was how Peggy Carter joined the Avengers, since not only did Harry rejuvenate her body with the Reality Stone but also gave her the Dragon Core skill, Perfect Control skill, and Magneto's skill orb that he obtained after taking the villain's power. This made it so Peggy wouldn't age anymore and had a way to protect herself, something that Steve was very thankful for. Though she had to spend a lot of time training with her new magnetic powers, but that was something Harry was happy to help her with. With the wedding and party being over and after Tony telling them that Pepper was pregnant, so to make sure to finish their tour soon, Harry and the girls left to finish up their worldwide tour, even if they missed a couple of countries. They wanted to be there for their friends when Pepper gave birth, and so they moved on to Japan, the last place they wanted to check out to see what the difference was between this one and the one in their world. They went everywhere, from Tokyo to Osaka, to Akihabara to Ueno, and finally reached Kyoto. They were disappointed to see that the yokai faction didn't exist here either, but they knew that the chances were very small for it to exist in this world, but they didn't let that ruin their trip and continued to tour all over Japan. Eventually, they decided to go back to Tony's condo, and once there, they met with Jarvis and he let them know that Tony had built a cabin up in the mountains to keep the media out of the lives of Pepper, him, and their child. Both Marine Angeman and maid Sakyaman also left with them. Jarvis told them the location and that Tony had prepared rooms for everyone there. This made everyone happy since it seems that Tony still wanted everyone to live with them. Even Jean and Hope smiled since they had decided to live with Harry now, since Scott was being insufferable even though they're not together anymore. So Harry and the girls went to Tony's cabin where Tony and Pepper were already waiting for them with smiles and open arms. After a few more months and settling down in the cabin, little Morgan Stark was born and she was received with smiles and hugs by everyone in the cabin. Harry healed Pepper right away so she could move around, but to her surprise, everyone took care of Morgan. The girls kept an eye on her, changed her, and even spent the night taking care of her when she would wake up during the night. Though Pepper knew that the Three Stooges, who were Harry, Tony, and Happy, would spoil Morgan rotten. She didn't like it, but she accepted it when she would watch the three boys play with her and buy her all kinds of toys and clothes. Morgan was going to grow very spoiled, but she knew that she would also be kind and smart if she grows up with examples like them. Though she feels sorry for the poor boy that tries to date her in the future, between having to deal with a dragon god and Iron Man, she wouldn't be surprised if Morgan died single. Of course, Hope was happy to have a little sister, and if you tried to say otherwise she will burn you alive, so everyone accepted the fact that Morgan now had an older sister that was an immensely powerful cosmic force. The Avengers and the X-Men fell in love with Morgan immediately. This in turn made Morgan the most powerful baby in the universe, since she had all of these obscenely powerful beings wrapped around her little finger. For some reason, this made Nick Fury very nervous, and pray to every god, and yes, even to Harry, that she would grow up to be a good girl. A year and some months soon passed by, and Harry and his friends were enjoying a relaxing day watching a Disney movie with a 1-year-old Morgan, since they were babysitting her because both Tony and Pepper were busy doing something for the Avengers Tower and the gel research, which had been a great success in further replicating their effects, now including the lemon gel and pineapple gel. Soon they wanted to proceed with more testing before releasing them to the public. This made Harry very proud of Tony, Bruce, and Maya for their success in replicating magical medicine with technology and science. While watching the movie, he suddenly got a phone call from Steve, who proceeded to calmly tell him about how Nick Fury was on his floor bleeding and dying, and the events of today that probably led to this. Harry just closed his eyes and got up. He gave a kiss to his girls and a hug to Hope and Morgan and left, promising to come back soon after having helped Steve and Nick Fury with some annoying traitor, and left via a dark corridor. He didn't even notice that he had kissed Jean when he was saying his goodbyes, nor how she stuttered and blushed bright red as he left. He was too focused on helping Steve with his current problems to notice, but Milim, Ereshkigal, Jessica, Few, and Hope noticed and started to tease her about it. Poor Jean couldn't even defend herself. She was too busy trying to recover from being caught off guard by Harry's kiss, though Hope was very happy that her first mommy and daddy were finally getting together. Morgan just clapped. It seems that watching Jean turn crimson red was entertaining to her 1-year-old mind. Before Steve calls Harry. Ever since the Battle of New York, Steve aka Captain America had been working for S.H.I.E.L.D., and now that Peggy was good as new thanks to Harry, she's been helping him and Natasha on their missions. It was during one of these missions, and while working with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s counterterrorism strike team, led by Agent Brock Rumlow, that they had to free hostages aboard a S.H.I.E.L.D. vessel taken by pirates that would be the cause of the events that soon would fall upon them, would cause another big change in the world. It was during the mission that Peggy and Steve found out that Natasha had another plan, which was to extract the data on the ship's computer. Natasha apologized to them and said that she was only able to say that it was a mission given to her by Nick Fury. Both understood and decided to confront the boss himself about it. So the couple went back to the Triskelion, which was the new headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., to speak with Nick. At first Nick Fury was reluctant to explain anything about this secret ops, but Peggy threatened to go and tell Harry about this and let him deal with it. Steve tried really hard not to laugh when he saw Nick Fury's one good eye twitch in both annoyance and fear. Nick really didn't want to deal with Harry, especially since the flying lizard had been making his life miserable all the time with his damn habit of taking naps in his dragon form anywhere in the world, making S.H.I.E.L.D. scramble to try and cover up any news of a giant dragon sleeping in random places. If you ask anyone else in S.H.I.E.L.D. about all of this, they would tell you that Harry has been nothing but a good and helpful member of the Avengers, always delivering famous terrorists and supervillains right on top of Nick Fury's desk. He really was making their job easier. So, not wanting to deal with that annoying magical dragonic bastard, Nick debriefed both Peggy and Steve about Project Insight, and explained how 3 helicarriers were going to be linked to spy satellites that were being designed to preemptively eliminate threats around the world. Both of them didn't like the idea but were willing to give it a try, and left for their little apartment where Peggy was busy teaching Steve all about modern life. However, Nick Fury was unable to decrypt the data that Natasha recovered, so Nick became suspicious about Insight and asked senior S.H.I.E.L.D.'s official and Secretary of Internal Affairs Alexander Pierce to delay the project, not knowing that Alexander was a traitor. After that was done, Nick left, and on his way to rendezvous with Maria Hill, Fury was ambushed by assailants led by an assassin called the Winter Soldier. However, he and Maria were able to escape and immediately went to Steve's and Peggy's apartment. Arriving at the couple's apartment and almost giving them a heart attack with his sudden arrival, Fury warns them that S.H.I.E.L.D. is compromised, but before he could say anything else, he is wounded by the Winter Soldier, who sniped him from somewhere, and he was barely able to hand Steve a flash drive containing the ship's data and collapsed into the ground. As Nick Fury lay on the floor in pain and dying, and with Maria leaving to get medical attention, Steve and Peggy looked at each other for a few seconds. Steve finally spoke up, "Call Harry." Peggy nodded and said, "Yes, call Harry." And so Steve did call Harry and explained what happened, and in no time Harry arrived and began to help. starting with summoning the King of Hell and chucking an agonizing Nick Fury into its mouth, and after being chewed and spit out into the ground fully healed, Nick just glared at a grinning Harry with all the hate he could muster from his position on the floor. Inwardly he was happy to have his missing eye back, but he'll never give Harry the satisfaction of receiving his thanks. Nick just sighed. Couldn't you just let me die? I could have finally found peace and not see your smug face ever again. Harry chuckled and helped Nick up. Sorry to tell you, Nick, but as the Master of Death, being dead would make it easier to mess with you, hee. Nick just glared at Harry. I fucking hate you, Potter. Harry just grinned and turned towards Steve and Peggy. Okay, so what's the plan? Both Peggy and Steve thought about it for a second, but Nick Fury spoke up before they could decide on their next move. We have to go after Alexander Pierce. He's a traitor and more than likely knows everything about what's going on. Go and meet with Natasha first, she'll know what to do. Meanwhile, I'll go into hiding. It's best that the enemy thinks they succeeded in killing me. Everyone nodded, and soon after Nick left with Maria, the trio then decided to go to the Triskelion to find Natasha and kidnap her so they could get to work. When they arrived, they found her on a computer playing some old-school video game. Not even wasting any time, Harry picked her up above his head, causing the poor redhead to squeak in surprise, and left running with both Steve and Peggy following close behind. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were working around didn't even blink at this. After all, Harry was well known to do this sort of thing all the time, so they were used to it. Once outside, Harry, Steve, and Peggy explained to Natasha what had happened. Natasha then decided to help them and took the data back. After a while, she was able to break through the safeguards and find out about a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. bunker in New Jersey and told everyone about it, who then decided to go there to investigate. Just to prank and annoy Harry for kidnapping her, she told them that they were driving there, something that Harry groaned about since it would be faster to teleport there, but Natasha didn't budge, and so they ended up taking the trip in a car. Harry slept the whole way while Natasha and Peggy had a girl talk about living with Steve, causing the captain to glare at a sleeping Harry for abandoning him like this. Soon enough they arrived at the secret bunker and broke inside. To their surprise, they found an old supercomputer in there, and after looking around for a while they decided to activate the supercomputer. To their shock, they found out that it contained the preserved consciousness, Armin Zola. Of course, both Steve and Peggy knew who Zola is, and they couldn't believe that he was here like this. Zola just chuckled and informed them that after being captured by Rogers during World War II, he was recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D., where he created a new, more altruistic Hydra that has operated within its ranks, sowing global chaos with the objective of making humanity surrender its freedom in exchange for security, using the Winter Soldier as their primary assassin. The quartet narrowed their eyes at the cocky consciousness of Zola, but then the bastard told them that they were too late to do anything to stop him and Hydra, and that they were all going to die here since the bunker was going to be bombed, and with that said he laughed and loudly said, "Hail Hydra!" However, Zola and Hydra weren't counting on Harry's involvement in all of this, since he had dropped from the radar after the supposed birth of Tony Stark's daughter. So Harry waved a hand and created a portal, which the missile flew through and disappeared, shocking Zola to his digital core. Harry turned around and maliciously grinned. "Well, now, let's get all that juicy information from inside your digital head, realize." Behind Harry, and to the surprise of his friends, a demonic spider-like being materialized. Harry turned towards it and patted it on his head. "Armageddon, do me a favor and digitize yourself into this old computer. Get me all information about Hydra and kill Zola while you're at it." Armageddon viciously grinned, which caused a shiver to travel down everyone's spine except Harry's. The demonic Digimon digitized and went into the supercomputer. It wasn't long before Zola began to scream bloody murder and beg for mercy until he just disappeared. Soon after, Armageddon materializes behind Harry again, who then brought out his smartphone. The demon Digimon pokes the smartphone with its claws and transfers all the data he could find in the supercomputer. Harry then turns towards his friends and grins, causing everyone just shook the head amusingly at him. Steve then speaks up. "So what's next?" "We confirmed that Pierce is a member of Hydra and that S.H.I.E.L.D. is very compromised. Harry sends the information to Tony so he could analyze it later." "That's easy, we go after Pierce and after any Hydra operative on the Triskelion." Everyone nodded and started to get ready. Thankfully, Harry had the habit of carrying a set of everyone's equipment in his inventory. Meanwhile, Steve called a friend for some extra backup, and once he explained everything to Sam Wilson, Sam decided to help him. So after getting ready and recalling Armageddon, who was taking a nap on the floor, the quartet left to confront Pierce, on top of Harry in his dragon form. Alexander Pierce was celebrating. He was sure that the missile he fired had killed all of his problems, and he stood up and looked outside the window of the biggest tower of the Triskelion. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself in victory. That chuckle soon turned into a gasp of horror when Harry fucking Potter in his dragon form appeared and glared at Pierce from the other side of the window. The Hydra operative gulped as he watched the dragon land outside and turned into a human and run inside the Triskelion along with Captain America, Peggy Carter, and the Black Widow. Suddenly he looked up and watched a man with mechanical wings land and run inside to catch up to the rest of the group. He didn't even get the chance to call for help when the building began to shake, so instead he sent the Winter Soldier to protect him. Meanwhile, inside the Triskelion, Harry's eyes were glowing as he began to tag anyone belonging to Hydra with the help of the gamer system who recognized Hydra as an enemy and highlighted anyone who was part of Hydra as an enemy. Harry hit them all with a spell that would make them glow red, and after that Steve, Peggy, Natasha, and Sam, who just arrived, began to take them down one by one. Soon enough the true SHIELD operatives understood that something big was going on and decided to help their allies take down anyone glowing red. Harry decided to go ahead to take care of Pierce, but was suddenly stopped when he was shot in the face by a machine gun. The bullets of course just bounced off, but Harry did stop to see who had dared to shoot him. To his surprise, it was the Winter Soldier who began to shoot Harry with a grenade launcher, but it wasn't doing anything to him. So Harry began to walk towards the Winter Soldier, who began to shoot Harry with everything he had, which wasn't even slow him down until Harry was right in front of him, and in one last-ditch effort to stop Harry, the Winter Soldier threw a punch with his metal arm towards Harry's face. Harry caught the punch and ripped the Winter Soldier's metal arm off and head-butted him hard, causing him to immediately be knocked out and drop to the ground unconscious. Harry turned towards Steve, who was bashing a Hydra operative with his shield repeatedly. "Hey Steve! Take care of this guy, we need to interrogate him later." Steve nodded and ran to cuff the Winter Soldier with a special set of cuffs created by both Tony and Harry. These cuffs seal any superpower that the one being cuffed possesses. These cuffs were a perfect example of how magic and technology can work perfectly together. Once the infamous Winter Soldier was taken care of, Harry went to meet with Pierce, who was sitting on his desk with a face that said that he was completely resigned to his fate. Harry blasted the door open and stepped inside Pierce's office and glared at him the moment he saw him sitting on his desk. Pierce turned his gaze towards Harry. "You know, I told Hydra to leave you alone. That it would be dangerous to mess around with you being present, but everyone wanted to push for Project Insight to be completed. They thought it would be enough to take care of you, but I knew better. I knew that if you were ever to be provoked, it would be the end of Hydra. I saw everything you did during the New York attack after all, and something deep inside me told me that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg." Harry didn't say anything and just continued to stare and let him go on with his rant, but no one listened. "They took Loki's staff and began Project Insight. But I thought we had a chance since you seemed to disappear for a while and I only had to deal with Nick Fury, Captain America, and Peggy Carter. I thought I had finished them all when I sent that missile to kill them. My mistake was not knowing you were there." Harry shook his head. "No, your mistake is thinking that my friends wouldn't call me or anyone else when they needed help. That was something that I beat into their heads. I'll always be there to lend a hand." Pierce nodded, and suddenly Nick Fury appeared out of nowhere, followed by Natasha and Peggy. It seems like Steve and Sam were helping the rest of the true SHIELD operatives clean up while the boss and Harry dealt with Pierce. Nick spoke up. "I might hate this lizard with wings," Harry chuckled, "but even I know that he's loyal to his friends and that it would be foolish to harm anyone he considers as such. Hydra's plans were doomed to fail the moment anyone Harry Potter cares about was targeted." Pierce looked down and just gave up. Natasha and Peggy arrested him and took him away. Harry turned towards Nick. "So what are you going to do now? SHIELD is still compromised." Nick turned his gaze towards Harry. "I'm sure you handed any data you found to Stark. Make sure he finds out who in SHIELD is part of Hydra and send it to me. I'll be cleaning house for a while once he does. Needless to say, that all future projects and missions will be put on hold until we can revise them all to make sure they weren't planned by Hydra. Unfortunately, SHIELD will be ceasing all functions until further notice." Harry nodded. "I see, so you are retiring for a while. Well, do keep in contact, old man, we might need your help in the future." Nick just rolled his eyes as if, "I can't leave all of you dumbasses unsupervised for too long, especially the big-ass fire-breathing lizard, but do me a favor and take Natasha, Clint, and Maria with you to the Avengers Tower. I don't want them to be easy pickings for anyone, and being with you and Stark will make sure they're safe." Harry chuckled but nodded as he began to leave the room. "Sure, you big softy." Nick took out his gun and unloaded the entire clip on Harry, but the bullets just bounced off of him as he stepped out of the room, his laughter echoing on his way out. Nick just grunted and put away his firearm. "Goddamn lizard." Nick might sound pissed, but the grin on his face showed how he really felt. And so Nick Fury disappeared while he began to clean house from the shadows. During the next few days, many government officials and politicians began to disappear or resigned, along with many SHIELD operatives who were later found to be traitors. Hydra began to be slowly destroyed from all sides, and soon enough no more heads would ever grow again. Before the start of the destruction of Hydra, Harry, Steve, Peggy, Natasha, and Sam took the Winter Soldier to an empty instant dungeon to interrogate him. However, things got complicated the moment they took off his mask and found out that the Winter Soldier was really their old friend Bucky Barnes. This shocked both Steve and Peggy, since they had believed him to have died back during the war, but soon began to talk to him, trying to make him recognize them or react in some way. They wanted to have answers from Bucky, but he wasn't reacting to them, almost like he had no memories or emotions left. This saddened the couple and they didn't know what else to do, but luckily for them Harry did, and the dragon god stepped forward, closed his eyes and placed a hand on Bucky's head. He then proceeded to go into his mind. Once in there, Harry was disgusted at what Hydra had done to the poor man: torture, conditioning, and experimentation. But that's not even the worst part. No, the worst part was the brainwashing and how they force Bucky to do so many unspeakable things, and to make things worse, Bucky himself remembers and is aware of everything he was forced to do. Among the many things he saw that Bucky was forced to do was the murder of Starks, Tony's parents. This made Harry very upset and sad, not towards Bucky of course, but at Hydra. He spent over 2 hours getting rid of the conditioning and brainwashing inside Bucky's mind and fixing everything they did to him. Once done, Harry stepped back and opened his eyes as Bucky slumped down and fell asleep. Harry looked down and glared at the ground. Everyone saw this and knew that things were very bad. Harry looked up and stared at everyone for a second before he began to speak. Bucky, he was found by Hydra unconscious and almost frozen to death. They took him to a secret Hydra/Nazi lab and proceeded to experiment on him. They tried to replicate how Steve got his enhanced abilities, and they were somewhat successful. Peggy gasped while Steve looked down and tightened his fist in anger. Both Natasha and Sam scowled in both worry and anger. Harry continued. Hydra successfully brainwashed and conditioned Bucky to become their perfect assassin/infiltration operative. They even cut off his arm and replaced it with that metal one I ripped off to make him more effective and deadly. But that's not the worst part. Bucky killed Howard and Maria Stark. Everyone gasped and couldn't believe what they just heard as Harry continued. Bucky had been forced to kill and kill during all these years, and despite all the brainwashing he remembers each and every person he assassinated. Bucky grunted and woke up. Yet I remember each and every face of everyone that I have killed. Steve and Peggy rushed forward to their friend. Steve spoke up. Bucky, how do you feel? Are you okay? Bucky grinned at his friend and Peggy. I'm okay now, better than okay, my head feels lighter and clearer. Steve, Peggy, you both look good for a pair of old people, hee hee. Both Steve and Peggy laughed at their friend's comment and hugged him for a bit before they stepped back and helped him up. Natasha however decided to speak. Steve, we have to tell Tony, we can't keep this from him. Steve frowned but nodded. Yeah, you're right, Harry did tell us not to keep secrets like these from the team. It's just, this is going to break his heart. Peggy nodded. Yes, but we'll be there for him, and if we explain everything to him I'm sure he'll understand. However, a voice from behind startled them. It makes me happy to know that all of you care about me this much, and I'm glad that Steve decided not to keep this a secret, so thanks guys. Everyone jumped up in surprise and turned around only to see Tony standing there with Harry and holding little Morgan in his arms. Steve spoke up after recovering from the unexpected fright. Tony, since when have you been standing there? Tony grinned and handed Morgan to Harry, who took her in his arms and began to tickle her belly, causing her to giggle. Since Bucky there complimented on how well preserved you and Peggy are. Harry went back to the cabin while you were talking with Bucky and explained everything. I am very angry, but not at Bucky but at Hydra, so I'll be taking my anger on them. I already started with the data Harry sent me. I've been going through it and getting all the names of everyone involved with those Nazi bastards. Soon Harry, Nick and I will be taking down each and every member of Hydra. Everyone widened their eyes and turned to stare at Harry, who was making little balls of multicolored lights dance around Morgan, who was giggling her heart out in fun. Tony grinned at his daughter and her favorite person, something he still thinks is unfair. How could his daughter prefer Harry and not her daddy? Tony then turned towards Bucky and stared at him, causing him to gulp. I think you and I are lucky. Harry let me talk to my parents a few months after the New York attack and I was able to find closure. I did ask them if they wanted to be brought back to life, but they said that they were enjoying their time in the afterlife. Something about death being a good hostess to all of her master's friends or something like that. But I think this whole situation would have gone in a completely different direction if Harry didn't help give me that closure. Everyone nodded and smiled as they turned to watch Harry continue to play with Morgan. They have always been thankful that he had arrived into their lives despite the insanity he seems to bring about often. This is how the Winter Soldier was able to finally find peace, and with the help of his friends, old and new, he will recover and move on with time. After that, Tony dedicated a lot of time hunting for information from the collected data given to him by Harry, to bring down any Hydra operative, base, and supporter and give it to both Nick and Harry, who worked hard to bring them down during the few past months' time that passed by, and soon Morgan was now over 2 years old and walking around causing devastation and chaos all over the place. Tony blamed Harry for that one. So today, when Tony was making sure they got everything Hydra finally destroyed, he found the location of a certain staff that he had been looking for a long time. So an excited Tony didn't waste any time and went looking for Harry. He wasn't surprised to find him playing with Morgan using magic to cause all her dolls and toys to dance around her. Of course, Morgan was loving it and Tony almost felt bad interrupting her fun, but he had to, and so he approached the duo. Morgan noticed her daddy and waved at him. Harry looked up and grinned at his friend as Tony stepped up to him and patted Morgan's head with a smile. Hey guys, are guys having fun? Morgan nodded excitedly. She was still learning to speak, so she was shy to do so, but she seems to be able to understand everything around her. This surprised everyone, but they soon accepted it as a quirk from her. Harry smiled at Morgan and picked her up. He began to walk with Tony. So what's up? You seem to be looking for me, Tony. Tony nodded as they walked into the living room, where they took a seat on the couch. A cleaning maid Sakyam stopped cleaning and picked up Morgan from Harry's arms so the men could speak in peace. Tony smiled at his waving daughter as maid Sakyam and her left the room and spoke up. Where are the girls? Harry looked up. There with the X-Men, something about training and then having a sleepover with all the girls. They even kidnapped Pepper. Tony chuckled. He was glad that the girls were always happy to drag Pepper to have some fun. He has noticed that his wife has been more relaxed and happy since becoming friends with Harry's girls, and was happy that Morgan always had someone super powerful taking care of her, and that made Pepper relax even more. I found the secret lab where Hydra keeps Loki's staff. Surprisingly, it's one of the last hiding places Hydra has. Harry grinned at Tony. Call the Avengers. Tony returned his grin. Yes. Let's call the Avengers. Poor Hydra, soon they'll have to face the newly trained and far more powerful Avengers, and one of the last places where they could hide will be destroyed. Chapter 34. In the Eastern European part of the country of Sokovia, explosions, screams of agony, and curses echoed all around the forested area surrounding one of the last Hydra facilities, which was commanded by Baron Wolfgang von Strucker, one of the major leaders and scientists working for Hydra. The reason for all that destruction and sounds of battle? Well, the Avengers dropped by for a visit, something that caught the Hydra specialists off guard. No one had expected the Avengers to have found these secret and hidden facilities, so when they dropped on them they were completely unprepared. After all, who wouldn't be caught off guard when a giant-ass dragon just drops from the sky roaring and breathing fire all over the place, while the Avengers jumped down his back and began what everyone could only call a massacre. This is how one of the last safe houses that Hydra had was being utterly destroyed. After Tony got the Avengers together, which now consisted of Captain America, Peggy Carter, Black Widow, the Hulk, Hawkeye, Iron Man, Thor, Jean Grey, and Harry, they immediately left for the location of Loki's staff in one of his state-of-the-art Quinjets after leaving the girls and hoped to babysit little Morgan. Once they arrived, Harry jumped out and took his dragon form. The Avengers follow right after and jumped on his back. Once everyone took their positions, Harry roared loudly, which released a shockwave that shook everyone from the force of it. And as he suddenly flew down at high speed, he aimed his landing right on top of a few Hydra energy tanks, crushing them. He then took a big breath and he unleashed a firestorm of holy white fire on every Hydra agent close by. Meanwhile, the Avengers jumped down and began their attack. Iron Man summoned his latest Iron Man armor, which was made of a special digitized metal, something he created with the help of his Digimon research, and thanks to Harry that was able to get him Chrome Digizoid, a special indestructible organic metal from the digital world, allowing him to create this amazing new armor. The metal and programming had allowed for a very flexible and indestructible Iron Man armor that can be digitized and be carried around in a smartphone as data, plus the armor grows stronger and harder as it takes hits. It also had the ability to grow any kind of weapons programmed into its data source out of its mass, allowing Tony the versatility of having any weapon for any kind of situation. It was a very impressive armor with its red, silver, and golden color. It certainly was something that brought fear and awe to the Hydra agents, especially since Iron Man took off into the air and began to blast anyone in his way with the cannons that grew out of his shoulders, while his hands turned into blades that he used to cut down the many gun turrets and energy cannons surrounding the Hydra facility. Harry had actually mentioned that the color theme of Tony's new armor remained his of Gallantman, a Digimon knight that Tony wanted to meet someday after listening to Harry tell him stories about the majestic knight. Thor shrouded himself in Mjolnir in lightning and began to bulldoze everything in his path. The agents unlucky enough to be close to him immediately burst into ash, while he slammed his hammer around, causing massive shockwaves made of lightning which killed and destroyed many of the Hydra agents that tried to regroup and attack back. The Hulk jumped down and clapped his hands right at a group of Hydra agents. A thunderous boom echoed around the area as a massive shockwave hit the Hydra agents, sending them flying and crashing all over the place while screaming. The Hulk grinned and jumped up. He began to slap out of the air any helicopters and drones coming to shoot him and his friends from the sky. It was thanks to Harry's training that the Hulk and Bruce Banner were able to come to an understanding, and now the Hulk had the intelligent Bruce helping him think things through while he was busy smashing his enemies. Their relationship became sort of like that of a Baijuyu and its Jinhyuriki, allowing the once wild and powerful Hulk to have the ability to be calm and more mindful of his surroundings. Peggy took off into the sky with her magnetic powers and began to pull away all of the Hydra's agents' weapons and crushed them into balls while Steve rushed forward and began to bash and kick mercilessly at the now weaponless enemies. Peggy took a while to learn how to control her new abilities, but thanks to Harry and Steve she was able to now use them easily. The part she loves the most about her new powers was the ability to fly, and she would often enough enjoy flying around New York to the amusement of her fiancé Steve. Steve received specialized training from Harry in martial arts. Harry taught the captain everything he knew about hand-to-hand combat, which helped the captain further improve his own acrobatic fighting style, though Harry was still in the process of teaching Steve how to access his ki to further increase his fighting capability, but as of now, the captain was having a bit of difficulty in learning these skills. Natasha and Clint got shinobi training from both Few and Harry, further increasing their skills and fighting capabilities, and with Harry and Tony making them all kinds of cool new toys, both ex-SHIELD agents were ready for anything, and it showed with Natasha rushing forward in a very impressive speed and using her new skills in taijutsu against the poor Hydra agents on her way, plus using her stunt gloves and kunai to take them down painfully. Looked like a very deadly and beautiful dance. Clint, besides receiving shinobi training, he also got a new modern bow made by Tony and charmed by Harry to be able to create elemental energy arrows when pulling on the string, something that Clint was having a lot of fun using. It was very entertaining to snipe his enemies with his new weapon, especially since he would use explosive fire arrows or shocking electric arrows to shoot inside the many bunkers around the area to destroy them. Jean was flying around and crushing the Hydra agents with telekinesis, turning them into tiny balls of flesh and torn clothes. She also began to rain down balls of cosmic fire upon the incoming armies of Hydra men trying to gain some ground from the Avengers, but all they got was being incinerated by the super hot cosmic fire and turned into ash. This new ability was a gift from the bond she has with Hope, and Harry had been helping her to learn how to control it. This was the organized chaos that was the Avengers, and even though everyone seemed to be busy or distracted, the truth was that they were always keeping an eye on everyone on the team. They were simultaneously covering each other's backs and protecting each other. They didn't even need to react to attacks from behind because they knew that someone always had it covered. This was the result of the training with Harry and challenging his instant dungeons. Having to face hordes of all kinds of beings and extremely powerful enemies taught them to always work as a team and to improve themselves constantly. The Avengers had become an extraordinary and powerful team of protectors thanks to Harry and the girls, and they would always be thankful for this. Tony flew around and saw an old castle where even more Hydra soldiers and agents were running out from. He guessed they were the backup, so he flew down intending to rain down energy shots at them when he suddenly crashed against some sort of barrier, causing him to scream out shit. Steve tried, he really did, but he couldn't help but say Tony. Language, he knew he messed up when he heard Harry laughing and Peggy say, "Oh. Steve." Steve groaned, I know. It just came out." Harry chuckled but decided to speak up to Tony. "Hey Tony. You okay? What happened?" Tony grunted a bit. "I just hit some kind of barrier." Natasha cut and looked around for an energy source. Something must be feeding energy to that barrier, she spoke up while throwing 3 kunai simultaneously at 3 Hydra agents aiming their rifles at her. All 3 of them fell down to the ground dying with a kunai impaled in their throats. Tony nodded to himself, already working on it. However, Harry appeared out of nowhere and slammed his tail at the barrier. The force of the hit was too much for the barrier, causing the machine powering it up to suddenly explode from the strain of the impact. The barrier flickered a bit and then disappeared. Tony just stared and sweat dropped at all of this happening from his location in the sky. "Or we can do that." "Thanks Harry. Going in. Everyone meet me in there. And for the love of God, let's watch our language." Harry grinned and chuckled before turning back into his human form and flew down to help his friends with the last vestiges of the once large army of Hydra agents and war machines. Steve groaned as he heard everyone chuckle or giggle at him. "Just go already." Tony laughed loudly as he flew down and crashed through the rooftop of the castle and began to take down every Hydra agent he found down there in the castle. Peggy giggled at Steve and patted his shoulder to console him. Inside the castle, being used as a research facility by Hydra, Baron Wolfgang von Strucker, who was the one in charge here, was panicking while he organized the small number of agents he had left to put away and take any research in the facility far away as possible from the Avengers. The Hydra agents were trying to concentrate on their current jobs, but the explosions and screams were getting to them as most of them were shaking in fear. Suddenly a Hydra agent asked the Baron something very important, something that might help them. "Baron sir? Why don't you send those mutants that you enhanced? I'm sure they can at least slow the Avengers down a little." Baron looked down in thought and suddenly pressed a button which opened a secret wall. Inside there were 2 heavily enhanced cells, and inside of them were 2 teens. One was a male with silver hair and a cocky grin. He seemed to be standing still but would suddenly blur and appear elsewhere within the cell. The other teen was a girl who has crimson red hair. she was glaring at everyone, her hair and her hands would flare with odd red energy periodically. The Baron approached the cell and spoke to the two teens. This is your chance to finally face and kill the man who murdered your father in cold blood. The two stopped what they were doing and stared at the Baron the moment he mentioned their father's murderer. The redhead spoke up. Harry Potter is here? Right now. The Baron nodded. Yes, but he's not alone, the Avengers are here with him and they are massively more powerful than our data could calculate. We don't understand where this improvement in skill and power came from, but do you think you can take them on? The redhead looked down while the silver-haired guy grinned. Sure we can. We were already powerful, but with your enhancements, I'm sure we can take down that overgrown lizard. The redhead turned her gaze to her brother, who noticed and smiled at her in response. The redhead closed her eyes and nodded. The Baron nodded back and pressed another button which opened the cells, allowing the teens to step out. The redhead nodded to her brother and he disappeared in a blur a moment later. Meanwhile, she herself calmly walked out of the room while the Baron watched her for a second and then turned to speak to his men. Hurry. Delete everything and pack away everything that you can. We're leaving as fast as we can. The Hydra agents responded with a loud "Hail Hydra!" and began to get back to work, not knowing that Jarvis had already broken through and had already made a copy of the data in the Hydra server, completely making the Baron's efforts to keep any information from leaking to the Avengers utterly useless. Outside, everyone was finishing up the remaining Hydra agents that still tried to fight them, but soon enough some of them began to surrender themselves to avoid death, since they finally began to understand that the Avengers weren't going to be showing any mercy toward them. They really should have expected this. To begin with, most of the members of the Avengers had a lot of pent-up anger towards them. Steve, Peggy, Tony, and Harry were among the ones who instantly and aggressively took down every Hydra agent in their path. Many would be surprised about Captain America being this aggressive, but his closest friends knew why. After all, Hydra was responsible for him almost losing Peggy to old age after having spent decades frozen alive, and for what they had done to his friend Bucky. Peggy was angry because they had corrupted the shield that she and her friends tried so hard to create. Hydra had practically taken away everything she ever loved: Steve, her close friend Howard Stark, and shield, and she wasn't ever going to forgive them for that. Tony lost his parents to Hydra, and even though he found closure thanks to Harry, he however still had a lot of anger to vent, and Hydra was the perfect target for that anger. Harry, though, was disgusted at everything that Hydra had done over the years, and if there was one thing he really hates were people with an elitist agenda like the Nazis and Hydra were all about. It reminded him too much of the pure blood agenda back in his world. And that automatically made Hydra his enemy. So as he was finishing up a group of Hydra agents by drowning them inside a giant orb of water and then flash freezing said orb plus the agents inside, he then dropped the frozen orb with the frozen agents against the ground, causing both to shatter into many little pieces when he suddenly felt a hit on the back of his head. He turned around and saw a young male teen holding his broken hand against his chest while glaring and grimacing in pain. Harry tilted his head in confusion. Did you just hit me? The silver-haired glared at Harry. Tch. Bastard. Harry raised an eyebrow when the boy disappeared in a blur, and even though he could see him clearly and follow him easily with his eyes, he didn't pursue him yet. Instead, he opted to let everyone know via telepathy about what just happened. Everyone be careful, there's a male enhanced or a mutant in the area, he's a speedster. Everyone responded with an affirmative, but Jean frowned as she was reminded of a mutant speedster she knows and decided to speak up. A speedster? Harry, does he have silver hair? Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, as a matter of fact, he does. Jean sighed. That's Pietro Maximoff. He's a mutant, and as you no doubt saw, he has super speed, but if he's here that means his sister, Wanda Maximoff, is also close by. She's a mutant too, but her mutation is weird, it's almost like magic, and the professor and Hank weren't able to make sense of it. She's a redhead, so watch out for her, everyone. Everyone responded once again with an affirmative except Harry, who at that moment was effortlessly holding an orb of an odd type of red energy in his hand. He stared at the girl who had just tried to shoot him in the face with it. No need, Jean. I'm staring directly at her right now. Everyone, focus on clean up, leave the mutants to me. Everyone nodded with a smile and got to work, knowing that Harry can handle himself. Meanwhile, Harry crushed the orb of red energy with his fist. I'm just going to say this once, give up and surrender yourselves, I won't have to hurt you if you do. Wanda glared at him. So you show us mercy? Where was that mercy when you killed our father? Harry narrowed his eyes in confusion at what the redhead was talking about when suddenly felt someone approach him from behind, and so he slightly shifted his body to the left, making Pietro miss the punch he threw toward Harry's kidney and making him lose his balance in the process, while Harry lightly shoves him forward, causing him to trip and fall to the ground, where he bounced a couple of times because of the speed he was moving in. After bouncing one more time, he landed right at his sister's feet. Pietro, are you okay? Pietro slowly got up and nodded. Yeah, but the bastard seems to be able to see me move sis. Wanda frowned and thought he can see Pietro move. How? That should be impossible. Are the rumors of his powers real? Hydra had kept information about Harry from both Pietro and Wanda in an attempt to prevent them from getting cold feet and running away before even fighting him, but even then Wanda was able to eavesdrop on many of the Hydra agents' complaints in fear and hate about how ridiculously powerful Harry Potter is. She was already aware that he was powerful, he had to be, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill their father. It was the reason they joined Hydra, since they had promised to enhance their mutation even further, but now she was beginning to understand that those enhancements might not be enough. Suddenly Harry snapped his fingers and Wanda could only watch as some sort of barrier formed around a large area around them. Harry suddenly spoke up, "I don't know what your problem is, but if it's a fight you want, I'll gladly give it to you." Wanda and Pietro narrowed their eyes in anger and frustration, both turned their gazes at each other and nodded. Pietro once again disappeared in a blur while Wanda opened her arms wide as her energy flared up. Multiple balls of that strange red energy began to form, and once they were done doing so, with a wave of her arms the orbs suddenly shot off at high speed towards Harry. Harry just raised his hand and began to slap away the orbs of red energy. Pietro was running around Harry as fast as he could, waiting for an opening, but to his shock, he noticed that Harry's eyes were looking straight at him, and easily following him as he ran. Pietro began to sweat nervously but refused to cower, so as Wanda continued her barrage of energy balls he began to assault Harry with kicks, since they were stronger than his hands and less likely to break. However, Harry was easily dodging Pietro's attacks while still slapping Wanda's energy balls away from him. Harry suddenly grinned and decided to try using a technique he had always wanted to have, and thanks to his new powers over reality he now had the chance to obtain it. So as Pietro tried to once again attack Harry's back, he was caught off guard when suddenly golden chains made of some sort of golden energy shoot off Harry's back at a high speed and wrap him up tightly. Wanda had to stop her barrage when she saw her brother get captured by those strange glowing energy chains. TCH. Pietro, what are you doing? Get those chains off you. Pietro tried to move and vibrate to escape the energy chains, but to his shock, he couldn't use his powers anymore, and to make things worse, in response to his movements the chains only tightened around him even more, causing him to grunt, "Arg. I can't use my powers. Sis, we weren't ready for him. You have to run away. Get away." Wanda turned to glare at Harry, who was only quietly watching her. "We can't escape. He raised some kind of barrier around us, but don't worry, I'll break you free from those chains." She began to charge energy on the palm of her hands but suddenly stopped when Harry spoke up. "It's useless. These chains are a secret technique from a friend's family bloodline. They're indestructible, plus they have the ability to drain energy, seal powers and abilities." Harry grinned at her as he checked the notification for his new technique. Ding! Ding! With your power over reality you were able to replicate a new technique. Congratulations! Note: titles, races, and abilities might change the nature of the new technique. You have obtained the skill Adamantine Sealing Chains. Harry mentally clicked on the new skill to check its effects and information. Name: Adamantine Sealing Chains. This is a sealing technique that is characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. Users produce chains made out of their own chakra, which typically emerges from their torso. Users control the chains as they extend outwards from their body, most commonly to wrap around targets and restrain them. The chains are extremely durable, enough that even the nine-tailed fox Kurama would struggle to destroy them. Note: thanks to the gamer's power over reality, the adamantine sealing chains now seal any superpower, ability, or skill the target might possess, instead of just chakra techniques. Note: thanks to you gamer's power over the soul, the target's soul can now be ripped off of their bodies with the adamantine sealing chains. Note: thanks to gamer's skill, universal energy, the adamantine sealing chains can now drain any kind of energy from the target and use it to grow in both power and durability. Note: due to both the nature of the adamantine sealing chains and the gamer's titles, this technique can now hold, affect, and weaken dragons and even gods. Harry nodded to himself. He was proud he was able to obtain this technique and that it had even evolved further because of him. He promised to himself that when he goes and visits Naruto and his family, he will pass down this technique to one of his children, since it was part of the legacy of the Uzumaki clan after all, and it should really be with an Uzumaki too. Wanda glared and spread her arms, releasing all of the gathered energy. The energy grabbed hold of everything that was closed by. Boulders were lifted, trees were ripped off the ground, and even the destroyed tanks and debris present all around the area were lifted high above the redhead by the strange red energy. Harry looked up and stared at all the things being lifted into the air. It didn't take a genius to figure out that she was planning to bombard him with all of that. Wanda was physically struggling to hold this much weight and this many objects in the air, but she was fully intending to drop them on Harry to at least force him to release her brother or at least cause some damage. Harry on his part just closed his eyes and waved an arm. A wave of pure black darkness shoots out his arm and it easily disintegrated all of the objects, shocking Wanda at the ease he dealt with her plan of attack. She was about to try another attack when another set of chains suddenly break through the grounds and wrap around her tightly. Immediately she felt her powers disappear and her energy drop at a frightening speed, causing her to slump in both defeat and fatigue. Harry just shook his head. He snapped his fingers and the barrier broke down. He then began to communicate telepathically. "Guys, I captured the mutants. Can someone come here and bring 2 sets of cuffs?" Jean responded, "I'll be there in a second, Harry." Harry mentally nodded to her, knowing that she would see it. While he waited, he decided to ask how everyone was doing. "How's everything going, everyone?" Thor, who was flying above the trees, "The skies are free, my friend, and from up here I can see that there are no more enemy reinforcements on the way." Clint looked around as he tied up another Hydra agent that had surrendered to him and watched Natasha begin to tie up the few ones who were lying on the ground unconscious. He then decided to report, "Clint here, Natasha and I are about finished with the cleaning. We have a few that surrendered and unconscious ones to take with us. I'm sure we can get some good information out of them." The Hulk had transformed back into Bruce and was already on his way to where Jarvis had parked the Quinjet. "The Hulk and I are done for the day, guys. I'm on my way to the Quinjet to rest and get dressed." Steve had just slammed his shield on the head of Baron Wolfgang von Strucker, knocking him unconscious while he was wrapped by a bunch of metal rods courtesy of Peggy, who was flying around and wrapping the few surviving Hydra agents they had found inside the castle. Steve responded, "The castle is clear. We have the Baron captured and ready for transport. The agents we found in here were in the process of deleting and taking everything they could." Thankfully Jarvis seemed to be able to copy everything in their servers, way before they started. Harry mentally nodded to everyone. "Great job, everyone. Tony, what's your situation?" Tony was looking around a secret room he had found and was shocked to see that Hydra had collected quite a lot of alien technology from the attack on New York, but as he walked around he finally found what they were looking for. "I have eyes on the staff." Hydra seemed to have been very busy. It seems like they had been working on artificial intelligence and the crazy bastards used the staff. "Harry, we have to check to make sure they didn't release some kind of homicidal AI on the web." Harry narrowed his eyes. "TCH. God damn it. Okay, I'll have some of my Digimon friends go on the web to find it and destroy it after tonight's party. You know that the girls and Pepper have been looking forward to it." Tony chuckled. "Yeah, those girls of yours sure like a good party. By the way, thank you for letting Sakiaman babysit Morgan. She's been a lifesaver for me and Pepper." Harry grinned. "You're welcome, but make sure you and Pepper let her know you appreciate her job." Who knew she would take her job as a maid so seriously? It got to the point that she digivolved into an alternate mega form I wasn't aware of, hahaha. Everyone chuckled about the odd fox Digimon. All of them have watched at some point how diligent the fox Digimon was around Tony's cabin and at babysitting Morgan. This was the reason both Tony and Pepper could work in peace, knowing that their daughter was being taken care of. Having had a good chuckle, Tony put on his armor and grabbed the staff. "All right, everyone, finish with the cleanup and meet up with Bruce at the Quinjet." Everyone responded with a yes and spent the next few hours apprehending the small number of Hydra agents, while Harry left via dark corridor after Jean arrived and cuffed Wanda and Pietro, to the Avengers Towers to put the 2 mutant teens inside a special cell created by Harry, Tony, and Bruce for superpowered prisoners. It had the same effect as the special cuffs in that once inside and the cell activated, anyone inside not registered by the Avengers would lose their power as long as they stay inside, and the fact that Harry had charmed the cell to be indestructible, there's no way to escape them once someone found themselves inside. As Harry arrived inside the cell and activated it from inside thanks to Jarvis, he harshly slammed the teens into the ground, causing them to grunt and growl in pain. "You will both stay in here until I'm ready to speak with you. I don't know what your problem with me is, nor do I care, but both of you willingly joined Hydra. I'll make sure you tell me everything you know." With that said, Harry left the cell via a dark corridor, leaving the siblings inside stewing in their anger. Pietro decided to speak. "Damn, he was playing with us the whole time. I broke my hand just punching his head and my attacks didn't do anything. I was vibrating my kick as fast as I could and I didn't even touch him." Pietro in his anger punched the cell wall. "Wanda just sat on the floor. We knew he was powerful. He did kill father rather easily, but to think that he was this strong, maybe the rumors about him are true." Pietro turned to look at his sister. "What rumors, sis?" "All I've heard was that he was absurdly powerful, but nothing like this." Wanda turned towards her brother. "Before Hydra was found out and systematically destroyed in S.H.I.E.L.D., many of the agents had heard rumors about how the Avengers and the X-Men had at least once called him a dragon god. Most Hydra agents didn't take these rumors seriously, but Alexander Pierce did believe it and had warned Hydra to stay off his radar." Pietro raised an eyebrow. He hadn't paid any attention to what the rumor mill was in Hydra, but what his sister was telling was very unbelievable. Dragon god? Is it because he can transform into a giant dragon? Wanda shook her head. That's only one of the reasons. His ability to heal almost anything, the many powers he seems to possess are too many to count, and the fact that he has been seen to able to bring the dead back to life. Pietro stood up. What? Bring the dead back to life? How is that possible? It has to be a lie. Wanda shook her head. Many Hydra agents bore witness to that ability when he brought an agent by the name of Philip J. Coulson back to life sometime after the New York attack. It was kept as a high-level secret, and Coulson himself is deep undercover, working for some very important missions for S.H.I.E.L.D., or at least that's what I heard. Hydra only knows about this because Nick Fury reported it to Pierce back then. Now only the Avengers know that he's alive. Pietro looked down and glared at the floor. We didn't stand a chance at all. Wanda just sadly looked down in silence. Meanwhile, back with the Avengers, after a few more hours they had finally finished cleaning up and were ready to leave. Harry, however, had one more thing to do, so he took off flying, and once he was above the castle that served as one of the last of Hydra's research facilities, he began to gather massive amounts of energy into his hand. Suddenly he rose his open palm above his head and a giant orb of energy formed above his palm. With a cold look in his eyes, he dropped his arm and the giant orb of energy dropped at high speeds right on top of the castle, exploding on contact and completely destroying it. Luckily the Avengers were already airborne and far away from the explosion, but from the distance, they watched the destruction brought about by their friend. They were in awe at the power once again displayed by Harry. It seems that every time they're close to getting used to all he can do, he just goes and does something like this to remind them that beneath that playful and caring demeanor hides a very powerful dragon god. One they promise to themselves never betray or piss off, because there's nothing in this world that could protect them from his wrath. The Avengers were certainly glad that Harry is their friend and that he was a good person. Once Harry destroyed the facility, he took off flying with a smile on his face, excited about the party later tonight. The night promises to be a fun one after all. Meanwhile, Death was excited. Her beloved master will soon consume the Mind Stone, and because of that, her master will be foiling the plans of a foolish and ignorant purple-colored monkey, who has been nothing but an annoyance to her. This mortal ape has been increasing her workload for years now, and because of all the extra work she had to take care of, she hadn't had the time to watch her master's adventures as much as she would like, but thankfully her master has been unknowingly destroying the foolish plan of that annoying purple-colored monkey. Soon the monkey will foolishly confront her master when he dares show his face on Earth, and her beloved master will make sure to make him pay. Death actually giggled, and if any other conceptual being would have heard her, it would have left running scared. Death is not a being that giggles often, but when she does, it usually means that someone is about to have a bad day. Death, however, was busy watching her master now and thinking about what wonderful gift she should get for him once he destroys the being known as Thanos. Chapter 35. After resting a bit from their little confrontation against Hydra and leaving the captured Hydra agents to Maria Hill to take care of, the Avengers and Harry were finally ready to party to celebrate the success of the mission and a couple of other things. Many of the people who work and personally know the Avengers were curious about what exactly were they celebrating, since nothing was ever specified by them. Only the Avengers themselves and their closest friends knew, but if you were to ask one of them, they would tell you that they were celebrating the many good things that had happened to them during these few years since the New York attack. Among those things were the imminent destruction of Hydra and its allies, the birth of Morgan, the little girl who had the hearts of all the Avengers, the reunion of Peggy and Steve, and the recovery of Bucky, who had become a good friend with everyone and now was sporting a new prosthetic arm made by Harry and Tony, a new arm created from chrome digizoid and programmed to be able to turn into all kinds of weapons. Bucky himself, after spending some weeks resting and coming to terms with everything that had happened to him, decided to eventually join the Avengers, and along with Sam, who also received a chrome digizoid upgrade to his mechanized wings and equipment, were quickly accepted into the Avengers. Right at this moment, they were busy with training under Harry's supervision in the instant dungeons, and soon enough they'll be ready to join their new teammates and friends on missions. But for tonight they were invited to party with their friends, and after Tony, Pepper, Harry, and the girls made sure that Morgan was asleep and under the care of Sakyaman and Hope, Harry and the group left feeling ready and free to party to their heart's content. The night started with stories and drinking, while Natasha decided to play bartender, and to the surprise of everyone, she proved to be very good at mixing drinks. Who knew she had this talent? Eventually, as the night progressed, everyone started dancing and competing with drinks. Surprisingly, Milim drank both Tony and Thor right under the table, and the mighty Thor and Tony passed out after trying to drink more than the Demon Lord was capable of. To their shame, they were soundly beaten. Milim was laughing hard at them in victory as Jessica woke them up and purified their body to get rid of their drunken state, but there was nothing Jessica could do to heal their beaten pride, so they sulked together for a while to the amusement of everyone. Fu spent her time regaling a bunch of old veterans with stories about her shinobi career. The veterans were surprisingly accepting of her and her stories and even share some war stories with the cheerful shinobi. Jean spent her time drinking and having fun with everyone, and eventually she started to do little shows of telekinetic tricks to the amusement of everyone at the party. It was a surprise to her that she was able to enjoy this night like this, and since she never had the chance to relax and have fun in this manner before, so she was enjoying it to the fullest. Lately, she has been feeling a sense of security and confidence that she hasn't felt before. Not even in the mansion back with the X-Men has she ever felt so free. She was very happy that everyone she has met so far was accepting of her and her abilities. She expected someone to give her problems for being a mutant, but no one had confronted her so far. Being with the Avengers let her felt like she finally belonged somewhere, and she was loving every minute of it. Ereshkigal was having fun learning how to mix drinks with Natasha. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to let her cook, and even the Hulk was wary of facing the abominations that the food she cooks could become, but amazingly she seemed to do okay with drink mixing, though everyone kept a close eye on her just in case one of her drinks tried to murder someone. At some point, Thor and Tony began to brag about their special ladies, which was entertaining to everyone, until Harry showed up and told them quite proudly that all his girlfriends were capable of destroying the planet. All the men in the party glared at the smug dragon god, who felt that he had won this battle by a large margin. Eventually, the night carried on and many of the invited guests left to go home. However, the Avengers, Harry, the girls, and their friends were the only ones left still drinking and talking happily. At some point between having fun and playing around, everyone began to try to lift Thor's hammer to see if they were worthy of the power of Thor. It all started with Tony, who had asked Thor about it since he was curious about how all of that worked. He had seen Harry and the girls use magic before, but this seemed different. So if I lift this, then I'll be the future king of Asgard, right? Pepper chuckled. Her husband's silliness never failed to bring a smile or a chuckle to her, while Thor grinned and said, "Sure, if you can lift it, that is." Tony nodded with a grin, grabbed the handle of Mjolnir, and pulled as hard he could, but the hammer didn't even budge an inch. Tony soon enough let go and tried to regain his breath from the strain of trying to lift the hammer. Suddenly he lifted his arms and the arm and hand part of his armor materialized. He then tried to use the propulsion of his armored arms and hands to lift the hammer, but still nothing. At some point, Tony and Rhodes tried to lift the hammer together to the amusement of everyone watching, but they also failed. Next was Bruce, whose arm turned into the Hulk's and tried to lift the hammer, but to his amusement and the Hulk's growls inside his head, Mjolnir didn't budge either. Milim tried next, but Mjolnir actually moved away from her before she could even touch it. Everyone gaped at the hammer while Milim pouted and tried to grab it again, but once again the hammer moved away and was actually shaking a bit now. Thor just sat there gaping at his trusty weapon in surprise, since it had never done something like that before. Harry chuckled and grabbed Milim's hand and gently pulled her away. "Come on, Milim, don't bully the poor hammer." Milim looked down in defeat and depression as she was being pulled back to the couch. "Stupid hammer. I was just going to swing it around a bit and maybe see if I can smash a scale off you." Harry's sweat dropped the moment he noticed a sinister gleam appear in every woman's eyes in the room. They all turned to stare at poor Mjolnir with an intensity that he was surprised that the hammer didn't melt. The women didn't wait any longer and decided to take turns to try and lift Mjolnir. The chance of hopefully obtaining one of Harry's scales was temptation enough for them to give lifting Mjolnir a try. The first one to go was Pepper. Tony just raised an eyebrow at her, causing her to blush and grin at him in responding to his non-spoken question. Though the hammer refused to budge for her too, Tony had to console his disappointed wife after failing to lift Mjolnir. Fu tried next, but even with Senjutsu and with the help of Kome, the hammer refused to move for her, leaving her pouting, but was quickly cheered up when Harry patted her head with a smile. Jessica was next, and she tried to boost her physical attributes as much as she could with mana, but that didn't work either, so with a heavy sigh she gave up. Harry just gave her a smile, causing her to grin at him in return when she noticed. Ereshkigal tried next, but Mjolnir moved away from her too, leaving her gaping in shock. She actually fell to the ground on her hands and knees while a black aura of depression surrounded her. Harry just chuckled and went to pick up the depressed goddess off the ground. Jean stepped up next and tried to use all of her telekinetic power to try to lift Mjolnir. The power she was letting off was so much that everything in the room began to float except of course Mjolnir, which didn't even budge an inch for her either. Jean just sighed and sadly sat back down, but smiled when she noticed Harry giving her a thumbs up. Peggy tried next, and she tried to use her powers over magnetism to lift the hammer, but Mjolnir seemed completely immune to her powers and refused to move her. "Steve, please try to lift it. For me, please." Here Peggy tried the dreaded puppy eye technique, something she picked up from Milim when she saw her give Harry the same eyes and watched the mighty dragon god fold like wet paper. Steve tried to fight such a terrifying technique and all the men in the room were silently cheering for him, but eventually, he succumbed to the effects of Peggy's puppy eyes technique and eventually agreed to try. Thor was watching all of this unfold in amusement and was enjoying the mighty struggles of his friends, so as he watched Steve step up and grab hold of Mjolnir he was confident that he would fail too. But to his shock Mjolnir actually budged a bit and he started to sweat nervously. Luckily no one noticed. Oh wait, Harry did. If that smug face he was giving Thor was any indication, he was never going to let him live it down. Steve tried to lift it and even though he felt some slack he couldn't lift Mjolnir all the way, so he gave up and gave Peggy an apologetic smile which Peggy returned with one of her own. Having had a little scared and not wanting to risk it further, Thor decided to put a stop to this and picked up Mjolnir. Nice try everyone, but as we can all see, none of you are worthy. To his surprise everyone booed him, but he took it as a funny joke and just laughed loudly to the amusement of everyone. While all of this was happening, Jarvis was going through all the data collected from the Hydra research facility. Marine Angeman was keeping him company inside the server, and as Jarvis was busy separating and compiling all of the data, Marine Angeman was flying and playing around behind him. Suddenly both of them stopped what they were doing when they sensed something trying to break through the firewalls of the Avengers Tower's servers. Jarvis's his data form, which looks like an orb made of ones and zeros, created a screen window to see who was trying to break through the security created by Tony. Both Jarvis and Marine Angeman stare at the odd clump of data that was absorbing any piece of trash data it could grab and grow strong enough to try and break through as it continues to attack the defense of the servers. Jarvis turned towards Marine Angeman. Can you hold it off? I need to let Mr. Stark know about this. Marine Angeman happily nodded and rushed outside to meet and confront this odd digital entity while Jarvis hurried and left to warn Tony of what was going on. Meanwhile, as this was going on, the Avengers were busy drinking and having fun. Tony was talking with Rhodes to convince him to join the Avengers when suddenly he was cut off by his trusty AI. Sir, we have a strange situation currently going on. Everyone in the room stopped and started to listen to the conversation between the AI and Tony. Jarvis wasn't the type of person to interrupt Tony unless it was very important, and the fact that he chose to do this right now means something very serious is going on. Tony's eyes narrowed in concern. What's going on, Jarvis? Jarvis suddenly opens a screen of hard light holograms so everyone can watch everything that was going. Marine Angeman and I were in the server room compiling and organizing the data that you and the Avengers found in the Hydra facility. However, we suddenly detected an attack towards the servers. A strange digital organism is currently trying to break through the safeguard. I don't know why and what it's looking for, but I opted to let you know while Marine Angeman is holding this entity back. Pepper grew worried. She was very fond of the little pixie-like Digimon and it had already become a dear friend to her. Is Marine Angeman going to be okay? Harry smiled when he heard the worry and care in Pepper's voice and decided to alleviate her worries. She'll be fine. She might not look it, but she is a mega-level Digimon. That in itself means that she's more powerful than all the Avengers here except me and the girls, of course, but since she grows stronger as I grow strong myself, she's already is above God level. Everyone nodded in understanding. Sure, it was hard to imagine such a small and cute creature being capable of fighting gods, but this was Harry they were talking about and they knew that everything about him made no sense. On the screen, everyone could see and hear everything that the odd clump of data and Marine Angeman were saying. Ultron had been trying to break through the Avengers servers. He was sure that he could find everything he needed for his plan to eradicate humanity in there, but breaking through was proving difficult. So he opted to absorb the pockets of data found all over the place to grow in power. For a second he was finally making some progress, but suddenly a small pink and odd-looking creature appeared before him and actually slapped him off the firewall he was trying to break through. Ultron was both irritated and perplexed. This odd creature was actually able to touch him when he was nothing but digital data, but the fact that he couldn't get any data or information on the creature was enough to worry him even further. What are you? Marine Angeman actually glared at Ultron, which surprised the Avengers and Pepper, who had only seen the small pixie Digimon smile and giggle, but the surprises didn't end there because Marine Angeman actually spoke in a squeaky voice, something that no one had heard her do before, except Harry. Of course you're not welcome here. I don't know what you are or what you want, but there's something about you that annoys me. Leave. Ultron was surprised but then began to laugh loudly when he understood that the being before him was a digital life form like himself. How interesting. A digital life form that can actually feel emotions like me. And I thought I was the only one, but why protect these humans? Why defend those responsible for so much chaos and destruction? Without the Avengers there wouldn't be so much conflict. Join me, sister. Together we can push humanity to evolve and grow. We can create a world where only the worthy and the strong have the right to exist. Marine Angeman raises one of her tiny brows. You gross. Don't call me sister, and all of that sounds boring and stupid. Everyone and everything has the right to exist. This is something I and the rest of my Digimon friends learned from our friend Harry. There's no way I'll ever join something so evil and heartless as you. Not even the digital demon lords would join you, and they're a bunch of bullies. Harry chuckled. Sure, the digital demon lords that were his friends were a bit mean and scary looking, but deep inside they were a bunch of softies that just want to be left alone. Ultron just stared at the small digital life form in anger, and with a roar, he lashed out, but Marine Angeman easily dodged Ultron's attack and attacked back. Hydro water. A blast of pressurized water hit Ultron right in the middle of his mass and sent him flying back. The Avengers gaped at the power and skill displayed by the little Digimon, while Pepper was cheering loudly for her friend. Harry suddenly got up and walked towards the hard light screen while holding his smartphone in his hand, which began to glow in a soft rainbow-colored light. Let's give Marine Angeman some backup. Harry suddenly raised his arm towards the screen and pointed his smartphone into the hard light hologram. The gamer system then used the smartphone as an interface to directly summon Digimon into the net. A beam of rainbow-colored light suddenly shoots out of the smartphone and hits the screen. The Avengers watched all of this intently, curious about who Harry would summon next. They knew why Harry was sending reinforcements. Marine Angeman might be very powerful, but she was a healer first and not a frontline attacker. Ultron growled. That odd attack had actually hurt, and he couldn't understand why. He was Data after all, so how was it possible to hurt him and cause him damage like this? He got up and began to rapidly absorb more data to grow stronger and heal any damage he might have received. Marine Angeman continued to glare at this horrid creature before her, but suddenly she detected some very familiar energy signatures heading her way, and a smug smile began to form on her face. Ultron saw that smile, and for some reason, he began to feel nervous, which in itself was a surprise to him. It seems that his absorbing more data wasn't only increasing his power, but it was starting to make his intellect as an AI grow. Suddenly 2 balls of energy fell from above, one blue and the other orange. Soon the balls of energy began to morph and 2 new Digimon emerged from the light. Marine Angeman was happy to see her old friends again. Wargreymon. Metalguruman. Hiya. Both mega-level Digimon turned their head and grinned. They were happy to see their always happy friend Marine Angeman. Wargreymon raised an armored claw. Hey Marine Angeman. How you've been? Marine Angeman excitedly floated up to her friend's face and began to tell him about everything she had seen in this world and about her new friend Pepper. Metalguruman just chuckled. His friend's antics always brought him some amusement. While Ultron glared in anger and hate, even though his sensors were telling him to be careful, he himself didn't understand why exactly he should be, so in his moment of anger he lashed out. Don't ignore me. Tentacles of corrupted data shot out of Ultron and whipped towards the trio of Digimon. Marine Angeman and Metalguruman immediately reacted and flew up to avoid the attack, but Wargreymon instead wiped his claws around and began to cut off the whips. Metalguruman, now that he was high above Ultron, began his counter-attack Ice Wolf Claw. Multiple missiles shoot off the mega-level Digimon and directly hit Ultron, where they exploded on contact. Ultron was for a second frozen solid, but was able to break free and shoot more whips of corrupt data at Metalguruman, who was too fast for Ultron to actually hit. Wargreymon didn't waste any time and flew towards Ultron and began to spin himself like a tornado. Great tornado. The attack hit Ultron in the middle of his mass and actually pierced him all the way through, causing the insane AI to scream in pain. Ultron didn't like the fact that he was feeling this much pain. He was utterly confused as to why he was actually able to feel pain and be damaged. What were these creatures that made them able to actually hurt a mass of data? But right now that wasn't important. No, right now he had to fight to save this planet. It was this corrupt wish that made Ultron begin to absorb dangerous amounts of data. The Digimon who were watching this going on could only frown in concern. They knew if they allow Ultron to continue absorbing more data, he could become a threat. Metalguruman stared intently towards Ultron and, not wanting to let him continue with whatever he was planning, began to formulate a plan. We're going to have to constantly barrage him with attacks. If we let him continue to absorb data like that, he'll actually pose a threat not just to us but to the rest of this world as well. Both Wargreymon and Marine Angeman nodded in agreement and got ready. Metalguruman took off at high speed and let out an attack toward Ultron. Freezing breath. The frigid breath attack from Metalguruman struck Ultron and began to rapidly freeze him. This time though, Metalguruman didn't let up the attack and continued to freeze Ultron so he couldn't move. Marine Angeman then decided to support Metalguruman with an attack of her own funny smile. And so she spun around, struck a cute pose, and smiled. Suddenly multiple love hearts began to fire and strike Ultron while he was unable to move. Both Metalguruman and Wargreymon began to feel empowered by their small friend's attack, which had the special effect of powering her allies. While Metalguruman continued to freeze Ultron to prevent him from moving and Marine Angeman was attacking him to both weaken him and power up her friends, Wargreymon floated up high above them and rose his arms high above his head and began to gather massive amounts of energy. A giant mass of orange plasma began to form above Wargreymon. Ultron could only watch all of this unfold since he was unable to move, and once he heard the one called Wargreymon yell Gaia Force, and fire the giant mass of plasma at him, he knew that his end was fast approaching. As he saw the orb approach him, he couldn't help to think about what would have happened if he was able to get the data he needed. Would he have been able to get a perfect body? Would he have been able to defeat the Avengers? And would he have been able to push humanity to the next step in evolution? And as the giant orb of orange plasma finally hit him and consumed him in a massive explosion of energy, the last thing he felt was disappointment in how things ended up. Too bad for this evil AI. If Harry wasn't present in this world, he might have gotten the chance to fulfill his deranged plans, but now, not even a speck of data was left of the evil AI once known as Ultron. As the Avengers watched the Digimon celebrate their victory, they couldn't help but wonder where this AI came from, but it seems that both Harry and Tony had an idea, and so Tony decided to speak up. More than likely that AI named Ultron was created and released by Hydra during our attack on their facilities. The Avengers turned to look at Tony, but it was Harry that continued to explain. Tony found out about it from the data Jarvis collected from their facility servers, and he let me know. I was going to send Digimon to the net to have them look and destroy it, but it seems like he made their job easier by showing up here. The Avengers accepted Harry's words. They knew Harry would have swiftly taken care of it, so they weren't worried about that. Tony continued, but it seems like there was something important for that AI in the data we found, otherwise Ultron wouldn't have shown himself here like that, and even though he was incredibly arrogant to think he would get away with it, he wouldn't have risked trying to get into our servers like that without a good reason. Everyone nodded, but to their surprise, Milim spoke up. But what if both Jarvis and Marine Angeman weren't inside the servers at that time? He seemed capable enough to break through the firewalls. It was only because Marine Angeman was there to stop him that he failed to break through. Everyone turned towards Milim. Despite her cheerful and carefree attitude, they knew that she was actually a very powerful and old being, and so she had a lot of experience backing her up. They couldn't just ignore what she had just said right now. Jarvis spoke up. Miss Milim is correct. If Marine Angeman and I weren't in the server organizing the data, then more than likely Ultron would have succeeded in breaking through, and we wouldn't have known until it was too late. Harry nodded. So we were lucky. He turned towards Tony and gave him a look. Tony nodded to Harry and said, okay, so first thing in the morning I'll be upgrading all firewalls and safety protocols for our servers. This won't happen again. Harry nodded, but then spoke up a question. I wonder what he was looking for. Marine Angeman suddenly appeared in a burst of light while both Wargreymon and Metalguruman just went back to Harry's gamer system. Marine Angeman flew towards Pepper's head and landed on top where she lay there smiling. I think I know what he was looking for. Everyone was once again surprised to hear her speak in that high squeaky voice, but they still listened to her. While Jarvis was working on the data, we saw some files with information of an international criminal and underground black market arms dealer by the name of Ulysses Claue. This guy apparently has possession of a rare metal alloy called vibranium, and he has large quantities of it too. Something like that could be used for many things, among them, creating an extremely powerful body where a digital life form could comfortably exist in, which is within the possibilities of reasons Ultron wanted access to this data. Tony and Steve suddenly got up in shock and worry, and no one could blame them. The Avengers were fully aware that the captain's shield was made of vibranium and that Tony's father was the one to have found such valuable metal alloy and used it to create Captain America's shield, but for this reason, they were also aware how extremely dangerous this metal alloy was in the wrong hands. Jarvis took a moment to check over the files and data to confirm Marine Angeman's theory. Miss Marine Angeman is correct, sir. The applications of this rare metal alloy do point towards it being the goal of Ultron. Harry closed his eyes. Well, looks like we have our next mission. Tony, find out everything you can about this arms dealer and where he is. We need to get that vibranium away from him as soon as possible. Tony nodded and left to get to work on that right away. Pepper followed him from behind while Marine Angeman was still taking a ride on her head, smiling the whole way. Harry then turned towards the Avengers. Everyone, you are all on standby, so rest up but be ready to be called at any minute. As soon as Tony finds the information we need, we will attack. The Avengers nodded and left to rest and get ready for the incoming mission while Milim, Ereshkigal, Jessica, and Few went back home. They had training to do early in the morning. Jean left with them to spend time with Hope and keep an eye on Morgan while everyone else was busy. Both Tony and Pepper will be busy for a while too, so she might as well be the designated babysitter for the day. Meanwhile, Harry turned towards Maria Hill, who stayed behind to receive her new orders. Harry nodded to her and spoke. Maria, can you get all the information you can find about those 2 mutants we captured today? Jean told me they were siblings, but when they fought me they mentioned something about me killing their father. I want to know what they're talking about. Maria nodded. I think I know who they were talking about, but let me make sure and I'll let you know tomorrow. Harry nodded and Maria left to get started with her new assignment. Harry turned towards one of the many giant windows in the Avengers Tower and stared into the night city view of New York. I'm going to have heal a lot of hangovers tomorrow morning. Harry chuckled to himself at the image of all his friends waking up hungover in the morning. Suddenly he pulled Loki's staff from his inventory. Early that day Harry had told his friends what the staff possibly held, and the Avengers decided that Harry should have it. they trusted him with it and they knew that it was for the best that Harry consumed what was probably within the staff. So deciding to get it over with, Harry grabbed the top part of the staff and crushed it with his hand. He then opened his hand and watched as a small yellow gemstone shined for a bit before settling down on the palm of his hand. Without even thinking about it twice, he chucked it into his mouth and ate it with a loud crunch. Banana? Hee hee. Harry smiled when the familiar notification window appeared in front of him. Ding! Ding! You have consumed the Infinity Stone of the Mind and now you have total and full control of the concept of the mind itself, allowing you to bend it to your will. Note, all psychic skills, abilities, and techniques have increased in power by times 20. Note, all psychic skills, abilities, and techniques have a piercing effect now. This makes them unblockable and allows them to do full damage regardless of the target's immunities and resistances. Note, thanks to your new powers over the mind, your skill occlumency has evolved. Now instead of just being able to block mental attacks, now it makes it so your mind is completely and utterly immune to any type of mental attack. Note, thanks to your new powers over the mind, both telepathy and mind reading are no longer restricted by distance and are unblockable. Harry nodded in satisfaction and then mentally closed the notification window. He continued to stare out the window for a few minutes until he got tired and decided to go to sleep. After all, things were going to get busy soon. Morning soon arrived, and once Harry had cured the hungovers from the zombie-like Avengers, everyone got back to work. They all knew that things were going to be busy, but they wanted to get things done as soon as possible, so they had a lot to prepare for. After doing his morning routine and Harry had finished his breakfast, he went to spend some time with the girls, Hope and Morgan. He trained with the girls for most of the morning since they all had challenged him and tried to take him down. Harry had fun dodging and blocking everything they threw at him. Inwardly he was glad to see that they had improved a lot during all the time they spent in this dimension and that their teamwork was above everything else. He had been taken by surprise quite a few times during the spar and was even punched in the face once when Jessica and Ereshkigal were able to trap him and prevented him from moving. Milim, taking advantage of that opening, punched Harry as hard as she could muster and sent him flying and crashing into a wall. Fu tried to continue their combo with one of her new wind-style ninjutsu, but to her shock, Harry substituted himself with Milim, causing her to receive the attack for him. Fu gaped at having attacked poor Milim with her wind jutsu that she didn't even notice Harry appear behind her and kicked her to the side of her body, sending her flying. Next he punted a still recovering Milim into the air. Both Jessica and Ereshkigal tried to turn around and hide to plan or at least buy some time, but Harry took them down too fast for them to react, knocking them unconscious. After an hour the girls finally woke up. It seems like Harry had carried them into their rooms and healed them, so they all got up and went to look for him. Soon enough they found him with Hope in Morgan's room. He seemed to be having some kind of tea party that Hope organized. He sat on one of the small chairs with Morgan on his lap while Hope was giving fake tea and cake to both of them. The girls couldn't help but stare at him just sitting there pretending to eat and enjoy some very delicious fake tea and cake in amusement. Jean appeared out of nowhere and signaled them to go to her, which the girls did. Jean smiled and began to tell them how Harry ended up playing with the girls like that. He's been playing with them for more than half an hour. He was sitting in the living room watching TV with Morgan when Hope and I arrived, and Hope immediately dragged both of them to play tea party. The girls chuckled. Those two little girls had the dragon god wrapped around their little fingers so tightly that even they couldn't compete with them. So the girls decided to leave them and go back to training. This time though they dragged poor Jean to their crazy training regime. A few hours later, after Harry finished playing with his daughter and Morgan, he went back to the Avengers Tower to get to work. As soon as he arrived he was intercepted by Maria Hill. "Hey Harry, so I got that information you wanted, so walk with me. I'm sure you were planning to confront the mutant siblings today." Harry nodded and followed her. The moment she started to walk away, Maria started to give him her report as they walked. "Pietro and Wanda Maximoff, they're actually twins and were members of the Brotherhood of Mutants that you took down. Honestly, they were very lucky they weren't with them when they decided to foolishly attack you. That's the only reason they were able to escape from losing their powers and being arrested like the rest of the Brotherhood. I had my suspicions, but I didn't want to say anything until I was able to confirm it. Both of them are children of Eric Magnus Lane Share aka Magneto." Harry turned his gaze towards Maria. "I see. So that's why they were trying to kill me and willingly joined Hydra, stupid kids." Maria nodded. She understood Harry's annoyance in this situation. These two teens willingly joined Hydra in the hopes of getting powerful enough to take him down. This was both a stupid and very dangerous decision, but these kids had easily made the decision to do that just for revenge. Soon enough Maria and Harry arrived at where they kept the special cells inside the Avengers Tower. In there they found the two teens sitting on the floor in the middle of their cell. Maria nodded to Harry, who nodded back. He opened the cell and walked inside. Once he was inside, the door closed behind him while both teens turned and immediately glared at him the moment they saw him. Harry glared right back. "All right, let's have a little talk." The twins continued to glare at him but got up to their feet. They didn't want to talk to the murderer of their father, but they knew that they really didn't have a choice at the moment, so they got ready to deal with this as fast as they can. Chapter 36. Harry glared. These two teens were hardcore criminals, and since they were part of the Brotherhood he was sure they had a crime list as big as his tail, but he still wanted to listen to what they had to say. He did kill their father after all. "All right, let's have a little talk." The twins, however, continued to glare but got up to their feet. They didn't want to talk to the murderer of their father, but they knew that they really didn't have a choice at the moment, so they got ready to deal with this as fast as possible. Harry watched them and noticed their attitude right away. He rolled his eyes in response to their angst sigh. "Look, you both should be aware how much an asshole your father was. The day he attacked me I was in a park with my daughter and Jean Grey, and he didn't care about hurting any civilians around us while he was hurling everything made with metal at us." The twins frowned. They knew their father was sometimes unhinged, but this seemed a bit much. Meanwhile, Harry continued on. "I didn't mind he was trying to kill me. He wasn't the first one to try and definitely won't be the last, but what really annoyed me was that he didn't care about the fact that I was in a park full of families and children. When I saw that he was going to start lifting buildings full of innocent people, I chose to stop him permanently." Both Pietro and Wanda were inwardly shocked. They had heard about how their father was killed, but it seems that in their anger they ignored the rest of the details, but hearing how close he was to so callously killing so many people did bother them quite a bit. Harry stared at the twins for a minute. He wanted them to process all of that before he continued on. "People like your father who think they're superior to the rest of humanity tend to see the rest of the world as disposable pawns, and they never change. They will never give up, and eventually they'll sacrifice everything for their goals, including their family. Somewhere deep down you both should have known this already." The twins knew that what Harry was saying was true. They knew how their father operated and his ideals, and of course, they knew that he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the Brotherhood or them if it meant building his utopia. They both knew that, but as they both looked down to hide the pain present in their face from Harry, the only thing they could admit to themselves was that they hated that he was right. Harry just closed his eyes. "I have mentioned this to X-Men and the Avengers before. I'm not a hero, and I'm not going to pretend to be one either." Both Pietro and Wanda looked up to Harry. "I'm a dragon, a god, a monster, a father, a boyfriend, and a friend, and I will do anything I can do to protect those I care about, even if it means burning an entire world to ash. Luckily for everyone in the world I don't feel like I have to do that, but that doesn't mean I won't rip anyone to shreds if I find them to be a threat. I'm not a being that gives second chance to people with darkness in their hearts without a good reason. I didn't kill the Brotherhood and just took their powers because they were pushed by humanity to become villains, but that doesn't mean they should have done all those crimes either. That's also the same reason I didn't kill both of you either." The twin gulped at being reminded of how close to death they were. Harry ignored their reactions and continued on. "You're not bad kids. You just made some very stupid decisions in anger. I can understand why you made that choice, but I still can't let both of you go unpunished. Hydra was a very dangerous organization, and they were utterly heartless to everyone, including their allies. Both of you have no idea how lucky you are that you were more useful alive than dead, otherwise they would have already dissected you just to get your powers." Pietro and Wanda's bodies slumped in both realization and depression. Harry smiled. "It was a good thing that I was the only one you attacked. If you would have attacked my friends or civilians just to hurt me, I would have skinned you alive, but instead I decided that both of will be joining the Avengers. Try and do some good, show the world that mutants aren't as bad as they believe. Jean is an Avenger now, and the X-Men already started working with us, so the public is slowly accepting mutants more and more." Both Pietro and Wanda stared in shock. They couldn't believe that Harry was giving them a second chance. "Wanda decided to speak. "You would give us a second chance? How can you trust us?" Harry gave Wanda a smile. "Well, as I said, you're good kids. You just made some bad decisions, and I can trust you because I know there's nothing you could ever do to hurt me and my friends. Besides, the alternative is me taking your powers away and sending you to prison." Both twins frowned and looked down, lost in thought. Harry just grinned and began to walk towards the cell's door. "Think about the offer for a while. Meanwhile, stay here and rest." With that said, Harry stepped out of the cell, while the door closed behind him. The twins, however, stayed looking down, thinking about everything they just heard from Harry. They could understand and accept everything he just told them, but can they really work with the man that killed their father? Even though he apparently had a good reason to do so. Wanda looked up and began to speak. "Sigh, looks like we have a lot to think about, Pietro." Pietro just quietly nodded to his sister's comment. As Harry stepped out and walked away from the cell, Maria followed him closely. "Are you sure that it's a good idea for them to join the Avengers?" Harry nodded to Maria. "Yes, we need more mutants willing to show the world that there are some out there willing to fight for it, and besides I did kill their father, and even though he was an uncaring asshole he was still their father, so I can understand why they choose to do what they did for revenge. Maria thought about all of this silently for a minute. Okay, I'll make sure they have everything ready for them to start training and working. Should I put them with Sam and Bucky? Harry turned his head and gave Maria a smile. Thank you, and that's a great idea. Those two just joined, so having the twins with them will help them a lot. Now that I think about it, Tony was saying something about looking for more people to join the Avengers, so you might want to talk about him about that too. He mentioned something about a spiderling or something with a lot of potential that he was interested in having join the Avengers. Maria nodded and made a note to speak with Tony about this recruitment effort of his, and after walking together for a while they eventually separated as they each headed in different directions. A few months passed by, and while Tony was still busy trying to find Ulysses Claw, the Avengers and their new members continued to train and improve themselves. The twins had decided a week after they talked to Harry, that they were going to join the Avengers. It took them a while, but in the end they agreed that their father's demise was brought about by his own arrogance and decided to move on. They also wanted to keep their powers and not go to jail too, but this was left unsaid and no one ever mentioned it. It came as a shock for both Wanda and Pietro how the Avengers trained under the supervision of Harry, and the sheer variety of situations and enemies that were possible to fight against with the help of Harry's instant dungeons. They finally understood why Harry was so confident that they couldn't hurt the Avengers, much less him and the girls that were always around him. It was very simple really. The twins were far below the power scale and skill of the Avengers, and even if they wanted and could somehow defeat the Avengers to get to Harry, they still had to deal with a Dragonoid demon lord, a master mage, a ninja with a creature of pure energy sealed in her, and goddess of death. They simply didn't stand a chance, but now they really didn't think about attacking Harry anymore. Instead they were shocked to find out that their exploits with the Avengers made them very popular with the public. They even had their very own action figures now, which they find out about when they once saw Morgan and Hope play with them, while Harry played the overdramatic villain for the girls. All of this was surreal, but they came to accept it over time, and with the help of Jean, who they already knew, they eventually came to be accepted and trusted members of the team, something that they were inwardly happy about. It was a different kind of acceptance from the one they got from the Brotherhood. It seemed more personal and bright, almost like a family. One day though, while the Avengers were out looking on a lead on Ulysses Claw, the Avengers Tower was visited by a peculiar budding superhero who introduced himself Ant-Man. Apparently, Ant-Man was looking to borrow something called a decoy signal. Sam, who had to stay behind to do some maintenance on his wing pack and was testing out to make sure everything was in working order, was alerted by Jarvis about their visitor. So Sam confronted Ant-Man. It was a short fight, but eventually, Sam was taken down. Harry and the Avengers never let him live it down when Jarvis showed them the footage, to Sam's dismay. Though everyone was curious as to what the decoy signal was, so they asked Tony about it, but he just shrugged and said that he didn't even remember what it did. This caused everyone to sweat drop. But everyone agreed that this Ant-Man made for a good candidate for the Avengers, and so Tony would be investigating everything about this new superhero. Some more time passed by, and before anyone knew it, 1 year had already passed them by. Little Morgan was now 3 years old and could always be found following either Tony or Harry all over the place. Of course both of them didn't mind and always made sure to spend time with her or teach and show her all kinds of new things. The new recruits for the Avengers team were already catching up to the rest of the team, and the two new additions were doing their best to live up to the reputation of the Avengers. These two new additions were Scott Lang, aka Ant-Man, a well-meaning thief that just wanted to be able to provide for his daughter, and Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man, an awkward kid with the abilities of a spider. Both were called in and were offered to become members of the Avengers, and they jumped at the chance. So Tony and Harry helped them with anything they needed so they could work in peace. This meant giving Peter an all-paid scholarship and building him a new supersuit made from chrome digizoid and programmed with all kinds of neat toys. His old one was too simple and cheap for the usual training and missions the Avengers dealt with, plus they wanted the kid to be very well protected. For Scott, Tony hired the best lawyers and got full visitation rights so he could see his daughter whenever he wanted, plus Harry made sure that he had a bank account that would be filled weekly so he can cover child support or whatever his daughter Cassie might ever need. Cassie herself became a common sight in the Avengers Tower and had become good friends with Morgan and Hope, who would always drag the 9-year-old all over the place to play or go on rides on the back of Harry's dragon form. Cassie loved flying on Harry's back, so much in fact that Scott asked Harry if he could give him a ride to pick her up from her house in his dragon form from time to time. Harry agreed, since he didn't mind picking up Cassie, and scaring Maggie half to death, who was Scott's ex-wife, was always fun. The first time he had shown up to pick her up, Maggie had stormed out to yell at Scott for some reason, but froze the moment she saw Harry's giant dragon face right outside the door. Harry, being the chaotic prankster he was, grinned and opened his jaw wide. poor Maggie just fainted on the spot after watching all of those sharp fangs so close to her face. Cassie and Scott, of course, found it hilarious, and after putting her back inside her house and taking Cassie with them back to the Avengers Tower, Harry decided to always go and pick up Cassie. Scott was never bothered or yelled at by his ex-wife ever again, something that Scott was so grateful to Harry for. But things were going to change soon, and it all began with the Avengers doing a mission with some of the newbies. The group for this mission consisted of Steve, Natasha, Sam, and Wanda. The rest of the team members were either training or having a day off. The mission involved stopping an ex-SHIELD agent and one of the few surviving members of Hydra now turned mercenary named Brock Rumlow from stealing a biological weapon from a lab in Lagos. The mission itself went without a hitch and the team was easily able to bring down the mercenaries working with Rumlow, but it was when Steve had beaten Rumlow that the ex-Hydra agent decided to blow himself up to try and bring Steve down with him. Wanda, who had shown up telekinetically, tried to divert the explosion far away from the ground, but because the strain was too much and her power was still a bit hard to control after Hydra had empowered it, she lost her hold on the explosion, which accidentally destroyed a nearby building. Wanda was horrified at what she had done by accident and just stared in both shock and horror while Steve immediately called Harry and Tony. Harry showed up immediately and began to rescue anyone trapped in the building while putting out the fires with water magic. Meanwhile, Tony began to prepare for the ramifications of this accident. Quite a few civilians died in the explosion and Wanda was utterly devastated, so Harry, in an attempt to alleviate her guilt, decided to do something that he knew would bring him headaches. He brought back to life the civilians who died during the explosion in front of everyone present in the area. The world would soon hear about this miracle and the government will foolishly attempt to bring him and the Avengers to heal out of fear of his ever-growing number of abilities. A few days later, after having repaired all the damages and healed everyone else affected by the explosion in Lagos, everyone decided that having some time off to relax after such a disastrous mission and for things to cool down was probably for the best. However, their day was about to be ruined when they were visited by the U.S. Secretary of State Thaddeus Ross, who informed them that the UN was preparing a superhuman accords which will establish a UN panel to oversee and control the team. Everyone stared at Ross in silence, while Bruce was glaring at the Secretary of State since they had a complicated history. Suddenly someone began to chuckle, causing everyone to turn towards the direction of where that chuckle was coming from, only to see that Harry was the one chuckling. Ross became both angry and nervous, but the angry part of him got the best of him, causing him to question Harry. Is something about all of this that you find funny, Mr. Potter? Harry stopped chuckling and stood up. Yes, I actually find it funny that you and the UN think they have any right to tell us what we should do or not. As far as I'm concerned, the Avengers are a private organization that is being supported out our pockets. The government have no right to meddle in things that do not concern them. Ross became aggravated. Well, that doesn't matter anymore since that walking nuke of yours accidentally destroyed a building full of civilians. You can't just go wherever you want and do whatever you feel like. Someone has to control all of this. Harry's eyes turned dragonic, causing Ross to take a step back. That walking nuke has a name. It's Wanda, and you should use it before I decide to force you to. Wanda, who had been hurt at being called a weapon, smiled when Harry came to her defense. It shows how much things had changed between him and the twins. Harry raised an eyebrow. Besides, if someone were to have to control us, it sure as hell won't be you. I know about you, Thaddeus Ross, and how you persecuted my friend Bruce Banner for years just so you could have his power. This is what all of this is about. You and the government want our power under your control, but I'm telling you right here and now, I won't allow that to happen. None of the Avengers will sign these accords. To the shock of the Secretary of State, the Avengers got up, walked towards Harry's back, and stood behind him, showing their support to the Dragon God. Ross was beginning to fear that he had failed to pressure them into signing the accords, but decided to threaten them to see how they react and hopefully find a way to make them comply. If you don't sign the accords, eventually you will force to. Do it now before act. Ross was suddenly cut off when Harry appeared in front of him and lifted him by the neck and glared at him. Go ahead and try. We'll see who's strongest, you and the government or me, a dragon god. With that said, Harry opened a dark corridor and harshly threw Ross into it, teleporting him outside and far away from the Avengers Tower. Harry then turned to Jessica and Ereshkigal. Go and raise wartime wards around everyone's homes. I want them at the highest security setting and deadly. Then he looked at Maria Hill. Make sure they have someone keeping an eye on them at all times. Don't interrupt their daily lives, but make sure they're safe. Both Jessica and Ereshkigal nodded and disappeared in their own methods of teleportation to do what Harry had asked them to do, while Maria nodded and walked away to make the needed calls to get surveillance and bodyguard detail on the Avengers' families. The Avengers were grateful to Harry for always making sure that their families were safe. Rhodes, who was visiting the Avengers, decided to speak. Don't you think you should sign the accords? They will eventually try to force you to, and having the UN would definitely come in handy. Steve just shook his head. No, Harry is right. What the government really wants is to control us, to have our power at their beck and call. it would be irresponsible of us to grant them such control, and besides, what if we're needed somewhere but we couldn't go because the UN didn't give us permission? What do we then say to the people we failed to protect? Sorry, but we weren't allowed to save you. Tony spoke up next. While I might agree that we do need more control, I wholeheartedly agree with Harry and Steve. The Avengers belong to us, we are the Avengers, we're not soldiers nor their slaves, and besides, like Harry said, we're funding everything out of our own pockets. Everyone nodded while Harry glared at Rhodes. It's easy for them to criticize and judge us while they sit on their comfy desk chairs. Where were they during the New York attack? Oh wait. They fired a nuke toward the middle of New York. How about when we found out S.H.I.E.L.D. was compromised by Hydra? Oh wait again. Most of the politicians at the time worked or had ties with Hydra too. Get your head out of your ass, Rhodes. These people just want our powers, especially since I showed that I'm able to bring people back to life. Rhodes looked down since he didn't have a retort to everything Harry just said, while Tony patted his friend's back trying to console him. Natasha spoke up next. Besides, Harry healed everyone hurt in the explosion plus fixed everything that was destroyed, so they have no grounds to stand on. Jean decided to mention something very important. This isn't the first time the government has tried to control superpowered individuals. They tried to have mutants registered some years ago. Luckily for us, the senator who was pushing for the registration at the time died before he could succeed. Everyone nodded. They had, of course, heard of Senator Kelly's campaign against mutants, and they can agree that the situation seems very similar to theirs now. Either way, they all decided to stand together against the government. They weren't going to allow anyone or anything to take away everything they worked so hard to build. Days passed and the Avengers were summoned to a UN conference in Vienna where the accords are to be ratified. Harry and Natasha decided to go and represent the Avengers while the rest of the team watched the conference from the Avengers Tower. They all had stopped doing missions and assignments while the accords were still being pushed. Already there's been an uprising of crime all over the world and the public was beginning to become worried. Once everyone arrived at the conference and had taken a seat, everyone began to speak about the accords while Harry and Natasha sat there quietly. Eventually the King of Wakanda, T'Chaka, took up the podium. I believe that even though the Avengers have good intentions, they need to be controlled so tragedies like what had happened to my people who were in Lagos on humanitarian work, won't happen again. Harry, who had up until now silently listened to everything being said, finally had enough and stood up, making everyone turn to him. I think you're forgetting the fact that those humanitarian workers were resurrected or healed, but let's push that aside for now and let me ask everyone something. Everyone silently waited for Harry to continue, which he did once he saw that everyone was waiting on him. If the Avengers weren't there to stop Brock Rumlow from getting his hand on a very dangerous bioweapon, what would any of you have done? Where were you while this was going on? Where were your soldiers or the law? Everyone stared as Harry continued. I'll tell you where you were, King of Wakanda. You were comfortably sitting on your throne like everyone else in this conference was sitting behind their desk. Without us dealing with Rumlow, one of your countries would have found themselves victims of a bioterrorism attack and you wouldn't have been aware until it was too late. Everyone began to sweat. They could agree that it would have been an awful situation. Harry continued on. We the Avengers have been dealing with threats like these on a daily basis, but it seems that no one here was even aware of how close they were of total destruction if we didn't deal with this sort of situations all the time. Everyone looked down and thought, even now that we have stopped all missions and assignments in these few days, the amount of criminal activity has increased worldwide and supervillains have become more active. So let me ask you this, are you willing to deal with all of this if the Avengers decided to quit helping the world? Everyone's eyes widen in shock because as of now, as long as the accords are still being pushed forward, the Avengers will no longer offer their help to any government. Let's see you deal with all of those homicidal superpowered villains that keep popping up everywhere or any future alien invasion. We the Avengers are officially retired. For now, we are done risking our lives day in and day out for arrogant, ungrateful, and greedy people like all of you. And with that said, Harry sat back down and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, everyone in the conference began to argue and scream at him to reconsider, but Harry just shook his head and said, as long as you ungrateful assholes keep trying to enslave us, you can deal with all your problems. After all, we don't have to save you. Everyone in the conference went crazy. The world watching the conference on television went crazy. They couldn't believe it. The government had finally pushed the Avengers too far and now they have lost their heroes, perhaps forever. It was at this moment that Ulysses Claw, who had decided to blow up the conference room in hopes of killing the Prince and King of Wakanda for the fact that they had been hunting him for years. Harry just raised a barrier to cover both him and Natasha and ignored everything that was going on. Unfortunately, Ulysses was able to kill King T'Chaka to the dismay of Prince T'Challa and run away unstopped. The heartbroken T'Challa looked around for help and saw both Harry and Natasha sitting there. Help me. You can heal and bring the dead back to life, right? Please help my father. Harry stood up and waved a hand and vanished the dust cloud created by the explosion and walked towards the prince and king and said, "Why should I? Last time I brought your people back to life I was immediately spat on by your king. He wanted us to not get involved, to be controlled. Well, there you have it, the same person who stole your precious metal just killed your king and father." Prince T'Challa's eyes widen in shock at the mention of one of Wakanda's well-kept secrets. Harry ignores T'Challa's reaction to his knowledge of where the vibranium comes from and continued, "The Avengers had been going after Ulysses Claw for a while. This, of course, made him go underground to keep us off his trail, but because we stopped going after him after these stupid accords in the process of being pushed forward, he must have felt confident enough to attack you and your king. Seems like he succeeded." Harry turned around and walked away from the prince. Natasha was already waiting for him at the entrance. T'Challa was devastated. They had unknowingly helped the thief Ulysses Claw succeed in killing his father, but a part of him could help but ask one more time, "Then you're going to just walk away? You're not going to help my father or anyone here?" Harry stopped and turned his head to the side and gazed at the prince. "Yes, as far as I know, I don't have any obligation to help you or you king. Why don't you help him yourself? Or have any of these government officials help you?" Harry then began to walk away from the prince again and left the conference room with Natasha. T'Challa just looked down on his father's now dead body. "What have we done, Baba? We pushed away the only people willing to risk their lives to protect us." Once Natasha and Harry got back to the Avengers Tower, everyone was already waiting for him. As soon as Harry sat down and took a big breath, Jean spoke up a question about what they had all just watched happen during the conference. "Harry? Are we really going to stop helping?" Everyone stared intently at Harry, who just raised an eyebrow. "What? Of course not. We're just going to have to be more covered with our missions until these people get their heads out of their asses." Everyone gaped after hearing Harry's response until Tony began to laugh loudly. "Ha ha ha. Well, you heard the boss. We're going to have to be extra careful." Harry nodded. "This means that everyone will be doing extra time in the instant dungeons, so I'll be increasing the time dilation in them in order to increase our training. We have to prepare for this Thanos guy, since I'm sure he's going to eventually show his face here looking for the stones." Milim giggled. "Too bad you already ate them as a snack. He's going to be so disappointed." Everyone laughed, but Maria Hill asked a question. "Harry, why didn't you help King T'Chaka? I can understand ignoring the rest of the officials at the conference, but why not help him?" Harry looks up and thought that man had darkness in his heart. It seems like he had already done something evil and it left a mark in his heart. Besides, I recognized that kind of darkness. It's the type that makes someone willing to sacrifice a few for the well-being of the many, and with what we had already found out about Wakanda's little hideaway and secret resources, I can already see him willingly sacrifice the world for Wakanda. I don't help people like that, not when we had been working so hard to protect this world, plus he attacked us for no reason. I revived everyone that died that day. There was no reason to go after us like that." Everyone looked down. The king of Wakanda seemed to be an honorable man, but it looks like even he had a dark past, but they do wonder why the Wakandan king went after them like that. Harry turns to look towards Tony. "Anyways, I tagged Ulysses with a tracking charm. Once everything calms down a bit, we'll go after him and we'll hand him over to Wakanda. I'm sure that will appease them a bit. Meanwhile, everyone continue to rest and train." Everyone nodded while Harry and the girls stayed behind. "Phew, look down, the time for us to go back home is fast approaching, right?" Harry nodded. "Yes, soon we'll have to go home, but by then the Avengers will be powerful enough to deal with anything that may come their way, plus we have been giving them all kinds of things to help them." Jessica spoke up. "I see, so that's why you allowed Tony, Maya, and Bruce to study the medical gels and the life bottle. You were making sure they have everything they need for when we have to leave." Harry grinned and nodded. "That's right, I even let Tony study the Digimon and gave him plenty of Chrome Digizoid." Ereshkigal closed her eyes and smiled. "Ah, this is why you gave the twins a second chance too. You saw their abilities and thought that they could become very powerful teammates by the time we have to leave." Suddenly a little voice spoke up from the door. "Don't leave, Uncle Harry." Harry and the girls turned towards the doorway and saw Tony, Pepper, who was holding a very sad-looking Morgan with Hope and Jean staring at them sadly. Harry heavily sighed and got up. He then walked towards his friends, and as soon as he was a step away he began to pat Morgan's head. "Sorry Morgan, but we can't stay forever. We have a lot of loved ones waiting for us back home." Morgan was letting out some very heavy-looking tears, which caused the girls in the room to begin to cry as well. Harry actually teared up, not liking seeing everyone looking so heartbroken. But Tony suddenly spoke up. "Sigh. Well, looks like we have no other choice than to go with you." Harry turned his head towards Tony so fast that if Harry wasn't a dragon god, Tony would have been worried that he had broken his neck. "What? Tony grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Pepper and I have been talking about retiring to try and give Morgan a normal childhood, but the problem with that is that we're too famous in this world, so I got to thinking, why don't we go somewhere where we're not famous? And suddenly bam! Why don't we go with Harry back to his world and join the yokai faction? There we can live in peace without worrying about the public, government, and work. Besides, Morgan is too attached to you and it would break her little heart to not have her favorite uncle around. Everyone gaped at Tony's logic while Pepper nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jean wanted to say that she wanted to go, but she was afraid she would get rejected, but Hope, being the good daughter that she is, decided to give her mommy a small push. After all, she too wanted to go with her daddy, and so Hope harshly pushed her mommy right towards Harry, who was too busy gaping to even notice the red-headed missile coming his way. Harry was about to say something, but then he was suddenly assaulted by high-precision red-headed missile going at high speed. He only had time to say one thing: "Ack." Not the most elegant of words, sure, but we can forgive him because the missile actually took him off his feet and made him fly through the air for a bit until he eventually hit the ground and bounced a couple of times until the momentum finished dragging his poor body through the ground. He was lucky that the Avengers Tower meeting room was so large, otherwise Harry and Jean would have flown off the building. But no, that didn't happen. What did though was Jean ending up on top of Harry and looking down at him. Harry stared wide-eyed into Jean's eyes. Behind them everyone was cheering for Jean to have the courage to kiss him, and in a moment of fiery bravery, Jean kissed Harry hard. The girls were celebrating, Tony was grinning, and Pepper was covering both Morgan's and a smug Hope's eyes. Harry though was so caught off guard that he didn't even have time to kiss Jean back before she leaned her head away and stared into his emerald green eye. "Harry, please take me and Hope back with you, to your world. We don't want to separate from you." Harry stared back into Jean's eyes for a while but then smiled widely. "All you had to do was ask, but I won't complain about the way you got my attention." Jean blushed as Harry chuckled at her situation. Sometime soon in the future, the yokai faction will be welcoming a few more allies, very powerful and valuable allies, but to Harry, this just meant that his family back home has grown once again and he couldn't help but be extremely happy about it. Though now he had to explain to the rest of the girls how he now has a daughter and a new girlfriend. Hopefully, the girls will have a little mercy towards him, though he was already planning on grinding a ridiculous amount of money in the dungeons just in case. Chapter 37. 3 weeks have passed since Harry proclaimed that the Avengers were retiring, and almost immediately the general public made their anger show. The UN now faced severe backlash from the public. The US government got the worst of it since it was made known that they were the ones to push forward the accords. Most of the UN had already backed down from the accords, but the US had continued to push forward until the public began to riot and publicly demand that the US drops the accords altogether. Villains were running rampant and the police force and the military couldn't handle the uprising of crime, though the Avengers did take care of the most dangerous ones in secret and behind the scenes. One such event happened in New York, and Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man, was directly involved in the events that followed. The rest of the team decided to let him handle it and support him from afar. The kid wanted to prove to himself that he was worthy of the Avengers, and this would also make for a perfect learning experience. This is how the Avengers came to learn that Hydra wasn't the only one to acquire Chitauri technology after the attack on New York. The main antagonist in this situation was one Adrian Toomes, who had a salvage company that was contracted to clean up the city after the New York attack. However, the Department of Damage Control, a partnership between Tony and the government, took over the cleanup operations in order to prevent any Chitauri technology from reaching the wrong hands. This enraged Toomes, and in retaliation, he kept all the Chitauri technology that he and his employees had already collected and created advanced weaponry to sell. This included a vulture suit that he used to steal Chitauri power cells from the Department of Damage Control. Though Harry did question how the hell a salvage company manager managed to reverse engineer alien technology and create weapons with it. No one could answer his questions, as even Tony was perplexed about that little detail, but they pushed that aside for another day. Peter, who had been training with the rest of the Avengers, felt ready for this mission and thus began to investigate. Eventually, Peter came across two of Toomes' associates. Someone calling themselves Shocker, who were selling weapons to a local weapons dealer named Aaron Davis. Peter confronted both Shocker and Aaron, and during this confrontation, he had to save Davis, but as he managed to save him, he was caught by Toomes in his vulture suit and dropped in a lake. Luckily, Tony and Harry had prepared the suit for underwater operation use, and Peter was able to swim away safely. Tired, sore, and downtrodden by his failure to catch the criminals, Peter went home, where his friend Ned was unexpectedly waiting for him, and ended up finding out that Peter was in reality Spider-Man. Of course, Ned was excited to know that his friend is Spider-Man and a member of the Avengers, but he did promise to keep Peter's secret identity a secret. Peter, with Ned now helping him, began to actively look for Toomes, and thanks to a tracker on Schultz he was able to find out that he was in Maryland, deciding that it was for the best to go there directly and confront Toomes. He left immediately for Maryland. There he tried to stop Toomes once more from stealing the weapons from a Department of Damage Control truck, but he was trapped inside for a while instead. Lucky he was somehow able to pass a Chitauri cell that he had recovered from Toomes to Ned. However, with nothing else to do, he began to investigate exactly what it is that Toomes stole, only to find out that the Chitauri cell Toomes tried to take was, in reality, an unstable grenade, and he had handed it to Ned. With that knowledge, he managed to escape and race to the Washington Monument where Ned had told him that their school's decathlon team and he was visiting. He got there in time to save everyone from the unstable grenade, including his crush Liz. Harry and the rest of the Avengers teased Peter for a day after finding out about his secret crush, making Peter wholeheartedly regret ever mentioning it. But a few days later, back in New York City, aboard the Staten Island ferry, Peter was finally able to capture Toomes' new buyer Mac Gargan, but Toomes helps him escape and a malfunctioning weapon tears the ferry in half. Peter tried to stop the ferry from sinking by trying to keep it together with his webs and his strength, and even though he had been training with Harry and the Avengers, this proved to be too much for him at the moment. But both Tony and Harry appeared just in time and helped him save the day, and once Harry erased everyone's memories and Jarvis deleted all of the footage and pictures of their involvement, they took Peter back to the Avengers Tower to heal. Once recuperated, Peter was depressed at his constant failures to catch Toomes. This was when Harry told him that sometimes the hardest lesson that someone has to learn is that they don't have to do everything alone. Peter widened his eyes in realization after hearing Harry say that to him. He was an Avenger and he had forgotten about that. He had honestly forgotten that he had a whole team of superpowered friends willing to lend a hand whenever he needs it. Harry chuckled and flicked Peter in the nose with a grin on his face and told him that even more than a team, they are family first and family takes care of each other. Peter nodded in understanding and finally asked for help. Harry and Tony grinned and called all the Avengers. Poor Toomes was completely unprepared when all the Avengers suddenly showed up and attacked him and his accomplices. Soon enough he was captured and jailed along with everyone involved with his weapons business. Harry then destroyed all the weaponry and Chitauri technology, and afterward, he erased all of Toomes' knowledge of the alien technology from his memory to make sure this would never happen again. That's how Spider-Man and the Avengers averted another crisis. This time, however, no one would ever know about their involvement. Unfortunately, it turns out that Peter's crush Liz was the daughter of Toomes and had to move away to escape the controversy. Peter was depressed for a couple of days but bounced back soon enough. Though the Avengers suspected that there was another girl involved in all this, but for now they left him alone. He had earned a little bit of leeway. A few more weeks passed by and the US government finally gave up and decided to discard the Accords altogether. It became apparent that they weren't going to get any support and the increasing crime rate was becoming too much for them to handle. However, Harry decided to make them squirm and publicly announced that for the Avengers to come out of retirement, the government had to publicly apologize to them on national television and recognize their heroic deeds. The US government and the UN refused at first, but the pressure from many contributors, the public, and the ever-increasing crime rate forced them to accept Harry's terms. A week later, both the UN and the US government publicly apologized to the Avengers for trying to force them into compliance and gave them medals for their heroic actions in protecting the world. The entire world celebrated the return of the Avengers, and the Avengers themselves celebrated having put the government in their place. Now, without the worry of the government trying to get in their way anymore, Harry and the rest of the team began to work full tilt, and the first order of business was to catch Ulysses Claw and get all the vibranium he had away from him and anyone who could use it for evil. Thanks to Harry's tracking charm, they were able to locate Ulysses in a museum in London, where he was planning to steal Wakandan weaponry with his accomplice Eric Stevens. Both Ulysses and Eric weren't expecting the Avengers to appear in the museum through pillars of darkness suddenly, but they fought with everything they had to try and escaped. But the Avengers took everyone down and arrested them, including Ulysses and Eric. They took these two to the Avengers Tower for interrogation, and it was here where Eric Stevens would meet Harry Potter and his life would change forever. In the Avengers Tower's interrogation room, Eric was waiting for whoever was going to interrogate him, only to be surprised when the famous and very dangerous Harry Potter stepped into the room. As Harry approached him and sat down to start with the interrogation, Eric was beginning to sweat profusely. It was a well-known fact that Harry Potter was a very ruthless individual that had access to so many different abilities that no one criminal ever wanted to face him. The fact that he could transform a giant dragon just made things worse. Harry took a seat and stared into Eric's eyes. So, Eric Stevens, right? Eric nervously nodded. Okay, here's what's going to happen. I'll be asking you a few questions, and if you answer me honestly there won't be any problems, and don't bother lying. I can tell when you are, okay? Eric gulped but nodded. He really didn't have a choice. Either way, Harry closed his eyes for a second and then relaxed on his seat. He then opened his eyes and stared intently at Eric. What were you and Ulysses doing in that museum in London? Eric looked down and frowned. We were there to steal Wakandan technology. I know you might not believe me, but Wakanda isn't what they appear to be. Harry continued to stare for a minute. We're fully aware of how technologically advanced Wakanda really is, just as we are aware of where the so-called Black Panther gets his superhuman abilities and about the vibranium deposits that made all of their technological advances possible. Eric gaped. He had spent his entire life trying to convince people that the Wakanda his father told him about was real, and only Ulysses believed him since he had seen it himself, but there was another person who knew that truth. Harry ignored Eric's gaping expression and continued. What I would like to know is, what were you planning to do with that Wakanda weaponry? Ulysses wants to sell it, but you? You don't seem the type to care about money, no. You're after something else. Eric looked down and glared. The Wakandans hide behind their shields and their technology, while the rest of the world suffers. I want to get my rightful place as king of Wakanda and change things. Bring their technology to the world. Harry sat back and looked up. So revenge? Your father was King T'Chaka's brother, the one he killed. Eric looked up at Harry in shock. Harry looked back towards him and grinned. When I met the king of Wakanda, I saw darkness in his heart. It was one of the reasons I didn't help him. Later, out of curiosity, I checked with one of my abilities what had happened for that darkness to appear like a scar on the king's heart. Imagine my surprise when I saw him kill his own brother and abandon his nephew, all for the greater good of Wakanda. Eric listened intently to Harry's words. I understand why you would want to have revenge against the king of Wakanda. My own childhood was sacrificed for the greater good of a crazy old man, and I got my revenge on him. But with that said, I have a problem with your plan. Eric frowned. He was surprised that Harry Potter had a bad childhood too. It was a shock and hard to imagine such a powerful individual being so weak once in his life. But if he went through a harsh childhood and understood his need for revenge, what could he have a problem with? What is this problem you have? You should understand my pain. Harry nodded, his expression turned a bit sad. I do, trust me, I understand exactly how much pain you must have felt back then, but that doesn't mean you should take your anger out on innocent people. That would make you the same kind of man King T'Chaka was. Eric actually flinched from Harry's words. He felt like he has backhanded from that comment. Harry continued on. When I got my revenge, I systematically destroyed everything that crazy old man had worked so hard to build, his reputation, his allies, and his power, and then when I finally grew bored of his antics, I killed him. He had already become enemy number one anyways, and there was no need to keep him alive. The same people that once held him in high regard, cursed him, hated him and denounced him as he died, but I didn't involve any innocent people. The murderer of your father is dead. You already had your revenge. There's no need to go after Wakanda or to drag the rest of the world into a conflict with all of that technology. Eric slumped in his seat. He couldn't deny everything Harry had just said, but if he just stops, he won't have anything else to live for. What else could he do? All he had ever done was for his revenge, for everything that was taken from him. Harry stared at Eric and gave him a grin. Besides, you didn't think that we, the Avengers, would let you get away with endangering the world, right? Or did you forget that we still exist? Eric looked up. Since you had publicly announced that the Avengers were retiring, I thought that it would be the perfect time to go through my plans. I guess I was wrong to expect that you wouldn't get involved. Harry chuckled. It might have looked like we really did retire to everyone, but we still kept doing our job in secret, and besides, we have been going after Ulysses Claw for a while. Eric heavily sighed. I see, so we didn't have a chance at all. So what now? Harry stood up and looked down towards Eric. Ulysses will be delivered to Wakanda. He did steal from them with the help of your father. We're also confiscating all the vibranium and weapons he stole from Wakanda. If Prince T'Challa wants it back, then he's going to have to pay a heavy sum. We're a private organization after all, and our light bill is humongous. Harry chuckled, and Eric couldn't help but chuckle too. And me? What's going to happen to me? Harry grinned. You're not a bad guy. Sure, you have a lot of red on you, but I see a desire to do some good in the world, so how about a second chance? Eric stared at Harry with wide eyes. A second chance? Harry nodded. Yes. Not many know, but I'm not from this world. I come from a world where the supernatural is very active, and eventually I would have to leave this world and go back home. I would like you to come with us. Eric gaped, surprised about what Harry just told him. Another world? The supernatural? All of this is just too hard to believe, but somehow it makes sense. It would also explain why Harry is so powerful. Why do you need me for? Harry smiled. Well, I'm part of the Japanese yokai faction, and I have been working hard with my friends and family to make the yokai faction the strongest in the world. I turned this faction from the weakest, the bullied, and the ignored into the strongest. Now the other factions are too afraid to even breath in our direction, and soon that power will increase further, since Tony Stark will be coming with me back in my world. But before that, I need someone with the know-how in technology and military training to teach the yokai and our allies how to use all that new technology and weaponry, and you seem perfect for the role. So what do you say, Eric? Want to start a new life? And do some good in another world? Eric stared at Harry for a few minutes, trying to process everything he just heard, but in the end, the offer was too good, and besides, after Harry put everything into perspective, and with King T'Chaka dead, he really had no reason to go after Wakanda. Why should he care for the people who abandoned him? Plus, going to another world and being part of a supernatural faction sounds like a fun idea. So with a cocky grin and a nod, Eric accepted Harry's offer. The dragon god grinned back and released Eric from his shackles, and together they stepped out of the cell, talking and planning for their future trip back to Harry's home dimension. Without a doubt, Eric was glad that he had this second chance, and promised in the memory of his father that this time he would do things right. Besides, he might as well side with the dragon god walking alongside him, and maybe this time he'll be able to do some good. A week after Harry had a talk with Eric and Ulysses was finally captured and behind bars, the people of Wakanda were celebrating the coronation of their new king, T'Challa, and as he was accepting challengers to his rule in order to prove that he was worthy of the crown. However, everything and everyone stopped when a loud roar that echoed from the sky blasted everyone present in the cliffs and by the waterfall where T'Challa was waiting for anyone to challenge him. Everyone looked up only to gasp in shock and fear when they saw the giant dragon form of Harry Potter staring down at them. Even the Jabari tribe leader stopped and stared in awe at the enormous and powerful creature hovering above them. T'Challa gulped and became extremely nervous. He knew who this was, and he knew that he would eventually show himself to Wakanda, but to think he would show up today of all days. Harry stared down at T'Challa and began to hover down. He and Eric decided to teach Wakanda a lesson, show them that no matter how much they might want to hide away from the world, eventually someone will come along and force them to realize that they'll have to face the fact that they can't keep hiding forever. And so Harry and Eric decided to visit Wakanda during the coronation of Prince T'Challa. Harry began to hover down slowly, and then when he was close enough to the ground, Eric jumped down from his back and faced both T'Challa and Zuri, the man who had betrayed his father. Harry then turned into his human form, opened a dark corridor and reached inside with his arm, and then pulled out a shackled and unconscious Ulysses Claw and dropped him right before T'Challa, to the shock of everyone present. T'Challa looked down at Ulysses with a frown and then looked up to Harry. I knew that you were aware that Wakanda was more than it seems, but to think you knew exactly where we are hiding and that we've been looking for this man for crimes against Wakanda is both shocking and disconcerting. Harry grinned. There's practically nothing in this world that I can't find information on. For example, I know all about that heart-shaped herb that gives you all of those superhuman abilities, Black Panther. Everyone gasped. I also know about how your little sister Shuri is the one who's been making most of your current technology along with your super suit, just like I know about the vibranium mines under Wakanda. Shuri gaped and stared wide-eyed towards Harry. She knew who this was, of course, and about the rumors about his many powerful abilities, plus the fact that he refused to help her father when he tried to politically attack him and the Avengers. But to think that he knows about her. How does he know about all this? T'Challa was nervously sweating as he stared up at Harry, who was still hovering a bit above the water, while Harry continued, It's not hard for me to find out information on anything if I want to. When your father publicly attacked the Avengers and me, even though I brought back to life and healed all the Wakandans who got hurt during one of our missions, I grew curious about the why. Why would this king attack us like that? So I used my connection to something called the Akashic Records and found out everything about Wakanda, and with that, I understood the reason behind your father's attack. Everyone listened intently, but the ones more interested in all of this were both Shuri and T'Challa. He was afraid that somehow, some way people would become interested in Wakanda, since I did bring a lot of them back to life. So, in order to prevent the spotlight from landing on Wakanda, he threw me and the Avengers under the bus. He did not care that in doing so, he would be letting the Avengers become slaves to the will of the UN, and the US government itself jumped at the chance to have us under their thumb. King T'Chaka was going to sacrifice us, the ones who had been protecting the world on a daily basis, risking our lives and sacrificing everything to make sure everyone in the world was safe, for the greater good of Wakanda. Honestly, I believe he would have preferred it if I had left those Wakandans that died, to stay dead. Everyone gasped and T'Challa looked down. He had his suspicion after everything went down, but he didn't want to believe it. But now? Harry then turned his head towards Zuri and stared down at him. But that wasn't the first time your father did something horrible for the good of Wakanda, right, Zuri? T'Challa, Shuri, and their mother turned to look towards Zuri, who looked down. T'Challa decided to ask him, what exactly was Harry talking about, Zuri? What is he talking about? Zuri turned his gaze over to T'Challa. I can't say, King T'Chaka swore me to secrecy. T'Challa, Shuri, and their mother stared wide-eyed at Zuri. They couldn't believe what they just heard. However, before they could continue to demand answers, Eric, who had been silently listening up until now, decided to speak up. I can tell you what your father did and why Zuri doesn't dare speak of it." The three royal members of Wakanda turned towards the unknown young man who had arrived with Harry. Eric had been patiently listening while Harry berated his cousin and the Wakandan people. He might no longer want his revenge, but at the very least he could enjoy this, and so he continued with the revelations. "My father, your uncle, and brother to King T'Chaka helped Ulysses Claw steal vibranium. Sure, he did betray Wakanda, but at the time he did it to help our brothers fighting for their rights. He might have been a royal, but living in the United States showed him that Wakanda had the means to help and do something about the injustice against our people in that era. But Zuri, being a spy for your father, befriended mine only to betray him." T'Challa turned towards Zuri and stared at him in disbelief while Eric continued, "Your father actually showed up to confront my father. He killed him and then abandoned me. With no one to take care of me, I had to grow up in the street. I had to steal, cheat, and kill to survive while everyone here in Wakanda was safe and fed behind your shields. You and the Wakanda people are lucky that Harry found me first, otherwise, I would have tried to kill you and change things around here." Shuri and her mother were staring at Eric in shock and disbelief. T'Challa, who was now glaring at Zuri, decided to speak up. "Is this true? Did you and my father abandon him?" Zuri just continued to silently stare at T'Challa, causing the Prince of Wakanda to lose his patience. "Answer me." But it seems like Zuri still refused to answer him, but before T'Challa could continue to question him, Harry spoke up. "How about we ask you, father, directly?" Everyone turned to stare at Harry in confusion, causing him to grin. "What? I can bring people back to life. Summoning the soul of someone from the other side isn't too complicated for me." T'Challa stared at Harry in silence for a good second, but eventually, he nodded and Harry smiled. He then called upon the soul of King T'Chaka to manifest before him. King T'Chaka was confused. One moment he was speaking and walking with his ancestors, and the next he was back in Wakanda in front of everyone, including his son, daughter, and wife, and it seems that T'Challa was in the process of accepting challenges to his coronation. Harry stared at the soul of King T'Chaka and suddenly spoke. "T'Chaka, King of Wakanda, as the Master of Death, I order you to answer to your son T'Challa, Prince of Wakanda, any questions he might have for you, both honestly and with nothing but the truth." T'Chaka actually flinched as he felt the order bind him to speak nothing but the truth to his son. Once he recovered, he turned to look towards Harry with wide eyes in both fear and shock. Shuri wanted to rush forward and speak with her father, but her mother held her back. T'Challa stared at his father before calling back to him, "Baba." T'Chaka turned around and stared at his son in silence. T'Challa took a minute to gather his courage to ask his father, "Baba, did you kill your brother and abandoned your nephew?" T'Chaka didn't know what he was expecting his son to ask, but it definitely wasn't this. He tried to resist, but in the end, Harry's orders were absolute. "Why, yes. I couldn't risk the well-being of Wakanda for only one child." Everyone in Wakanda gasped, and T'Challa was beyond himself in both disappointment and anger. "You abandoned a child. Family. And for what? So Wakanda could keep its secrets? No. No more. First, you tried to push Earth's mightiest heroes away and you died for it. And now I find out that you abandoned my cousin. For the good of Wakanda? Do you know what could have happened if he had decided to take us down? If he wanted to be king, we would have been destroyed and no one would have helped us. How could anyone help? When we have spent ages hiding away and living in luxury. You and our ancestors were wrong. And I'll have to fix all of this. I'll fix it. Not just for Wakanda, but for the rest of the world too." T'Challa turned his back on his father and the king could only look on in shame and sadness. Eric was surprised that T'Challa was honestly angry with him. He really wasn't expecting that, but the smile Harry was giving him told him that he knew. "Tch, crazy ass lizard knew all along." Sigh, "Seems like I owe him more than I thought." Had everyone present heard the prince and future king of Wakanda vow to change things, and in a show of loyalty they all started to chant his name. Even Harry started to do so too, though he only did it because it looked like fun and catchy. Eric saw that and snorted in amusement. His boss was a weird dude, but he was already getting used to it. King T'Chaka solemnly nodded and then vanished back to the land of the dead. T'Challa turned around and looked at everyone chanting his name, though he was confused as to why the Jabari were there, but he ignored that for the moment and made a mental note to speak with the chief leader later. He'll need help with all the changes he was going to bring to Wakanda, and they'll be perfect to help with this task. This was how Prince T'Challa became King T'Challa. No one challenged him though, but he was not sure if it was because Harry was there or because of all the shocking revelations. But even after all that, Wakanda still celebrated their new king. T'Challa, Shuri, and their mother accepted Eric into their family and asked him to live in Wakanda with them, but Eric refused and told them that he had found a new home and a new job, one that promises to be fun. The royal members of Wakanda accepted his reason but told him that he was always welcomed in Wakanda, something that made Eric smile a bit. Ulysses was executed for his crimes against Wakanda, and after asking Harry about the vibranium and the Wakandan weaponry he had possession of, Harry just grinned and responded, "Oh. We confiscated all of it, and right now is inside the Avengers Tower's vault." T'Challa had a bad feeling about this, but he had to ask, "Could we get it all back?" Harry maliciously grinned, causing T'Challa to sweat nervously. "Sure, after a finder's fee of course." Everyone's sweat dropped and stared at Harry in shock. T'Challa just closed his eyes and heavily sighed. "You're still mad about my father throwing the Avengers under the bus, aren't you?" Harry didn't answer, but the grin on his face showed that T'Challa was completely right about Harry holding a grudge. Eric quietly chuckled to himself while Shuri and his aunt gaped at Harry. Harry just continued to grin and enjoy the looks of disbelief he was receiving from everyone around him. He then spent a couple of days in Wakanda touring everywhere with Eric. He was even allowed to see the vibranium mines and the research development building, where he saw just how advanced Wakanda really was. Though Tony had them beat with both his help and all the things he had given him in the past, from medicine to Digimon research and materials, had helped Stark Enterprises and the Avengers stay ahead in both the medical field and technological research. This of course led to Shuri asking for a tour of the Avengers Tower, something that Harry agreed to once things mellow out a bit more. Eventually, it was time to leave for both Harry and Eric, but T'Challa had promised that whenever they need help, the Wakandan people will be there, and Harry promised that the Avengers will have Wakanda's back whenever they needed it. This was how Wakanda slowly began to come out of the shadows, and with the support of the Avengers they were quickly accepted. Though the Avengers did publicly announce that Wakanda was now an ally to them, this was both a warning and a promise to the government, a really clear one. One that said, "Don't mess with Wakanda unless you want to deal with Harry Potter and the Avengers." Chapter 38. It has been a month and a half since Harry had visited Wakanda and let everyone know about the king's dirty little secrets to teach the Wakandans a very important lesson. The day started like any other day for him. He woke up and kissed his girlfriends good morning. He played with Hope, Morgan, and Cassie. He trained with everyone in the instant dungeons for a few hours, and then he finally had the chance to rest and relax. So being in a very good mood, he decided that today, he was going to take a nap in his dragon form right on the front yard of King T'Challa's palace. Of course, this confused the many Wakandans working there, the guards, and the royal family, but they decided to ignore him since waking a dragon was never a good idea, though Shuri scared the daylights out of everyone when she suddenly stabbed Harry with a high-frequency blade she created, only to pout when the blade shattered upon contact with Harry's scales. T'Challa in a panic rushed outside Shuri. "Are you insane? Why would you do that?" Shuri turned to her brother, and T'Challa could see that she was really annoyed about the failure of her creation in getting through Harry's scaly hide. "I wanted to get one of his scales. In stories and video games the best gear is always made out dragon scales, fangs, and claws." T'Challa's sweat dropped at the ridiculous answer he got from his little sister. "What? Don't you think Harry would get mad if you take a scale off him, just like that?" Shuri raised an eyebrow. "He has like a million of them, so it'll be fine, but the problem is that his scales are harder than I thought. Maybe a concentrated laser? Explosions? A vibranium drill tch. To the lab, brother. I must do some research," and with that Shuri ran back inside. T'Challa just gaped at his sister and decided to follow her before she does something stupid, or even worse, actually succeed in this incredibly insane endeavor. Harry inwardly chuckled in amusement after hearing Shuri's plans to get one of his scales, and then went back to sleep. It was very warm and sunny in Wakanda, and that made it a great place to take a nap. Harry spent around 10 minutes napping until he felt a sudden burst of dark and demonic energy suddenly hit him, causing him to perk up and frown in concern. Whatever he was feeling was powerful and old, very old. Then he felt someone try to use the fake stone he replaced the time stone with, a long time ago, and just knew that the Ancient One was involved in all of this somehow. He just knew that someone, somehow had messed up while messing with things they should have left alone, and so Harry got up from where he was sleeping and decided to go kick the asses of whoever decided to ruin his day. So Harry shook himself off of all the dirt and grass, then he took off into the sky with one mighty flap of his wings, leaving the Wakandans who were around, gaping in awe when they saw him suddenly take off flying. Harry followed the dark and demonic energy until he finally arrived in an unknown part of Hong Kong. Once there, it didn't take him long to find the cause of such dark energy. It seemed like some kind of dark dimension was trying to overtake Earth's dimension. He looked around and saw an enormous being that he immediately recognized as some kind of demon, and a strangely dressed man trying to use the Ancient One's amulet for what he believes is a time magic spell. The man was cursing up a storm while the demonic being began to approach him with the intent of killing him. Harry took another look around and saw a bunch of people dressed like they belonged to a cult or something, and two other men, one of which seemed to be dead. So after a heavy sigh, Harry then takes off flying in high speed towards them to see what all the commotion is about, and once he was close to the demonic being he twirled his body and then whipped the demon-like creature in the face so hard that everyone around the area felt the vibrations of the strike in their bones. Everyone present couldn't help but stared wide-eyed and gaping as Dormammu actually grunted in pain and then fell on his side where it began to growl from both pain and anger after being taken by surprise and attacked out of nowhere. Harry then calmly landed right in front of everyone and glared at them. Okay, who the hell is responsible for all of this? Everyone took a step back in fear when they heard the enormous dragon actually speak, and out of reflex everyone pointed at Caecilius, who actually jumped a little at being thrown under the bus by everyone like that except of course Dormammu, who was still recovering from Harry's tail whip. Harry turned towards the one everyone pointed at and glared, do you have any idea what this being is doing? This entire dimension will be consumed by whatever dark dimension this thing came from. But that's not the worst thing, no. The worst thing about all of this, is that my nap was interrupted. Everyone couldn't help but sweat drop after hearing Harry say something so ridiculous, but no dare say anything about it, because from Harry's jaws a few menacing white flames can be seen dancing and flaring around in there, and that made everyone nervous. They can all feel coming from those flames from where they were and made them very wary about the dragon in front of them. Of course Doctor Strange and Mordo recognized this dragon before them. The Ancient One had ordered everyone in all 3 sanctuaries to never bother Harry Potter. Well, her exact words were, for the love of all creation in the universe, please never piss off Harry Potter, and they can see why she seemed so afraid of him. His mere presence was holding back the dark dimension, almost as if it was afraid to approach him. Caecilius and members were also aware of who this dragon is. Of course, they knew, who else could he be but not Harry Potter, a member of the Avengers and the most dangerous being on the planet. Dormammu, however, didn't know who this was, nor did he care. The only thing running through his mind right now was the fact that this creature had whipped him hard enough to not only cause him pain but to actually move him, and that was something he couldn't forgive nor ignore. Meanwhile, Harry was having a telepathic conversation with Tony, who had contacted him with Jean's help to find out what was going on. Harry, there are some very weird energy signatures coming from somewhere in Hong Kong, do you know what it could possibly be? Harry grunted. I'm staring at the cause right this minute. Tony raised an eyebrow when he heard the angry tone in Harry's voice. It's not often something or someone annoys Harry, so he was curious about what had happened for his friend to be in a bad mood. Are you okay, Harry? You sound pissed off. Harry just huffed. I was taking a nap in Wakanda when some idiot just decided to summon some kind of giant demonic being in a dark dimension that's slowly trying to consume this one, so yeah. I'm a little upset at this moment. Tony just hissed. The Avengers had learned the hard way that it's never a good idea to annoy Harry when he's taking his naps. Someone is about to die then. Meanwhile, as soon as he recovered and stood up, Dormammu lashed out a punch right on top of Harry's back, causing the ground below Harry to actually crack and dust to fly everywhere, covering everything around Harry. Harry just huffed again. I'll call you back later. Someone just volunteered to die first. With that said, Harry cut off the telepathic link with Tony and got ready for a fight. Dormammu was sure he had killed the strange creature and was about to continue destroying this dimension, up until he received a faceful of holy fire breath, causing the demonic being to scream in agonizing pain. But Harry didn't let him finish suffering. He suddenly stood up on his hind legs and lashed out with his claws right into Dormammu's chest, his claws easily going through his skin, causing blood to fly everywhere and actually pushing him back. Everyone had to jump back to get away from the 2 giant titans to avoid dying from being too close to one of them. Doctor Strange grabbed Wong's body as he jumped back with the help of his magical cloak. Meanwhile, Dormammu had recovered from his pain and decided to blast Harry with dark dimension energy balls, but Harry easily swat them away with his left wing. After successfully blocking Dormammu's attack, Harry spread his wings wide and said dazzle flash. A bright white light shined off Harry's body, blinding Dormammu and everyone around them. Dormammu, not expecting such an attack, screamed in pain as his eyes burned from the sudden intense white light. Harry, seeing his foe flinch back and scream in pain, then raised one of his claws towards the sky, and a giant holy lightning bolt crashed right into it. Harry then swiped his claw down hard as he said in a loud voice, Giga slash. A giant slash of energy and lighting shoots out of Harry's claw and flies right into Dormammu's abdomen, actually taking his feet off the ground and sending him flying away a bit until he crashed into the ground. As Dormammu tried to recover and get up, Harry pounced on him and snapped his jaws close right on Dormammu's neck and began to shake his head and tighten his jaws hard. Dormammu gasped in both shock and pain and tried to blast Harry off of him with a burst of dark dimension energy, but Harry ignored it and continued to shake his head harshly. Seeing that his attack failed in a desperate attempt to pry Harry off of him, Dormammu began to punch and knee Harry as hard as he could, but Harry wasn't feeling anything from his desperate attacks and instead grabbed Dormammu's rib cage with his claws and began clenched them on his skin, causing deep bloody gashes to appear and his rib cage to begin to slowly break from the pressure of Harry's grip. Everyone couldn't help but to stare in awe at this savage battle between two powerful beings, and even though it seemed like it was two beasts trying to rip each other apart like wild animals, everyone could feel the enormous amount of energy these beings were using in all of their attacks. Finally, Dormammu began to lose this battle. He could feel his bones break and blood fill his lungs. He didn't know how this being is able to hurt him, but for the first time in his long existence he felt fear. He wasn't even healing anymore, which that in itself should be impossible, but somehow he was dying. He could feel it. Harry saw the fight slowly go out from his foe's eyes and tightened his jaws even more, until Dormammu slumped back into the ground with Harry on top of him still holding his neck tightly. Then with one more harsh twist Harry pulled off Dormammu's neck, tearing his neck in the process. Dormammu gasped and wheezed. He couldn't believe it. He was dying, and as he stared at the creature who had been able to slay him he couldn't help but ask what gak. Cough. What? Are you? Harry stared down into Dormammu's eyes. My name is Harry Potter, Master of Death, Dread Dragon God of Chaos, and an Avenger. Dormammu widened his eyes, and in his last moments of life he couldn't help to regret not having recognized this powerful god before him. Everything made sense now, how he was able to cause him pain, how he was able to actually injure him, and how he was able to kill him. After all, he was in the presence of a being far more powerful than he could ever be. He regretted not knowing this being was in this dimension. If he knew, he would have never appeared here, but those damn pillars protecting this dimension prevented him from sensing him or even knowing such a being had descended into this worthless dimension. With those thoughts the all-powerful Dormammu died, and the moment Harry felt his death he let out a roar into the heaven in victory. The dark dimension, sensing the death of its master, suddenly receded and disappeared, sealing itself away from this dimension. Since it was somewhat sentient, it didn't want anything to do with the powerful being living here. Harry, after celebrating his victory, flew up a bit and then bathed Dormammu's corpse with his holy fire breath, destroying the demonic being's body and preventing anyone from ever getting to it. Harry then turned around and looked for everyone that was in here before Dormammu attacked him. As he turned back into his human form he snapped his fingers, creating a barrier in an instant before anyone had time to teleport away. Caecilius and his cult actually tried to get away as soon as they saw Harry snap his fingers, but by then it was too late, and to their shock, they couldn't teleport anywhere. Harry then slowly floated down towards where Doctor Strange was protecting Wong's body, and as soon as he landed on the grounds, glowing energy chains shoot out of his back and wrapped around everyone present in the area. Everyone felt the connection to their magic disappear and they began to panic, except Doctor Strange and Mordo, who wisely didn't move or said anything and just waited for Harry to speak. Harry closed his eyes and took a big breath. He then opened them and stared right into Doctor Strange's eyes. Okay, I'm not in a good mood, so it's for the best of everyone present that you answer my questions honestly. Who are you? Why do you have the Ancient One's amulet? And what we're trying to do with it? Doctor Strange was nervously sweating. Harry's mere presence was putting pressure on his body, and so he decided to just answer his questions honestly. My name is Stephen Strange and I'm the new Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One died trying to stop the giant demon you just killed, and I was trying to use time magic to save Wong's life, but I failed. I couldn't use the amulet. Harry stared at Doctor Strange for a good second. So she's dead? That too bad. She was a funny lady, and of course, the amulet wouldn't work. I took the time stone that was inside that amulet a long time ago. That was something no mortal should have in their possession, so I took it to make sure the Ancient One wouldn't mess around with it, and the fact that you just tried to use it to mess with time is proof that I made the right choice. Harry then turned towards Wong's lifeless body while both Mordo and Doctor Strange gaped at the fact that Harry had just admitted to stealing something so precious from the Ancient One. Suddenly the King of Hell emerged from the ground and Harry picked up Wong's body and threw it inside its mouth. Once again Doctor Strange and Mordo were gaping in shock as they watched whatever the creature Harry summoned chew Wong's body and then spit him on the ground alive but groaning. The creature then disappeared with a disturbing grin on its face. Doctor Strange was glad to see Wong alive. Wong, you're alive. That's great. Wong slowly got up. I kinda wish I wasn't. Everything hurts and I was watching everything strange. I told you not to mess with time. Doctor Strange winced at being told off by Wong, but then Wong tiredly sighed. But thank you for trying it for my sake. Doctor Strange chuckled while Harry turned towards Caecilius and his cult. And them? What or who are they supposed to be? Wong finally noticed that Harry was there and sputtered in shock while Mordo was the one who answered his question. He's Caecilius. He was once an apprentice of the Ancient One, but like her, she broke the laws of nature in order to extend their lives. He was the one who summoned Dormammu, the demon you killed a little while ago. All of you just keep breaking the rules of magic for your convenience. Harry glared at Caecilius for being the reason for his nap to be interrupted. He then had the chains around them suddenly rip their souls out and destroyed their bodies, freeing his chains. He then turned towards Mordo. I don't know who you think you are, but I suggest you don't ever criticize a higher being. I'm a dragon god who has dominion over death and chaos, don't ever presume to lecture me, sorcerer. Mordo paled and looked down, he had forgotten for a second, who exactly he was speaking to. Harry then turned towards Doctor Strange. That being said, I agree with what Wong just said, mortals shouldn't be playing with things that they don't understand, or at the very least if they don't have a way to fix their mistakes. Harry used his own time magic, which had a deep green glow, to reverse everything that was destroyed or anyone innocent killed during everything that had happened in Hong Kong. Doctor Strange and Wong stared in awe while Mordo frowned in disapproval, but he didn't dare say anything else while in front of a dragon god. Soon enough Harry finished fixing everything and then released Doctor Strange and Mordo, allowing them to feel their magic once again. All right, how about we go somewhere else to talk? Doctor Strange and Wong nodded. Wong then spoke next. Let's go to the New York Sanctum, someone needs to protect it and we can talk privately there. Mordo shook his head. Someone needs to stay here and check if everything is working fine, you three go ahead. Doctor Strange and Wong nodded. Harry then snapped his finger and the barrier shattered like glass, allowing the three sorcerers to regain their ability to teleport. Doctor Strange quickly opened a portal to the New York Sanctum and both he and Wong stepped through. They both stopped on the other side and waited for Harry, who was already walking towards the portal. Suddenly he stopped and turned his head towards Mordo and gazed at him. Just to let you know, I'm aware of the darkness growing in your heart, so I'm giving you this one warning, don't do anything stupid, or a fate worse than the death will fall upon you. With that said, Harry stepped through the portal, and as it began to close, Mordo couldn't help but shiver in dread at Harry's threat. Maybe he should just retire and go live on an isolated island. After arriving at what Doctor Strange and Wong call the House of Mysteries, they began to explain to Harry just what had happened and had left to that mess of a situation back there. Harry listened intently until they finished telling him everything. Sigh, so let me see if I got everything so far. So you were a surgeon, a very famous one at that. Doctor Strange nodded with a cocky grin on his face, but Harry ignored it. But you had a car accident which crippled your hands and ended your career. Doctor Strange slumped in his seat while Wong just smiled at his friend's misfortune. Harry continued on, and after trying all kinds of medicine and surgeries in an attempt to heal your hands and failing, you decided to try different methods and your search took you straight into the arms of the Ancient One. Both Doctor Strange and Wong nodded. Then for some strange reason she decided to teach you the sorcerer branch of magic and make you her new apprentice, but not only that, she also named the new sorcerer supreme when she died. Once again both sorcerers nodded and Harry tiredly rubbed his eyes, and then this Caecilius asshat decided that it was a good idea to open a portal to another dimension and let what could only be classified as a demon lord into this dimension in an attempt to gain immortality. Both Doctor Strange and Wong sweat dropped while Harry just sighed. What a weak hay. Both sorcerer nervously chuckled while Harry just shook his head. Sigh. And pray tell why none of you decided to call the Avengers? Hell, why didn't you call me? The Ancient One knew how to find me and she must have known I wouldn't refuse to help. Doctor Strange turned towards Wong since he himself was curious as to why they didn't ask for help. Wong just answered, we're the ones in charge of protecting this realm from the other dimensions and we have to make sure we're always ready. Relying on others for help could make us too lax or too reliant on said help. That's why the Ancient One asked us not to bother you or the Avengers with any of this, plus she was terrified you would make a bigger mess of things somehow. Harry's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. I hope she realizes that even if she's dead she can't run away from me. Anyways, that's fine and all, but next time, when this dimension is really close to destruction, do ask for help, if not for yourselves but for the rest of the innocent people involved, okay? Both sorcerers nodded, but Doctor Strange decided to ask something. Can you bring the Ancient One back to life? Harry raised an eyebrow. I could, but death is not one to let go of those who had been cheating her do a long time or running away from their fate, and I don't know about you guys but I don't want to piss off the one conceptual being that can pretty much end anything in the universe if she wanted to. Both sorcerers sadly nodded. They understood that what the Ancient One did would have consequences and that there was nothing they could do. Harry then smiled, but don't worry, since I like the Ancient One, I'm sure death will treat her kindly, or at the very least won't punish her harshly. In Death's domain, we see Death herself staring down at the Ancient One's soul with an intense look in her eyes. You're very lucky my beloved master finds you amusing, otherwise I would have tortured you for eternity for daring to cheat me out of my job. The Ancient One was sweating profusely. She didn't know what to expect once she died, but she certainly wasn't expecting to meet the conceptual being known as Death herself or finding out that Death was a she. That tidbit of information has her very perplexed at the moment. Death just sighed sadly at the missing opportunity of finally torturing this soul who has for a long time escaped her embrace. Now off you go, your loved ones and family is waiting for you on the other side. The Ancient One quickly nodded and left right away. She certainly was happy that she was going to be seeing everyone she ever cared for once again. Death just tiredly watched her go. Sigh, Master, why are you so nice? Oh well. I still haven't found a good reward for my beloved master yet. So off I go, and with that Death left. After spending some time with the sorcerers and exchanging contact information, Harry decided to go back home and finally nap in peace, so after saying goodbye to both Doctor Strange and Wong, Harry flew back to Tony's cabin and then lay down on the lawn, belly up, and contentedly fell asleep. Hope, who was home with Morgan, watched her father lay down for a nap and decided that it seemed like a good day for a nap, and so taking Morgan with her, she went outside and then she flew up a bit, then landed on her father's belly, and after putting Morgan down both of them lay down on Harry's belly and fell asleep. It was at this scene that Tony, Pepper, and the girls arrived too. Tony just stared at his daughter peacefully sleeping on Harry's belly. How does Harry manage to not move or something? Pepper just giggled. It must be a subconscious thing. It's not the first time both Morgan and Hope lay down on his belly and take a nap, besides it is surprisingly comfortable. Tony turned his head to stare at his wife and raised an eyebrow. Pepper blushed. What? Morgan and Hope looked comfortable, so I just shrugged and said why not. Tony chuckled and turned around to walk into the cabin, a pouting Pepper following him close behind. The girls all turned to look at each other and started to giggle. They were already used to the random things that Harry does, but it was both funny and endearing how careful he is with both Hope and Morgan. Even when he's sleeping he's careful not to roll around or move too much. It's like he somehow knows that his daughter and Morgan are sleeping on his belly. After giggling for a bit, all of them walked inside the cabin. They were tired from training and wanted to eat and rest. A couple of months passed by in relative peace since the Avengers continued their operations, though now both the Black Panther and Doctor Strange would join them and could be often found in the Avengers Towers. Today T'Challa and Harry were giving a tour of the Avengers Research and Development Department to Shuri, where she was introduced to the gel and life bottle research. This had intrigued her a lot, and had asked if she could join the department and help. T'Challa was surprised a bit, but once Shuri explained that this could be very beneficial to Wakanda, he ended up agreeing. Harry agreed and called Tony to let him know that Shuri wanted to join the research department. Of course, Tony had already heard of her genius mind and immediately agreed. With that done, Shuri would soon join the Avengers Tower as a full-time researcher, something that made her both extremely excited and happy. However, suddenly Harry felt that something bad had happened. He wasn't sure what it was, but what he knew was that it was big. But for now, he ignored it. Something told him that he will eventually get dragged into whatever is going on, so for now, he continued to give Shuri a tour around the research department. In Asgard, around Odin's bed, his wife and sons Thor and Loki, who was allowed out of his cell to spend time with Odin during his last moments, were staring as the All-Father died and become energy, returning once more to the universe. All three royal members of Asgard had been told by Odin in his last moments how proud and how much he loved them all, but he also gave them a warning. One that started with the revelation that they had a sister they'd never met named Hela, who was both a goddess of death and a god killer who will be released as soon as he dies. He told them how powerful and ruthless she is and that he had failed her as a father when he feared her ever-growing power and sealed her away. Now she seeks to destroy Asgard. So as soon as Odin's body finished disappearing, he left to prepare Asgard to defend itself from this new threat. Loki, who have been staring in silence at the spot where the All-Father died, suddenly got up to join his brother in this fight. Freya saw this and smiled softly at the fact that her sons were going to fight together to protect their home. She got up and decided she was going to do her part, starting with getting her old friend back from that horrid planet, with the help of a family friend of course. Harry had finished with the tour and left T'Challa to show Shuri the rest of the facilities. Right now he was enjoying a big sandwich that Jean had made for him for lunch when suddenly he got a telepathic call. Harry swallowed and grinned when he sensed who it was that wanted to speak to him telepathically. Freya? This is a surprise, but it's good to hear from you. What can I help you with? Harry. Odin has died. Harry stopped mid-bite as soon as he heard Freya. He narrowed his eyes and put down his sandwich. He might not have liked Odin much, but he was the father and husband of two people he considers close friends. How did he die? Do you need me to go murder someone? Freya couldn't help but giggle to herself. Even though Harry wasn't Odin's biggest fan, he was still willing to avenge him for Thor and her. No dear, he died of old age. It was his time. But it seems my husband had been keeping a few secrets that came out on his deathbed. Asgard is in peril and I need you to go save an old friend of mine trapped on another planet. She was exiled and somehow ended up there. I wanted to go and get her as soon as I found out she was there, but Odin refused me, not wanting me to be anywhere close to that planet. Harry listened intently. You had me at Asgard is in peril. What do you need me to do? Freya smiled. You're such a good boy. I'm glad Thor has you as a friend. Phew phew phew. Harry blushed at being complimented like that. Freya has always been very motherly to Harry whenever he would visit, and he secretly likes to be spoiled by her, especially since Thor would glare at him from a distance. Freya finished embarrassing Harry and decided to continue. I need you to go to the planet known as Sakar and get my friend. Her name is Brunhilde and she's a Valkyrie, though she might need some convincing. Once you get her to come to Asgard, something tells me Thor and Loki will need your help soon. Harry nodded and got up. He then put his delicious sandwich into his inventory and got ready to leave. I don't like the fact Loki is running around out of his cell, but alright, I'll be immediately leaving. Now that I know the name of the planet, I can easily find it and immediately go there. Freya smiled. Do be careful, dear. The planet is governed by someone who calls himself the Grand Master, and he has turned that planet into a gladiator stadium or something like that. There are all kinds of people there, but I'm sure you will be fine. Harry grinned. Of course, I'll be very careful. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Harry then cut off the telepathic link, and with a wave of his hand, he created a dark corridor. This time through the darkness seems to be dyed in a deep blue light, signifying Harry's use over the concept of space. He then immediately stepped through and left. Meanwhile, Freya turned around and walked to one of the bedroom's windows and frowned when she saw a pillar of darkness raise from the ground and collect itself high above Asgard. Once the darkness was done gathering itself, an orb of darkness dropped to the ground, and from it, a tall woman rose and emerged from the darkness. Freya looked down. Please hurry back, Harry. Chapter 39. Harry instantly arrived in Sakar after stepping through his controlled space-enhanced dark corridor and immediately noticed how much of a dump this planet is. He couldn't even feel a smidge of nature on this planet, and as a sage that annoyed him quite a bit. But he didn't have time for that right now. He had to quickly find Brunhilde and go to Asgard to help his friends. So Harry then jumped up high into the sky and spread his wings to stay in the air and have a better look at the surrounding area, as he lazily floats in the air as he decides to look around. As he looks around for a bit, he suddenly notices some kind of coliseum in the distance. His eyes narrow as he senses a lot of darkness and greed in that building. Deciding that the Colosseum was his best bet to find Brunhilde, he then takes off at high speed towards it. Meanwhile, in said Colosseum, the man known as the Grand Master was having the time of his life. He had many powerful gladiators facing each other off in hopes of gaining their freedom for his and his public's entertainment. Of course, he doesn't plan to ever allow them to have said freedom, since his prisoners make him a lot of money. Suddenly a boom heard from the sky. It was so loud that everyone in the Colosseum instinctively looked up until they saw a small dot approaching the Colosseum at high speed. Harry soon arrived at the Colosseum and then harshly landed in the middle of the arena. His landing is so powerful that the ground cracked and dust flew everywhere, causing everyone in the arena to cover their eyes to protect them. The unlucky gladiators that were currently fighting in the arena were blown off their feet from Harry's landing and landed on the ground some distance away. As everyone was coughing and trying to keep the dust from reaching their eyes, Harry stood up and with a wave of his arm he vanished the dust. He looked around the arena and frowned, not liking the sheer amount of darkness in this place. He then turned towards the Grand Master, who flinched back at the pure and utter disgust evident in Harry's eyes. Suddenly Harry spoke. So much darkness and corruption. No one knew how, but everyone was able to clearly hear his voice. What Harry was doing is amplifying his voice with magic, so everyone was able to hear him. I was sent here by Freya, Queen of Asgard. Unknown to everyone in the arena, one particular woman who was seating and drinking in one of the many bars in the Colosseum, heard the Queen of Asgard's name being called out, and out of instinct, she stood up from where she was sitting and drinking in shock. Harry looked around a bit before continuing. Brunhilde, the King of Asgard is dead, and your queen is beckoning you back to your home. Brunhilde gasped at the news and looked down in doubt. Everyone back then thought that Odin exiled her, but in reality, she had exiled herself and ended up trapped here. The death of her sisters during the battle with that monster left a void in her heart that she tried to fill with drink and battle. Harry suddenly started to float. Brunhilde, Asgard needs you. As of this moment it's under attack by someone known as Hela. Come with me and we'll both help the people of Asgard. Everyone in the arena had listened intently to Harry's announcements, and many were in shock at the news he brought. No one could have ever imagined that Odin was dead and that someone has dared to attack one of the biggest powerhouses in the universe. Brunhilde was in doubt. She was afraid and truly believed that she would die if she faced that monster again, but her queen had trusted this young man to find her and bring her home. She stared down at the floor, but then she nodded to herself, finished her drink, and headed down to the arena to meet this strange and unknown young man that her queen had sent to find her. Meanwhile, the Grand Master maliciously grinned at this news and was already planning on taking advantage of Asgard being without Odin to protect it. He had already decided to go there and get as many of those mighty and powerful fighters that live there for his games, and maybe he might even bag the Prince of Asgard, Thor himself. Harry felt a strong wave of greed and darkness and abruptly turned around to where the Grand Master was sitting. He instantly noticed his grin and something about it pissed him off. As the Grand Master contemplated his plans for a future visit to Asgard, he failed to notice Harry suddenly lift an arm towards his direction and point a finger at him. That Grand Master was so lost in his delusions that he didn't even notice when everyone around him began to panic and move away from him, and so when he finally looked towards his uninvited guest he was shocked to watch him pointing a finger at him. Said finger, however, seemed to be gathering an enormous amount of green and black colored energy. The last thing the Grand Master heard and saw was Harry say Grand Ray Zero. Before all he could see was a deep green light and then only darkness. Everyone in the arena panicked the moment they saw Harry fire off an enormous beam of energy from his finger and blast the Grand Master into nothingness along with his many personal guards. Everyone then began to panic and try to run away. Not even the remaining guards wanted to do anything with the powerful individual who just killed their boss. The gladiators who were still inside of the arena with Harry and were now standing up after being blown off by Harry's landing were celebrating the death of the bastard who had kept them imprisoned and fighting for his entertainment for so long. Harry turned towards the gladiators when he noticed them celebrating, and with a wave of his hand the shock collars around their necks fell off. Harry then spoke to them. Go, get those that want to leave and bring them here. I'll take you with me when I go to Asgard. I'm sure they'll be able to help you go back home once I have dealt with Hela. The gladiators grinned and nodded, and both turned around and left to free everyone else imprisoned on this god-forsaken planet. They also couldn't help but notice the guards beginning to flee and ignore them, so they easily began to free everyone else. Harry stayed there floating and waiting for them to come back when a voice suddenly called out to him from behind. That was quite the impressive trick. Do you think it will work against Hela? Harry turned around and saw a woman approach him. He immediately sensed her to be an Asgardian Brunhilde, I presume. Brunhilde nodded. Harry then landed softly in front of her. You don't have to worry about Hela, I'll deal with her once we're back in Asgard. Brunhilde frowned. You think you can take her? I faced her before, and was forced to watch as all of my fellow sisters fell to her. Her power even made Odin tremble in fear, and you think you can take her? A goddess of death. Harry narrowed his eyes and stared into Brunhilde's eyes, causing her to take a step back. She isn't a goddess of death. If she was, she would have known better than to attack someone I consider my friend, and besides, Asgardians aren't gods anyways. They don't have even a speck of divinity in them. I proved this when I beat down Odin right in front of Thor and Freya. Honestly, I don't even know how you guys came to believe you were gods, to begin with. Brunhilde gaped. This young man defeated Odin, and Queen Freya sent him to find her? She must really want her back home. Can you really defeat her? Harry nodded. Yes, leave her to me. You just protect Freya. Brunhilde nodded, and a fire was lit inside her. She'll protect her queen with her life. She won't fail again. Suddenly a lot of different kinds of people, some looked very alien to Harry but he considers them people anyway, began to gather around him. Harry nodded and spoke up. All right everyone, listen and pay attention. I'll take you to Asgard with me, but there's probably fighting going on right now, but it'll be over soon. If you want to help and fight, then thank you. If not, hide and wait for everything to blow over. I'm sure Asgard will be able to help all of you go home once everything is resolved. The gladiators stared at Harry in silence for a second, but then they all started to roar. To those who had been forced to fight to survive for so long, helping Asgard seems like a good way to help and thank the one who set them free. Besides, if Asgard needed help, then they will fight. Might as well put all of that battle experience they got from this place to good use. Harry grinned and turned to look towards Brunhilde, who nodded at him. Okay. My name is Harry Potter. Thank you for your help. With that said, Harry then waved his hand and created a wide dark corridor, enhanced once again with his powers over the concept of space. Get ready for a fight as soon you step through. Brunhilde, you'll arrive exactly where Freya is. Protect her, and here these will help you. Harry took out 2 swords from his inventory and handed them to Brunhilde, who took them. She was awed at the power and beauty of the swords. Everyone nodded, and with a roar Harry, Brunhilde, and the gladiators rushed forward through the dark corridor. While Harry was away on Sakaar looking for the missing Valkyrie, Thor and Loki were both facing Hela, who had appeared in a pillar of darkness. Thor and Loki stared at their sister as she began to approach. Hela stopped right before them and grinned. I have come to claim my rightful place as ruler of Asgard. Bow before your queen. Loki turned towards Thor. Is that how I sound to Harry? Thor grinned towards Loki. Pretty much. Loki sighed. No wonder he doesn't like me much. Hela was confused. She was expecting fear and despair, but these two before her were completely relaxed. Her eye narrowed in annoyance. Are you making fun of me? Why aren't you afraid? Thor and Loki turned their gazes toward each other, and then Thor decided to answer her question. Once you meet Harry Potter, it's very difficult to fear anything else in the universe. Hela frowned. There's that name again. Why does it make me feel so anxious just hearing it? Suddenly feeling a sense of urgency, Hela took a step. Her instincts were telling her to reach her prize before something else could happen. However, she wasn't expecting Thor to suddenly hit her full force in the face with Mjolnir. the strike was so fast and so unexpected that she couldn't react in time and was sent flying a bit until she recovered in midair and landed on her feet not too far away from both Thor and Loki. Both Thor and Loki were surprised when they saw the bruise on her face heal instantly. Loki spoke up, so that's what father meant when he said that she was stronger as long as she was in Asgard. How annoying. Thor nodded in agreement, but he's already used to fighting beings with powerful healing factors. Sparring with both Harry and Wolverine was very annoying, but it made for great battle experience. Yes, this will be difficult. Thor began to shroud himself in lightning while Loki took out his daggers from his pocket dimension. Thor then suddenly spoke, we have to make time. The palace guards are evacuating everyone in the palace to the Bifrost. We can't let her get whatever it is she seems to be looking for. Loki nodded and got ready. Meanwhile, Hela held her face in pain and anger. She couldn't believe someone was able to hurt her like this. She turned her head to glare at both Thor and Loki, and in a burst of speed, she attacked them. Thor dodged her incoming high kick by moving his head away from it, but was then punched away. Loki then lunged a slash toward Hela's neck, but she stepped back and dodged it, only to have to bend over backward a bit to dodge Mjolnir, which was thrown by Thor. Loki took advantage of her awkward position and stabbed her in the thigh, causing her to grunt, but she then grabbed Loki's arm and then slammed him against the floor. She was about to stomp on his chest, but she was suddenly blasted off of Loki by a large lightning bolt courtesy of Thor. As Hela landed on the ground, she quickly had to roll out of the way when Thor came down and slammed Mjolnir right where she had landed a few seconds ago. The ground cracked, and then a crater formed from Thor's blow. Hela then pulled Loki's dagger out from her thigh and tried to stab Thor in the chest with it, but his lighting shroud protected and prevented the daggers from touching him. Loki suddenly appeared behind her and slashed her back open, causing her to drop Loki's dagger and jump to the side to get away. Thor then stood up while picking up Loki's dagger and handed it back to his brother. Both then stood in front of Hela at the ready. Hela then narrowed her eyes and glared at them. Hela straightened up and then cracked her neck. As she suddenly disappeared in a blur, Thor was able to see her move, but Loki couldn't, so he was caught off guard when he was suddenly kicked away while Thor had to block a punch from Hela with Mjolnir. Hela then began to barrage Thor with punches while he continued to block them with Mjolnir until the hammer couldn't take it anymore and began to crack until it shattered. This was when Hela was able to go through Thor's defenses and punched him hard in the abdomen. The hit was so strong that it lifted Thor off the ground, but before he could fly away, he was then grabbed by the leg by Hela and was then harshly slammed against a still recovering Loki. Hela then continuously slammed Thor against his brother repeatedly until she got tired and then threw Thor away right beside Loki and walked away in a hurry to Odin's vault. She still had something to collect and her instincts were still flaring for her to hurry up. Thor tried to get up, but since he had to disperse his lighting cloak so he wouldn't accidentally kill Loki while Hela used him as a hammer and Loki a nail, he was hurt pretty badly. Loki, he called out through a cough, are you okay? Loki rolled into his back just, peachy. Never better, brother. Thor grinned, well, if you're okay enough to be sarcastic then you're okay, cough. Loki just rolled his eyes, where's that stupid dragon friend of yours? We're getting our asses handed to us. Thor reached into his pouch, which was Avengers Standard issued, and pulled out 4 apple gel. He handed 2 to Loki while he ate the other 2 himself. He's looking for someone at the request of Mother, he should be here soon. Loki nodded and ate the apple gels, instantly feeling better. Then he turned and stared at the shards of Mjolnir. She broke your hammer. How are you going to fight without it? Thor turned towards where the shards of his old companion lay and stared sadly. Sigh. Harry trained us all to be able to use our full abilities even without our weapons. Well, more like he kicked our asses until we could fight fine without our weapons. Loki's sweat dropped when he saw his brother tremble in fear. Thor recovered from his trauma and then continue. Harry did warn me about over-relying on Mjolnir Well, might as well have him make me a new weapon later, but for now, let go and stop our crazy sister. Suddenly a howl echoed through Asgard and soon the sound of a marching army was heard. Loki tiredly sighed, I don't like the sounds of that. Thor nodded, then stood up and then helped Loki stand up. To me either, come on, we have to stop her from attacking the residents while they're being evacuated. Suddenly a familiar voice made them turn around and what they saw surprised them both. Meanwhile, in Odin's vault, Hela had finally found what she was looking for, the Eternal Flame. With the Eternal Flame in her possession, she revived the past fallen warriors of Asgard and her wolf pet, Fenrir. Having succeeded in raising her army, Hela grinned in victory and walked out of Odin's vault with Fenrir and her army following behind her. Once she reached the outside of the palace with her army behind her, she was about to declare the throne of Asgard as hers, when suddenly multiple blue fireballs began to rain down on her and her army. She looked up and noticed a woman floating in the sky. She was wearing a pure white robe, and silver-like armor, and wielding Odin's spear. She was the one raining down those fireballs at her and her army. So she tensed her legs and jumped towards her, intending to strike the woman out of the sky, but the moment she got too close to her she noticed the unknown lady grinning at her. Hela was then blasted down by her infuriating brother, who just shot her with a massive lightning bolt. As she landed harshly on the ground, she had to dodge Loki, who was waiting for her to land and tried to stab her in the head with his daggers. As Hela dodged Loki's attempt to end her life, she quickly pushed herself up and was about to kick Loki away, but she was suddenly blasted by a maelstrom of water that trapped her inside of it and dragged her away until it imploded, dropping her on the ground in pain. Hela stood up and glared at the woman who just blasted her, but then Thor appeared behind her in a flash of lightning and trapped her in a bear hug. He then proceeded to electrocute her with massive amounts of electricity, causing Hela to scream in pain. Loki then walked in front of the unknown woman and stood in front of her protectively. The woman giggled in amusement. "Loki dear, you don't need to worry too much about your old mother like this." Loki relaxed. "Okay mother, but you are teaching me those spells later, they seem fun." Freya smiled and patted his cheek. "Sorry dear, but I promised Harry that I wouldn't teach anyone else what he is teaching me." Loki frowned. "Tch. Stupid lizard." Freya just rolled her eyes but smiled nonetheless. Suddenly a howl echoed in the air, and Thor was suddenly pried off Hela by Fenrir and thrown towards Freya and Loki. Freya immediately healed Thor as Loki stared at the giant wolf. "That mud is going to be a problem." Thor, now healed by his mother, stood up and glared at the wolf and noticed Hela get up angry and with bloodshot eyes, and that army of hers is on the way too. Things were looking bleak, but the three royal Asgardians were ready to fight to the bitter end. Hela's army then finally caught up with them and got ready to attack them. Hela glared and walked forwards, and once she was ahead of her army, she was about to order to attack, but a massive pillar of darkness suddenly materialized behind Thor, Freya, and Loki. The Asgardian royal trio turned around and smiled when they saw the familiar pillar of darkness. Suddenly roars of battle began to echo out of the dark corridor, and then an army of all kinds of warriors ran out of the dark corridor and rushed forward towards Hela's army and began to ferociously attack. Thor, Loki, and Freya were surprised by the sudden arrival of a charging army, but then Brunhilde stepped through holding two beautiful and powerful-looking swords. One is a purple blade with a drill-like aura and the other is a green-colored sword with an aura that just screamed danger to the trio of royal Asgardians. Freya smiled when she saw Brunhilde confidently walk in battle ready and with a fire in her eyes that she had been missing for a while. Brunhilde saw her queen and rushed to her side and then took a knee. "My queen. I've returned." Freya giggled. "Please stand, my old friend, no need to bow to me." Brunhilde stood up and grinned at her queen. Thor stared at the swords in Brunhilde's hands and instantly recognized them. "Those swords, did Harry give them to you?" Brunhilde turned towards Thor and nodded yes. "He told me their names are Bombing and Tyrfing and that they were powerful demonic swords, but they seemed okay to me." Suddenly a voice was heard from behind them as the dark corridor began to close and disappear. "That's because they accepted you as their wielder, otherwise they wouldn't be as nice." Thor and Freya smiled widely as Harry finally appeared while Loki became nervous. Harry turned and stared at him. Thor must have noticed his look, so he spoke up in his brother's defense. "He is on our side, Harry, don't worry." Harry closed his eyes and nodded. He then opened them. "Well, as long as he behaves I'll ignore him and the fact that he's out of his cell. Anyways, where's this all-powerful goddess of death?" The sheer vitriol in Harry's voice made Thor and Loki jump and automatically pointed at Hela, who was looking at everything going in confusion. Harry turned to look toward Hela and frowned. He also noticed the giant wolf standing in front of her. With a wave of his hand the wolf suddenly inflated and exploded in a shower of gore, which shocked Hela. Thor gulped. "Oh no. He's pissed." Loki gaped at the brutality and Freya looked thoughtful and suddenly spoke up. "Ah. You used a wind spell right inside his stomach and then just expanded it until that happened. That's pretty smart. I'm going to have to try it." Thor, Loki, and Brunhilde turned and stared in shock toward Freya, while Harry just grinned and then spoke up. "Okay, you guys help our new friends deal with her army, I'll handle Hela." Everyone nodded and began to rush forward into battle. Thor suddenly turned to say one more thing to Harry. "Harry, she has a very powerful healing factor. Watch out for that." Harry nodded and began to walk forward and approach Hela, who was still in shock about what just had happened to her pet wolf. Thor, Loki, Freya, and Brunhilde rushed forward and joined the ex-gladiators fighting Hela's army. Brunhilde pulls back her arm and then thrust forward with bombing. A drill-like burst of energy suddenly shoots off bombing towards a group of Hela's soldiers and goes through them, then it explodes some distance away behind them. Brunhilde next pulled back bombing and harshly swung Tyrfing, releasing a wave of destructive demonic energy that disintegrated a large number of enemies. Brunhilde then stared at the destruction she caused with two simple moves and excitedly grinned. "I love these swords." Freya giggled while she waved Odin's spear and released a blizzard, freezing another large number of enemies. "Focus dear, you can admire your new toys later, we have things to do. She then waved Odin's spear one more time, and this time a blast of wind hit the frozen enemies and shattered them. Brunhilde hums and then nods to her queen. She then proceeded to continue to destroy any enemy stupid enough to get too close to both her and Freya, while the Queen of Asgard blasted her enemies with all sorts of elemental spells. Thor was pretty much beating his enemies with thunder punches and kicks. Eventually, he took off to the skies and then began to rain down a storm of lightning bolts on Hela's army. Loki was using illusions and his invisibility spell to sneak behind any enemy soldier and stab them right in the back with his daggers. Meanwhile, Harry stopped just in front of Hela and stared at her with a frown on his face. So you're the so-called goddess of death, Hela. You don't seem like much, but then again Odin wasn't the most powerful either, for fake deities that is. Hela frowned and glared at the person before her. He looked young, but she wasn't fooled. She can tell that he was both extremely powerful and experienced in battle, plus she hadn't forgotten what he did to Fenrir either. Who are you? Harry tilted his head. I don't feel like introducing myself to you. I'm honestly tired of having to show you Asgardians that you aren't gods. It's annoying to have to do so. Alarm bells went off in Hela's head, but she wasn't able to react to Harry's sudden kick to her chin. Harry, who was standing in front of her a second ago, was now crouching below Hela, his leg extended as he high-kicked her on the chin. Cage bio. Dancing leaf shadow. Hela, as she was kicked into the air by Harry, grunted in pain, while in a blur of speed Harry appeared right behind her and then grabbed her by the waist and flipped her in midair as he was suddenly shrouded in darkness. Abyss Liger bomb. As fast as Hela was kicked up into the air, she was then grabbed by Harry and slammed viciously headfirst into the ground. A pillar of darkness was released upon impact. Hela has never experienced such pain in her life. First, she felt her neck and then her spine shattered the moment this man slammed her into the ground, and now she felt how the darkness was attacking her from within. She could feel her very soul being damaged by the darkness of this ridiculous attack. Thor watched everything happen and couldn't help but whistle at the damage caused by Harry's attack. Loki gulped and was very glad that Harry didn't use that on him. He didn't think he could survive such an attack. Freya shook her head amusingly. Boys. She then turned to her old friend and grinned when she noticed Brunhilde's eyes sparkled in excitement. Freya rolled her eyes but was still smiling. Looks like Harry has a new fan now. Harry let go of Hela and jumped out of the crater he created with Hela's head and back. He stayed floating above it, waiting for his enemy to recover. Meanwhile, Hela was in agonizing pain but couldn't even scream since her neck was shattered, so she had no other choice but to suffer in silence while her body healed itself. Harry stared intently as Hela's body healed itself almost instantly, faster than Logan's healing factor, but hers seems like it's connected to Asgard's core, sort of a pseudo-sage mode just focused on healing rather than enhancement. After fully healing, Hela stood up and glared at Harry, who was lazy floating above her. She was about to jump up and attack him when she saw him raise a finger into the sky and create an enormous ball of energy. Harry wanted to see if she could regenerate after being completely destroyed, so he used a technique he copied from one of the biggest bastards in the multiverse, known as Frisia Death Ball. Harry then waved his whole arm down and fired the enormous ball of energy right at Hela, who tried to get away, but a shadow clone of Harry appeared behind her and caught her in a bear hug, causing her to panic in fear. Let me go. But it was too late. Harry's technique hit her, and since Harry didn't want it to destroy Asgard's core, he made the death ball detonate the moment it reached Hela, consuming her in a massive explosion. Everyone had to cover themselves in order to not be blasted off by the explosion, especially Loki and Brunhilde, since they were not used to these types of attacks. Freya and Thor just raised energy shields to protect themselves. After a while, the explosion subsided and everyone was able to see the aftermath of Harry's technique. Needless to say, it was pure destruction what was left after such a powerful technique. Harry floated down and softly landed on the ground and stared intently into the crater. So she can survive as long as she's in Asgard. Harry watched as Hela slowly regenerated from nothing. She was breathing heavily and on her hands and knees. She then looked up in hate, anger, and fear as she glared at Harry. She was terrified and in pain. She so hated the one who brought such unwanted emotions to her, and suddenly stood up and jumped towards Harry. As soon as Hela got close to Harry, she tried to punch him, but Harry easily caught her fist and then slammed her on the ground. She then tried to lash out a kick in retaliation, but Harry blocked it with his arm as well and then stomped on her head, burying it into the ground. Harry then jumped away and landed a short distance from Hela. His hands suddenly went through hand signs in a blur. Phaeton, rank Dan. Wind style, drilling air bullet. Just before Hela could get up, she was blasted and dragged a short distance by a highly compressed air bullet that suddenly exploded, tearing and spreading Hela's body all over the ground a distance away from Harry. As Hela's body was regenerating, Harry rushed forward and said, Chaos Eater. Multiple black-colored energy spirits shoot out from Harry's back and bite down on the ankles and wrists of a now fully healed Hela. Hela grunted as she felt the strange technique bite and squeeze her limbs harshly. it was then that she felt an agonizing amount of pain causing her to scream as she watched her legs and arms begin to rot. Harry then suddenly jumped on top of Hela and then proceeded to punch her with his fist shrouded in darkness, causing even more pain to the so-called goddess of death. Hela's screams of pain echoed through the now quiet battlefield. The ex-gladiators, Thor, Loki, Freya, and Brunhilde were able to quickly defeat Hela's army, but now all they could do is watch as Harry slowly broke and tortured Hela. Brunhilde watched as Harry's techniques were apparently causing a lot of pain to Hela. The one who had slaughtered all of her sisters so easily was now on the floor crying and screaming in pain. It was surreal. Freya was curious about such techniques. They seemed to be magic, but at the same time they were more. What kind of techniques are those? Thor, who heard his mother's questions and decided to answer them for her. The technique holding Hela down is named Chaos Eater. It's a technique that can cause damage to the very soul of its target, but that's not the worst thing about this technique. No, the worst thing is that it rots the body and ignores all defenses and resistances. The fact that Hela has a healing factor is just extending her agony. The other one is just Harry manipulating the element of darkness into his fist. It doesn't have a name, but it causes a lot of pain. These are the type of techniques Harry uses against immortal enemies or those that have a healing factor. Freya nodded while Loki sweated nervously. I'm so lucky he didn't use anything like that on me. Brunhilde was in awe and was wondering if Harry would be willing to teach her such techniques. Harry continued his attack and had even used more Chaos Eater spirits to bite down on Hela. Now she had one on her shoulder, thigh, and rib cage. Suddenly Hela whimpered in pain. Please stop. It seems that the so-called goddess of death couldn't take the pain anymore. Harry wasn't surprised. He had suspected that she had never been hurt this badly before or at all, so she wasn't used to pain. So Harry stopped punching her but didn't let Chaos Eater let go. Why should I? You attacked my friends and threatened Asgard? Why shouldn't I just continue to make you suffer until you break? Until there's nothing left of you but a husk. Tears began to drop from Hela's eyes, surprising Harry, as she began to sob. I just wanted to make father proud. I just wanted what was rightfully mine. My father sealed me away and he didn't even tell me why. All I've ever known was to be a weapon and executioner. I don't want to do that anymore. As Hela sobbed, Harry stood up away from her and frowned. Sigh. I knew Odin was an asshole, but this? I don't know what to do with this. You called yourself a goddess of death and that pissed me off. Hela turned to look at Harry, tears still falling down her face. Why? This doesn't concern you. Why do you care about that? Harry then glared at her. My name is Harry Potter, the master of death and a dragon god. The fact that you, a so-called goddess of death, dared to attack people I consider friends is an insult to me. Hela widened her eyes. Now she understood why she was so easily defeated. She was before a real god and the master of death. That title was known through the universe, but she thought it was a myth. It seems like her arrogance and ignorance have become her downfall. Please. I don't want to die. Freya, who had finally reached where Harry was and had heard everything, frowned when she found out that her dear husband had caused all of this, and so she spoke. Harry dear, would you please release her? Harry turned his head and gazed towards Freya for a minute, but in the end he nodded and released Hela from his technique. Freya approached the still in pain and crying Hela. Odin was a good king, wise and strong, but he was flawed and he had made so many mistakes in his life. When he died he told me and his sons that he regretted having failed you as a father. I understand your anger, but you shouldn't take it out on innocents. Hela lay there and listened to Freya. She didn't want to fight anymore, plus with Harry here she knew she wouldn't win anyways, but now what? What more does she have to live for? But, what do I do now? Being a weapon is all I know. Freya sadly frowned and patted Hela on her head. You poor child, there's more to life than just fighting and killing. Oh. I know. Why don't you go with Harry and serve him? He's a god and he doesn't need you to fight his battles for him. You could be his head maid. That way you can learn more about living. Harry looked at Freya with wide eyes. What? It was here that Harry noticed the mischievous grin on Freya's face and understood that she was pranking him. Damn it. I forgot that she's Loki's mother. This is where the cocky bastard got his pranking ways. Hela turned to look at Harry. It's true, he wouldn't need me to fight for him. Hela then nodded. Okay, if it's okay with Mr. Master of Death, that is. Harry stared at Hela and was about to deny her, but then she saw her tearful eyes and flinched. Then he turned towards Freya and saw that she was giving him a sickeningly sweet smile, and so Harry tiredly sighed. Fine, I do need someone to help Sakyam and take care of the cabin here and when I go back to my world. Freya smiled and Hela finally passed out. A tiny smile was evident on her face. Loki, who had arrived with Freya along with Thor and Brunhilde, shook his head. Mother is scary as always, even the dragon god bends to her will. Thor and Brunhilde nodded as they watched Harry pick up Hela in his arms and carry her while Freya patted his head. They didn't even dare to argue with their mother or queen in Brunhilde's case about this. they knew better than to question Freya, and besides they knew that Harry will be able to keep Hela out of trouble. This was how Asgard was saved from its sure destruction. Ragnarok was prevented and the people of Asgard celebrated that night. Harry decided to stay in Asgard for a bit to repair everything that was destroyed, but he did let the girls know where he was and that he found a new maid, something Sakyaman apparently was really happy about. Now she had someone to teach the fine art of being a maid, and she was already planning on buying all kinds of maid outfits for her future maid-in-training new friend. Harry was also planning on forging Thor a new weapon since Mjolnir was destroyed, maybe something with more edge. Chapter 40. It's been a few months since Asgard was attacked by Hela and her army. Harry, Thor, and surprisingly Loki had been helping with repairs and getting most of the ex-gladiators back to their homes. However, some of the ex-gladiators didn't have a home to go back to, but Thor and Freya welcomed them with open arms in Asgard for their services in protecting it in their time of need, and these warriors accepted gladly to have a home once again. Besides being busy with all of this and making time to deal with a few other things, Harry also took Hela back to Earth so she could start her training in being a maid. Sakyaman seemed very happy to finally have some help and to have someone to dress in maid outfits. Hela was at first reluctant to be used dress doll by the overexcited Digimon, but in the end and inwardly came to like her many maid uniforms. So now Hela can be seen keeping herself busy cooking, cleaning, or even babysitting Morgan and Hope in the Stark's cabin. She was very unsure and confused about everything at first, but slowly and over time she came to adapt and learn about her new environment and responsibilities. Now you could always see a small and happy smile on her face while she was busy with work or in the garden tending the small garden outside the Stark's cabin. Harry had also kept in touch with everyone to make sure everything was okay. This was when Cassie told him about the small adventure Scott aka Ant-Man had while he was away. Apparently, Hank Pym wasn't happy that Scott joined the Avengers and works with Tony Stark, so his daughter Hope Van Dyne had been working with him to continue with their research. However, it seems that someone had been going after them for a while, and so they had no other choice but to ask Scott for help, who was very happy to do so. And so a crazy adventure was lived by these three, which culminated in the Avengers capturing a supervillain who was suffering from her own powers instability and a recovered Janet Van Dyne who had been lost for years in a parallel dimension or something like that. Cassie didn't understand enough of how Janet had gone missing to explain correctly to Harry, so he just left it at that. So now Tony, along with the scientific think tank that works in the Avengers Tower, was working diligently to cure or at least allow Ava Star aka Ghost to use her powers free from the constant pain it brings her. Meanwhile, the Van Dynes were happy and reconnecting while enjoying retirement. Surprisingly, Hope Van Dyne chose to become a member of the Avengers, and she was welcomed with open arms by everyone, especially the female members of the Avengers. Though Cassie did say that Janet, now known as the Wasp, was regretting her choice to join after she had gone through one day of training with the Avengers, this caused Harry to chuckle. After that, Harry continued to keep in contact with everyone, especially the girls who were still training. The time to return to their home universe was fast approaching, and they wanted to be strong enough to face anything that might think it was a good idea to threaten their home in Kyoto. Harry wasn't worried though. The girls had already surpassed power levels beyond some of the enemies he had fought before, so he knew they were ready, but he wasn't going to discourage more training. It was always a good idea to try and continue to surpass your limits, otherwise you would stagnate or grow too cocky. Another new development was Brunhilde deciding to become Harry's apprentice, or rather Harry was bullied by Freya to take the lone Valkyrie as a student, so now he spent a lot of time teaching her sword skills and magic to the Valkyrie, something that Brunhilde was both very happy and excited about. Freya saw how happy Brunhilde was learning new things and getting stronger that she decided to tell her old friend to go back with Harry when it was time for him to leave this universe so she could continue to become even stronger. And so, Brunhilde will be going back to Harry's home world and serving him as best as she can while Harry trained her in everything battle-related. Harry agreed immediately to taking Brunhilde to his own universe and was already planning on creating a Valkyrie Legion for the yokai faction with Brunhilde at the front leading, further increasing Kyoto's power and giving the Asgard faction of his world the middle finger. It seemed that fun times were heading towards Kyoto soon in the future, and Harry was excited about that. Today Harry was preparing for a trip to a far-off place named Nidavellir. Thor had explained that this was the place where Mjolnir was forged and where they will find everything they need to forge him a new weapon. Harry was a little excited to fly to Nidavellir in his dragon form and see a little of this universe, plus since he was faster than any ship in the galaxy they should arrive soon enough and still have time to do some sightseeing. So Harry in his dragon form and Thor hitching a ride on top of his head left Asgard and traveled the galaxy for a while. They visited many planets, they drank, ate, and partied to their heart's contents, and they even got into bar fights with aliens just for fun. They enjoyed their time traveling through space while Harry looked at everything he could see. He even flew close to a star just to see if he could take the heat, Turns out that yes he can, Thor though, he got crispy and Harry had to heal him quickly to prevent him from dying. It was a bit scary but they laughed it off in good fun. Eventually, they met a group of interesting individuals who call themselves the Guardians of the Galaxy. A group of misfits led by an Earthling named Peter Quill, Gamera, Drax the Destroyer, a raccoon named Rocket, Mantis, and a living tree named Groot. Well, they met as in the Guardians of the Galaxy saw a giant dragon flying through space and decided to shoot at Harry thinking he was some kind of space monster on his way to eat a planet. Harry was surprised that someone would actually try to shoot him and turn around to see who had there only to gape when he saw 5 humanoid beings and a raccoon flying a spaceship and shooting lasers at him. It's not very often that something surprises Harry but the sight of a raccoon laughing maniacally as he tried to kill him actually made him pause. Lucky Thor was able to calm them down and explain who they were just as surprised when Harry turned into his human form and introduced himself to them. And so the Guardians of the Galaxy joined Harry and Thor on their little field trip to Nidavellir since they were curious about such a mythical and famous place. Though this also meant that Harry and Thor were dragged around the galaxy and often got into trouble with their new friends. They fought all kinds of aliens and even stole some things just for fun but they definitely had a lot of fun and just enjoyed their time with the Guardians. While traveling with their new friends Harry got to know the Guardians of the Galaxy and he could honestly say he liked everyone. He learned about Peter through him after he explained how he ended up in space. Harry, being the guy that he was, decided to help his new friends so he summoned the soul of Peter's mother so they could talk one more time and then left them alone so they could have some privacy. After that Harry told Peter that he would train him a bit so he can learn how to control his divinity since he still had it inside of him. Peter agreed and Harry started to teach him how to access that part of himself. Gamera was a fun lady to hang around with and Harry spent most of his time training with her and even though she would get her ass handed to her she liked the fact that she was learning a lot from fighting a warrior of Harry's levels. Drax and Mantis were odd and a little crazy to Harry but nonetheless, he spent time getting to know them and getting used to their quirky nature. Mantis was fascinated with the fact that no matter how much she tried she couldn't feel anything from Harry with her powers and when she asked him about it, Harry explained what he was and how powerful he truly is to the Guardians of the Galaxy. Of course, the Guardians were in shock to find out their new friend was some sort of dragon god but in the end, they didn't care much anyway and just continued to enjoy their company. Now Rocket and Groot were perhaps Harry's favorite people in the Guardians of the Galaxy, from Rocket's sarcastic and aggressive tendencies to Groot's quiet and relaxed nature. He spent a lot of time with these two, learning about all kinds of alien weaponry and technology with Rocket to playing video games with Groot. Groot himself was a big surprise to Harry. The humanoid tree was constantly releasing enormous amounts of natural energy, so much in fact that the first time Harry got close to Groot he immediately turned into his Sage Mode form. This, of course, caught him by surprise but he just released it and then explained to Groot what had happened. Groot nodded in understanding to what Sage Mode is and continued to play his handheld video game but Harry's connection to nature made Groot very comfortable around him. Months passed by and so both Harry, Thor along the Guardians finally arrived on Nidavellir. As soon as they landed their friends the Guardians who were very much looking forward to seeing this legendary place were looking around excitedly. However, what they found was alarming. Nidavellir was in a state of utter destruction, and looking around they only found one sole survivor who after being questioned, explained how Thanos had forced this place to build him a special gauntlet that could hold the power of the Infinity Stones and then destroy and killed everyone in Nidavellir. Peter and the Guardians panicked after hearing that Thanos was looking for the stones and were already planning ways to beat him to them. Thor however told them that it was unnecessary and explained how Harry had eaten all but one Infinity Stone and absorbed their power. The Guardians of the Galaxy gaped at the fact that their new friend had touched an Infinity Stone and not exploded, and even the fact that he ate them kept them in a shocked state for a few minutes. Harry grinned and with a wave of his hand he reversed time in Nidavellir up until before it was destroyed, and then he explained to his new friends that they were already aware that Thanos would eventually show himself to look for the stones and more than likely he will be heading to Earth with a big army since that was the last place that Thanos most likely knew that the stones had been gathered. So he and his friends known as the Avengers had been preparing to face him for years, and once Thanos shows his ugly mug on Earth he'll get a nasty surprise from him and his friends. The Guardians nodded in understanding and decided to help their new friends when the time came. This made Harry and Thor smile, glad that their new friends will be willing to fight side by side with them. After that Harry and Thor busied themselves with forging a new weapon for Thor along with Eitri, the sole surviving dwarf of Nidavellir. They prepared the Uru metal and the Star Forge, which began to melt the precious and highly magical metal. Harry though looked lost in thought for a minute until he decided to make Thor's new weapon even stronger. So he instructed Thor to place some blood into the now melted metal while he turned into his dragon form and shook off two scales from his body, one gold and the other silver. He then turned human and glared at Thor. You are not to tell any of the girls that I can shed scales at will, or my revenge will bring you nightmares for eternity. Thor gulped but nodded. Harry then dropped the scales into the pot with the molted uru and proceeded to feed it even more heat with his own holy dragon breath. It took hours for the scales to melt and mix with the melted uru, though that was only possible because Harry had willed his scales to be melted, otherwise this wouldn't have happened to his scales. Eitri and the Guardians were fascinated by what they were witnessing. The melted metal was shining and giving off both a pressure and an aura that seemed divine. Harry then grunted and created a magic circle on top of the melted uru and told Thor to blast as much lightning as he can, which Thor then proceeded to do so. Nidavellir was soon lit by the intensity of Thor's lightning. Its blue hue made for a nice light effect as the uru absorbed Thor's lightning easily. Finally, Thor collapsed on his hand and knees. He was breathing heavily, but he smiled when Peter and Gamera helped him up. Meanwhile, Eitri was pouring the melted uru into a mold while Harry intently watched. The dwarf then released the cooling metal parts of Thor's new weapon into the ground while Harry went through hand signs and created a handle for the new weapon with Mokuton. He was surprised when Grow touched the handle and fed it as much of his natural energy into it. Harry grinned at his friend and gave him a thumbs up. Harry then cooled down the still red-hot new weapon with a frigid cold dragon breath, and everyone was now able to see the new weapon. A war axe, golden in color with the edge of the blade shining silver. The Mokuton handle was softly glowing green in color, a sign of Groat's help and blessing. Everyone was in awe. This weapon looked and felt otherworldly. Harry just grinned at a good job as he used observe on the war axe. It seems like we were able to create a divine construct, guys. Everyone turned to look at Harry. Rocket decided to ask the question currently running through everyone's minds. What do you mean divine construct? It's just an axe, right? Harry chuckled. Yes, it is an axe, but it's also something more. With everything we've done to create it, this weapon has become something more than just a simple weapon. Now it's a symbol of authority, a conceptualized creation that signals what everything Thor, the god of thunder and lightning, stands for. Harry turned around and looked at Thor straight in the eyes. This means that the moment you touch this axe, Thor, you will cease to be mortal, you will become a true god. Are you ready for such power and responsibility? Thor stared back into Harry's eyes. He noticed the serious gleam in his friend's eyes and he understood what Harry meant. If he takes the axe, he will truly ascend. He wouldn't simply be Thor the Asgardian anymore, he would become much more. But Thor also knew that Harry would eventually leave, and even though he would visit, he, the Avengers, and the galaxy will need someone to keep an eye on everything, and Harry had chosen him of all people. This is why he used his scales and performed that ritual. He was trusting him to use this power to protect everything and everyone. Thor was honestly tearing up a bit at this sign of trust, and so with a big proud grin on his face, he grabbed hold of his new weapon and proudly lifted it above him. A storm of white lightning and thunder began to surge from Thor's body. His armor and cape began to change and evolve as he held his new weapon. Harry smiled, knowing that he could trust Thor to protect everyone they care about, and watched proudly as Thor became a true god. Soon the storm subsided and Thor stood proud and powerful. His body now sported a very powerful looking golden scaled full body armor, and beneath that a silver mail. His cape had changed from a simple red cape to a furred thick leather cloak. If you look closely, you can see tiny golden scales forming the cloak. On his head was now a dragon-like golden helmet that looked like the head of Harry's dragon form. Thor looked at himself in surprise. He could feel his new power and it was exhilarating. He then turned towards Harry, who gave him a grin and thumb up. Eitri was excited. He had made so many weapons before, but nothing like this. Suddenly he spoke proud and loud, Stormbreaker. That's the new name of this new weapon. Everyone nodded and agreed that it was a good name for the war axe. Soon Thor's mentality went back to his normal look, and smiled. Harry nodded and said, and let's call that new form, Scale Lightning God Mode. Thor nodded and practiced for a while, transforming back and forth between his now basic form and his new god form. Meanwhile, on Earth, Nick Fury was busy raising S.H.I.E.L.D. from the ashes, which admittedly had been easier with the support of the Avengers and Harry Potter, but if someone would dare ask him about it, he would deny it with his very soul, being thankful to them, especially to Harry. But right now he was about to get an unexpected visit from an old ally, one he wasn't expecting to see anytime soon. So no one could blame his surprise when he saw Carol Danvers sitting behind his desk and apparently waiting on him. Nick sighed, and he already had a bad feeling about this surprise visit, which was all but confirmed when he noticed the worry evident on Carol's face. Captain Marvel. I take it that this isn't a casual visit, right? Carol, though obviously distressed, still smiled at Nick's sarcastic way of saying hello. No. I just got some bad news while I was out there in space, Nick. A titan known as Thanos is on his way to Earth right now, and he's bringing a giant army with him. Nick frowned. Son of a bitch, so the time has come. Carol raised an eyebrow in surprise at his nonchalant attitude of Nick. You don't seem worried or surprised, why? Nick just tiredly nodded. Sigh, an annoying individual was able to get information on this mad titan that seems to have a hard-on for murdering half of the population of whatever planet he attacks. He found out about this Thanos guy's goals of gathering something called the Infinity Stones, and he along with his group of superheroes friends have been preparing for him. Carol was very surprised to find out that information about Thanos was already known. Nick closed his eyes and reached for his cell phone, and called Tony. Tony immediately answered his phone, knowing that Nick Fury wouldn't call him, if it wasn't important. Nick, I'm happy and at the same time very afraid to get a call from you, what's up? Nick sighed. Stark, I just received news that the Mad Titan Thanos is on his way to Earth right now, where's Potter? Tony was silent for a bit but then answered Nick's question. Son of a bitch, he's off the planet right now but we can contact him right away through Jean. How reliable is your information? Nick turned towards Carol. Very, for now, contact Potter and prepare the decoys that he prepared for this occasion. We have to make sure this Thanos guy arrives somewhere far away from any cities. Tony grunted. Consider it done, Nick. We also have the perfect place to ambush Thanos thanks to our friends from Wakanda, so head there with as many friends as you can. We're going to throw everything at Thanos. Nick actually grinned, which made Carol very nervous, including the kitchen sink. Tony laughed out loud, especially the kitchen sink. With that said, Tony hung up and Nick put away his phone. Carol couldn't help to ask decoys. Nick nodded. Potter created fake copies of the Infinity Stones. When he found out about Thanos, these fake stones give out an energy signature like the real ones, and whatever Thanos is using to track them should be easily fooled by the decoys. Of course only the Avengers and I know about this since it's meant to be bait for the so-called Mad Titan. This way we can control where Thanos will show up and minimize damage and loss of lives. Carol nodded. But still one more question. So who's this Potter guy you keep mentioning? He seems to be on the ball about things. Nick grumbled something about annoying flying lizards but she couldn't hear the rest of what she was pretty sure was an impressive string of curses. Harry Potter is complicated. Let's just say that I'm very glad that he's a good person at heart, otherwise nothing in this universe could stop him from destroying it. Carol raised an eyebrow since this was an impressive amount of respect and compliments someone had been able to get out of Nick Fury. She certainly wanted to meet this Harry Potter now. Well, since I'm already here on Earth, I might as well help. Nick nodded and began to walk out of his office. Then let's go. It's time to bring S.H.I.E.L.D. out of the shadows. Carol followed Nick out of his office, excited about the upcoming battle. It seems like she had nothing to worry about since everyone here was already expecting Thanos. After Tony hung up, he immediately called Steve. Tony? What's going on? You do know that I'm on a mission, right? Tony chuckled. Well, Cap, drop everything you are doing right now. Nick just called me and let me know Thanos is on his way to Earth right now. Steve was quiet for a second. Son of a bitch. I'm on my way. Tony said one last thing. Call the Avengers and have them meet in Wakanda. And Steve, please watch your language. Steve just sighed, but Tony heard Peggy laughing in the background. Tony, just shut up and get to work. After that Steve hung up, leaving Tony to laugh himself silly, until Pepper came along with Morgan in her arms and stared at his husband. Sigh. I really hope you didn't inherit any of your father's insanity, sweetie. Morgan just laughed at her father and then said to her mom, okay mommy. Pepper just smiled and continued to walk to the kitchen, leaving Tony to continue laughing. After Tony finished laughing his butt off, he went to look for Jean, who was busy spending time with her daughter, who was at the moment busy drawing, while Jean smiled at her until she noticed Tony approaching them. Oh Tony. How are you doing today? Tony smiled. Well, so far everything is going great. Made fun of Steve and got a call from Nick, so overall it had been an interesting afternoon. Hope stopped drawing and looked at Tony, while Jean looked interested and asked, Nick Fury called you? That's weird, did something happen? Tony nodded. Well, not yet, but it's about to happen. I need you to connect me with Harry, I have news for him. Jean nodded and got up, approached Tony, and then placed 2 fingers on his brow and telepathically connected him to Harry. Meanwhile, back on Nidavellir, Harry was watching Thor practice and train a bit with Stormbreaker. He was trying to get used to his new output of energy. It seems that the Senjutsu in the new weapon allows for Thor's energy reserves to recover faster, since it seems to be drawing natural energy from everywhere, even here in space, which Harry found both surprising and intriguing. However, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard Tony's voice inside his head. Harry? Can you hear me? Harry raised an eyebrow and mentally nodded yes. What's up, Tony? Did you piss off Pepper again? I already told you that I'm not giving you a scale just to make her forgive you. Tony gasped in shock, while Jean narrowed her eyes in suspicion. We'll talk later about proper bro etiquette, Harry, but no, that's not what I'm contacting you about. Nick Fury called me and told me that he got hold of reliable information that confirms Thanos is on his way to Earth. I'm already gathering everyone together and we're meeting in Wakanda as planned. Get your butt back on Earth ASAP. Harry mentally nodded, son of a bitch. We're on our way, make sure you take the decoys with you so Thanos shows up where we want him. Tony chuckled, there are a lot of sons of bitches being called out today, hahaha, but don't worry, I'll get everything ready. Harry smiled, great, oh, and we're bringing some good friends that we made here in space to help. You're going to love them, especially the talking and cursing raccoon. You're going to like the little guy. Tony laughed, sounds fun. I can't wait, I'll see you soon, so bye for now. Harry grinned when he felt the telepathic link disappear and then turned to Thor and his new friends. Thor, stop playing around. We have things to do now. Thor stopped swinging Stormbreaker and approached Harry. What's going on? Harry signaled his new friends to approach too. Tony just telepathically contacted me. Thanos is on his way to Earth right now, so we have to leave. Thor nodded while the Guardians narrowed their eyes. Peter then said, we're coming too. Harry nodded and grinned at his friends. Gamera then spoke up, he has to pick up my sister, she no doubt is looking for us right now to let us know about Thanos, she'll be of great help in this upcoming battle. Harry nodded and then Thor spoke next, let's also make a quick stop on Asgard, I'm sure everyone there will be willing to fight with us to protect the Earth. Harry nodded and then turned towards Eitri. Thank you, my friend, for helping us forge Thor's new weapon. Eitri nodded, it was an honor to see both the birth of a god and help in the creation of a divine weapon. Thank you for giving me this chance. Harry smiled and waved goodbye to the dwarf and then everyone rushed to the Guardian's ship to look for Gamera's sister Nebula. Back on Earth, Tony and Jean got to work right away and communicated to everyone about the incoming visit of Thanos to Earth. After letting them know what was going, they all agreed to meet in Wakanda. T'Challa had already agreed to use the big empty fields of Wakanda as a battleground a while ago and had even said that Wakanda as a whole will fight side by side with the Avengers, and so everyone got ready for war. Soon enough everyone met in Wakanda. This was the first time everyone noticed how big their group had gotten. The Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D., the X-Men, Doctor Strange plus Wong, Wakanda, and finally the big guns Ereshkigal, Milim, Fu, and Jessica. Even Hela joined the fight, willing to do battle once more to protect the home of her new master. She had come to enjoy the busy life of a maid and she'll be damned if she lets someone try to take it away from her. Hope decided to stay behind and protect Morgan, and besides, when everyone asked her why she didn't feel the need to go, she answered, Daddy and my mothers will be there, why bring another galaxy destroyer when you already have 5? No one could argue with that logic, so they agreed that it was for the best that Hope stayed behind to protect Morgan. As everyone was gathered, Tony spoke up to them while pointing at a metal briefcase in his arms. Okay everyone, the decoys we have here are obviously fake and they are just to be used for bait, so don't worry if Thanos gets a hold of them, the moment he tries to use one they'll shatter. Everyone nodded while Tony continued. According to Nick here, Tony pointed at Nick Fury, who just grunted when everyone turned to look at him. Received information that a big army of aliens will be coming with this Thanos guy, let's make sure we get them all okay. Also, don't worry about T'Challa's palace, Jessica has warded it to hell and back, so it'll be protected and serve as a shelter for the civilian Wakandans while we fight. Everyone nodded and smiled or grinned at Jessica, who blushed a bit at the attention she was getting. Ereshkigal then spoke up, Harry will be arriving soon, so let's leave Thanos to him, especially since he has an Infinity Stone in his possession. We all know how ridiculously powerful those stones are, so let's not risk it. Meanwhile, let's cover each other backs and don't get cocky. We've been training hard for this day, so let's not ruin all of this preparation by being overconfident, okay? Everyone nodded and turned to look at Tony, who jumped in shock at being singled out like this. Hey! It's not overconfidence if you are really that good. Everyone laughed a little. Suddenly Jarvis interrupted, Sir, our satellites are detecting multiple objects approaching Earth's atmosphere. Everyone narrowed their eyes and prepared themselves for the fight that is about to go down. They all looked up and watched as giant ships began to slowly approach and land close by. Suddenly 4 figures jumped out from one of the ships before it could finish landing and softly landed on the ground in front of them. A lanky white-haired alien suddenly raised his arms and began to preach, while the other 3 just silently stood there and stared at them. Children of Thanos, rejoice! For today is the day you find Salva Drago Buster, Mini Baiju Yodama, bloody howling, kaboomel, a massive explosion consumes the alien, who was caught completely off guard. The lanky alien didn't even get a chance to finish talking when Milim, Fu, Ereshkigal, and Jessica blasted him to hell, shocking everyone present. Lucky Jean had noticed her friend's intent and had raised a psychic shield to protect everyone from the blast. However, the other 3 aliens weren't that lucky and were sent flying by the massive explosion that consumed their comrade. They landed harshly a fair distance away. Everyone gaped at the sheer aggressiveness the four girls just showed while Tony whistled amused that the arrogant alien got blasted so hard. Holy hell. Well, that just happened. The girls turned around to look at their friends and tilted their heads in confusion. Milim was the one who spoke for them while he was just standing there wide open and monologuing. Was he expecting no one to attack him? That's just stupid. Harry told us that if an enemy is either transforming, monologuing, or preparing a big attack, then just blast him or her before they can finish. Everyone nodded in agreement since that made sense to them. Why let an enemy do what it wants? It's better to take advantage of any openings before things could get too bad. The three other aliens recovered and shakily stood up. They all turned to look where their ally once stood, only to gape at the big crater left behind by such an unexpected attack. Nothing was left of the being known as Ebony Maw. Thanos, who had been watching all of this from his ship, narrowed his eyes. He wasn't expecting this level of power from this planet nor how many had gathered to stop them, but he was still confident that he will succeed with his goal, and so he stood up from where he was sitting and ordered his army to attack while he himself made his way to the battlefield. Everyone outside noticed the giant army of aliens suddenly pour out from the many enormous ships landing or already on land, but everyone wasn't worried or nervous. Tony grinned and began to walk forward. Pepper, who had decided to fight this time, followed closely behind. Both of them summoned their chrome Digizoid armor, a new armor that Tony had developed by combining everything he learned about Digimon and nanotechnology, and said this brings back memories of that day in New York. Steve, who heard him, walked forward and stood side by side with Tony. Yes, that was the day the Avengers were truly born and we met one crazy dragon god. Steve chuckled fondly at the memories of what was a day full of many surprises. Natasha, Hulk, Clint, and the girls walked forward and stood beside Tony and Steve, a smile full of fond memories presented on their faces. Tony grinned and turned towards Steve and said, "Well, Cap, how about you start us off?" Steve turned his gaze towards Tony and grinned. As the alien army gathered ahead of them and stood there growling and roaring menacingly, the Avengers noticed the giant purple alien that had arrived with the army, that was staring at them amusingly. Steve narrowed his eyes and took a big breath, and then with a confident look in his eyes he declared, "Avengers assemble, everyone present and ready to fight to protect their planet," roared, causing even Thanos to take a step back in surprise. Chapter 41. Thanos involuntarily took a step back from the roars of battle from the Earthlings before him. Never had he before faced such will against him. Meanwhile, the moment Steve said those words, a fire lit inside each and every superhero present to defend Earth, and that fire inspired them to roar in defiance against the egoistic and arrogant Titan. Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, rushed forward in an impressive show of speed. His shield suddenly lit up with energy. His key raising to his need to protect his world and family answered his call. Like a comet flashing through the sky, he went through a number of aliens in his way until he appeared right before Thanos and bashed him away with his shield. The energy he had charged into his shield detonated and exploded with such force that every alien around him and Thanos was blasted off. As for Thanos, the Mad Titan was sent flying until he crashed against one of his ships. Everyone watching Captain America make the first move rushed forward, and chaos ensued as the defenders of Earth brought war to the invading alien force. As the battle raged around him, Steve stood up proud and tall and then turned to Tony. "Tony, you and I will be keeping Thanos busy. Everyone else, destroy them all." Tony flew past Captain America. "Roger that. Let's just hope Harry doesn't get too mad if we get our turn before him." Captain America grinned and rushed forward toward where Thanos landed. "I'm sure he'll forgive us." As both Captain America and Iron Man rushed forward to beat down Thanos a bit, the rest of Earth's heroes began to follow Captain America's orders. Wolverine rushed forward at such high speed that he appeared to be just a blur moving forward while releasing energy slashes from his claws. The energy slashes flew all over the place, slicing and dicing aliens apart. Harry had taught Wolverine how to use ki, and the once wild man uses it to shroud his claws in ki and increased his speed. Wolverine stopped and looked around. The aliens surrounding him were hesitant to even approach him after what he had done to their allies. "Humph! Weaklings!" A feral smirk appeared on Wolverine's face and he began to blur all around his targets once again. All that was left was sliced pieces of the aliens he had gone through. Storm flew up and raised an opened palm towards the sky. The sky darkened in response to her power as she began to create tornadoes and lightning storms with ease and let them fall upon groups of enemies, while Nightcrawler teleported to the immobilized by the winds and lightning alien force and stabbed as many as he could with a dagger shrouded in darkness, a present from Harry made for him with the elements of shadows and darkness. Kitty worked together with both Colossus and Iceman as a distraction. She would use her mutation and the illusion magic Harry taught her to confuse and hinder her targets, while Colossus would crush and slam them to the ground and Iceman flash froze them and then shattered the now frozen solid aliens. Jean was floating through the battlefield without a care in the world, and as soon as any alien got close to her they would instantly burst into ash. As soon as she saw a few leviathans begin to fly towards them, she raised her hand and crushed them one by one with her telekinetic powers. Suddenly Hulk roared, and Jean watched as he jumped into the sky, his fist flaring with green energy, and then as he raised his fist above his head, he as quickly brought them down on top of the head of an unsuspecting leviathan, crushing its head and killing it instantly. Jean raised an eyebrow as she then watched the Hulk jump off the now dead leviathan and do the same thing to the one next to it. Jean just shook her head amusingly to think that the first time the Avengers faced these aliens they had a hard time bringing one of those flying whales down by themselves, but now those same giant whale-like aliens are going down like flies. This was proven right when she saw Hawkeye charge an arrow with lightning from the bow Harry made for him and then let it loose with the force of a railgun. Jean then witnessed as the arrow didn't just go through one leviathan but three. A familiar voice from behind her caught her attention. Jean turned around and watched as Black Widow approached her. While doing so, she was easily evading aliens and then killing them just as fast with a shot to the head or a jab from her energy batons. Black Widow had a soft smile on her as she did all of this and then said, "Well, we have your boyfriend to thank for that. All those torture training sessions paid off." Jean giggled as she heard her friend complain and moan about Harry's training sessions. She has to admit that they were really intense, especially when Harry would just stand in front of everyone and say, "Okay, try and bring me down." Harry didn't pull any punches, even for his girlfriends, but everyone learned a lot from those fights. Meanwhile, Ant-Man and the Wasp teamed up and were causing chaos throughout the battlefield. Ant-Man grew into a giant and stepped or slapped leviathans and aliens with ease, while the Wasp shrank and flew around while blasting the eyes off aliens, so someone else could take them down. Of course, T'Challa and Eric were the ones to take advantage of this, and with both of them wearing Black Panther suits they took down all the blinded aliens and more. Falcon and Bucky took enemies down left and right using their new nanochrome digizoid wings and arm. Falcon's wings would grow actual metal feathers so sharp that when he would flap his wings towards his enemies they would be completely shredded to pieces. Bucky's arm would morph into a plasma cannon with a likeness to Omniman's. With it he would blast entire groups of enemies in an instant. Doctor Strange and Wong would rain down a barrage of elemental spells upon groups of enemies, spells taught to them by Harry. It certainly was both awe-inspiring and scary to see the elements themselves rain down from the sky and destroy their targets. Nick Fury, along with everyone he brought from S.H.I.E.L.D., was sniping from a far distance away with plasma weaponry made by both Tony and Harry. Of course, the weapons were charmed so only those loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D. and its ideals can use them. Captain Marvel was perplexed as she watched all of this going on as she flew through the sky. She never imagined that Earth would have so many superpowered individuals fighting to protect it. Even from here she could see many battles raging on, like those three teens in the distance fighting together. She remembered their names since they made an impact on her since they looked quite young to be involving themselves with this. Wanda Maximoff aka the Scarlet Witch, Pietro Maximoff aka Quicksilver, and Peter Parker aka Spider-Man. They're definitely stronger than they looked, as proven when she watched Spider-Man tangle enemies with his webs, while Scarlet Witch crushed them with what she believed to be some sort of earth magic. Meanwhile Quicksilver would run around them and take down any alien that tried to take out Spider-Man and Scarlet from behind. It was utterly impressive and humbling to Captain Marvel. She then looked up and watched as more ships began to arrive. She cracked her neck and then flew up at high speed shrouded in her energy, and began to destroy any ship trying to land on Earth as fast as she could. Peggy was crushing the many giant mechanical weapons that the aliens tried to use against everyone, but Peggy's magnetic power saved the day as she easily destroyed all of the mechanical weaponry. Hela was easily killing the weaklings before her with either her kicks and punches or if she was feeling fancy with her ice magic, though she was very careful to not damage her maid uniform while she destroyed her foes. Luckily she had a friend of her master giving her a hand, Rogue if she remembers correctly, but nonetheless Hela was glad for the backup. She didn't want Sakiaman mad at her if her uniform were to get damaged. Rogue was using her mutation along with the martial arts and ninja skills Fu and Harry taught her. She was glad she had asked them to help her get stronger because she didn't want to only rely on her mutation, and the results were showing as bodies began to pile up around her. Meanwhile, while everyone was busy with the aliens, leviathans, and whatever mechanical monstrosity Thanos brought, Ereshkigal, Milim, Fu and Jessica were taking care of the other three children of Thanos. Needless to say that these three infamous individuals weren't a match for the girls was an understatement. It was a very weird sight. To see these three powerful and ruthless monsters being brought to their knees by such young-looking girls with ease was something no one would have thought to be possible, but here we are. This is how the other three children of Thanos were humiliated and brought down with ease. These monsters finally paid for the many lives they took. However, it seems that Thanos had been preparing for this moment for a long time and had brought his entire army with him, and even though everyone was taking them down with ease, it almost seems like there was no end to their enemies. That is until a large dark corridor opened in the middle of the battlefield, and from it, an unknown army of aliens and warriors began to pour out of it, confusing the Avengers. However, the newcomers immediately rushed to Thanos' army and began to fight them when suddenly a familiar roar echoed through the battlefield, bringing a wide smile to the faces of everyone fighting to protect the Earth. From the dark corridor, Harry flew through it in his dragon form. On his head Thor, Loki, Freya, Brunhilde, and the Guardians of the Galaxy along with Nebula roared as they finally joined the battle. Moments before Harry's arrival, Thanos was both perplexed and infuriated. The energy-based attack from that Earthling actually caused him to feel some pain and was powerful enough to send him flying quite a distance away. So as he stood up and looked around and watched as his army was being decimated, he frowned. How could Earthlings become this powerful? They were a primitive race. They should have been easy pickings for him and his massive army. Suddenly an Earthling covered in some strange-looking armor spoke as he flew before him. The one who blasted him away appeared a few seconds after. Look, Steve, those are the eyes of someone who is confused as to why he's getting his ass kicked. Steve walked forward and stood right in front of Thanos. You seemed perplexed. You're not used to being challenged, are you? Thanos frowned and lashed out a fist towards the impudent human before him, but Captain America easily dodged him and twirled around him while hitting the Mad Titan in the back of the knee with his shield, causing Thanos to grunt and fall to one knee. Tony then landed in front of him and then used the propulsion of his armored boots to boost himself up and kneed Thanos' face, causing the Titan's head to fling back harshly from the strike. Thanos then raised his gauntlet towards Tony and fired a purple beam from it with a roar of anger. Tony wasn't worried because Steve appeared in a blur in front of him with his shield glowing as he easily blocked the energy beam. Tony then flew up and his suit grew energy cannons from his shoulders and arms. He then fired all four at the same time, hoping to blast Thanos away. But the Mad Titan reacted just in time and protected himself with his gauntlet while using the Power Stone's energy to prevent any damage. Steve saw this in the rush forward as soon as Tony stopped firing his cannons and smacked Thanos' gauntlet-covered hand away and then jump up, jabbing the edge of his shield right on the Mad Titan's throat, causing Thanos to step back while holding his throat in pain. However, Tony didn't give him any chance to recover as he then turned one arm into a long vibrating blade and the other a cannon. He then proceeded to slash Thanos on the chest, cutting him a bit, and then blasted him away with a point-blank shot to the chest, which sent him flying and crashing against a tree where he lay out of breath and in pain. Tony and Steve approached him and Tony spoke up with clear disappointment evident in his voice. Is that all? Sigh, we faced far more dangerous monsters in Harry's instant dungeons, how disappointing. Steve nodded. Yet, remember those weird monsters in the first dungeon? They looked kinda silly, but even those tiny blue slimes were dangerous. Tony shuddered, remembering how a bunch of those blue smiles suddenly merged together and formed a king slime. It might look silly, but it still kicked the ass of most of the team the first time they faced it. Yet, I think I have some trauma from that day. Steve grinned at his friend and nodded in agreement. Thanos, who had recovered, stood up and glared. How are all of you this strong? Earth is not supposed to have this many powerful warriors. Steve sighed and looked up. We have been preparing for your arrival for years. Thanks to Loki's interrogation we found out about you, and a friend of ours made sure to train us and teach us skills and abilities that would further increase our abilities. Then Tony spoke up. He's someone so powerful that he's been said to be capable of destroying whole galaxies with either a magic spell or technique. A friend of our team named Nick Fury gave him the codename the Kitchen Sink. Steve laughed hard. He still couldn't believe Nick Fury had given Harry that codename, and the fact that Harry himself likes it and finds it hilarious makes it even funnier. Thanos frowned, not getting the reference. He was about to start attacking again, but suddenly a giant pillar of darkness emerged in the middle of the battleground and Thanos could only gape as Asgardians and other types of aliens rush out of the pillar of darkness. Suddenly a massive roar echoed throughout the battleground and Thanos bared witness to a massive reptilian-like creature emerging from the pillar of darkness. What is that? Tony and Steve grinned, and Tony didn't waste any time letting the Mad Titan know who just arrived. That's the kitchen sink. Meanwhile, as soon as Harry entered the battlefield, his passenger jumped down except Freya, who flew up towards Doctor Strange and Wong and helped them bombard the alien army from high above in the sky. Thor and Brunhilde landed their weapon first into the ground. Waves of lightning and destructive demonic energy unleashed upon contact with the ground, and the aliens around them were instantly disintegrated. Thor then raised Stormbreaker and transformed into his new god form and shrouded himself in lightning. However, the lightning around him had changed. It was no longer blue but pure white. It made an impressive sight to watch Thor move around in flashes of white lightning and taking down enemies with ease. Loki stared at his brother and grinned. He always gets the cool toys. He then proceeded to dance around his targets, slicing and stabbing. Many of his targets dropped dead before they even knew he was there. Brunhilde kept herself busy by covering Loki's back while using her swords. waves of destructive demonic energy and purple energy drill attacks were decimating a big number of the alien army. It was when she started to use magic with her sword skills that things for the alien invaders got real bad. They couldn't even get close to her and not get completely destroyed by her attacks. The Guardians worked together upon Harry's orders. Groot would hold them with roots while Peter and Rocket would shoot at the immobilized aliens. Gamera and Nebula teamed up and began to take down enemies with their sword skills while Drax and Mantis made sure to give them cover fire so they wouldn't get overwhelmed. Soon Earth's protectors were gaining ground, and thanks to Tony's gel supplies they were able to keep fighting without stopping. The lessons that all of them learned from Harry weren't just about teaching them skills, magic, and techniques, but also the importance of working as a team, to always keep an eye out for each other, and this was very evident during the battle. Nick Fury noticed while he was able to watch all of this going from a distance away as he sniped aliens along his shield operatives. He might never say it to his face, but Harry did a great job making the Avengers a great team. As soon as his passengers jumped off to join the battle, Harry turned back into his human form and flew straight to where he sensed Steve and Tony to be. As soon as he arrived, he landed behind them and walked forward. Tony turned his head towards him and grinned, "You're late, Harry. We already started with this party." Steve and Harry chuckled. "Yeah, sorry about that, the traffic on Asgard was a killer today." Tony grinned while Harry soon walked to his side and stared at Thanos. "So you're Thanos? Honestly, you don't look like much, but the amount of darkness and death lingering in your aura is quite disgusting." Thanos frowned. Something about the young man before him made him very nervous, and what would a child know about the mission I set out to fulfill? Harry narrowed his eyes. "Oh, I know plenty, a scientist who predicted the eventual end of the universe, and with all of that talent and genius the only solution that made sense to him is genocide." The sheer disgust and hate in Harry's voice made Thanos take a step back. Tony and Steve narrowed their eyes, and Tony decided to ask about what he heard Harry say just now, eventual end of the universe. Harry nodded. "That's right, but it won't be happening for quite a few millennia, and by then there would be nothing to do about it. As all have a beginning, so shall it have an end. That's just how life works. After all, no one or anything can escape death." Tony and Steve nodded in agreement. If it was time for the universe to end, then nothing could stop it. Maybe it could be delayed but stopped? No, that's just impossible. Harry, however, continued, "But this overgrown gorilla thought it was a good idea to kill half of the population in each planet in the universe to put a stop to the end, but when he saw that he wouldn't be able to pull it off in his lifetime, he then sought the Infinity Stones, but he never stopped killing off half of the population of every planet he visited in a deranged self-imposed quest to get the Infinity Stones." Tony and Steve glared at Thanos in disgust while Harry went on, "But that's not the worst part. This asshole is so deluded that he actually believes himself to be the savior of the universe." Thanos glared and tried to punch Harry, but Harry easily caught his punch and said, "Sit down." Then he elbowed Thanos in the chest so hard that it made Thanos drop on his ass. Thanos then grasped his chest in pain, and he could have sworn he felt his rib cage crack from that hit. Harry then glared down at the Mad Titan and continued speaking, "But you made one big mistake." Thanos looked up and glared back at Harry. "And would that mistake be?" Harry then for the first time showed a quest notification for Thanos, Steve, and Tony to see. Ding! Ding! Quest received. Thanos the Mad Titan has infuriated the conceptual being of death for making millions upon millions of souls prematurely go to the land of the dead, thus increasing her workload. Death is not amused and requests her master to kill Thanos in the most violent and painful way so she can then get his soul to torture for all eternity. Objective: make Thanos suffer and then kill him. Reward: a legendary rank skill orb or a legendary rank weapon. Thanos gaped at what just read, Master of Death? The actual conceptual being of death? Who was this boy, and just what did he bring upon himself? Tony and Steve gulped. They knew Harry was the Master of Death, and after he explained to everyone what that entailed, they knew how serious this was. For Death to ask her master to punish someone on her behalf was a big event. The fact that Death was female went over the heads of these three from the sheer shock of what they just read. Harry then mentally closed his quest notification. Tony, Steve, go and help the others. They're almost done, but give a hand to the ones we haven't trained for long and make sure everyone is safe. And Tony and Steve were about to leave but stopped when they heard Harry call out Tony's name. Yet Harry turned to Tony with a serious expression. Pepper is a scary lady. I saw her lift an alien and then proceed to beat as many aliens with the one in her hand, and after that one broke apart she grabbed a new one and did it again. Steve, Tony, even Thanos stayed silent. Eventually Tony looked down. I might have forgotten to teach her how to use the digital weapon system. Harry and Steve stared at Tony. Harry sighed. Sigh. Look, just go and give her a hand before she mentally scars the kids on the team. Tony nodded and took off at high speed to look for his wife. Steve took off flying with the help of his key and followed Tony closely from behind. Harry followed his friends with his gaze for a while and then returned said gaze towards Thanos. I understand your need to try to save the universe and I can respect the willingness in your heart to sacrifice everything for your goal, but along the way you lost yourself to pride and arrogance and your heart became consumed by darkness. Harry then raised his hand towards his chest and grasped where his heart should be. Usually I don't play around with my enemies nor do I like using my keyblades on unworthy foes, but this is a personal request from death. Stream of light and darkness began to dance around Harry. The sheer force of the elements made everyone in the battleground look up towards where Harry and Thanos currently were. A giant pillar of twilight shoots up to the sky, tearing a hole through the clouds while Harry continues speaking, and death has never personally asked me for something before, so I'm not about to deny her. Harry's keyblades suddenly appeared floating by his sides, but they were not longer Oblivion nor Oathkeeper, they have transformed to their final forms. Both keyblades were now Ultima weapons, one is golden and silver while the other is red and black. Thanos stared in shock and fear as this powerful being before him kept releasing more and more power. What are you? Harry smiled. What am I? A chuckle escaped from him as strange black marks begin to form over his face, the marks of sage mode. I'm many things, a sage, a dragon god. Horns grow from Harry's forehead towards the back of his head, his emerald green eyes turned dragonic, black talons grew from his fingers and his canine's fangs elongated in his mouth. A true demon lord. Harry's hair suddenly turned white. A seraph. A white halo burst into existence on top of Harry's head, a hollow and Shinigami. Harry's white sclera turned deep black and an immense pressure brought Thanos and what remained of his army to their knees. Everyone allied to Harry surprisingly wasn't affected by his power, but they all stared at what was happening before them in confusion. Steve looked around and actually saw some of the aliens die from whatever had brought them to their knees. What's going? Ereshkigal landed beside him and spoke, Harry is taking his final form. Everyone gathered around Ereshkigal, but it was Freya who asked final form. Ereshkigal nodded. Right, I guess not many had heard about it or much less seen it. Harry has a final transformation, one where everything he is combined and manifested, a true and perfect hybrid form. Everyone gaped at this information, but Nick Fury frowned. So he had another form, one completely different from his human-based form, dragon form, and that strange red form he mentioned before. Ereshkigal nodded. Yes, it is a form that has been evolving as he gains more and more powers and races, but only us from Kyoto have seen it, and that was only once. If he didn't have the perfect control that he has over his powers, we would be affected by it like the aliens. As a matter of fact, he could easily kill everything on this planet with just his sheer presence alone. Everyone gulped. That was a scary thought. To be able to kill just with your presence alone was something unthinkable to everyone. However, Ereshkigal continued, but why would he use it now? And against someone like Thanos. He told me that last time he used it was against someone named Jiren, and that man still beat him despite being in his hybrid form. That's why he has been training a new ability that would allow him to defeat him if they ever meet again. Tony spoke up next. It must be because of that quest he received from death. Ereshkigal turned to Tony so fast that everyone was shocked she didn't accidentally snap her neck. He received a quest from death. Tony nodded. But Steve is the one who spoke next. Yes, it said something along the lines of death, wanted Harry to make Thanos suffer before he killed him for all the lives he has taken and making more work for her. Ereshkigal turned towards where the pillar of twilight kept dancing around. I see, let's all stay away from Harry right now, it would be too dangerous for us to even get too close right now. Everyone nodded and turned to stare at the pillar of twilight fiercely dancing to the heavens. Thanos was in so much pain, and for the first time in his life he was truly terrified from the pressure currently holding him down. However, Harry went on. I'm also a prideful scion god. Rar. Red ki began to flare from Harry's body, causing the ground to crack from underneath his feet. His eyes turned red but still looked dragonic, and his hair turned red except the tips, which stayed white. Thanos was thrown off from his knees and landed harshly on the ground. Harry then began to float up, and finally I'm Satsuki. A white and black chakra cloak formed on Harry as 9 Gautama, truth-seeking orbs, materialized behind him. One last blast of energy burst from Harry's body, and Thanos had to cover his eyes to protect him from the dust and debris flying from Harry's outburst of power, and once everything calmed down he shakily stood up and stared towards Harry in shock. Harry was lazily floating in the sky in his perfect hybrid form, a culmination of everything he learned, of everything he is. Harry calmly stared back at Thanos. I don't need all of this power to kill you, but I thought I'd show you how beneath you are to a true god's power. That's what you deluded yourself to believe you are, right? You actually believed you were a god with the right to decide the fates of everyone in this universe. Harry then raised his hand, and 5 small orbs of energy of different colors formed floating above the palm of his hand, red, blue, yellow, orange, and green. Thanos immediately recognized those colors and the energy coming from those lights. Harry grinned as he watched Thanos realize what exactly he was holding. That's right, I have the Infinity Stones and have consumed their power, and you brought me that last one to me, so I thank you for saving me the time from having to go look for it. Thanos was speechless. He had been manipulated from the very beginning and he never even thought it would be possible. He just assumed that no one would dare to do that to him, but he now knew he was wrong, very wrong. Harry absorbed the small orbs of light back into his body. Death wants you to suffer, and as a good master I shall grant her request. I owe her that much. Harry shook his head. You really should have just left things alone and not meddle with how the universe works. In the end, you were nothing more than a purple ape flailing about in confusion. Thanos lost it. God or not, he wasn't about to let someone question everything he had done, everything he had sacrificed for his goals. No. With a roar of defiance, Thanos used the Power Stone to shoot a purple beam of energy intent on blasting a hole through Harry, but he just raised his hand and easily stopped it. Suddenly his keyblades shot off at high speed and spun like saws, striking Thanos in the abdomen and sending him flying and crashing through a few trees. But Harry didn't let up and took a big breath. Suddenly he fired a white-hot firestorm from his mouth towards Thanos, who barely had time to raise his gauntlet and create a purple barrier with the Power Stone's energy, but the heat from the flames instantly began to charred his skin, forcing him to jump out of the way while keeping the shield up. But Harry's keyblade smashed against the barrier and shattered it the moment Thanos finished rolling on the ground. Harry then appeared in a flash of light right in front of Thanos and then blasted him away with a Chohudama Raise Nan. As Thanos was being dragged by Harry's Raise Nan, and while he was screaming in pain, he used the Power Stone to blast the Raise Nan apart before he could get crushed and landed harshly on the ground, where he began to heavily breathe, trying to recover a bit. However, he didn't have time to rest because Harry's keyblade suddenly appeared above him and shoot down, aiming to impale him, forcing him to roll out of the way. But the moment the keyblades crashed against the ground, they both released a Thundaja which Thanos wasn't able to dodge and was electrocuted by the spell, causing him to once again scream in pain. As Thanos was screaming, Harry raised his open hand into the air and created a rotating disc of Ki Destructo disc. Harry pulled his arm back and then swung the technique, launching it towards the still screaming Thanos, intending to chop Thanos's gauntlet-covered arm off. Thanos was barely able to move his gauntlet and body away from the attack, but he wasn't fast enough to save his other arm, which was cut off by the elbow. Thanos grunted and fell to his knees. He then placed his gauntlet on his bleeding stump to try and stop himself from bleeding out. Thanos growled as he watched Harry softly land on the ground and begin to approach him, those strange weapons lazily floating at his sides. Suddenly Thanos waved his gauntlet arm and fired a barrage of purple energy orbs at Harry. But Harry's Gautama automatically intercepted each and every energy orb coming his way, while Harry continued walking until he suddenly swung his arm twice and two black and pointy black rods shot out at high speed towards Thanos, impaling his shoulders. Thanos grunted and then glared at Harry, who was now in front of him. He tried to move his arms, but the rods were making it difficult to do so. Harry then spoke. As I said, I don't need this form to deal with you, but I think Death would appreciate the lesson I just gave you. Harry then reached towards Thanos's gauntlet and yanked it off his arm. You forced the dwarves in Nidavellir to make you this and then you killed them. You really are a heartless monster. Harry then brought the gauntlet to his face and saw the purple Power Stone softly glowing. He then took it out of its slot on the gauntlet. Thanos glared in impotence as Harry brought the Power Stone to his mouth and chucked it inside. With a loud crunch he bit down and ate it. This one tasted like grape. Thanos gaped in shock. This god just ate an Infinity Stone and all he had to say was that it tasted like grape. In a moment of rage Thanos tried to once again move, but Harry noticed and then held the gauntlet in front of him and melted with holy fire. Thanos stopped struggling to move when he saw his gauntlet melt into red-hot liquid metal, but suddenly Harry chucked the melted metal right into Thanos's face. Agony, pure unadulterated agony was what Thanos was feeling right now. As soon as the red-hot metal touched his face he began to scream his soul out in pain. He couldn't even move or hold his face, so he was left on his knees suffering and screaming. Meanwhile, Harry was looking through the notifications he just got after he ate the Power Stone. Ding! Ding! You have consumed the Infinity Stone of Power and now you have total and full control of the concept of power itself, allowing you to bend it to your will. Note, all skill, spells, and techniques can now be charged for 10 times damage. Note, charging an attack might alter skills, spells, and techniques upon usage. Note, this concept adds a passive ×2 multiplier to every skill, spell, or technique used by the gamer. Harry closed the notification windows as soon as he finished reading it. This new perk seems simple enough and very useful. Suddenly a new notification opened on its own and he immediately read it. Ding! Ding! Due to consuming all the Infinity Stones and gaining control over the concept of creation, you have gained a new divine domain. This has caused your godly title to evolve once more. Your new title is, Twilight Dread Dragon God of Chaos and Creation. Note, congratulations on obtaining a new domain. Harry suddenly felt a surge of new power within him and smiled. He then turned to stare at Thanos, who was writhing on the ground in pain. It's time for you to die, but before I do I'll let you know something. Thanos stopped writhing and listened to Harry while he was still in agony. Death will never let you rest for what you have done. An eternity in suffering is what awaits you, Mad Titan Thanos. Harry then bent his knees and cupped his hands. His ki flared and began to let off an impressive amount of pressure and heat. Thanos could do nothing but just stare and tiredly sit on his knees as blue ki began to coalesce inside Harry's cupped hands. Me. Ha, me. Everyone could feel the pressure of Harry ki as they stared at the impressive amounts of energy being released by Harry. The fact that they could both see it and feel it was incredible to them. Harry's eyes glowed as he stared into the eyes of Thanos, who was watching all of this in astonishment. Harry then narrowed his eyes and tensed his muscles. Suddenly he swung his cupped hands and yelled, "Hey, hey, hey!" A giant beam of blue ki shoots out Harry's cupped hands. The beam struck true and hit Thanos, enveloping his body while carving a deep trench and destroying everything in its path. Thanos inside the beam could watch as his body began to break down so fast that he didn't have time to scream. The last thoughts running through his head while he was being erased were, I should have stayed away from Earth. The blue beam of ki continued all the way out of Earth's atmosphere and continued on to travel through space. Everyone gaped at such a powerful technique. They knew Harry was powerful, and the girls and he had claimed they were powerful enough to destroy a planet with an attack, but this was the first time they had witnessed proof of those claims. Thanos, a tyrant that thought himself a savior and grew arrogant enough to challenge everything in the universe for his goal, met his end to a dragon god from another world, and now his soul rests in the cold and angry hands of Death, who grinned in excitement at finally being able to make the purple ape pay for making more work for her. Harry stood for a moment with his cupped hands still pointing to where Thanos once stood. Suddenly he straightened up and stared at the destruction brought by the technique he learned from Master Roshi so long ago. Harry then smiled as soon as he got confirmation that he completed Death's quest, and then took off flying to go meet with his friends. Soon enough he found them finishing off the aliens who were barely alive after he took on his hybrid mode. He landed and all of his friends approached him. Everyone was in awe at Harry's new form while Tony just grinned and said, "Whoa! You still had an ace up your sleeve." Harry chuckled, "Well, kinda. This form is sort of overkill, and when I first unlocked it, it would burn through my energy way too fast. Back then I could only stay in this form for about 10 to 15 minutes, now though, it seems like my body has finally adapted to it and can stay in this form for hours. All that training I've been doing over all of the journeys I've done has paid off." Everyone nodded while T'Challa stared at the destruction of his people's land. "If this had happened in a city, I shudder to think about the amount of life that would have been lost." Everyone nodded and looked down in contemplation. Harry nodded and then turned towards Jessica. "Did everything go all right?" Jessica nodded. "Yes, everything was broadcasted to everyone in the world." Everyone turned to look at Harry, who was grinning. Steve was the one who asked about what was going on broadcast. "What do you mean?" Harry turned back into his human base form and then explained, "I had Jessica use a spell to broadcast everything that had happened here. I wanted the world to know just the type of things we face and the possibility of what could happen if we aren't here to protect the planet. This way the government will never ever again move against us, and the public is now aware of how dangerous things could get at any minute, but it also shows that there are people out there willing to risk their lives to protect both life and Earth." Everyone was awed at Harry's reasoning. Nick Fury, however, spoke next. "I see. You did it to give people hope and to warn the government or anyone from trying to get in your way. You basically gave the world a warning and an ultimatum while still giving them hope." Harry nodded. "Yes, practically I just told the world to sit down and relax. We got this." Everyone chuckled or giggled in amusement at Harry's comment. After that, Harry fixed everything damaged during the battle, thus restoring Wakanda to its previous state. Then there was a big celebration hosted by King T'Challa in the palace of Wakanda, and even though everyone was tired, sore, or just plain exhausted, they still celebrated and had fun, as a family. A crazy-ass superpowered family, but a family nonetheless. A few days later, Harry took the Asgardians and the Guardians of the Galaxy back to Asgard, but told them to come and visit whenever they want. Everyone promised to do so and left with big smiles on their faces, but no one was happier than Rocket, who had a lot of weapons and gadgets he had taken from what had remained of Thanos' army. Harry, though, destroyed everything else related to Thanos after Rocket and S.H.I.E.L.D. had picked whatever they wanted to take. This way everyone was sure that no one could get their hands on it. After that, Harry and the girls went back home to Tony's cabin to finally prepare for their trip back home. Of course, Tony and Pepper had a lot to prepare too before they could leave this world. Tony had decided to leave Stark Enterprise to Peter, but the young Spider-Man wouldn't find out until after he had graduated from college. The Starks had taken Spider-Man under their wing and they were going to make sure Peter had all he would ever need to succeed in life. Months passed by fast and little Morgan was now 5 years old and she was inseparable from her Uncle Harry or her parents. Harry continued to spoil her and even gave her one of his scales as a necklace. The thing was charmed and warded to hell and back to protect her from anything that would dare try to harm her. Though the women were very angry at him and tried to find out how he was able to give Morgan one of his scales, Harry's wallet was once again sacrificed for his well-being. Nick Fury had finally brought S.H.I.E.L.D. out of the shadows, but he himself retired, leaving Coulson in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now Coulson spends his time looking for future recruits for the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. to continue their legacy for years to come. He already had a long list of possible recruits. Eventually, it was time to go and everyone gathered to say goodbye to their friends, leaving for a new adventure. Tony, Pepper, and Morgan said their goodbyes, and the Avengers were tearing up when Morgan and Hope gave them all goodbye hugs. Even the big bad Hulk cried a little. The girls said their goodbyes to everyone and hugged all the women who had become their close friends. Lots of sobbing and tears were shed here, but Harry just softly smiled watching all of this. Jean said her goodbyes to the X-Men and hugged them all. Even Professor Xavier got a hug, however Scott didn't show up, but Jean really didn't care about him anyways. Hela and Brunhilde said their goodbyes to Freya, Thor, and even Loki. Freya gently hugged them and told them to find happiness. Eric was hugged by the Shuri and her mother, causing him to freeze in shock. T'Challa chuckled at his cousin's predicament but patted him on the back and smiled at him. Eric just sighed and hugged his aunt and Shuri while giving T'Challa a grin. Eventually, Harry smiled and hugged everyone and then stepped back and spoke, "From here on everyone is in charge of protecting your world, but never forget that if you ever need my help all you have to do is call for me and I'll be there." Everyone smiled and together they roared their goodbyes to the dragon god who had brought so many good things to their lives. With that said, Harry raised his hand and reality began to shatter around the ones leaving this world while their friends and family shouted goodbyes to them one more time. Until reality shattered completely and then fixed itself, everyone found themselves back in Kyoto, right in Yasaka's garden. Suddenly excited shouts and what seemed like a stampede could be heard throughout the garden. Everyone turned to look at where the commotion was coming from. Ereshkigal grinned and signaled everyone to grab their guest and fly up. The girls nodded and took off with everyone with them toward the sky just in time for them to watch the palace doors explode and a bunch of people rush out shouting Harry. Harry jumped as he witnessed everyone rush toward him. "Wait! Stop! 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 Arg!" Too late did Harry try to stop everyone and he was tackled and piled on by everyone who had rushed out to meet him. Everyone was now on top of a groaning Harry shouted, "Welcome home, Harry!" Despite being trampled and crushed, Harry smiled widely at everyone on top of him. "It's good to be back." Harry Potter was back home in Kyoto. What has changed? What has been happening since he left? Just what kind of new adventure awaits the dragon god of creation, chaos, and death? Somewhere in the gap, two grey and emotionless eyes opened and stared into the void. "So you have returned. I can't wait to meet you, third dragon god." An expressionless smile spreads upon the small face of the owner of those grey and almost dead eyes. Chapter 42. After reuniting with the rest of his family, everyone moved to Yasaka's living room. There Harry introduced his new companions and told them about all the crazy adventures they had in another world. Everyone was amazed and in awe at everything that Harry and the girls had experienced and witnessed. Most were really interested in another version of Asgard, aliens, other planets, superheroes, and the impressive technology available in that world. Yasaka, Gabriel, and Sirafal were very curious about that world's version of Asgard, and so Harry told them how they weren't really gods like they were here and that instead, they were an alien civilization with a mix of advanced technology and magic. Kunu, Valerie, Ellie Faye, and Luna were interested in the superheroes and Harry was very happy to describe the incredible abilities his friends had, from Wolverine's crazy fast healing factor and metal skeleton to Peter's spider-like abilities. Everyone was in awe at how such individuals would use their abilities to protect their world. Susan, Hermione, Sirius, and Remus wanted to know more about other planets and aliens, so Harry told them about the Asgardians, the Guardians of the Galaxy, Nidavellir, and the many planets he visited during his field trip in space with Thor. These four were so interested and in awe at everything that Harry described that they evidently wanted to visit this world in the future. After talking for hours about everything in the world Harry visited, everyone was smiling at how much fun Harry and the girls that went with them had. Though they were in shock about all the new powers that Harry had obtained and the godly domain he has gained as well, it seems like Harry had once again gone beyond his limits and gotten stronger for it. Yasaka sat back, a soft smile evident on her face. "Well, it seems that your vacation was both very productive and entertaining." Harry nodded. "Yes, and we made a lot of good friends. Friends I can consider family. Harry turned towards the ones who came with him and smiled. Hope and Morgan were being cooed at and spoiled by the girls. Luckily for him his girls accepted Hope right away and she started calling them mothers as soon as she found out that they were dating her father. This small gesture was enough to steal the hearts of all the girls Harry was dating. Of course, being called Mom by Hope also caused every member of Harry's harem to blush but also instantly fall in love with her. Sirius and Remus immediately declared themselves uncles. Morgan stole the heart of everyone when she sneakily jumped into Yasaka's tails and poked her head out while being covered in fluff. Morgan now has the most powerful supernatural beings in Kyoto wrapped around her little finger, making her the strongest 5-year-old in this world. Jean was immediately accepted as a fellow sister by the rest of the harem and they were already planning to go shopping to get to know her. Manly tears fell from Harry's eyes just thinking how much his wallet will suffer during this while Sirius, Remus, and Tony patted his back with their condolences. Speaking of this three, they got along very well right away and they were already planning to raise chaos for the poor yokai of Kyoto. It was at this moment that the entire population of yokai in Kyoto collectively felt a cold shiver run down their spines, causing the poor yokai to frantically look around as if they were being hunted down by an apex predator. Luckily for all of the yokai of Kyoto, their wives were there to rein them in and force them to behave, though not for long. Eric and Brunhilde were soon speaking with Yasaka about Harry's plans to introduce a Valkyrie Legion and implement both military training and modern weaponry to the yokai of Kyoto, something that Yasaka was very interested in. Pepper was having fun gossiping with Sirafal, Gabriel, and Elmenhilda. For her this was all new and interesting, plus she was having a blast speaking with a devil, archangel, and vampire about mundane things. Though everyone had to stop Sirafal from corrupting Hope and Morgan about being magical girls, which caused the little mood to pout for a while. Hella had introduced herself and bowed to everyone. She then got to work right away. She was a maid and she was damn well going to be the best one she could be. Of course, everyone turned to Harry for an explanation which he quickly gave and the girls understood. Might as well give her a chance at a second life after what Odin had done to her, though they were surprised to find out that she was an Asgardian and a powerful one at that from another world. After everything had calmed down a bit and everyone was once again sitting down and relaxing, Harry decided to ask how everything was doing while he was away. Yasaka, Gabriel, and Sirafal frowned a bit, which made Harry already know that he'll have to kill someone or at the very least maim them. Harry stared at the three big leaders and heavily sighed. All right. Lay it on me, I'm ready for the bad news. Yasaka, Gabriel, and Sirafal smiled shyly. Yasaka was the one who spoke next. We wanted to wait a few days so you could read and relax before we informed you of what has been going on. We're sorry, Harry. All three looked down in shame, but Harry shook his head. It's all right, guys. I appreciate the fact that you wanted me to relax and rest, but I don't mind, so go on. Yasaka nodded. Well, not everything is bad news. We had quite a few good things happening, but let's begin with the bad ones first. Harry nodded, and so Yasaka continued on. Since you left, it seems like someone informed the fallen faction that you had left for a short time and they once again started to become active in Japan. Of course, this annoyed the council and the Japanese government, but the girls have been taking care of them quite harshly. All killed fallen angels were personally hand-delivered by Alphaman to Azazel, who had tried to apologize and set up a meeting with me, but I refused to deal with his nonsense. Harry sighed. The fallen again. Why is it that they don't understand that we don't want their kind causing trouble here, and why is Azazel not doing anything about it? Gabriel is the one who answered. My fallen brother more than likely is using this situation as a way to open communications with the yokai faction. Everyone frowned, even the newcomers were annoyed by these fallen angels. Yasaka, however, shook her head and continued. There's still some activity going on, but it's mostly centered in Kyoto town. I believe that I don't have to tell you how suspicious that is, right? Harry nodded and rubbed his eyes. That's the territory we're renting to the Citrai and Gremory families, correct? Yasaka nodded and Sirafal spoke next. Yes, Rias Gremory, the little sister of Surtsk's Lucifer, and my little sister Sana Citrai. Those two might be high-class devils and nobles, but even I can admit that they have grown quite arrogant and cocky over these 3 years in the human world, which makes me and Surtsk's concerned that they might do something stupid. Plus we had gained intel that the boosted gear might be located in Kyoto. Harry stared at Sirafal for a minute. God damn it, that damn sacred gear along with divine dividing is nothing but trouble magnets and enough of a temptation for both the Gremory and Citrai heirs to try to do something stupid on Japanese soil. Yasaka, Sirafal, and Gabriel sadly nodded. Harry then asked, do we know who's the new wielder? Sirafal nodded and handed Harry a photo. Harry took a look and saw an unassuming boy with brown eyes and hair. While Sirafal continued to speak, I started to investigate right away. Surprisingly, it was one of Rias's peerage members who led me to him. His name is Issei Hyudu, and honestly, the kid is the worst. an open pervert who publicly announces that his dream is to build a harem, but he and 2 other boys spent their time watching porno, playing Iraj, and constantly peeping at their fellow female students while they change or shower at school. Harry frowned and glared at the picture. Why isn't the school doing something about their behavior? It's illegal to do things like peeping on girls, and it's borderline sexual abuse at this point. Heck, why aren't the girls' parents getting involved? Any parent would be furious if someone peeped on their daughter. Yasaka, Pepper, Jean, and Tony nodded while Sirafal looked down in shame and began to explain. I also found it strange, so I looked into it. It seems like Sana is manipulating the teachers and students with magic in order to keep Issei in school as a favor to Rias, who is taking care of the parents and police. It seems like Rias already claimed Issei as hers. I just don't know why she hasn't made a move yet, or the very least spoken to Issei. Harry glared towards the floor and frowned. You mean to tell me that these girls are magically manipulating the people who they're in charge of protecting in the land, their families are renting? Just so Rias Gremory can have a chance at obtaining a powerful member for her peerage. Sirafal winced, but she understood where Harry's anger was coming from. She knew full well just how much Harry hated the whole concept of evil pieces and how much he cares about Japan and its people. To hear that 2 devils were playing around with them must be quite infuriating to him. Yasaka spoke next. We already spoke with the government officials in Kyoto and they're ready to move in and deal with everything going on in that school. Those girls have no right to whatever they want with humans' lives. I also will be speaking with their parents and I'll be charging them quite the heavy fine for these transgressions on our land. Harry stared at Sirafal, who nodded. I have already spoken with my parents and they have agreed with the fine. They will also be speaking with Sana about all of this. Originally they had agreed to let her go to a human school so she can learn to fend for herself and take care of her future territory in the underworld. Plus Sana has a dream of opening a school where anyone could learn about raiding games, but this just showed my parents how irresponsible she is and they're definitely not happy with her. I'm sorry, Harry. I thought Sana wouldn't be capable of doing things like these, but I was wrong. Harry looked at Sirafal and gave her a smile. No, Sira, don't apologize about things that you have no part in. Your sister will be punished and hopefully she'll learn a lesson out of this. You can't babysit her forever. Sirafal sadly nodded, and everyone felt bad for her. By now all of her friends know how much does Sirafal love her sisters, so this has to be very disappointing and sad to her. Meanwhile, Yasaka spoke next. I have spoken with Sertsk and he in return has spoken with Lady and Lord Gremory, but apparently they don't see anything wrong with what their daughter is doing. Typical pure-blood devil mentality. I'll be making sure to hit them with an even bigger fine. Harry nodded and said, we have to do something about this. Kyoto is becoming a hot spot for supernatural activity and that's not good. I refuse to allow Japan to be dragged into the 3 Christian factions conflict. Yasaka nodded. This time Gabriel was the one who spoke up. Well, we were hoping that you would agree to act as supervisor of Kyoto, since your presence there will ensure that not only Kyoto is safe but it will also work as a warning to the other factions. Hopefully, they're smart enough to heed that warning. Of course, a house big enough to house everyone you wish to take with you will be provided and can be used as a second headquarters for the yokai faction. This way Kyoto and its people will be protected of any foreign supernatural activity, since the 2 devil heirs have proven to be untrustworthy and unreliable with this responsibility. Harry nodded. To him it seemed like a good idea. Sirafal then spoke next. And we all think and decided that it would be a good idea that you take the boosted gear off the hands of the devil faction and Issei, since we plan to make sure he gets expelled and arrested along his 2 other friends. Harry turned towards Sirafal. Are you sure? This would mean that I would be stopping whatever your sister and Rias Gremory might be planning. Sirafal nodded. Yes, I'm sure. If this is the lengths that they are willing to go to get what they want, then none of them deserve to have the booster gear. Plus I think keeping those 2 troublesome dragons away from each other forever might be for the best. All previous users have caused nothing but devastation. Harry nodded. All right, so me and the girls plus whoever wants to come along are moving to Kyoto to act as supervisors, and I'll be taking the boosted gear for safekeeping. So what's next? Gabriel spoke up. Michael made a mistake, a big one, or at least it is to me. The Saint Asia Argento, who is the wielder of twilight healing, has been excommunicated from the church. Somehow a devil was able to appear deep into church territory and have her heal him. That in itself was very suspicious, but the fact that the church immediately kicked her out and left her to her luck seems so suspicious and abrupt. But to make things worse, it seems like the fallen faction got to her before I could, and now no one knows where she is. Gabriel looked so heartbroken, and that made everyone feel sad for her. Sirafal frowned. I'm also investigating that. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would a devil be so deep in church territory and so hurt? But I haven't found anything as of yet. Harry rubs his temples in annoyance. The devil faction and the fallen faction are always causing problems, and I'm not even going to comment on how stupid Michael is. Anything else? Yasaka was the one to speak next, this time with a big grin on her face. Yes, The natural dungeon has been a great success and almost everyone in Kyoto is at least ultimate class or borderline super devil level in power, but unfortunately information somehow leaked once again and Ares from the Olympian faction literally tried to break the wards around Kyoto by punching them, to challenge everyone into a fight. It eventually got so annoying that I asked Le Fei to activate the wartime wards and... well, when Ares once again tried to punch the ward to try and break it, his arm was completely blown off into pieces and it's not showing any signs of healing or regenerating. This has caused the Olympian faction to become hostile towards us, but the fact that the girls, who are at least far above Offis and Great Red in power now, the Digimon Knights and of course the Anbyo Corps along the palace guards has made the Olympians hesitant to do anything about it, plus every deity in the world is now terrified of our wards. I shook my head. I'll deal with the Olympians soon enough. What's next? This time Yasaka smiled. Well, as I mentioned earlier, since the natural dungeon has been a great success, the yokai in Kyoto have grown very powerful and have even created guilds with their own focus, which in turn has become a great source of income and advances in many branches of magic and skills. The magical research group has also made great advancements in all kinds of magical branches. Our wizarding allies have finally moved out of Britain and officially joined the yokai faction and have created their own council. This, of course, includes the Lovegoods, Longbottoms, Bones, Greengrass, Grangers, Davis, Blacks, Tonks, Lupin, Potters, Peveril and many more. Harry smiled. That's great, and I'm glad everything is working out for the wizarding families that chose to join us. Yasaka nodded yes. The only thing we're lacking is a modern technology branch. I'm afraid that no one is very knowledgeable about modern technology, but Tony seems like the perfect person to help with this. Tony grinned. Of course. You can count on me. I already have some great ideas, but I'll need some magicals to help me and see if we can make technology merge with magic. I already have been working with Harry on this, but I do need more expertise. Yasaka nodded and turned towards Hermione. Hermione will be able to help you, along with Le Fei and Jessica. Other than Harry, they're the most talented magic users we have and I'm sure they'll be happy to help you. The three aforementioned girls smiled and fist pumped in excitement. Technology and magic will soon advance like it has never been seen before, and they were very excited to be a part of it. Yasaka then turned to Harry and continued. Amelia finally retired as the Minister of Magic as soon as Susan graduated, but she did join our magical police force as director along with Tonks, who became her right-hand man. Harry then turned towards Eric, who nodded. Eric here will help train our magical police force with modern and mundane weaponry. He will also be training what I like to call a first response team. Then he turned to Brunhilde. Brunhilde here is still training, but as soon as she finds some girls to join her Legion of Valkyries, she'll start training them and form the group. Yasaka clapped excitedly. The yokai faction will be growing even stronger still. All of this is so exciting. Harry smiled and then remembered something important. He then snapped his fingers and Yasaka felt something shift inside her. Hey? What was that? It felt weird. Harry nodded. I used my power over reality to make it so you can always stay connected to the ley lines regardless of where you are. Now you can travel around without any worry. Yasaka stared wide-eyed towards Harry and then began to tear up. Suddenly she stood up, taking care of not dropping Morgan, who was still within her tails, and hugged Harry tightly. Harry only smiled and patted her head. He was glad that he was able to help her with this. After that everyone went to sleep since things were about to get once again very busy for them soon. That night, however, Harry was awakened by an unexpected arrival. As he was sleeping, he suddenly heard a loud thump and he began to perceive a burning smell. He opened his eyes and sat up on his bed. He took a look around only to sweat drop when he saw a small girl, with black hair and grey eyes, laying on the floor and staring at the ceiling in confusion. She was very crispy since she had apparently forced her way through the wards. Lucky Harry had dropped the wartime wards since he was here now, and he wanted to see if anyone else would be stupid enough to try something once again, but otherwise, the girl would have died if they had stayed in there. Wartime setting. The girl tried to move but then winced in pain. Ouch. Harry stood up and bent down by the girl's side and poked her in the belly, causing her to flinch and wince in pain once again. That wasn't very smart. The wards around Kyoto are laced with god-slaying and dragon-slaying energy. Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't die, which tells me that you're very powerful to be able to survive forcing your way through them. I might have to up the power of the ward more. The girl, never having experienced this much pain or felt this vulnerable before, teared up and she stared at the one she was looking for. Harry frowned when she saw her tear up sigh. He snapped his fingers and he added the unknown girl into the ward. Now able to move again, she sat up and tried to heal herself, but to her surprise, she was unable to. Harry stood up and sat at the edge of his bed. Sorry, but those burns won't heal easily. The wards were specifically created to cripple any type of supernatural entity above the god level. The girl frowned as she continued to tear up. She then looked up at Harry. I just wanted to ask for your help. Harry stared into the girl's emotionless eyes. Then you should have scheduled a meeting, not just appear uninvited and out of nowhere in my home. You wouldn't like it if I just showed up where you live, right? The girl looked down in thought and nodded to herself. Harry was right, after all, she hated it that Great Red just showed up one day and began to be noisy. Harry continued to stare at the girl. He already had an inkling of who this was, but he was curious as to why she was here then. Why did you want to meet me, Ophis, the dragon god of infinity? Ophis looked up and stared at Harry. You're a dragon god too. It was a statement and Harry knew this, but he wasn't surprised that Ophis knew what he was. After all, if he could sense her, so should she. That's right, I'm the dragon god of creation, chaos, and death. Ophis nodded. You're strong, way stronger than me, stronger than Baccared. Harry just stared at Ophis. Yes, I am stronger than both of you, what of it? Ophis stared at Harry in silence for a minute. Help me kill Baccared. Harry frowned. Why should I? Great Red has done nothing to me or Kyoto, you though? Your little gang of hero bastards had the audacity to come to Kyoto and attack us, and that's not even counting this little group of yours that I had to deal with. As a matter of fact, I should kill you for all the trouble you and the Cows Brigade have caused me. Harry glared at Ophis and she flinched in fear. This was a first for her after all. Never had she felt so helpless and weak. She knew the risk she was taking when she decided to approach Harry, but in hindsight, she really should have been more careful with her approach. I just want my home back. Harry sighed and waved a hand. Soft green light enveloped Ophis and healed her a look. I'm not going to go kill a fellow dragon god just because another one asks me to. Ophis looked at her healed body in surprise and then she stood up and proceeded to stare at Harry. Please. Harry raised an eyebrow. No, I have far more important things to deal with at the moment and I don't have the time nor the want to help you kill a dragon god that hasn't done anything to me. Harry then lay down on his bed again and covered himself with the covers while Ophis looked down in disappointment. As sleep was soon beginning to take Harry to the land of dreams, he suddenly felt his bed shift around a bit. He then felt someone go under covers and lay next to him while wrapping their arms around him. Ophis, what are you doing? Ophis stayed silent for a minute. I won't leave until you agree to help me, plus you're very warm. Harry tiredly sighed. Do whatever you want, I still won't help you with this foolishness. Harry then closed his eyes and fell asleep. Ophis stayed awake for a little bit, but to her surprise, Harry was so warm and it was very quiet in this room that eventually she fell asleep holding Harry in her arms. The next morning, everyone was surprised to see Harry walking around with a little girl hanging from his neck and continuously asking him to kill someone named Baccared. Hope and Morgan saw this and thought that it looked like fun, so they too decided to hang from Harry's neck. Everyone chuckled at Harry's so tired of life face, but it was Sirius who decided to ask who was the new girl. So Harry, who's that hanging on your neck? I don't think I've seen her before. Harry sighed. This is Ophis the Ouroboros dragon, dragon god of infinity. Everyone gaped at who exactly was hanging from Harry's neck like a necklace. Hermione decided to ask Harry, why do you have a dragon god hanging on your neck? Harry grinned at Hermione. You haven't heard? Having a dragon god on your neck is the latest trend, everyone is doing it. Hermione didn't appreciate the sass, so she slapped the back of Harry's head, causing him to chuckle. Okay. Geez woman, that's abuse. Hermione rolled her eyes but smiled amusingly nonetheless. Just answer my question. Harry smiled at her and nodded, causing the girls hanging from his neck to shake a bit. Well, apparently she decided that she wanted to meet me and broke through the wards. She was extra crispy and unable to move when she appeared in my room. Apparently she wants me to go kill Great Red. Something about him kicking her out of her home, but I said no, and well, she decided to stay by my side until I agreed to help her, but she's been very clingy. Sirius barked out a laugh. Looks like your Potter charm and luck has attracted another mate, Harry. Ha ha ha. Harry deadpanned sigh. Sirius, I will hurt you. Sirius grinned but didn't say anything else, knowing that Harry more than likely will do it in the most embarrassing way possible. Ophis though looked thoughtful for a second and then spoke. Another mate. Tony spoke up next. That's right, Harry here has a lot of girlfriends, the lucky bastard. Sirius and Lupin nodded in agreement, but their wives then pinched their tights, causing the three of them to scream in pain. Luna, being her cheerful self, spoke up. Yup. Harry is our mate. And it's great because now I have a very big family. I even have a daughter and a niece now. Everyone smiled at Luna. Hope and Morgan let go of Harry and hugged her tightly, which Luna happily returned. Ophis let go of Harry and walked around him until she was in front of him and stared into his eyes. Everyone noticed how her eyes suddenly glowed and looked dragonic. Ereshkigal then spoke up. Oh. She's going to mark him. Harry jumped and then turned towards Ereshkigal. What? What do you mean? Ophis took advantage of Harry's shock and jumped on his back and then bit his neck. Harry winced at the sudden pain he just felt, Being completely unprepared for such a sudden attack, Off-Eyes was able to pierce his skin. Ouch! Son a bitch! Off-Eyes then let go and dropped to the ground and nodded to herself. She then grabbed his hand and held it in hers. My mate. Everyone gaped, and then Harry glared at Sirius. I'm blaming you for this, you mutt. After that, the girls accepted Off-Eyes pretty quickly. This, of course, confused Harry to no end. He eventually asked them about it, and they just told him that she was too adorable to say no to, resulting in Harry giving them a very impressive deadpan. In the end, Harry gave up and accepted his new situation, and this way he'll be able to keep Off-Eyes out of trouble. A week passed by and the girls had spent it teaching Off-Eyes all kinds of things. She was still emotionless most of the time, but whenever she saw Harry her eyes would glow a bit in excitement. Everyone was sure that she didn't fully understand what a maid is, but she had a habit of mimicking what the girls did when they were with Harry, so she must be learning somehow. Harry though spent that time visiting every one of his friends and seeing how they were doing. He was happy to see that everyone, including his wizarding friends, looked very happy. He spoke with all of them and found out what they were up to. The Longbottoms had opened a flower shop where they sell all kinds of exotic plants and flowers. Neville joined a guild that focused on researching the flora found in the natural dungeon. Though Harry found out that Neville was super popular with the small group of Alron that live in Kyoto, they liked him so much that they apparently follow him around everywhere. The Delacours opened a winery while Fleur seemed to have become one of the heads of research of enchanting in the magical research branch. Gabrielle instantly became friends with Morgan and Hope and now plays with them. The Grangers opened a dentist clinic while Hermione, who had graduated from Hogwarts, was now one of the heads of research for magic spell creation in the magical research branch. Susan, who graduated as well, joined a guild focusing on battle and fighting monsters while her aunt is busy in charge of the new magic police force. The Tonks bought a small house, and since Andromeda still taught in Hogwarts, her husband became a stay-at-home dad. Tonks joined the magical police force and became Amelia's right-hand woman. The Greengrass, Davies, and the rest of the pure-blood wizards were still adapting to the many changes in modern society, but they seem excited about learning, which made Harry very glad that they were willing to change. Sirius and Remus were still troublemakers, and their wives were often enough dragged into their crazy adventures, but Harry did question when are they going to have children so he could spoil them. The woman suddenly had a sinister and determined gleam in their eyes, causing Sirius and Remus to fear for their safety. Harry left their house with a satisfactory smile on his face. Hopefully, he'll be getting some cousins to spoil soon. Next, he visited the Royal Digimon Knights, who immediately took a knee when they saw their friend Harry. They all reported that they had already found the ones who have been leaking information to the other factions and delivered their corpses to the ones they were feeding that information to. Harry nodded and stayed a while to speak with his friends, something that the Knights thoroughly enjoyed. After that, Harry visited Sierra Fall, who had built a house in Kyoto. Apparently she had become so annoyed by the Devil Elders and the old Satan faction that she decided to leave the underworld and move to Kyoto. Harry was surprised and asked her if that was okay. She told him that it didn't matter where she lived as long as she did her job, something that Harry didn't have an argument against. Though Sierra Fall seemed a bit nervous and shy out of nowhere and had said that she had other reasons to be close by. Harry raised an eyebrow at that, and Sierra Fall blushed but told him that she'll let him know some other time, which Harry accepted and patted her head, causing the mood to smile and relax. Then Harry visited Offeniman's temple and spoke with her about what has been going on with her. She told him that she has been enjoying her work as a healer and that even Gabriel had moved in to help her. Harry asked why she had moved, and Offeniman told him that she was very angry at her brother's recent mistakes and that she didn't want to go back to heaven anymore. It was no longer a home to her, so Offeniman decided to offer her a room in her temple, and Gabriel had been enjoying living in peace with her friend. By the time Harry was done, it had already become night, so he decided to go back home, where he found Yasaka sitting on the porch drinking tea. He joined her and spoke a little about everything going on. Eventually they just enjoyed each other company in silence as they relaxed drinking tea. During the rest of the week, Harry spent time with his other girlfriends to find out about how they've been and what have they had been doing. The girls must have missed him a lot because they were a bit clingy towards him during their dates, but Harry didn't mind and let them do whatever they wanted. Kunu had evolved her Keyblade to its final form, which was named Vulpus Union. It was a Keyblade with a fox motif and apparently was once wielded by someone named Ava. Harry was very proud of how powerful his first student had become, and Kunu, feeling bold, gave him a little kiss, which Harry happily returned. For the rest of the day, Kunu seemed very happy, but everyone kinda knew why and left her alone. Harry then went to spend time with Li Fei. Li Fei had improved tremendously with her swordsmanship and magic. She spent hours showing Harry all the spells she had mastered, and Harry in return taught her all the new spells he picked up over in Asgard and with Doctor Strange. This made her very happy, and so she too shared a romantic moment with Harry. Next was Valerie, who had dragged Harry shopping with her, and as they had a little date they spoke about all the new firearms Harry had seen in the new world. Valerie was excited about all the cool new weapons and Harry promised her to speak with Tony about giving her an upgrade to her current arsenal. Luna was next and her Keyblade had also reached its final form too, which was named End of Pain, and it looked gnarly as hell. Harry always thought it was funny how the most innocent and caring girl he has ever met had such talent with darkness, and her ultimate Keyblade showed that affinity towards that darkness. When Harry asked her where Mr. Goop was, he was surprised when she took him to her room and saw that Mr. Goop had changed too. Luna, that's a metal Kaiser slime. Luna's tilted her head. Is that what he has become? Well, either way, Mr. Goop has a very manly mustache, doesn't he, Harry? Mr. Good grinned at Harry's flabbergasted face. Luna just didn't have a clue that Mr. Goop had evolved into one of the most powerful and dangerous species of the slime family, but Harry decided to leave it at that and took Luna out on a date. After his date with Luna, Harry went to Hermione's house to spend time with her, though he had to pick her up onto his shoulder and kidnap her since she didn't want to walk away from her research. But in the end, she enjoyed her time with Harry, especially since Harry handed her a full library with books from the other world. Though Harry did make her promise to take a break from now on, she was very happy about his gift to her and thanked him with a kiss. Then he went to the Bones home and kidnapped Susan from her house, to the shock of Amelia, who Harry just grinned and waved at. Amelia just shook her head and went back to her coffee and the police reports she was going through. Susan fussed over Harry for a while, asking him if he slept good or if he had eaten healthily in the other world. Harry smiled at her and told her that he had slept and eaten a lot. After that, Susan spoke about everything she had learned with her guild mates, something that made Harry very proud of her, and then went to the movies to spend some time with each other. After that, Harry spent some time with Off-Ice. Even though their relationship was new, it didn't mean that he was just going to ignore her, plus she was a dragon and a primal part of him was very happy that she claimed him as a mate. Off-Ice though was a very clingy girl, but luckily she wasn't the jealous type. Harry had asked why, since dragons were known to be very protective about what they consider theirs. Off-Ice explained that her fellow sister mates were very powerful and that made her approve of them, plus they always feed her snacks and that's always a good thing in her book. After that week of going around and speaking with all his friends, Harry was convinced to bring the Starks with him to Quah, or rather Morgan gave Harry the puppy eyes and he folded like a wet piece of paper. So he, Tony, and Pepper were getting all her papers ready to have her join a primary school in Quah. Now that the Starks weren't famous in this world, Morgan could easily have a normal childhood, go to school, have friends and maybe have a boyfriend in the future. Well, that is if Harry and Tony don't scare the poor boy away. The girls were preparing for the move. They were excited about going to live in their own house with Harry, though Harry did promise to connect their new house with Kyoto so they could go back and forth as needed. He still had to check on Eric and Brunhilde from time to time and make sure they have everything they need. Hella was coming too, of course. The new house will need a maid to clean and take care of it. Luckily Harry did say that he would be summoning Sakyaman to help, since their house in Quah will be quite big, especially since it will have an underground research lab for Tony, Hermione, Ellie Faye and Jessica to work in, and a training ground that Harry will be creating. Of course, once they arrive at the house they'll be warding it to hell and back to prevent any devil or fallen angel from thinking they can just come into their home uninvited. Soon enough Saturday arrived and everyone moved into their new house in Quah. It was easy to do so since Harry just dumped everything they were taking with them into his inventory and teleported all of them right inside their new house. And so most of the morning and afternoon was spent moving things around, cleaning, and organizing things. Harry and Jean's telekinesis helped a lot here, and soon evening arrived. While everyone was having some dinner, Harry decided to check his reward from death, so he mentally opened his notifications and read what he got. Ding! Ding! Quest complete. Thanos the Mad Titan has infuriated the conceptual being of death for making millions upon millions of souls prematurely go to the land of the dead, thus increasing her workload. Death is not amused and requests her master to kill Thanos in the most violent and painful way so she can then get his soul to torture for all eternity. Objective: make Thanos suffer and then kill him. Complete. Reward: Divine Miracle. Harry froze the moment he read what skill he got, and it was one he instantly recognized. Both Shana and Rimuru were capable of this type of magic and he knew firsthand how powerful it was. The spells available to this branch of magic are not only highly destructive but they do spiritual damage, damage that not a lot of beings have resistance to. Among those he knew, Rimuru, Shana, Milim, and himself were the only ones he was aware that had resistance to spirit damage or could heal said damage. Harry immediately read the skill description and he wasn't disappointed. Ping. Skill name: Divine Miracle. Description: through Harry's own power he can now manipulate spirit runes, the building block of all magical energy, to cast incredibly powerful spells. Note: this skill unlocks the following spells. Divine Miracle Disintegration: in a process similar to nuclear decay, spirit rons bombard the target and destroy them on a molecular level. Divine Miracle Holy Ray, a large beam or ray of spirit rons shoots out from the user, bypassing all barriers and destroying the target. Holy Cannon, a focused beam of holy energy that rapidly purifies the magic of a target. While a holy being or a being without magic would simply be pushed by the shockwave, it's a surefire technique for killing monsters, undead, and demonic beings. Holy Bell, a wide-range wave of holy energy surges from the user, purifying a large amount of magic, and destroying any lesser monsters, undead and demonic beings. It also heals wounds and cures any status effects afflicting any allies within range. Holy Field, usually maintained by several magicians working in tandem. However, Harry is capable of using this skill by himself, within the radius of the barrier. Purification of all magic commences. Lesser monsters are killed instantly, and any higher magical being is severely weakened. The barrier is even capable of preventing the use of regular magic and sealing the use of most skills. Harry gaped at the spells he has unlocked. Mentally he closed the notification and stayed silent in contemplation. It seems like Death was very happy with me after I killed Thanos. I know the quest said that she was pissed about the increase in workload, but this reward suggests that she might have been more upset than she let on. But then the question is, what could she have been so angry with Thanos about? In Death's domain, Thanos' screams of pain and agony echoed through the dark and empty space. Death had been torturing Thanos' soul since the moment it had arrived in her domain, and she was loving every second of it. Death glared at the mutilated soul of Thanos as she continued to use his soul like a stress ball. This is what you get for interrupting my Harry watching time. You ignorant pompous ape. Do you have any idea the amount of paperwork I had to deal with because of your stupidity? But don't worry, my little monkey pet, I'll make sure you pay for preventing me from watching my dear Harry's adventures, for all eternity. Thanos should have known better than to get in the way of a maiden in love, but then who would know that Death had a big crush on Harry to begin with? Harry mentally shrugged. Who knows what Thanos did to Death for her to hate his guts to this extent? Suddenly Harry sensed a fallen angel's energy and stood up. Looks like something is going on. I'll go there first. Kunu and Le Fay follow my energy to the location just in case. Both Kunu and Le Fay nodded and Harry vanished in a dark corridor. The fallen angel Rainare was having fun watching Issei Hyudu slowly die with her light spear stuck in his stomach. She was about to fly off to leave before the owners of this town find her when a dark corridor opened behind her and a hand caught her by the neck. Hey! What's the meaning of this? The dark corridor dissipated, revealing Harry to Rainare, causing her to gasp in shock and fear. She knew who this was. All fallen angels knew who Harry fucking Potter was, and now that same ridiculously powerful individual had her by the neck. Harry looked around and noticed the dying Issei on the floor. He might not like the boy, but that doesn't mean he had to die like this, and so Harry then punched Rainare so hard in the spine that it instantly shattered, leaving her unable to move any of her limbs. A scream of pain escaped from Rainare's mouth from the unexpected strike. Harry then harshly threw her against the fountain, causing it to break apart and leaving Rainare unconscious in the rubble. Only low moans of pain could be heard from where she was laying. Harry then approached Issei's now dead body and kneeled beside him. He then placed a hand on his chest to take the boosted gear before it moves on to its new wielder. Suddenly there was a flash of red light and Rias Gremory appeared out of her family's magic circle with a smile on her face. Said smile disappeared from her face the moment she noticed Harry kneeling beside her future pawn. She then noticed the unconscious fallen angel by the fountain and she began to panic. Hey! Who are you? Step away from my pawn. Harry turned his gaze towards Rias and glared. He isn't your pawn, Gremory, and he'll never be if I have anything to say about it. Rias did not like that answer one bit, so in her anger a crimson-red aura began to emerge from her body. She then raised her hand and she began to charge a ball of her power of destruction until she felt something touch the back of her head. The fact that she could feel her skin sizzle, she knew that it was an extremely powerful holy weapon. Suddenly a voice spoke up from behind her. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Miss Gremory. That's Harry Potter you were about to fire your magic at. Rias froze and began to panic. Even more, she knew who Harry Potter is, one of the leaders of what every faction was now calling Neo Kyoto, the most powerful faction in the world, and Harry Potter is the undisputed #1 spot on the top 10 most powerful list. Rias knew she had messed up big, and this time not even her brother might be able to help her because even he was afraid of him. She turned her head and gazed at the one behind her and instantly recognized her. Oh no! That's Kunu, Lady Yasaka's daughter and one of the most powerful members of Kyoto's elite fighting squad. What are these two doing here? Another voice coming from her side snapped her of her inner panic, only to downright almost cry in despair when she saw Le Fay Pendragon, another one of Kyoto's elite squad, approaching Harry while dragging an unconscious Konako and Akeno. Harry, I found these two hiding just outside the ward the fallen angel created. They seem to have been following the fallen angel and that boy for quite a while. Harry turned to look at the two unconscious girls and then at Rias, causing her to gulp. I see, you were hoping that the fallen angel would kill Issei so he could be reincarnated cheaply. You already knew that he held a sacred gear, but you weren't aware of which one, so you didn't know how many evil pieces you might need to reincarnate him. You devils really disgust me sometimes. It's only because of Sirafal that I don't kill you all. Rias looked down, sure that was what she was planning, but she was going to make sure that she would make it up to Issei in the future, so she didn't understand what was wrong with her plan. Meanwhile, Harry closed his eyes and pushed his hand into Issei's chest and grabbed hold of his soul before it could pass on, and grabbed the boosted gear from it. He then carefully pulled it out and healed Issei's soul at the same time. Rias gaped when she witnessed Harry pull out Issei's sacred gear from him and then put it away somewhere. Unfortunately, Issei seemed to finally have died after, but she didn't say anything about it. Harry then stood up and raised an open hand towards Issei. Bring back the soul from purgatory. Resurrection. A magic circle appeared beneath Issei and all his wounds instantly healed and brought him back from his short trip to the land of the dead. Rias was completely shocked. She had heard the rumors that the yokai faction had people capable of perfect resurrection, but watching it happen before her eyes was something else. Harry then turned towards Kunu. Take the boy back home and erase his memories of today. He might as well enjoy whatever freedom he has left before he goes to jail along with those two friends of his. Rias frowned while she watched Kunu walk around her and approached Issei. She then grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt and disappeared in a flash of light. Le Fei then threw Konako and Akeno, who then landed by her feet and then went to pick up the unconscious fallen angel. She turned towards Harry, who nodded to her, and then Le Fei disappeared in another flash of light. Harry then turned towards Rias with a glare on his face. Rias knew that after today things were going to change, and not for her benefit. Chapter 43. Harry then turned towards Rias with a glare on his face. Mind explaining why was a fallen angel allowed to walk around in Kua and why wasn't it reported to the yokai faction? Rias just stared in silence upon hearing Harry ask her that question. Sana and she were notified about how the yokai faction and Japanese government were not allowing any fallen angel into the country without a special permit, so they both knew that they had to report, but she was able to convince Sana not to do so, or at least wait until she was able to add Issei into her peerage. Harry just stared directly into Rias's eyes as she stayed silent. Well, I don't have all day Gremory. I want to know why was a fallen angel allowed to remain in our territory, and why that same fallen angel was even able to harm a Japanese citizen in the town the Satriere and you are supposed to protect. Rias was shaking. Harry might be calmly speaking to her, but his energy was slowly raising in response to his anger. We weren't sure what the fallen angels were planning, we just didn't want to cause a conflict between factions. Harry glared and his energy cracked the floor, causing Rias to cover her face from the force released by Harry's outburst of energy. Do I look like I'm stupid to you? No fallen angel is allowed on Japanese soil. They have a kill on-site order. I know for a fact that Sirafal told her sister and you to immediately report to the yokai faction of any fallen angel activity in Kua. It was one of the conditions placed upon the Gremory and Satrai families so they could rent this town. Rias took a step back in fear while Harry's continued, but no. We have to find out from our censors about this, and not only that, we're well aware of your plan to get Issei Hayado into your peerage. Both you and Sana Satrai were told that you can add Japanese citizens into your peerage as long as you speak and negotiate with them, but like I said before, you wanted Issei dead because his value would drop and you would be able to easily reincarnate him. Rias winced at the reminder that Harry had already deducted her plans and looked down. Devils and their greed. This is the reason a bunch of you died years ago, when in their greed they sought to add Kunu, the daughter of the leader of the yokai faction, into their peerage by force. Rias could only look down in horror at the reminder of that event. Tomorrow I'll be visiting Kua Academy after school to meet with you and Sana Satrai. I'll be giving you a long list to both of you, of all the things we have found you have been doing that violates the contract between the yokai faction and the Satrai and Gremory families. Rias looked up with wide eyes and stared at Harry, who just huffed in annoyance and opened a dark corridor with a wave of his hand and walked through it. The dark corridor dissipated as soon as Harry stepped through, leaving Rias alone with both Akeno and Konako unconscious in the ground. I have to call Sana immediately and let her know what happened today. She's not going to be happy. Harry arrived back at his new home and watched as everyone was already interrogating the fallen angel, who was being lifted into air by Jean's telekinesis while Luna was using dark fire to burn her legs and feet. Needless to say that the fallen angel was singing like a canary. He then walked towards them and stopped right beside Ereshkigal's side. Where's Morgan and Hope? Ereshkigal turned her gaze and looked at Harry with a smile on her face. Hela took them to their room to sleep. The poor dears seemed very tired after eating dinner. Le Fei silenced this room so we wouldn't wake them up. Harry nodded and then spoke up again. What have we found out so far? Hermione spoke next. Apparently Azazel sent this fallen angel, her name is Rainare by the way, to watch over Issei Hyudo, which means the fallen faction was aware that the pervert had a sacred gear. On that point it also means that Azazel doesn't care about fallen angel ban in Japan, since he sent this one and 3 others to watch over Issei. Harry growled. Azazel has been very nonchalant about everything going on with the yokai faction and his faction. More than like these 4 are common fodder that he wouldn't mind losing them. Looks like I'm going to have to do something about this in the future. Hermione nodded in agreement with Harry's assessment and continued on. Yes, but and this is where things get interesting. According to Rainier, the orders recently changed to kill Issei instead of watching over him. Harry raised an eyebrow. Sounds like someone is looking for conflict. It's pretty obvious that whoever changed the order wanted to provoke something either with us, the yokai faction, or the devil heirs. Hermione nodded, and Kunu spoke next. Yet and we know for sure that it wasn't Azazel who ordered these 4 to kill Issei. He might be an irresponsible pig, but he's not one to provoke a faction so deliberately. Harry nodded and looked at the still screaming Rainier. Do we have the name of who changed the orders? Everyone shook their heads. While Susan spoke next, she didn't even know she was being used, but we did find out a few other things. Apparently there's a bunch of stray priests inside the abandoned church that Gabriel mentioned we could use in case of an emergency, and get this, Asia Argento will be coming here in the next few days. Harry turned to look at Susan in shock. This can't be a coincidence. Just what is going on here in Kua, and why do I feel that things will get even more annoying soon? Milim spoke next. Well then, it's a good thing we're here, right? We can deal with anything that might happen. Yasaka was really clever to ask us to supervise Kua, especially since those silly devils weren't doing a good job anyways. Everyone nodded. Few then decide to ask Harry, so what's the plan? I'm sure you're not just going to let this go on. Harry nodded. First let's deal with the fallen angels and stray exorcist tonight, then we'll keep an eye for Asia. Tomorrow I'll be going to meet with the Citrai and Gremariers after the school day ends. Whoever wants to go with me, be ready by then. Everyone nodded, and Jean then telekinetically snapped Rainier's neck, killing her. Harry then dumped her body into his inventory to deliver it to Azazel later. After that he opened a dark corridor and he stepped through it. Kunu, Susan, and Luna following him close behind, while the rest decided to wait for them. They knew that with those 4 everything will be settled quickly enough. In an abandoned church, 3 fallen angels have been waiting for the leader of this little squad to report back, while a stray exorcist with white hair and a crazed look on his face was pacing back and forth in exasperation. A petty blonde-haired fallen angel suddenly spoke up to the pacing stray exorcist. Freed. Would you stop pacing around? The now named stray exorcist stopped pacing around and glared at the petty fallen angel. Fuck off. Almighty angel, I'm bored and that other black-winged whore is late. I bet she's fucking that boy just before gutting him. Ha ha ha. A blue-haired fallen angel spoke up in annoyance. Just ignore him, middled. He's insane, but I do wonder what's taking Rainier so long. Don't Zeke, maybe you should go and check it out. I have a bad feeling about this. Don't Zeke turned to the blue-haired fallen angel. You think something went wrong? Middle turned and asked. Hey Kalawarna. The now named blue-haired fallen angel turned towards Middle, and the petty fallen continued. Maybe we should split? Nothing about this seems okay. But before Kalawarna could even say a word, a pillar of darkness erupted from the ground by the entrance to the church. From that pillar a person no fallen angel ever wanted to see emerged. The 3 fallen angels stood in a panic the moment Harry Potter arrived at the little headquarters in Kyoto. Behind him 3 of Kyoto's elite squad also emerged from the pillar of darkness, which dissipated as soon as the last girl walked out of it. Freed, the crazy bastard, started to laugh maniacally and lunged forward with a crazy look on his face. Finally some entertainment. It'll be fun to carve those sexy bodies, but Luna met him halfway and slammed End of Pain in his abdomen, sending him flying and crashing against one of the marbled pillars of the church. Freed didn't even get a chance to move when Luna pointed her keyblade at him and sweetly smiled at him. Dark Furiga. A black fireball empowered by darkness shoots out of the tip of End of Pain and hits Freed right in the chest. He couldn't even scream since he was incinerated instantly. The black flames burned away both his body and soul. After that Luna skipped towards the open basement door with Susan running after her. Luna. Wait for me. Harry turned towards Kunu after witnessing Luna being so ruthless. Kunu chuckled awkwardly. Yet Luna has been very bloodthirsty. Whenever she fights she gets like that. The most disturbing thing about all of this is that she's always smiling while doing things like this. Harry stared at Kunu. Okay, let's ignore Luna's new tendencies and just deal with this, okay? Kunu nodded and walked forward toward the fallen angels. Screams of pain and agony began to echo throughout the church, and it was obvious that they were coming from the basement, but Harry and Kunu ignored it. The fallen angels though? They were terrified, but Kunu didn't care. You 3 are trespassing upon yokai faction territory. As per law your lives are forfeit. The trio of fallen angels jumped and tried to fly to run away, but Kuno disappeared in a flash of light and then appeared behind them holding her keyblade, Vulpus Union in her hand in a reverse grip. She then softly said Zantetsuken. The fallen angels stood still frozen for a second before they dropped to the ground dead. Harry smiled and clapped, causing Kuno to blush. Then Luna and Susan came back up. Luna had a soft smile while Susan was patting her clothes to get rid of the dust that had landed on her. Harry turned towards them. All done? Susan nodded while Luna hummed a bit before responding. They were quite weak, but then again exorcists are just plain humans with a minor blessing, so we finished fast. We incinerated the bodies. Was that okay? Harry nodded. That's fine. We really only need to send the fallen angel's body to Azazel. Harry then walked towards the dead fallen angels and dumped their corpses into his inventory. Harry nodded to himself and then said, well done girls, you dealt with this situation fast and clean. The girls brightly smiled at the pride in Harry's voice, while Harry gave them a grin. Now let's go home, we have things to do tomorrow and we need our rest. The girls nodded and Harry created another dark corridor which they immediately walked through. The next morning, while everyone was eating breakfast and talking about random things, Harry found out something very interesting about his good friend Hagrid from both Sirius and Remus, who came to visit them to see how the move went. So Hagrid not only created a guild for monster tamers, but he's also in charge of his very own familiar shop. Remus, who was the one who told him about this, nodded yes. Apparently at first he just wanted to keep the monsters he tamed, but it turned out not only very expensive but dangerous as well, because most monsters out of the natural dungeon are very powerful. So he spoke to Yasaka about what he could do. Harry nodded in understanding. Hagrid is a very sweet and caring guy and he loves magical creatures, so it makes sense for him to have started a monster taming guild, and that he himself has a lot of monsters, though, knowing him, he probably keeps some of the most dangerous monsters found in the dungeon in his house. Remus, completely unaware of Harry's inner realization, continued. Yasaka was at a loss as to how to help Hagrid, but Li Fei came up with an idea of her own. Harry turned to look at Li Fei, who was sleepily eating her breakfast, and turned back to Remus, who grinned and continued. You see, she told Hagrid about how the devil faction had a forest full of monsters and magical creatures where devils could go and get a familiar, so she suggested that with Hagrid's expertise in caring for magical creatures and her creating a giant pocket dimension which was later filled with plant life by her, Kunu and Yasaka, and now the yokai faction owns its very own familiar forest where anyone in Kyoto can get a familiar. Harry raised an eyebrow. That sounds cool. I'm guessing that Hagrid gets paid by the yokai faction to care for this forest and the creatures living there, right? Sirius was the one who spoke next. Yup. Now not only does he has the money to take care of his own monsters, but he's allowed to keep his monsters in the forest too. The place is very popular with children since the monsters there have been tamed and are very friendly, plus children can get a familiar/pet from any of the monsters there. Harry rubbed his chin deep in thought and turned towards Tony, who was drinking some coffee and speaking with Hermione about the future projects. Hey Tony. Tony turned towards Harry. What's up, Harry? Harry grinned. What do you think about giving Morgan a familiar? She'll get a cool pet and she'll have a magical creature protecting her at all times. A win for everyone involved. Tony raised an eyebrow and looked up in thought for a minute and then turned towards Pepper, who was listening. Pepper just smiled and nodded. I don't mind, you're going to be busy with research, and Harry will be occupied overseeing this town, so she might get a little lonely. A pet will keep her busy and happy. Tony grinned and nodded at Harry. You heard the lady. We're okay with it, but what do you have in mind? Harry smiled and turned to where Morgan was eating her cereal while hugging one of Kunu's tails like a teddy bear. Morgan looked up from her cereal and looked at her Uncle Harry and immediately smiled at him. Harry smiled back at her and then asked her, if you could have any animal or creature as a pet, what would you choose? Morgan didn't even think about it for too long. She fist pumped both of her hands and loudly proclaimed, a dragon like you, Uncle Harry. Harry grinned and everyone got nervous because that grin usually meant Harry was about to do something ridiculous again. Good choice, and I have the perfect dragon. I just need to make a few changes. Harry immediately took out the boosted gear out of his inventory and used his power over reality and creation to change and evolve it. Everyone watched in awe and curiosity at what Harry was doing to the ridiculously large red gauntlet until the gauntlet itself cracked and broke, becoming an orb of red light. As Harry worked on the boosted gear, he got rid of the locks on its power and those annoying souls trapped in it, well except for two who watched from inside the boosted gear in horror at how the other souls that had been housed for centuries were pulled out. Harry then consumed the souls and then stood up from where he was sitting and walked towards Morgan, who was excitedly watching her uncle do cool magic. Harry, as soon as he got close to Morgan, pushed the red orb of light into her chest and watched as a crimson aura flared around her body for a second before settling down. From inside the boosted gear Drake awakened. He immediately felt that something was different with his sacred gear, but before he could even try and check, he was suddenly blinded by an intense light. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to be able to see that he was outside. that he was able to smell food and could even breathe, which he did. He took a big breath and exhaled. He then looked around his body and grinned when he confirmed that he did indeed have his body back. Drake couldn't help but bark out a loud laugh. I'm free. Watch out world. The all-powerful Drake the Red Dragon Emperor is back. But his laughter died when he was suddenly picked up and hugged tightly. What? What is happening? Make it stop. I'm scared. The poor dragon was completely caught off guard by an excited Morgan who picked him up and hugged him tightly. He's so cool. Thanks Uncle Harry. Everyone native to this world gaped at what Harry had done. Hermione couldn't help but to point out, Harry, did you just give the boosted gear to a 5-year-old? Kunu spoke up next. You gave a Longinus, a god killer, to Morgan. Le Fay couldn't help but also chip in, and not only that. You changed the boosted gear from a state change sacred gear to an independent avatar sacred gear. How? Tony, Remus, and Sirius stared at the teddy-size red dragon and only had one thing to say: neat. Pepper just shook her head, but the smile on her face told that she was amused. Boys and their toys. Off-Eyes, who had intently watched all of this happen, floated up from her seat onto Harry's back and hung there from his neck. She then spoke to Drake, who was finally free from Morgan's hug and was laying on the table breathing hard after being crushed by a hug. Welcome back, Drake. Drake, who was able to finally recover all the oxygen that was pushed out of him, looked up. Hey? Who? Oh, it's you, Off-Eyes. Can you tell me what happened, and who did this to me? Off-Eyes nodded and then floated and sat on the table beside Drake, who sat up on his hunches. Off-Eyes then pointed at Harry. The sacred gear which you were sealed in, was changed and evolved by my mate, Harry Potter, dragon god of death, chaos, and creation. Drake stared at the young man being pointed at by Off-Eyes and began to nervously sweat when he finally sensed the power of this individual in front of him. Harry just grinned and waved yo. Drake's sweat dropped but then sighed. So why did you change my sacred gear? I mean, I'm not complaining about having this much freedom, but being this size is a bit humiliating. Harry just smiled and pointed at Morgan, who now started to poke Drake in the belly, making the dragon grunt. My niece here wanted a dragon familiar, and since I had taken you away from your previous host, I decided to make use of you instead of just sealing you away for all eternity, so I changed the boosted gear and gave it to her. Drake frowned. He could feel the all-familiar bond of his sacred gear to his new wielder. She was young, but she seemed to be different than any of his previous wielders. She was powerful, but how? She was just a young human child, but then it clicked. You blessed her. You blessed this child with your divinity. That's why she seems so different, so powerful. Everyone gaped. Being blessed by a god was one thing, but being blessed by a dragon god with 3 powerful domains was unheard of. Even Off-Eyes looked flabbergasted at this news. She has never given her blessing to anyone, not even in the Cows Brigade. For a dragon god to give a blessing to a human is an intimate thing, but then again Harry treated Morgan like his hatchling, so it made sense. Harry raised an eyebrow and looked at everyone gaping at him. What? We were involved in many dangerous situations back when Morgan was born. I wanted to keep her safe, so I granted her my blessing that she could grow powerful and smart. You guys didn't think it was weird that she was running around and speaking almost fluently at the age of 3? To those who were there, everything suddenly made sense. Morgan had always been very smart and very active. They had seen her fall and instantly get up. She's never been sick or hurt either, now that they think about it. Ereshkigal smiled. It does make sense. Harry and Morgan had been attached at the hip since she was born. Morgan just smiled and grabbed hold of Harry's hand, while Harry just smiled at her niece. The system let me know that I could grant my blessings to anyone I have a bond to, and I did. As a matter of all of you have my blessing. No one noticed because it didn't grant you any significant boost in power since you are all very powerful now, but it did grant you regeneration and protection from status effects, meaning no one will ever suffer from sickness or poison, among a few other things. Everyone stared at Harry for a second before they all stood up and rushed towards him and dogpiled him. Hope had floated herself and Morgan to the top of the pile, and both of them fist-pumped in victory. Harry, who was at the bottom, could only moan in discomfort. Just why? Everyone grinned at him and loudly proclaimed, because we love you, Harry. Harry just grunted, I don't feel loved right now. Everyone chuckled or giggled at Harry while Hope and Morgan floated down and began to pat his head to make the pain away. Drake just stared for a second. What a strange group of people. I can feel that they're all extremely powerful, but they seem so happy and carefree. Off-Eyes, who was staring at everyone as they laughed and had fun, suddenly smiled a small smile which caused Drake to widen his eyes in shock, while Off-Eyes just said, I kinda like it. Drake closed his eyes and hummed. He might be smaller now, but at least he has his freedom, plus his new wielder seems to have a lot of potential. That's how the first morning in Harry's new home went. Laughs, smiles, and a bunch of dragons was now a usual sight in this home. QA Academy was in chaos this morning. the police had stormed into the school before class started and immediately arrested Issei, Motohama, and Matsuda for sexual harassment along with a few other things. The girls who were constantly victimized by this trio almost every day cheered in celebration. It was about time someone did something about the perverted trio. Sana, who had watched the arrest, tried to intervene. In her mind she thought this would make the school lose face, but as soon as she got close a few members of the police revealed themselves to be members of the yokai faction, causing her to freeze in shock and fear. Rias had called her last night and told her that Harry Potter along with 2 members of Kyoto's elite squad had appeared and stopped her from acquiring Issei into her peerage. But Sana didn't really care about that. It was the fact that Harry Potter is capable of taking sacred gears from their host without killing them that had her interest. However, according to Rias, he wasn't happy with them, and with the police showing up and arresting Issei, she knew that they were aware that they have been manipulating Kuaha's police force. This fact was confirmed when she was shown that there were members of the yokai faction among the police that arrested the perverted trio. She understood that they were there to prevent her or Rias from stopping this from happening, so she was forced to step back and let it happen, but at this moment she was regretting letting Rias convince her of helping her protect Issei and his friends, especially since Harry Potter was coming at the end of the school day to speak with them. Hours passed by and the 2 devil heirs spent their school day nervous and full of anxiety. The upcoming meeting could go south rather quickly, and that made the young devils extremely anxious. They all have heard the rumors of Harry Potter's ruthlessness against both the Fallen faction and the Devil faction. As soon as the bell signaling that the school day was over rang, Sana and her queen headed straight to the school gates to meet with their visitors, while Rias, her peerage, and her own were convening in the Occult Research Club building. As soon as they stepped out of the school's front building, they noticed that a crowd had gathered in front of the school gate, and it didn't take them long to find out why. The crowd suddenly split in half and let Harry Potter in. Following behind him were the members of Kyoto's elite squad and 5 unknown females, but Sana and her queen Tsubaki could tell that all of them were extremely powerful. As Harry approached Sana, she couldn't help but sweat in fear. His sheer presence alone was overwhelming, and his glowing green eyes were intimidating with their eerie glow. Harry soon reached Sana while ignoring the whispers from the students crowding the school gate. Sana and Tsubaki bowed while Sana greeted him. "Lord Potter, it is an honor to host your visit. If you would please follow us." Harry just nodded and then followed the 2 young devils towards a far-off building close to the school. The building itself made Harry narrow his eyes. "Is that building part of the school?" Sana nodded. "Yes, right now it serves as headquarters for Rias's peerage. It served as dorm years ago, but it has been unused until Rias's family fixed it up and took over." Harry nodded and was glad that the building wasn't just taken for their use. Soon they reached the building and stepped in. They immediately headed to the 2nd floor and go through some double doors and step inside what Harry believes to be Rias's office. Once everyone stepped inside, Harry couldn't help but notice how every devil was against the walls surrounding the 2 couches in the middle, while Ryan was sitting behind her desk with Akeno by her side, an intimidation tactic. How cute! As soon as everyone stepped in, Rias's smiled. "Please take a seat, Akeno has made tea and snacks." Harry closed his eyes and sighed. "No thank you, this isn't a social visit, Gremory." Rias frowned but nodded while Sana walked forward and stood to the side of Rias's desk. Tsubaki followed her and stood by her side. Harry then opened his eyes. "Let's get the introductions out of the way. I'm already aware of who you are. Sirafal told me about all of you." Sana and Rias looked at each other. The fact that Leviathan had freely given information to Harry was bad news to them. Now he might know things about them while they still know nothing about the man before them. Harry then spoke. "I'm Harry Potter. Behind me are Kuna, daughter of Yasaka and Princess of Kyoto, Luna Lovegood, a master of darkness, Le Fei Pendragon, one of our most powerful magic users and a master swordsman, Valerie Teeps, vampire princess and expert marksman, Hermione Granger, head of the magical creation research branch of Kyoto, Susan Bones, high-ranking member of the Warriors Guild, Ereshkigal, goddess of death and queen of the underworld, Milim Nava, Dragonoid and true demon lord, Fu Shinobi and sage, Jessica Albert, master mage and hero, Jean Grey, a powerful psychic and wielder of the Phoenix Force, and finally Ophies, the dragon god of infinity." All the young devils in the room gaped at the information just shared by Harry. While Harry was introducing everyone who came with him to this meeting, he was also sensing out everyone in the building. Sana's peerage is all normal, and besides being devils, none of them had any darkness in their hearts. Rias's peerage was a mess. The darkness in their hearts was telling of dark and unhappy pasts. Fear, hate, and self-loathing were the source of such darkness in their hearts. He then noticed the blonde boy among Rias's peerage glaring with hate towards Le Fei, but he shelved that for later. Akeno then decided to speak to try and disperse some of the tension in the air. "Era, are you sure you don't want at least some tea?" Harry moved his gaze towards Akeno, who jumped slightly in surprise at those soft glowing green eyes. Harry then spoke. "No, thank you, but we're not here to socialize. have the police arrested Issei Hyudu and his 2 other friends yet? Akeno frowned but didn't say anything. Sana answered Harry's question. Yes, they arrived early in the morning and arrested them before class started. Was that really necessary? Harry glared at Sana. Of course it is, they have been sexually harassing the female populace of this school for almost 2 years, this should have been dealt with as soon as the first offense happened. Sana nodded and looked down. Rias spoke up. It was just some harmless peeping. Harry frowned. In Japan, that sort of behavior is frowned upon, and if it's happening as many times as those 3 have been doing, then it becomes a crime. If devils are okay with letting strangers peek at them while they shower or change, that's fine, but you live in Japan. And in Japan you follow the laws. How do you think those girls felt at being seen naked like that? Rias jumped from Harry's raised voice, but Harry didn't stop. How do you think their parents felt at having their daughters sexually harassed like that? But wait, they couldn't even do something about it because both of you were manipulating them with devil magic. Every reincarnated devil looked down in shame. As former humans they know Harry is right, but they were just following orders. The girls in the peerage were the ones feeling very ashamed, knowing full well how creepy it is to have some peep on them like that on an almost daily manner. Harry then pointed a finger at Rias. You even manipulated the police. Did you think no one would know or notice? Did you think that the Japanese government and the yokai faction would just let it slide just so you can get a powerful peerage member? Rias widened her eyes. She had to admit, at least to herself, that she didn't think about the consequences of her actions. Harry went on. Both of you violated the conditions in which the Satrai and Gremory families were allowed to rent Kyoha. Not only did you manipulate innocent civilians but government employees too. Every devil stared at Harry in shock. But that's not the worst thing. You endangered the mundane population of Kyoha by allowing fallen angels to run around freely in this town. Now my question is why? Why not report the fallen angels to the yokai faction, knowing full well that we don't want them in this country and all of them are on kill on-site orders from the government, the Shinto and yokai faction? The fact that you allowed them to kill a Japanese citizen just so you could cheaply reincarnate him gives me leeway to declare a feud against the Satrai and Gremory families. Rias and Sana winced from Harry's words while the rest of the young devils gasped. Harry however went on. This could have been prevented if you would have done your duties. Sana Satrai, you should have dealt with Issei and his cronies from the moment they first harassed the female populace. As student council president, the students are your first priority, and you Gremory, just because you an overseer of Kyoha doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want. Sana looked down. Harry was right and she knew that, but it seems that she grew too cocky during her time in Kyoha and forgot about her duties. I just wanted to help my friend. Rias is going through something difficult, and wanted to support her. Harry looked at Sana. I can understand wanting to help a friend, but you're not kids anymore. Lives are at stake here. You can't just run around and do whatever you please without consequences. Rias however frowned. She really didn't see anything wrong with what they had done. In her head nothing had happened, so everything was okay, and besides, right now she had more important things to think about and Sana was just helping her. Harry glared at Rias, sensing her inability to realize that what she did was wrong. He knew that Rias was spoiled quite heavily by her parents and her brother, but to see it be to this extent was unbelievable. Harry then sighed and decided to go ahead with their punishment. Per orders of Seraphal Leviathan, the sacred gear boosted gear was taken from Issei Hyudu and as of now, is in my permanent custody to do as I please with it. Yasaka, leader of the yokai faction and the Japanese government, has decided to report this to the Satrai and Gremory families along with a fine of a heavy sum for breaking the contract between them and the yokai faction. Rias stood up from her chair and gaped at their punishment along with Sana, but Harry wasn't done. As of now, Kyoha is under my supervision and the people you see with me. Any further violations of the contract will be responded with me kicking you back straight into the underworld and possible annihilation of both the Satrai and Gremory families. Rias couldn't believe this. Issei had the boosted gear and it slipped through her fingers. In a fit of anger she raised her voice at Harry. It seems like all she cared about her right now was her situation and completely ignored the fact that Harry had just threatened her family and clan. You can't do that. Sana widened her eyes and turned her head towards Rias. Rias, what are you doing? Rias glared at Harry while she spoke to Sana. I need that sacred gear, Sana, you know that, and besides, are we just going to let him take over the town we have been taking care of for years? Sana gaped, and for the first time in her life, she couldn't believe Rias had said that. She knew she was arrogant, but this was foolishness. Harry just raised an eyebrow. I think you're forgetting who you're speaking to, Gremory. But Rias was desperate. She needed that sacred gear to escape from Riser, and she wasn't about to just roll over and lose control of her haven, and so she spoke. No, I know who you are, but most of what's being said about you are rumors. All we know is that you killed a bunch of vampires and fallen angels, but then again they aren't the strongest. Harry stared incredulously at Rias while the girls glared at Rias. Luna decided to cut in. Then would you like to try your luck, Gremory? Will you risk yourself and your peerage for what you desire? If so, I'm sure Harry will be willing to put you in your place. The rest of the girls nodded while Harry raised an eyebrow towards Luna. This was the first time he's seen her so angry and it surprised him. Rias grinned like she had won the lottery. She didn't understand why her brother was so scared of this man before. He didn't seem like much anyway, and so she spoke. All right then, how about it, Harry Potter? You against myself and my peerage? If I win, you leave and give me the boosted gear. Harry stared at Rias for a long minute. You must be very desperate or very stupid, but fine, I'll pay your little game, Gremory. Sana was panicking and was thinking about what to do to stop her foolish best friend from being killed. Rias Gremory, a desperate young woman, just challenged Harry Potter to a fight. What will the outcome be? Chapter 44. After being challenged by Rias Gremory, Harry and his group were led to the back of the Occult Research Club building, where a big and empty field awaited them. Harry himself was curious about the darkness festering inside the hearts of Rias's peerage, plus he wanted to teach her a lesson in humility. Everyone immediately took their position far away from the people who were fighting, Harry on one side while Rias and her peerage on the other. Rias had her arm crossed under her bust and sported a very cocky grin. It seems she was sure of her victory. Her peerage members stood in front of her, ready for anything, Akeno right in front of her while Kaiba and Konako were further in front side by side. Harry though? He was curious about one particular detail. When he sensed out the building which served as Rias's headquarters, he noticed a small energy signature down in the basement of the Occult Research Club building, so he was curious why that person wasn't present to help in this battle. It was obvious that whoever it was, he or she was part of Rias's peerage. He was also able to discern that it was a vampire and wanted to meet him or her. As far as he knows, not many vampires would choose to be reincarnated by a devil, so he decided to ask before the fight began, what about your other peerage member, the one hiding in the basement? Rias's and her peerage's eyes widened in surprise. They didn't expect Harry to have noticed Gasper. Rias though spoke up to answer his question. Gasper isn't allowed to go out. He can't control his sacred gear, so for his safety and everyone else he's been sealed. Harry heard a gasp from behind him and turned around to see where it came from, only to see Valerie already running back inside the Occult Research building. This surprised everyone, so Harry answered everyone's unasked question. You said Gasper, right? You wouldn't mean Gasper V Lady by any chance? Rias nodded but was evidently confused about what had happened. Harry went on with his explanation. Valerie is a dumb purr. When I saved her from the Teeps clan, she told me that she and a friend of hers tried to run away from their families, but they were caught and both were heavily injured. She feared her friend would be dead. That friend's name is Gasper V Lady. We and the vampire faction have been looking for him for years. We had a suspicion that a devil might have reincarnated him, and lo and behold, we find him under your care, but the fact that you have him sealed is quite annoying to me and more than likely to Valerie as well. Why hasn't he received any help with controlling his sacred gear? Rias looked down. Admittedly, she had been too busy sulking and whining about her situation that she hasn't been able to help Gasper with his problems. As a matter of fact, she hasn't helped any of her precious servants, but before she can worry about them, she first needed to get her freedom back. I had other things to deal with. I just haven't had the time to help him with it, though I was told that when I grow in power he should stabilize. That's why he was sealed until then. Harry frowned for Rias's reason. Suddenly a teary Valerie reappeared outside, now holding a sobbing Gasper to her, but everyone who was in Harry's group knew how happy Valerie must be. Harry smiled at his girlfriend's evident happiness. It seems that they had a tearful reunion. I'm happy for you, Val. Valerie didn't waste any time and ran towards Harry, not caring about the tension in the air, and presented Gasper to Harry like she had won a prize. Harry, look. It's Gaspy. We finally found him. Valerie was so excited and happy that it made Harry smile and pet her head. That's great, Valerie, but I thought you said that Gasper is a boy. Valerie looked confused for a second until realization hit her. Ah. He is a boy, but I might have had way too much fun dressing him in dresses and such when he was younger. Harry and everyone in Kyoto sweat drop at Valerie's admittance and then turned to stare at the still sobbing Gasper. If they didn't know any better, they could have sworn that he was a girl. He really was a very feminine boy. Gasper spoke between his sobbing. I like dresses. They're comfortable. Harry just rubbed his eyes. Admittedly, he had seen a lot of things in his long life, but a cross-dressing vampire just took him by surprise. Valerie, watching Harry physically try to process what she had told him, decided to distract him with a request. Oh, Harry. Could you give Gaspy the skill Perfect Control? That will help him with his sacred gear and he won't have to be afraid to be outside and around people anymore. Harry stopped rubbing his eyes and stared into Valerie's eyes. Usually, he wouldn't help anyone like this if they weren't allied to the yokai faction, but this was a request from Valerie, one of his girlfriends, plus Gasper is an old friend of hers and that made him a friend to him too. Harry then nodded and pressed a finger on Gasper's brow. His finger glowed as he bestowed the skill to a still sobbing Gasper. Gasper felt something click inside of him and stopped sobbing and opened his eyes. Instinctively he knew that he could perfectly control his sacred gear now, and for the first time he seemed happy and relieved. He didn't even care that he was outside right now. All that mattered to him was that his friend Valerie was with him and that he now can control his powers. It was like waking up from a long-time nightmare. Valerie and Harry saw Gasper relax and then fall asleep in Valerie's arms, causing her to hug him to herself and smile. Harry then commented, "He must have been stressing himself non-stop about you and his inability to control his sacred gear, poor little guy." Valerie nodded and rubbed her cheek against Gasper's, making Harry chuckle since it looked like she was hugging a teddy bear or something. Rias was flabbergasted. She had never seen Gasper so at peace and content. Watching the cause for that image to be Harry didn't sit well for her. He just met Gasper and he already fixed his problem, and that annoyed her a bit, but more than that she was mad at herself for not being able to do that for her bishop. Sana had completely different thoughts about what she had witnessed. Harry Potter is able to give others powers and abilities, and that interested her a lot. The more she found out about him, the more interesting he was to her. She couldn't believe her sister kept this to herself. The rest of the devils were happy for Gasper and smiled at seeing him so at peace and happy. Most of them were aware of how much Gasper would struggle. Harry Potter might be their enemy right now, but at least they can be internally grateful to him about this. Valerie smiled and then rose on her tiptoes and kissed Harry on the lips, which Harry returned. The devils gaped at such a bold move from the dumper, and some of them even blushed. Valerie then pulled back and ran back towards her group of friends with Gasper still sleeping peacefully in her arms. Everyone in Harry's group smiled at her. They were happy that their friend had found who she has been looking for. After watching Valerie run back to their group, Harry then turned back towards Rias and watched as she seemed lost in thought while frowning. He didn't know what her problem was, but he didn't care, so he spoke to break her out whatever she was thinking. "Well, it seems Gasper won't be participating anyways, so let's begin." Rias snapped from her inner thinking and glared, "I would appreciate it if you didn't do whatever you want with my servant without my permission." Everyone present frowned at Rias. Even the other devils showed their disapproval with frowns of their own. Harry however raised an eyebrow. "Servant, hey. I really dislike this whole peerage thing Ajoka Beelzebub created. If you cared so much about Gasper, why didn't you help him before?" Rias just glared in anger at Harry's words and at her own inability to help Gasper. Harry, watching her unable to answer his question, just shook his head in disappointment, but then he thought about something. "Well, since you want me to leave Qa and the boosted gear if you win this match, then how about if I win? Gasper Vilady will be released into our custody? Unless you don't think you can win, that is." Harry grinned at Rias, causing her to see red and ignoring the pleading look from the rest of her peerage as she said, "Fine. It's a deal. You'll never get Gasper. I believe in my adorable servants." Harry just smiled, and there it is, the famous devil's arrogance and pride. Honestly, this girl is too stupid and desperate. What a shame. The devils gasped in shock that Rias would accept such terms. Her peerage was saddened by the fact that she was willing to bet one of them just like that. Even if she had full confidence in their victory, this is something that shouldn't even be considered by her. Sana narrowed her eyes and discreetly began to text someone. She had to do something before Rias gets herself killed. Harry nodded to Rias. "Very well then, now that we have an accord, you may proceed to attack me whichever way you want." Rias narrowed her eyes and dramatically pointed her finger toward Harry. "Kaiba. Show him your speed and sword skills." Kaiba nodded and created a deep red sword that seemed to flare in flames occasionally. "I much prefer to fight that Pendragon girl, but as I knight I shall follow my lady's orders." Harry narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze towards Li Fei, who looked both annoyed and confused at being so suddenly called out like that. So he really has something against Li Fei, but she seems confused about all this, and that darkness in his heart is pulsating at just him mentioning the name Pendragon. While Harry was thinking about all of this, Kaiba took advantage of his supposed distraction and vanished in a blur. Suddenly he appeared in front of Harry and swung his sword with a grin on his face, thinking he had won. However, that grin was wiped off his face when Harry suddenly stopped his sword with the tip of his finger while still gazing toward Li Fei. He didn't even seem bothered by the red-hot blade of the sword. The devils were shocked that Harry was able to react to such speed without even looking when they themselves couldn't even follow Kaiba. They all turned to look at Harry's companions, and they were even more shocked to see that they seemed bored and uninterested at what just happened. This, of course, annoyed Kaiba to no end, and so he began to swing his fire sword at high speed toward Harry, but Harry continued to easily parry his sword strikes with just his finger without even looking at Kaiba. The devils were gaping in utter shock. They could only see blurs as Kaiba swung his blade trying to hit Harry, while they couldn't even see Harry's arm moving. Seeing that his assault wasn't working, Kaiba jumped back to gain some space, and as soon as he landed on the ground he swung his sword, causing a wave of red-hot flames to fly toward Harry. Harry finally turned to look at Kaiba and just waved an arm, dispersing the flames with a wave of wind. Kaiba gaped at the ease Harry had countered his attack. Harry though was still curious about why the sudden hate towards Li Fei. so he asked, "What do you have against Li Fei? I don't think she has ever met you, so why the hostility?" Kaiba frowned and glared at Harry. "Excalibur, that blade took everything from me and I vowed to destroy everything connected to that accursed blade." Harry narrowed his eyes, but then he remembered something that he found out about the church a long while ago. "I see. A survivor of the Holy Sword Project. I have spoken to Gabriel about this before, and even she herself was appalled that the church had allowed such a travesty to occur. However, your hatred is misplaced. It's not the sword, an inanimate object, who's at fault here, but the people responsible. Li Fei is even less involved in all of this. She has never even seen any of the Excalibur shards. She was a mage at first, but I helped her learn the way of the sword, so she doesn't even use the Pendragon sword style." Kaiba though wasn't listening. At the moment he was seeing red. How dare this guy come here and speak of things he could never understand? "Shut up. What do you know about my pain? I watched all of my friends die. I died. It was only because Rias found me that I survived." Harry just stared at Kaiba with a disappointed look in his eyes. He reminded him so much of Sasuke. "You need to grow up. You blame a sword for something that was done in its name. You hate Li Fei because her last name is connected to Excalibur. You're nothing but a boy throwing a temper tantrum. It's a shame. I'm sure your friends are sad watching you be consumed by such disgusting and foolish darkness." Kaiba's eyes widened in pure unadulterated rage, and in response to that anger he disappeared in a blur while summoning another sword in his other hand. With a roar he began to swing both swords as fast as he could, but Harry easily dodged or parried his attacks. As Harry kept calmly dealing with Kaiba's attacks, he then spoke softly, "The world doesn't revolve around you, kid. There are people out there in the world that have it worse than you. At least you have a family, though it's too bad that family doesn't try to give you the professional help you need." With that said, Harry dodged Kaiba's next attack and got inside his defense. He put a palm on his abdomen and then with a yell Harry released a shockwave of ki on Kaiba's abdomen, sending him flying and crashing on the ground, where he rolled a couple of times before stopping. As Kaiba lay on the ground, he then began to cough uncontrollably. He then rolled onto his hands and knees and began to puke blood out as he continued to cough. Harry's attack had caused quite a bit of internal damage. Ria's eyes widened in worry for her knight Kaiba. "Konako. Distract him, Akeno, go get Kaiba." The rest of Rias's peerage nodded and took off to take care of their orders. Harry just stood there waiting silently, while all the devils were in shock at the amount of damage a simple palm strike from Harry could do. Konako, knowing she couldn't match Harry's speed, opted to instead run toward the trees surrounding the open field. Harry just stared at her and patiently waited for her to go through what she was planning. As she ran to the tree line, Konako took a look back and watched the bored look on Harry, causing Konako to frown, and as soon as she reached a tree she ripped it out of the ground and threw it as hard as she could towards Harry. Harry just raised his eyebrow. "Sigh, what an uncreative form of attacking." He then raised his hand and a small ball of wind flew out of his hand towards the tree, and as soon as it hit the tree it exploded in a massive amount of wind blades that completely shredded the tree to pieces. Konako frowned as she watched Harry easily deal with her attack, and then she decided to just bombard him with as many trees as she could. Harry continued watching while Konako began to throw tree after tree at him, but Harry easily blasted them all to pieces. Konako stopped from her barrage of attacks to catch her breath and frowned at not being able to hit Harry, not even once. Harry just closed his eyes and waved his hand, which was suddenly surrounded by red energy. Then the tree pieces which lay on the floor suddenly transformed into giant wolves, which immediately took off after Konako, whose eyes widened in shock. Sana narrowed her eyes. "What was that? That wasn't a simple transfiguration spell." The wolves soon reached Konako and lunged at her, intent on tearing her into pieces, but Konako began to fight back, though as she killed the wolves she was sustaining injuries. Soon she was the only one standing, but she was bleeding from multiple slashes from the wolves and her leg was injured from a surprise bite from one of them. She turned her gaze towards Harry only to frown when she saw the unimpressed and bored look in his eyes. Harry then raised a hand and Konako prepared herself to dodge, but suddenly Harry's eyes glowed and then he said, "Banch 10 in." Konako suddenly felt her body suddenly freeze and could only watch as her body flew at high speed towards his outstretched hand. Harry then caught her by the throat and spoke up, "You're a yokai, aren't you? Why are you not using senjutsu or yujutsu?" Konako's eyes widened in surprise at the fact that Harry was able to tell she was a yokai. As she struggled to rip Harry's grip from her neck, she responded, "I refuse to use those powers. I won't turn into my sister." Harry frowned while Konako began to punch and kick Harry's arm as hard as she couldn't. The loud bangs from her strikes echoed throughout the open field. As this was going on, Harry was able to take a closer look into the darkness in Konako's heart. He was surprised to see an enormous amount of fear constantly feeding it. "You're afraid? Of who and what you are? What a waste of talent. I've seen hundreds of yokai use and practice both senjutsu and yujutsu, and I've never seen anything that justifies your fear. I'm a sage myself and have trained plenty of people in the sage arts. What are so afraid of? Konako froze and stared into Harry's eyes in fear at the fact that Harry just admitted practicing senjutsu. Harry, seeing Konako become unresponsive, let her go and she landed on her knees where she just lay there staring at Harry in horror. Suddenly Harry raised a hand and stopped a lightning bolt. Akeno suddenly appeared flying in front of Harry, took Konako in her arms, and took off flying back to Rias. Harry let it happen since it seemed like Konako's battle spirit was gone. Rias kneeled, hugged Konako, and held her close to her while Akeno glared at Harry. Harry just stared for a few seconds, but then he suddenly spoke. Your knight's heart is filled with hatred and anger, your rook's heart is being consumed by fear, why aren't you helping them? I heard that the Gremari were known for their kindness towards their peerage members, but how is letting them live like this kindness? Harry pointed at the two members of Rias's peerage. Rias turned to look towards Kaiba. He was trembling and crying in rage as he glared at Harry. The sight broke Rias's heart, but it got worse when she turned to look towards Konako, who was being held in her arms. She was unresponsive, big fat tears falling from her eyes. Akeno saw the pain and sadness in Rias's eyes and became angry. She then turned towards Harry and glared at him. Rias's is a great king. She saved us and gave us a family when we had nothing. Who are you to judge her? Harry just smiled. I'm many things, but one of them is a loyal friend. I have taken care of my loved ones with everything I have. I gave them all skills, powers, and abilities they would ever need. I brought safety and success to the yokai and our allies. I trained them all to be the strongest faction in the world. I have and always will be there for everyone I have a bond with. What else has Rias done for you all besides feeding you and giving you a home? That's just her responsibility as a king. Harry's groups nodded and smiled. It was true. Harry has always done everything in his power to protect them, and he taught them everything he could so they could protect themselves and their home in case he wasn't around. This is why everyone in Kyoto loves Harry and see him as their leader. Even Yasaka treats him like he's in charge instead of her, even though he would deny it. The devils could only stare in silence while they reflect on Harry's words. Sana just sadly stared towards Rias. She had told her plenty of times to seek help for her peerage members, but she always sought to give them space instead or smother them as a mother would, thinking that time would heal their wounded hearts, but apparently, that's not true and she can see it right now. Akeno, Konako, and Kaiba are broken and nothing is being done about it. Akeno just continues to glare at Harry, who seemed not to be bothered by it. Akeno then spread her devil wings and took off into the air, and Harry just followed her with his gaze. Akeno then raised a hand towards the sky and a massive amount of lightning began to dance around her body. She then dropped her hand down and shot a giant lightning bolt toward Harry, who then slapped it with his hand, which had blue lightning surging forth from it. A peculiar sound could be heard around the open field. It was like as if countless birds were chirping at the same time. The devils looked in awe at how Harry had easily slapped that giant lightning bolt with just his hand. Tsubaki narrowed her eyes. That sound, and that blue lightning in his hand. It must be vibrating at incredible speeds to cause that sound. Sana heard her queen and nodded. Not only that, but that lightning is denser. I have never seen a spell like it before. Fu turned to look at both devils and spoke. That technique is called Chidori and it's an assassination technique. The devil turned to stare at Fu, but Sana asked, an assassination technique? But it's too loud and flashy, how does that work? Fu giggled. Yes, it is flashy and very loud, but the reason that it was classified as an assassination technique is that the technique is delivered at such a high speed that it's almost undodgeable. There are only 3 people who have mastered this technique, the one who created, a young prodigy in the shinobi arts, and Harry. Everyone widened their eyes at this new information. Meanwhile, Harry waved his Chidori-covered hand. Chidori Senbon. A barrage of countless needles made of lightning shoot forward towards Akeno. They were traveling at such high speed that she has no time to dodge. The needles hit her all over her body, shocking her and making her scream as she fell to the ground, where she harshly crashed. Sana gaped, and what Harry had done, he shot it. He was able to shoot such a condensed amount of lighting and shape them at the same time. The devils, who even with their magic being heavily dependent on their imagination, couldn't believe the amount of control Harry had over his techniques. Harry's group just grinned. To them this was nothing. They have seen Harry do far more amazing things before. Harry then began to walk towards Akeno, who was having difficulty trying to stand up. Akeno Himejima, the priestess of lightning, a half-fallen angel and half-devil, also known as the ultimate sadist. Akeno growled at being exposed as a half-fallen angel. Harry ignored her. I swear, fallen angels have been nothing but an annoyance to me and the yokai faction. Akeno stood up and glared at Harry. Don't lump me with those filthy crows, I'm nothing like them. Harry raised an eyebrow. The fact that you get off on causing pain is a sign that you have something in common with your race, but then again I'm not surprised you have issues too. All of you seem to have problems. I don't have anything new to say about the knight and rook, but it seems that you, the queen, is drowning in self-loathing. Akeno tried to blast Harry away with a lightning shockwave, but Harry just split it in half with his Chidori and continued speaking. I heard about what happened to you through Yasaka. The Heimjimas are a famous family of Onmyoji after all. You're quite heartless to blame your father instead of the ones who actually killed your mother, but what else can you expect from a fallen angel? Akeno screamed in anger and tried to blast Harry with more lightning, but Harry either slapped it away or cut it with his Chidori while still walking toward Akeno. After a while Akeno stopped and began to heavily breathe from the exertion of using so much magic at once. Harry finally reached her and backhanded her with his Chidori-clad hand, sending her flying shrouded in lightning and screaming in pain until she crashed against a tree. Rias, who was busy tending to both Kaiba and Konako, couldn't help but to call out to her best friend and Queen Akeno. Harry turned to Rias and glared at her. So? Are you done sending your servants against me? Or are you still going to keep hiding behind them? Rias glared at Harry and stood up. Her power of destruction flared around her. You're going to pay for hurting my friends. Harry tilted his head. Friends? These three aren't your friends. If they were, you would have helped them grow stronger, you would have sought professional help for them. Just look at all of them. One drowning in hate, the other catatonic in fear, and your queen? A sadist with scary amounts of self-loathing. You dare call them your friends? Get your head out of your ass, princess. Rias took an involuntary step back from the sheer vitriol in Harry's voice, but she didn't lose the glare on her face. Shut up. I want to help them. But I had other things on my mind. How can I help them when I can't even have my freedom? Harry just shook his head. Excuses, a true friend helps you no matter what, but fine, I'm done speaking with you. Harry then waved his arm and shot a wave of blue fire at Rias, who created a barrier just in time to block it, but the heat behind Harry's attack burned her skin a bit, causing her to growl in pain. As Rias was blocking the wave of flames, Harry tapped the ground with his foot. A pillar of stone sprung up from the ground underneath Rias and hit her on the stomach, throwing her into the air, but she spread her wings to stop herself from falling in midair, but had to immediately dodge to the side when she saw big sharp icicles fly towards her, and even though she was able to dodge most of them, one still caught her on the shoulder. Rias let out a scream of pain but quickly destroyed the icicle stuck on her shoulder with her power of destruction, but the damage was done. Harry just stared at Rias as she landed on the ground and took hold of her shoulder to try to stop it from bleeding out. Rias looked down in anger and helplessness. She took a look around and saw Kaiba still unable to move and Konako still not responding. Then she turned to where Akeno was laying, but she was obviously still unconscious. Rias frowned. It was obvious that she was on her own for now. She turned to glare at Harry and frowned when she noticed the uninterested look in his eyes. She wanted to wipe that look off his face so badly. So she began to charge all the magic she had into her hand and created a giant crimson orb with the power of destruction and shot it as hard as she could with her uninjured hand. Harry just stared at the orb of destruction, and as soon as it was close, Harry caught it with his bare hand, shocking the devils. Sana was utterly shocked at the fact that Harry caught such a condensed orb of the power of destruction without being affected at all. Rias couldn't believe it. Harry caught her attack so easily and he seemed completely unaffected by her family's bloodline too. Harry noticed her shock and then crushed the orb. You seemed surprised. You devils think your bloodlines make you all powerful, but trust me, you're nothing compared to the true monsters out there in the multiverse. I have sparred with a god of destruction before, and your little magic is nothing compared to his power. Rias dropped to her knees. She had used everything she had in that attack and it did nothing to Harry. You're a monster. Harry just closed his eyes. To you? Perhaps, but that's a lot coming from someone belonging to a race who enslaves other races to increase their numbers but then treats them as if they were scum. Rias glared. The Gremory treats our servants like family. Harry opened his eyes and shrugged. You can call it whatever you want, but at the end of the day they're still servants to you. They still have to do what you tell them to, and they have to do it because if they don't then they'll be hunted down like animals. It doesn't matter what your family's opinion is, most devils treat their peerage members like slaves anyways. Rias just continued to glare at Harry while Sana looked down with a frown on her face. She, of course, agrees with Harry. It's the reason she wants to open a school for anyone to learn in the future. She wanted to help change the views of the underworld. Harry began to walk towards Rias as he began to charge white holy energy into his hand. It was so intense that all the devil's skin began to steam from its mere radiance. Rias could only watch as Harry approached her with a ridiculous amount of holy energy surging from his hand. She could already feel her skin begin to boil from the sheer power behind such pure white light. However, Harry had to suddenly slap a sudden barrage of heavily condensed small orbs of power of destruction. Once he finished sending all the orbs into the sky where they exploded, he narrowed his eyes towards the person who dared interfere with this fight. Surtsk's Lucifer, I hope you know the consequences for attacking me like that. Surtsk gulped but narrowed his eyes. He had to protect his sister even if meant dying at the hands of the most powerful being in this world. his only hope is that Harry wouldn't decide to kill each and every devil because of his decision to attack him. I can't let you kill Rias, I wouldn't be a good brother if I did. Harry just glared towards Surtsks. I've been looking for a reason to fight you, I wanted to test just how powerful a demon lord from this world is for quite a while, who could have guessed you would hand me that reason so easily, and besides I wasn't going to kill her, just horribly injure her. Rias stared toward her older brother and she was shocked to actually see him sweat and pale in fear. Just how powerful is Harry Potter that he could cause the strongest devil in the world to fear him like this? Right at this minute, she was regretting her choice to challenge Harry. She might have been desperate, but the psychological and physical damage caused to her and her peerage wasn't worth it, and now her brother is about to fight the monster who did all of this to them. Chapter 45. Harry continued to glare towards Surtsks. I've been looking for a reason to fight you, I have wanted to test just how powerful a demon lord from this world is for quite a while, who could have guessed you would hand me the opportunity so easily, and besides I wasn't going to kill her, just horribly injured her. Surtsks frowned as he looked toward Harry. He can't attack him full force because his sister is very close to him and he might accidentally kill her. However, Harry noticed his hesitation and turned his gaze towards Rias, who was still bleeding and holding her shoulder. Suddenly Harry snapped his fingers, and to his shock, Rias and her peerage suddenly appeared right beside Sana, who gaped at the instant teleportation. Surtsks saw this and relaxed a bit and decided to negotiate. Harry, can't we talk about this? I'm sure all of this is just a misunderstanding. Harry tilted his head. What's to misunderstand? Your sister challenged me into a fight and she lost, but then her Siskin brother decided to intervene, not only attacking a high-ranking member from another faction but also interfering with business between the Gremory and the Yokai faction. By all rights I should kill you and the entire new Lucifer family. Surtsks tensed. He was so worried about Rias that he didn't think about the consequences of his actions until Harry just threw them at him. You knew I would interfere, you knew I would come to protect Rias. It wasn't a question but a statement, and the devils present widened their eyes in sudden realization while Harry's group just looked on in interest. Harry closed his eyes and chuckled. Yasaka mentioned to me before how powerful you are and how this was the reason why no one ever dared to attack your sister. Everyone is well aware of your Siskin tendencies. After all, you are so feared that you literally can get what you want and no one would say anything to you because of that fear. Surtsks growled. He was being played like a fiddle by Harry and he just walked into his trap. Harry went on. So I figured that this was the reason why Rias herself believes to be all but untouchable. She challenged me. Surtsks, if that doesn't show you how foolish and naive she is, then I don't know what will. Surtsks turned his gaze towards Rias. He has to admit that it was his fault that Rias grew too arrogant. He couldn't believe Rias actually challenged Harry Potter when he himself made sure to tell her how dangerous he is. What was she thinking? Was she that desperate to escape her marriage contract? Moo, damn it. Mother. Father. I blame you for this. Harry went on. Besides, after hearing about you from Yasaka, I grew curious. Would this so-called demon lord risk war and the end of the devil race for just his sister? And here you are, attacking a dragon god like a fool. Harry shook his head, while Surtsks looked down and spoke. Look, I'm sorry for my sister's arrogance. Can't we just say you won and call it a day? Harry grinned. Oh, I know I won. That means that Gasper Vilady is now under the Yokai faction's care, but now that I have you before me and not hiding in the underworld behind your desk, I'm going to hurt you. Let's see who's stronger, you the super devil or me the dragon god. Suddenly Le Fay called Clarent into her hand and raised the beautiful sword above her head, creating a powerful giant barrier around both Harry and Surtsks. Harry suddenly released the hold he has over his power and his energy flared, causing the ground to shake. Even as everyone watched from outside the barrier Le Fay created, the young devils felt the pressure and enormous power coming off Harry. Rias widened her eyes. He was playing with us this whole time. He never took us seriously. Rias closed her one uninjured hand into a fist and growled in frustration, but a giggle caught her attention. Milim giggled in amusement as she looked down at Rias, who was still on her knees and holding her injured shoulder. Of course he didn't take you seriously. All he had to do was flare a bit of his power and all of you would have dropped dead on the spot. The only reason you're okay right now is because of Faye's barrier and Harry control over his power. Honestly, did you really think you were on our level, little girl? Rias glared at Milim, but then Milim maliciously grinned, showing off her fangs as her clear blue eyes began to glow ominously, causing Rias to avert her eyes from Milim in fear. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Surtsks frowned when he felt the connection to his teleportation circle being cut off, though he was sweating profusely from the pressure currently pressing against him. I don't want to fight you, Harry. Harry chuckled amusedly. How funny, you seem to think you have a choice. Harry's eyes suddenly began to glow as he disappeared in a blur. Surtsks tensed until he heard a voice behind him. You and your sister need to learn that your actions have consequences, and it seems that this lesson falls on me to teach it to the both of you. Surtsk tried to roll forward to dodge whatever Harry was going to hit him with, but Harry still caught him with a spinning kick to the ribs and sent him flying until he recovered in midair with his wings and tenderly held his ribs. Damn, he definitely cracked a few of my ribs with that kick. Surtsk didn't even have a chance to keep checking his ribs because he suddenly had to dodge a giant Asian dragon made of water that roared as it launched itself toward him. The dragon though twisted in midair and began to follow Surtsk, intending to bite down on him and drown him. Sana, who was watching the battle, intently watched on in interest at Harry's water technique. Few saw the curious gleam in Sana's eyes and decided to answer her unspoken question. That's the Sudan, Suiryu-Adon, water style, water dragon bullet. It's another shinobi technique and one of the most powerful water styles jutsu, though Harry is the only who can use it without using hand signs. Sana listened to Fu's explanation with her full attention. Such technique looked both powerful and very useful. Inwardly though she was worried about all this. Sister, get here soon or I don't know what will happen. While Surtsk was busy avoiding the massive water construct, Harry was reading the quest he received while he was looking toward Valerie and while Kaiba was trying to hit him with his sword. Ding! Ding! Quest received. Rias Gremory has challenged you to a fight. However, her brother Surtsk's Lucifer is monitoring her. Force the Red Satan to confront you by hurting Rias Gremory in her peerage. Objective 1. Cause enough damage to Rias Gremory, Akeno Heimjima, Konako Tajao, and Uedo Kaiba to force Surtsk's Lucifer to appear. Objective 2. Find out about the darkness that is slowly consuming the hearts of Akeno Heimjima, Konako Tajao, and Uedo Kaiba. Objective 3. Defeat Surtsk's Lucifer in a fight. Reward 1. Skill, cancel natural elements. Reward 2. Skill, resist magic. Reward 3. Skill, power of destruction. Harry was a bit cut off guard when he received this quest and was even more surprised when he read the rewards. The skills cancel natural elements and resist magic is practically useless to him because his dragon scales were the same thing to him at an even higher level, but they are great skills to have and to grant to his family and friends. Cancel natural elements is a tolerance type skill that grants extreme resistance to any type of natural phenomenon. One example is lightning, regardless of whether or not they are caused by magic or physics. Resist magic is a bit more simple but still useful to his family and friends. This skill is another, tolerance type skill that grants resistance to any type of magic attack. But the skill power of destruction was interesting to Harry. He had already seen something like it when he faced Beerus and he knew how dangerous and powerful this type of skill is. He barely survived when Beerus blasted him with his Hawkeye. He was only to be able to withstand it because of his dragonic nature and his healing factor, but even then he was helpless afterward. Luckily Goku had become a Super Saiyan God and Beerus ignored him to fight with him. But that power was still something Harry had become interested in, and even with the power over reality he still couldn't fully recreate it, but with this skill, he might have a way to finally get the power of Hawkeye. Surtsk blasted the water dragon with his power of destruction, destroying it. He then immediately turned towards Harry only to notice that he seemed distracted, and so he suddenly fired a beam of his power of destruction. Harry just raised a hand, his green eyes glowed and stopped it while he began to absorb it, to the shock of the devils currently watching the fight. After absorbing the entire beam, Harry then looked at his hand and saw that it was a bit red, but instantly healed him a bit better. I actually felt a sting this time, but Lord Beerus's power over destruction hurts way more. Surtsk narrowed his eyes but had to suddenly dodge to the side when he saw Harry raise a hand and then dropped it in a chopping motion. An energy slash of light flew from his swing heading towards him. Surtsk actually felt his skin smolder from the sheer power behind the light element in that attack, but he didn't have time to even grunt in pain because he received a punch to the gut that sent him crashing against the ground, creating a crater from the impact. Harry landed a bit away from where Surtsk landed. I see, you're a wizard type. You focused too much on your magical abilities that you didn't even bother to master hand-to-hand combat. Pretty arrogant of you, Surtsk. Did you really believe that there was no one you could defeat with just your bloodline? Surtsk stood up and ripped his destroyed cape off of him and threw it to the side. There was never someone like you. Harry grinned. Is that so? You see those girls outside the barrier? Surtsk turned to look toward the girls Harry mentioned and stare at them. What about them? Harry closed his eyes and just smiled. Each and every one of them is many times more powerful than you. I taught them how to master their weapons, hand-to-hand combat, magic, and many other things. I even gave them all kinds of skills and they have all trained vigorously to master them. Surtsk widened his eyes. That many? The yokai faction has that many powerful members, but how? How can this be possible? The devils outside the barrier turned to stare at Harry's groups. The girls just grinned at them and flare their power, causing the eyes of every devil present to bulge in shock. Harry opened his eyes and chuckled when he sensed the girls flare their power. Harry then continued, that's not all, Pretty much everyone in Kyoto is already powerful enough to fight you Surtsks, even the children. Surtsks took a step back in shock. There have been rumors of the yokai faction having access to a place where their people can get stronger and get all kinds of resources, but this. Harry began to walk forwards. Honestly, I was just going to teach your sister a lesson in humility, but now that you're here, defeating you will be a great way to show the yokai faction's power. After all, your sister didn't believe in all the rumors surrounding me, so I have to once again show the world what I can do. Energy flared around Harry's body and began to dance around him as he continued to walk towards Surtsks, who began to sweat. Suddenly Surtsks flared his power of destruction and swung his arm toward Harry. Ruin the extinct. Multiple highly condensed crimson orbs made out of the power of destruction formed around Surtsks. The orbs' power was so intense that everything close to them began to disintegrate. Harry just grinned and then took off at high speed towards Surtsks, who made the orbs spin around him to try and stop Harry in his tracks, but to his surprise, Harry broke through and punched Surtsks hard in the face. Surtsks gritted his teeth as his head whipped to his side from Harry's punch, but recovered and tried to kick him away, but Harry jumped over his kick, span around mid-air, and kicked Surtsks in his chest, sending him flying. Surtsks swung his body and twirled around. He then grabbed the ground with his hands and stopped himself from flying and crashing against the trees behind him. As he landed, he mentally sent his orbs of destruction toward Harry. Harry then spread his arms, Chaos Eater. Harry's skill shot out of his back and intercepted the orbs of destruction and ate them, while Harry went through hand signs at an impressive speed. Mokuton, Jokai Koten, Wood Style, Nativity of a World of Trees. After calling out the name of his technique, Harry placed both hands on the ground. Multiple giant trees sprung out of the ground in front of Harry and then shot forwards. Surtsks widened his eyes in surprise and took off flying, but the trees followed him and caught up with him and trapped him within the thick branches of the new forest created by Harry's technique. The devils couldn't believe what they were watching. Sana, who was gaping, couldn't help but ask out loud, such a dense forest, is this some kind of druid magic? Just what is this? Few who was watching the fight answered her question. Mokuton, Jokai Koten is a technique that requires the user to combine the elements of water and earth to create a forest. Harry is the second person alive who can use these types of techniques, but what really makes this style of jutsu so dangerous is the fact that once a target is caught by the trees, their energy will be drained and purified, especially energy born from malice. Sana just continues to stare in amazement while Rias is visibly worried about her big brother, who seems to be losing this battle quite easily. Harry then stood up and took a big breath. Suddenly he exhaled and fired a massive firestorm from his mouth, which engulfed where the trees of his technique were squeezing Surtsks. Suddenly from within the flames, Surtsks shouted and the flames dispersed, allowing everyone to see how damaged the Red Satan was from Harry's attacks. Surtsks couldn't breathe easily. He knew his ribs were broken, plus it hurt to even move with the amount of severe burns covering his body. I almost got incinerated. If I hadn't covered my body with the power of destruction, I would have died. Shit, I can't play around with this guy. Harry stared at Surtsks. He could tell that he was severely hurt from his assault, and even though he was fighting below his base, he was still impressed that he was able to escape from his technique. He must have quite the control over his bloodline to be able to destroy my Mokuton and fire breath. Surtsks narrowed his eyes and decided to go all out. With a roar, he let go of his control over his power and let it loose. Harry widened his eyes when he saw Surtsks' body become engulfed by his power of destruction. Rias's eyes bulged and she began to panic. My brother is using his true form. Everyone hold on. Li Fei analyzed what Surtsks is doing while completely ignoring the devil's panic. I see he's compressing the power of destruction into a human shape, so this is why it is said that Surtsks' Lucifer was 10 times stronger than the original Lucifer. Jessica, help me reinforce the barrier. We can't let his power leak to the outside. Jessica nodded and raised an open palm towards the barrier, which shined for a second and then settled, showing everyone that it was reinforced. Jessica then frowned. I see his energy was already eating at the barrier, not bad. The devils just stare incredulously at Li Fei and Jessica. They couldn't believe that they were so calm. Sana just stared at all of this happening. They were able to analyze Lord Lucifer's technique with a glance and produce countermeasures in a second. Incredible. Meanwhile, Harry noticed that the barrier was reinforced and smiled. He then lifted a hand and watched as his skin was being slowly disintegrated and healing at the same time. How interesting, the power of your bloodline went up at least 10 times. I see why you were so feared. This technique alone is capable of killing almost anything in this world, but it lacks control. All you're doing is letting your power go wild. What a shame. Surtsks growled and suddenly disappeared in a blur, but before he could reach Harry, a glowing golden chain sprung from the ground and wrapped itself onto his leg. Suddenly Surtsks lost the connection he had with his power and reverted back to his basic form. The chain then lifted him off the ground and slammed him onto the ground. It then proceeded to whip the red Satan all over the place, causing his body to be slammed on the ground and trees repeatedly until it then swung him around and suddenly let him go. Surtsks was sent flying at such speed and force that he couldn't stop himself as he flew through the air and slammed against the barrier right in front of everyone. His sister suddenly let out a shout, "Brother!" All Rias could do is watch helplessly as Surtsks bounced off the barrier and crashed harshly against the ground. Sana watched as that strange glowing chain had come out of Harry's back and shot off into the ground only for it to later sprung out and catch Surtsks by the leg. Sana then gaped when Surtsks was suddenly forced to revert back to his basic form and then watched as he was whipped around like a toy. Sana turned towards Phew, who felt her gaze and turned towards her. She giggled when she saw the curious gleam in her eyes once again. That was the adamantine sealing chains, which is a technique created by the shinobi of the Uzumaki clan. This technique made the Uzumaki feared not only because they're hard to destroy but because they can seal the energy from its target, sealing all abilities while being touched by the chains. Harry's technique is a little different since it can seal any kind of energy and is indestructible, which is why the chain was able to touch Surtsks even when he was using that true form of his. Sana was once again in awe, just how many amazing abilities and techniques are available to the yokai faction. I want Harry Potter as a teacher of my future school. It seems like the Satriere has set her eyes on the dragon god currently beating her leader. Surtsks got on his knees and hands. He saw blood dripping down his forehead and dropped to the ground. He then looked up and watched as Harry was approaching him. What was that? I couldn't feel my magic at all, and it forced me back into my base form. As Harry walked towards Surtsks, he raised an open palm and pointed it towards Surtsks, who was trying to get up. "Oh divine spear, run my enemy through." Holy lance. 4 spears made of white holy light materialized around Surtsks and suddenly shot forward, skewering him and causing him to roar in pain from being hit by his weakness. Then a 5th light spear materialized above Surtsks and suddenly dropped on him, causing the red Satan to be engulfed in an explosion of holy light. Rias had forgotten her injuries and began to hit the barrier while screaming for her brother. Sana and Tsubaki pulled her back when they saw her skin begin to steam and boil from the light coming from Harry's spell. Even from behind the barrier they can still feel the intensity of that white light. Harry continued walking forwards while the explosion of light subsided. Everyone could see Surtsks on his knees, his eyes wide open and blank, his mouth wide open in a silent scream of pain. Sana saw this and realized right away he's unconscious. The spell must have caused him so much pain that he was overwhelmed and passed out. The Rias covered her mouth in horror while witnessing her brother's condition. The rest of the devils were in shock. Surtsks Lucifer, the strongest devil, was defeated easily by Harry Potter. Konako, who was finally snapped out of her catatonic state, could only watch in fear. "Monster, he's a monster." Harry's group turned towards the white-haired girl, but it was Kuno who spoke big words coming from a coward who runs away from what she really is. "And besides, Harry might be a monster to all of you, but he's our monster." All the girls nodded and glared at Konako, who looked down in both shame and fear at being told off by the princess of her race. Back inside, Harry finally reached Surtsks. How disappointing. Is this all that a demon lord of this world can do? It seems that the title of demon lord has lost its meaning in this world. Milim nodded. Sigh. I wonder what Guy, Ramirez, and Leon would say about this. Rimuru would have laughed himself silly though. Harry then raised his hand and created a raise nan. He then began to add his light element to it, causing the raise nan to change color from blue to white and gold. The light seemed to dance around the technique, creating a soft rainbow around it. What should I call this variation? Kten, Hikari no Mai raise nan? Light style, dancing lights raise nan. Harry then chuckled. It seems like I'm as bad as Minato was naming techniques. Naruto would have laughed at me right now, haha. Harry pulled his hand back and was about to shove his new raise nan into Surtsks' chest, but a voice stopped him a few centimeters away from his chest. Harry, could you please not kill Surtsks? I know he can be annoying, but the devil faction needs him, plus if he dies I'm the one who would have to do his paperwork until we find a new Lucifer, and I don't want that. Everyone turned toward where the voice came from. Harry and the girls smiled when they saw Sirafal walking towards them while Sana relaxed. Harry closed his eyes and let the raise nan dissipate while Ellie Faye and Jessica took down the barrier. Seeing the barrier down, Rias rushed forward and tightly hugged her unconscious brother. Her peerage just watched in silence as Rias sobbed and cried for her brother. Sirafal watched all of this going on and noticed the condition of Rias and her peerage. She then turned her gaze towards Sana and was relieved to see that her sister and her peerage were fine. After checking her sister, she turned towards Harry, who was walking up to her. Can someone explain what's going? First I get a text from Sana telling me to get my butt over here, then I get here and watch Harry beat Surtsks, and now I noticed that Rias and her peerage are severely wounded too. Harry shrugged but began to explain. Well, Miss Gremory decided that it was a great idea to challenge me into a fight. Sirafal raised an eyebrow, which Harry noticed right away. I know. Stupid, right? But she did. apparently everything about me is just rumors, which she didn't believe, so she challenged a high-ranking member of another faction. Sirafal turned her gaze towards Rias and shook her head in disappointment, causing Rias to flinch because she was listening to everything being said. Sirafal then turned her gaze towards Sana, who sadly nodded, confirming Harry's words. Sigh, stupid girl. I'm guessing that she wanted the boosted gear, right? Harry nodded yes, and for me to leave QA, but she seems very desperate for that sacred gear, but anyway I accepted the challenge because she needs a wake-up call. The fact that she challenged a member of another faction, let alone a leader of that faction, not only shows how arrogant she is but that she doesn't care about the political ramifications of her actions. Sirafal glared toward Rias, who just looked down while holding her brother close to her. I see, as the MUA in charge of international affairs, this has made me very angry. I'll be having a conversation with Uncle and Aunt Gremory about this, Rias. I'll make sure you never do this again. Rias gulped but kept looking down. She had nothing to say since all of this was her fault, to begin with, and the fact that her brother almost died and that her peerage got so heavily injured just made things worse. Harry then spoke. Also triple the fine against the Gremory, hopefully that'll teach her a lesson. Sirafal nodded. And Sirtx? Why is he here and why did you beat him up so thoroughly? Harry once again shrugged. He attacked me first and interfered with the match. By the way, I won, so I'll be taking Gasper Vilady into my custody. Rias gasped, having forgotten about Gasper. Sirafal turned towards Sana, who explained while Valerie approached Harry with Gasper in her arms still sleeping. Rias accepted those terms, sister. She was so sure that she would win that she took a bet for Gasper. Sirafal shook her head. Foolish girl. Suddenly a bright light caught everyone's attention, and what they saw caused shock among all the devils present. Harry gently pushed his hand into Gasper's chest and touched his soul. Carefully he grabbed hold of the evil piece and slowly took it out while restoring Gasper's soul to its original form. Harry then pulled the bishop chess piece completely out and crushed it with his hand, making Rias flinch. Sana couldn't help but exclaim, "You just took out his evil piece without killing him." Sirafal then said, "That's not all, Sana." He turned Gasper back to a dumb purr. He restored his soul to what it was before he was reincarnated. The devils gaped. Rias just stared heartbroken at the loss of her servant and her mutated bishop piece. Sana then spoke, "That should be impossible, if the devil elders find out about this." Harry then spoke, "They're not going to do shit. If they tried anything, I'll kill them all. They have no say in this matter whatsoever." Sirafal nodded. "And I would help you. I'm not just going to stand by while those old bastards ruin everything I worked so hard for by starting a losing war, plus I'm an ally to the yokai faction." Rias and Sana stared in shock at Sirafal. That declaration meant that if the devil elders decided to antagonize the yokai faction, not only will they risk the entire devil race, but they would also lose one of their mus. Sirafal then just walked forwards and approached Rias and Sirtx. "Were you really going to kill them?" Harry just grinned. "I would have brought them back to life right away anyways. Like I said before, when Sirtx appeared, I was curious as to how powerful a demon lord of this world is." Sirafal nodded. "Oh okay, must have been a disappointing match though. I faced Rapthorn before in that dungeon of yours and he's at least 10 times more dangerous and powerful than Sirtx in his true form. Heck, with how strong I've gotten since I moved to Kyoto, I can easily defeat him too. Honestly, he's no longer the strongest devil anymore." The young devils just looked down after hearing that revelation. Sana though, she was very curious about how and when did Sirafal become that powerful. Sirafal just shook her head and shrugged. "Anyways, you won, so you don't mind if I take Sirtx, Rias, and her peerage to the Underworld's hospital, right?" Harry nodded. "Sure, but you don't want me to heal them?" "I was planning on doing so after the fight." Sirafal shook her head. "No, let them suffer and scar. Let this pain become a reminder that they aren't as powerful as they think they are, that way they'll never forget this lesson." Sana gaped at how harsh Sirafal sounded right now. She has never heard her being so cold and cruel, but then she realized that she must be very angry at Rias and Sirtx. It's a well-known fact that Sirafal is friends with the yokai faction and that she cares about them a lot. So the fact that Rias not only insulted Harry but that Sirtx actually dared attack him must have pissed off Sirafal a lot. Harry nodded and Sirafal walked towards Sirtx and Rias. Suddenly she grabbed Rias by the head and harshly threw her towards Sana. "Sana, you take Rias and her peerage to the hospital, I'll take the biggest idiot myself." Sana gulped but nodded. "Yet, she's definitely angry." She grabbed Sirtx by the hair and dragged him with her as she walked towards Harry, causing all the devils watching this to sweat drop. She then spoke up. "I'm sorry about these two, Harry." Harry smiled and patted Sirafal on her head, causing her to blush. "Don't apologize for them, Sirafal. You know I would never blame you for the actions of others." Sirafal brightly smiled and nodded. She then walked towards Sana while still dragging an unconscious Sirtx by the hair. Sana nodded and her peerage grabbed the rest of the injured devils. Seraphal then turned around and happily waved at Harry. "I'll see you at your house tomorrow, Harry. Bye." With that said, the devils disappeared via magic circle teleportation. The girls however all looked at each other and nodded. It seemed like they were going to have to talk to Seraphal about her evident attraction to Harry. Harry just chuckled at Seraphal's cheerful goodbye and snapped his fingers. Time rewound itself and the open field returned to its previous condition before the battles that had happened today. Harry then turned towards the girls and spoke, "All right, let's all go home and rest." Everyone nodded and Harry created a dark corridor which everyone immediately walked through. Once everyone did so, the dark corridor dissipated, leaving an empty open field. That night, after having dinner with everyone, Harry went to Kyoto to report back to Yasaka about everything going on. Yasaka had listened intently as Harry talked about everything that had happened. "I see, to think that the Grimoire would be this foolish." Harry shrugged. She was desperate for some reason, so she didn't think of the consequences of her words and actions, plus for some reason she was so sure of herself. To be honest, it was weird. It's been a while since someone had challenged me so openly like that. Harry leaned back on his seat and looked up and thought, "It seems like my exploits are seen as rumors rather than truth. I wonder if that's being done on purpose." Yasaka rubbed her chin while her tail silently waved behind her. Maybe the factions are controlling information related to you as a secret? That or they downplaying your abilities to not cause a panic. Harry then looked back to Yasaka. That makes sense. Everyone is already cautious about Great Red and Off Eyes. The sudden appearance of a third dragon god, one several times stronger than the other two, would certainly cause panic, especially since I choose to join the yokai faction unlike the other two who are just happy to remain neutral. Well, Off Eyes is a member of the yokai faction now, so only Great Red is neutral now. Yasaka nodded. "Yes, but it's not only that. Our wards make us completely untouchable. Word of Ares' injuries caused by our wards spread around too quickly, and now every faction is wary of us. Add to the fact that everyone here is constantly raising in power, and well, they're more than likely terrified of us." Harry closed his eyes. Once word spreads around that Xerxes was so easily defeated, everyone is going to panic, though it really doesn't matter to us anyways. Yasaka took a sip of her tea and then spoke. "I'm surprised you didn't heal them. You're not a cruel person. Vindictive yes, but not cruel." Harry opened his eyes and smiled at Yasaka. That's supposed to be a secret. But it was Seraphal who decided that I shouldn't heal them. Yasaka giggled at Harry's joke but then raised an eyebrow when she heard it was Seraphal who asked Harry not to heal the Grimoire siblings. That's weirdly aggressive of her. Just what's going on in that girl's head? Harry shook his head. Who knows? But she must have a reason, but I think it's because she's tired of almost every devil making her job more difficult. Rias and Xerxes did attack an official from another faction after all. Suddenly Yasaka had a realization. The amount of paperwork that Seraphal will have to deal with because of this accident is going to be massive. Both Yasaka and Harry winced. Harry sheepishly scratched his cheek. Poor Seraphal, this is why she was so cold towards Xerxes, Rias, and her peerage. I think I should probably teach both of you the Kagebushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Yasaka suddenly jumped forward and grabbed hold of Harry's face and stared into his eyes. Yes. Teach us. Harry's sweat dropped but nodded nonetheless. Yasaka let go of his face and fist pump in victory. Harry chuckled. Well, it's time for me to go. Tomorrow is going to be Morgan and Hope's first day of school and I promise to take them. Yasaka giggled at how thoroughly those two had Harry wrapped around their little fingers. You spoil them too much, you know that. Harry just smiled. I just want them both to have a great childhood. Yasaka smiled. She knows that the reason Harry spoils them is that he himself didn't have a good childhood, so he wants them to live it in his place. You're a great father, Harry. Harry blushed at Yasaka's compliment, causing her to giggle. Harry huffed but grinned at her as he got up and opened a dark corridor. Well, good night Yasaka, do visit soon though. That house in Kua is your house too. With that said, Harry stepped through, leaving a very happy nine-tailed fox behind. Harry arrived in the living room where he found Morgan watching TV with Drake laying on her lap. She was rubbing his belly, which seems like he was enjoying. Harry chuckled at the sight, which caught Morgan's attention. She smiled at him. Uncle Harry. Let's watch TV together. Harry smiled and nodded, causing her to cheer. Harry then sat beside her and watched TV with her, though his sweat dropped when he noticed that she was watching Seraphal's show. The rest of the night was spent relaxing and having fun watching magical girl Leviathan save the world. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.